that we are starting a new course that is nothing but the Git. So what is this Git? So we will have a complete course regarding the Git, and we will learn about the Git commands, what are the Git commands available, and everything related to the Git thing. So here, if you are able to see the introduction screen, that is, you will be able to see that Git distributed version control system. So it is a distributed version control system. So what is this version control system actually? So then afterwards we can learn about this distributed thing. So the term distributed thing, we can learn it afterwards. But first what we need to know is, we need to know about this version control system. So shortly we will be calling this one as a VCS. Okay, so you will be able to see somewhere in the courses for me in these videos, you will be able to see that VCS as a short form. That VCS is nothing but the version control system. So let's go one by one. So if you try to see here, Git is a version control system. Okay, so Git is a version control system. We will learn about this version control system afterwards, and also known as the VCS. Okay, in the website, so if you try to open any website, Git website or in Wikipedia, anywhere, if you try to see, it will be written as a distributed version control system. So one new term is added before the version control system, that is nothing but a distributed version control system. So that means Git has a special advantages over the version control system, that is nothing but the distributed thing. So what is this distributed thing? We will try to learn it in the upcoming things. Now let's try to see. So now you need to know that Git is a version control system. Okay. Now this Git software, who developed this one? So normally the Git software is developed by the Linus Torvalds. So this is the guy who has developed the Linux. He created the Git for the development of the Linux kernel. So why he has developed the Git is, he has developed the Git for the when he is developing the Linux kernel. So that is the core of this Linux thing. So when he is developing this Linux kernel, he has created the Git. Why he has created the Git is, the Linux kernel is a set of code. So it is a software. So it is maintained by the multiple developers. Not only the Linus Torvalds will be writing the code. So many developers will be writing this code for the Linux kernel. So for that reason, for the contribution, so in order to have the contribution for all the code for this Linux kernel, he has developed a feature that is known as the Git. Okay, now let's try to see the another one. Basically, what is this VCS actually? So now we know about this Git. Git is a version control system, and who developed the Git also we have known. So now we have able to know that Git is a version control system. So then what is this version control system? Basically, VCS is a software designed to record changes made to the file over time. So that means VCS is nothing but it's a software thing. It is designed to record the changes to the file. So that means whenever you are changing the file, you are changing from the file. Today you have changed some concept, some data in the file, and tomorrow you have changed some data in the file. So going on changing the data over that period of time. So in order to record those changes, so if you want to go to the particular period of time and you want to check the file, what is the data present at that time. So if you want to know, so this VCS is the software which is able to record the changes. So it will record the changes daily. It will record the changes of this file over the time when it is got changed. So it will record the changes, so that if you want to know the data of the file for a particular period of time, means you can be able to know using this software. So that means Git gives us the ability to revert the files or the set of files you made changes. So that means when you have made the changes to a file over a period of time, and if you want to go to that period of time and you want to get the data back from that time, means you can able to get the data for that particular file using the Git. So this is the main usage of the Git. So the main usage of the Git is nothing but the file, whatever the file it may be, over a period of time it is going on changing the file, means we will be able to get the data back from that period of time. So that is the main thing. So now let's go. Git not only records the source code. Okay, so you need to remember this one. So some people will be able to thinking that some developers means Git will only record the source code. Source code means nothing but the code which is written, the Java code or PHP or JavaScript, whatever the source code, you will be able to, the languages programming code, right? So people will be thinking that this Git is only used for this programming languages thing only. So it will be recording those programming languages code only. They will be thinking. So misconception is there on the Git. But it also tracks the images, research papers or any types of files. So if you are having a type of research papers or anything, if you are having some data files or anything, so Git tracks all the types of files. So not only the source code, it can track all the types of files. So that is the main advantage of the Git. Now actually we have three kinds of version control system in our computer field. So we will be maintaining the three kinds of version control system. Now you will be able to understand. First one is the local version control system. Second one is the centralized version control system. And third one is the distributed version control system. Now these are the three types of version control systems available in our day-to-day life. So first, what is this local version control system? Let's try to see. Local version control system is long days back many people use this method, even me also using this method. So everyone will be able to understand this method. It is very simple. This method is to copy files into another directory. For example, see, today you have some abc.txt file, x.txt file, you have one x.txt file, you have changed some data in that file, so you have changed some data and all those things. Before changing the data, what you will try to do, you will keep a backup in another directory with that name, something like x_backup. If you are more clever means, what you will try to do, x_backup_ today's date you will try to keep, something like April 4th 2021. So that means that x.txt file backup is the data which is present at the time, 4th April 2021 of the time. So you will try to maintain the backup. For example, tomorrow you came, and before continuing working, what you will try to do, you will try to keep a backup of that one, x_backup_ 5th April. Like this you will try to keep the, what you will say, backup of the file. So you will go on keeping the backups of the file every day. So day to day, daily, depending on your period. So depending on your changing fluctuality, so you will be maintaining the data. So now this method is to copy files into another directory. They keep the files with the timestamp directory. Timestamp directory is nothing but the, what we can say, that timestamp. So how the today's date, how you are keeping. And it is also very simple that we maintain the backup. It is very simple. So maintaining that one is very simple. So nothing to do. So what you will try to do, whatever the file or folder, whatever the folder you are having, whatever the file you are having, completely you will copy that one and you will place it in the backup directory, so that whenever you want something happens to the data present you are working means, instead of doing control Z everything, you will directly take the backup data, so recent backup data, and you will paste it there, so that you will have the recent backup. So this is the local version control system. So now you will be able to understand that using this local version control system, you will be having lots of folders. You will be having, sometimes you will be having a problem that you will copy one file over the other file, so that the previous backup data will be missed, and sometimes you will be having that that data may be corrupted or data may be deleted. These are all the problems you will be having. So this is the normal way how the layman users or something like that, we will be maintaining the backup of the file. So the changes, whatever the changes we are making in the day-to-day life, in order to keep that one backup, you will be using this type of version. So everybody knows about this way of keeping the backup structure. Now let's come to the centralized version control system. So what is this centralized version control system? Now in order to collaborate with other developers, so the backup what we have maintained in the local version system, it is applicable to only one developer. Now if multiple developers are working within one file means, now this centralized version control system is used. So if in x.txt file, if multiple developers are working on this one means, we will be using this centralized version control system. These system have a single server. Okay, so now this system will have a single server. So somewhere you will be having a single server, and that one will have all the files. So that one will be having all the version files, and a number of clients can take the files from that central place. So whenever you want to take the file means, you will take the file from that central version file, central server, and with that central server you will take the latest version of that file, so that you can work on this one. So for many years this is the standard for version control. So this is the standard of version control. So for many years we will be using this centralized version control system only. So now what I can say, the examples are CVS, Subversion and Perforce are the examples of this method. Now how it will be, we will see it in a graphical representation. So here you are having a computer A and computer B, two developers are there. So they are working on the same file, and now what they will try to do is, they will have one centralized server. In that server you will be having a file, and it will be having the versions of that file. So you will take the latest version of that file, and computer B also takes the latest version of the file, so that two developers will have the same code you will be having. And also whenever you want to push it, you can push it to the centralized server, so that computer B also takes that modified data. So this is the central server is the main hub. So instead of maintaining in a local version in your own computer, you will be depending on the centralized server, centralized computer, where every clients will be connected to that server to take the updated data. Okay, so now advantages of this centralized VCS. So this has what more advantages over the local VCS. Now we will be able to know that local VCS is nothing but the keeping of the backup of the each backup of the every folder. You will be keeping the backup, right? So this has advantages. Centralized VCS has advantages over the local VCS. Everyone can know what is going on in the project. Yes, everyone can know. So why? Because the project is hosted in the centralized server. Everyone can take the data from that server and they can check that what is going on the project. And administrators who are maintaining the server can have the control that who can do what. So who are doing what, and the administrators can have a full control over the centralized VCS. Everyone can get the project update immediately as all are linked to the one centralized server. So that means everyone can get the project update immediately. The files update or the project update, they will get immediately as all are linked to one centralized server. So these are the advantages. Then what will be the disadvantages of this one? If the centralized server goes down for an hour. So now if the centralized server is there means, so it is connected through one source, that is nothing but the internet. So if the internet goes down, so the centralized servers goes down for an hour means nobody can collaborate at all. So that means all the developers cannot collaborate. So they cannot get the update and what they cannot get anything. So or save the changes to the centralized server. So they cannot save, they cannot push their changes to the, they cannot send their changes to the centralized server, and nobody can get the update from the centralized server. And if the hard disk of the centralized database is on becomes corrupted. So now the hard disk in which the central database is corrupted and proper backup haven't been kept, you lost absolutely everything. So this is also one problem. If the hard disk is corrupted in the centralized VCS server means, so if you are not maintaining any proper backup means everything is lost, everything. Local VCS suffer from the same problem. So why? Because now you will be having in your own system, right? Local VCS, when it is corrupted means you will be having the same problem. Whenever you have the entire history of the project in a single place, you risk loss everything. So this is the main thing. So whenever you are having the entire history of the project, enter changes or anything, records of the project in a single place, so you will be having a risk of losing everything. So this is the main disadvantage. Now for overcoming this one, we got the distributed version control system. So what is this distributed version control system? Clients not only check out the snapshot of the file. So that means here in the centralized version system, so what they will be trying to get, they are trying to get the latest snapshot. That means latest version of the file only they will be able to get. They will not able to get all the versions. They can at a time get only one version of the file. Okay, so now either he can check the version 3 or either he can check the version 2 or either he can check the version 1 like that. So now in the distributed, clients not only check the snap, they can also fully mirror the repository including its full history. So that means they can fully get the repository. Repository is nothing but the project. Okay, you take it as a project. So now here we will be calling the distributed version control, we will call it as a repository. So you can fully mirror the repository including its full history. So that means including its all versions and all those things, you will get everything to the client. So in client system, that means in the computer, you can also maintain the versions so you can also maintain the version. So now in the client system, so you can maintain the versions of the file so that when the server is up, you can fully copy back it to the server. So now it doesn't depend on the server now. So if the server is down also, you can maintain the versions in your client local so that when the server is up, you can copy the entire thing into the server. So every clone means nothing but every backup, every code the clients will be taking is a full backup of all the data. Instead of taking single snapshot like centralized VCS, distributed version control gives you the full backup of the data. Now how could be here if you try to see the server computer will be having the versions like this, same like this centralized database. Now the computer A file, you will be having again the versions for you, and here the computer B again he has the same versions for his file. So now he can maintain the versions here, and he can maintain the versions here. The versions also came copied back here. See, now you can push it to the server and you can interact with the server like this. So now in your local computer also you can maintain the versions and in the server also you can maintain the versions. So now when the server is down also, you will be having the versions of the same versions in your local computer also, so that you can move back and you can check back your everything. So this is the what is the distributed version control system. So now Git is the distributed version control system. You will be having something like Git Mercurial. These all things are the distributed version control system. So now this is the introduction of the what we can say Git distributed version control system. In the next video we will move further about the Git thing. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this actually works. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video we have seen what are the different types of version controls available in the market. Now in this video we will see how Git actually works. Now compared to other VCS like Subversion, so which is the centralized version control system, most operations in Git actually requires local files and local resources only to operate. That means the most of the operations in the Git project, if you are handling the project which is having the Git version, it requires only the local files and local resources only. If you are used to the centralized version control system, so if you are using centralized version control system like Subversion, where in those cases most of the operations have the network latency overhead. That means most of the operations always deal with the network through network calls only. That means through the internet or somewhere through the server calls like that, through the VPN, intranet, something like that, whatever the thing they will be using. So it will be having the more network latency overhead. So all the clients will be interacting with the server only. But whereas coming to the Git, most of the operations we will do in our local computer only. So we will not consult the things whichever we want to do to the server. So whenever is required only we will go to the server, but most of the things we will be doing in our local computer only. Then we will not having the case of network latency, the network busy and all those things. We will not have a issue on that one. So now, for example, so now we will see the example to browse the history of a project. So now we need to see the history of a project. Git doesn't need to go out to the server to get the history and display it for you. So now if you have a project and you want to see the history of the project from starting onwards, whereas if the project is in the Git means there is no need for us to go out to the server to get the complete history and display it for us. It simply reads it directly from your local database. Okay, so that means the project which is in your local computer, it reads directly from your local database. Local database is nothing but your local computer. In your local computer, everything will be coming, including the database and everything. So you can directly read it in your local computer. If you want to see the changes between the current working file and the same file a month ago, so that means now you want to see a changes between the current working file, what is the working file you are working, and the same working file how it is before 1 month ago. If you want to see the changes, what could be the changes if you want to see means Git can look up the file a month ago and do a local difference calculation. So that means for the Git there is no need for the Git to go to the network through internet or VPN to the server and ask the server that please send me the file which is how it should look like a month ago. So like that there is no need for the Git to go back. So it will be already present in your local computer and you can check the difference between the two files. There is no need to ask a remote server to do it or pull an older version of the file from the remote server to do it locally. So the same thing we have discussed. For the Git there is no need to ask the remote server to get the file which is present 1 month ago. And this means you can do your work happily until you get to a network connection to upload. So that means whatever the changes you want, you can check it locally. So if you don't have a network connection also, no need, not a problem. So you can check all the things and you can do your work happily. Whatever the things you want, you can commit your changes, everything you can do it. And when the network connection is uploaded, then you can upload it. In Subversion, whereas in Subversion, that means in central and Subversion as the CVS. you can edit files. So you can edit the files, but you can't commit changes to your database because your database is offline. So that means here in the subversion you will not have a local database, whereas the Git maintains the local database in your local computer, and also you will be having the database in the server also. Now in the subversion you can just edit the files, and but you cannot commit your changes to the database. So there will be no local database in the subversion, so because your database is offline. So now you understood about the Git thing. So what is the advantages of Git over the subversion and all those things. Now this is the main important thing before starting our command line commands and all those things. So we need to know this is the main thing. There are actually 3 states in the Git. So you need to remember this one. There are actually 3 states in the Git. Git has 3 main states that your files can reside in. So that means if you are working with a file means Git has a 3 main states for that file. One is the modified, staged and committed. You will be also having another 4th stage, that is nothing but the stash area. So we will discuss about the stashing thing afterwards. But mainly you will be having 3 main states: modified, staged and the committed. So what is this modified? Modified means that you have changed the file but have not committed to your database yet. So that means the current working file, whatever the working file in your project, you have changed the files. So you have changed the contents in the file, but you have not committed anything. Staged means that you have marked a modified file. So that means whatever the file you have changed the contents, you have marked that file in its current version to go into your next commit snapshot. So that means you are marking that file, so this should go to the next version. So in your next commit, this should go the file. So that is a staged thing. Committed means that the data is safely stored in your local database. So now first one is you can change n number of files. For example, you can change 10 number of files. You changed the 10 number of files. Out of those 10 number of files, you will be staging only 5 files. So that means 5 files only you have marked it that it should be going to your local database. That should be marked as a commit thing. So now out of 10 data files, so here 10 files are marked as modified, but 5 files are only marked as staged. And whatever the files are marked as staged, when you commit, these 5 files only will go into the local database, and another remaining 5 files will be there in the modified in your working directory only. So this is the main states you need to remember. Now coming 3 states in the Git here. So here you will be having the repository. Repository is nothing but the database. What is the database you are having? And here when you are trying to check out, you will be going into the working directory. This is nothing but the modified directory. And here whatever the 10 files, so now for example you have changed the 10 files in this working directory. This is nothing but the project, so the project which you are working. So now you will stage those files to the staging area, and the files which are in the staging area, it will be committed. When you check out again, it will go back to the working directly to the working directory. So this is the process how you will be having the states in the Git. So now the working directory is the project you are working, so you can change as number of files you want, and you can move it to the stage only the files which you wish to commit. So these files which are the files committed in the which are the files in the staging area, these will be going into the repository. That means nothing but the local database. Now what is a working directory? So the working tree is a single checkout of one version of the project. So now you can only check out the one version of the project. These files are pulled out of the compressed database in the Git directory and placed on disk for you to use or modify. So that means the working tree is nothing but the present project. So the project explorer, the project folder, what you are working, the project, that is nothing but a working tree. Now the staging area, as I already told you, right? The staging area is a file, or is a set of files, or it's an area generally contained in your Git directory. So this will be existing in your Git directory. I will explain you about that Git directory that stores information about what will go into your next commit. Okay, next commit means you something like you mark it as a, so you are storing, so versioning, you are versioning the number of files in your next commit. Its technical name, so the technical name in the Git, the staging area is called as an index, but the phrase staging area works just as well. So commonly we will be calling it as staging area, but the technical name in the Git we will be calling it as index. So if you came and encounter about this index area or staging area, both are one and the same only. Now next one is the repository area. This repository area is nothing but the database area. The Git directory, this is the Git directory, technically speaking. You will be having one folder by name .git. is where Git stores the metadata and object database for your project. So the Git, how the data will be stored in the Git, I will show you. It's all completely on the depends on the object database only. This is the most important part of the Git, and it is what is copied when you clone repository from another computer. So when you are taking the data from the database, means this is the directory which is copied from your server. So this is the repository area. And now Git workflow, how the Git workflow will look like. The basic Git workflow goes something like this. You modify the files in your working tree. So that means in your project, you modify your files. You selectively stage. So that means you select the files. Whatever the modified files you have modified, you selectively select those files, stage those changes you want to be a part of your next commit, which adds only those changes to the staging area. So whatever the files you want to push it to the stage, so those changes only will be added into the staging area. You do a commit which takes the files as they are in the staging area and stores that snapshot permanently into your Git directory. So this is the process. So now what you will try to do, so in your project you will try to modify all the files, whatever the files you want to modify, you can modify, and whatever the files you want to commit in your Git directory is nothing but the repository or local database, whatever the thing you can think. So now whatever the files you want to move it into a repository, so now you will be pushing it to the staging area. So this staging area, after moving it to the staging area, so when you commit those changes, automatically when you do a commit, these files which are in the staging area are stored permanently into your Git directory. So this is the actual Git workflow. So in the next video, what we will try to do is, we will try to install the Git, and we will try to see this one, modifying the files, moving the files in the staging area, and committing the files into the repository. So let's try to check these things. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to learn how to install the Git in your local computer. Okay, before starting using the Git, what we need to do is we need to install the Git in your computer. Why? Because as the Git is a software, so we need to install the Git in your computer. Now, if the Git is already present in your system, it is better for us to update the Git to the latest version. So whatever the latest version is available right now, it's better to update the Git to the latest version. So this is my suggestion. So now let's try to see how to install the Git. Installation in the Linux. So now how to install the Git in the Linux. So something like in Fedora, RHEL or CentOS. So this type of OS. So what you can do is you can use sudo dnf install git-all, or otherwise it's a yum means sudo yum install git. Like this you can use. If it's a Debian based distribution means such as Ubuntu, you can use sudo apt-get install git-all. So these are all the things. These are the commands we will be using for installation of the Git. So if you want to know more details, you can see this git-scm.com/download/linux. Now another one is the installation in the Mac OS. The easiest way to install the Git in the Mac OS is to install the Xcode command line tools. So if you install the Xcode command line tools, automatically the Git also will be installed in the Mac OS. Or otherwise, if you don't want the Xcode to be installed in your system, why? Because the Xcode will be taking so much of memory. So it is a large file to be downloaded. So if you don't want the Xcode to be downloaded, means you can also have the installer for the Mac OS in this following website URL. So you can also download the installer and you can click on next, and you can install the Git in the Mac OS. And the last one is the Windows. So how to install in the Windows? In Windows, it is the commonly easy way to install the Git. So the most official build is available for download on the Git website. Directly you can see https git-scm.com/download/win. So using this website, you can directly download the exe file for the Git, and you can click on the steps, whatever the steps you need to follow the steps, and the Git will be automatically installed in your system. Now, after installation, there are a lot of different ways to use the Git. Actually, after installation of the Git, there are a lot of ways to use the Git. The main use, what we can see is that main is the using Git as a command line tool. So commonly what the people will be doing is, most of the time people will be using as a command line tool only. So that means they will be using the Git using the command lines like something like git add, git commit, git checkout. So these are the commands they will be using. These commands they will be using the Git. And another approach is the graphical user interface. So you will be having some softwares which will support the Git, and you have something like source tree, tortoise Git. These are all the softwares which will give you the graphical user interface by clicking on the buttons like that. So now in this course, what we will main target is we will target on the command line tool only, as it is most important for us everyone to learn the commands. So that is the reason this course we will target on the command line tool only. And we'll also see the graphical user interface also, but little bit only we will be seeing. So most of the things we will be seeing the command line tool only. Okay. So now after installation of the Git, so if you want to check whether the Git is installed in your system or not, so just open the command prompt or terminal if it is in the Mac or Linux. Just type git -- version. So if you type git space -- version, so you will be getting the latest version, the version of the Git that is installed in your computer. Okay. Now this is the just overall part. Now what we will try to do is we will try to install the Git in our local system. As I have already installed the Git in my system. So if you want to install the Git, just type Git in the Google. So if you just type Git in the Google, you will be able to see the first website. So this is the first website, and if you click on this Git, and here you will be able to see the main web page, home page of the Git. And here you will be able to see here in the monitor. So this in the screen you will be able to see that download 2.3.31.1 for Windows. So this is the latest build for latest version of the Git. So if you are having Mac OS means here you will be able to get the installer for the Mac. So download 2.31.31.1 for Mac you will be able to see. Now let's click on this download. As I have already downloaded this one, so let's open this one in the download section. So if I open this one in the download section, here I am able to see that 64-bit 2.31.1. So here let's double click on this one. So if I double click on this one, and what it will try to do, it will try to show you this one. So now let's click on the next, and don't change anything. So just use it whatever the things it want. So let's go on like this, and let's go on like this only. So there is nothing to change it. Okay, so I am not changing anything. So now I am clicking on the install. So if I click on the install, it will take some time to install the Git in our system. So let it take some time to install. Now if you try to see, so here the Git has been successfully installed in our system. So just I am closing the I am removing this option, view release notes, and I am clicking on the finish button. So that's it. So Git has been successfully installed on our system. So now if you want to check means just open the command prompt here. So just type the command prompt, and if I click on this command prompt here, so what you will try to do, so git space -- version. So I will be trying to check the version. Here I am able to see that Git version is 2.31.1.windows.1. I am able to see the Git version here. So that means I have successfully installed the Git in my system. Apart from this command line prompt, you will be also getting another thing, that is nothing but the Git bash. This is also the command line which will be provided by the Git software. So if you open this Git bash, here you will be able to see another command prompt which is exclusively for the Git. Here also you can type the commands. So if you want, you can also change the option, something like I can increase the font size. So text, and here select. If I open here, let me take something like 20. Okay. Apply. Yeah, I'm able to see. So now I have opened this one. So here we are able to see, and now here also we can check Git space -- version. Okay, if I click on Git -- version, here also I am able to see the Git version 2.31.1.1. Okay, so this is how we will be checking the Git version in the system. So now we have seen there will be two options. So we can also do the commands in the Git bash also, or otherwise we can also do the commands in the normal command prompt also we can apply. So the choice is yours. So in any command prompt if you want, you can apply. So that is not a problem. So the Git bash is provided automatically by the Git when you are installing the Git software. So that is not an issue. So this is all about the Git installation of the Git. So this is how we will be installing the Git in the local system. So hope you understood how to install the Git. So from the next video onwards, we will try to see the commands, what are the basic commands available in the Git. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen how to install the Git in our local system. We have seen, and also we have successfully installed the Git also in our local system. Now what we need to do is, so before starting using the Git commands, before typing the Git commands in our project or anything, so first what we need to do is, immediately after installation of the Git in our system, we need to set our username and email address in the Git configuration. So now we need to set the username and the email address. Why we need to set the username and email address? Let's try to see. So here you will be able to see Git configuration. After installing Git in our system, the first thing we need to do is set our username and the email address. So that means after installation of the Git in our system, first thing what we need to do is we need to set our username and the email address. Why we need to set the username and email address? This is because when we use Git to change the files in the project, so that means when we have a project, when we are working in the project, and in the project if it is there any Git uses this information to identify who has made the changes to the file. So that means Git will use this information. What information? It will use the information username and the email address to identify who has made the changes to the file. So that means if anybody made the changes to the file, so it will record the changes with the username and email address. It will attach the changes to that username and email address, so that for the reference it will be available. Now the command to add the username and email address is the git config. So let's try to see this git config. Now before adding this git config username and address, we need to know the hierarchy of the configuration. So now you will be able to have a doubt that, so now where will be the configuration will be available, how I need to give the configuration. Now the Git configuration has 3 levels. Actually you will find 3 configuration files in the Git. So which is the main configuration file and what is the most important, which will be the priority one? So let's try to see here. Git uses a series of configuration files. It will not use a single configuration file. It will use a series of configuration files to determine the behavior. So to determine the behavior, it uses a series of configuration files. Git has multiple levels of configuration. So what is those multiple levels? First is the project level. Second one is the user account level. User account level means nothing but your computer user. So what is your system user you are using? That is the user. And in the system level, so the system level is nothing but the Git installation folder. So that means you will be having 3 configuration files for a Git. So first one is the Git installation level. That means where the Git has been installed in your system. In that folder you will be having one configuration file. In the user account level means nothing but you will be having a computer user, right? In that each user you will be having one configuration file. And in the project level means when you are having a project, each project you will also have a project level configuration file also. So now which will take it as a priority here? First it will check in the system level. Okay, if the username and email address is present in the Git installation folder, it will try to take that username and email address. Then afterwards it will check the user account, and or otherwise what we can say is, first it will take the project level. Okay, first it will take the project level. For example, in the project level, if it finds the username and email address, it will take that username and email address first. So if it doesn't find any username and email address, then it will try to check in the next level, that is nothing but the user account level. In the computer user, it will try to check whether any username or email address is present or not. If it is present means then it will take the user account level. If in the user account level also it is not present means then it will try to take in the system level. So it will try to take in the system level. So in the system level is present means then it will take in the system level. So that means hierarchy will comes in the top to bottom. So if the project level, if it is present, it will stop from here only. If it is not present means then it will check in the user account level. Then afterwards in the system level. This is the hierarchy. Here this is the diagram representation how you can see. So first in the project 1 and project 2 you are having user details configuration of user 1. Okay, so now project 1 and project level you are having in the configuration, you will be having the user 1. And in the project 3, project 4 you can maintain the user account 2. So if the project 1, project 2, this one is not having any user details means, then it will go into the global level configuration. Global level configuration is nothing but the user level configuration. Now if we here also it is not present means, then it will go for the system level configuration. This is the hierarchy. So first it will check the project, then afterwards in the user level, then afterwards in the system level. So you need to understand. Now this is the configuration locations. So now you will be getting a doubt that where I can find this configuration. Yeah, I am able to understand. So which level, in which location I can find this configuration files. Now in the project level, you will be able to find in the project level itself. If you are having a project, in the project level itself, you will be having a .git folder. In the .git folder, you will be having a file that is nothing but the config. So I will show you the demo also. So here you will be having .git folder, in the config you will be having. Now if you are having in the global level, so user level, so what you will try to have in the user level, you will be having user / Leela / so that means user / git config. So in the user, so here is the computer user is the Leela. In that Leela you will be having the .git config folder. And in the system level, that is where the Git has been installed. So in this Git installation, you will be able to find user / local / et / there you will be able to find the Git config. Okay, so these are the levels. Now you will be able to see how can I for example, yeah, you told okay fine, I am able to find these allocations. So for example, how can I know? So if in this location if I am unable to find the configuration file means, how can I know where in my computer the configuration file is located? So for that reason, what we can do is there is a command that git config -list -show -origin. So let's try to type this command so that we can find so that we'll try to find where my projects are where my configuration files are located. So let's go to the here. I will try to clear these all the things. Now what I will try to do is, so let's come to outside somewhere. So now here I can write git config. So first one we can check something like git --- version. Git is installed in my system. Now here I can check git config, okay, -list -show -origin. So now if you type here, you will be able to see now here this is the user level. C users Leela Narasimha is the computer user, and here I am able to find the git config. Here I am having a user.email is equal to leelanrp@qualminds.com. So this is my company email ID, and here you will be able to see the system level configuration. C program files git etc git config. So here you will be able to see the configuration file. So that means I am able to find the system level configuration folder, and also I am able to find the user level configuration folder also. So here you will be able to find the user level. Now if I am right now we don't have any project, so right now we don't have any project level configuration, you will be having git in that folder. So this is why. So now if you want to check means, so here you can go directly to C, okay, in the users. Here what is the thing they are saying? C users Leela Narasimha, okay, this is my username, and here they are saying that git config. Here you will be able to see the git config. So if I try to make it big, you will be able to see the git config here. If I open this one with edit with notepad++, we will try to see the user, and here this is one section. You will be able to see one bracket like this. This is one section. Name is equal to Leela Narasimha and email is equal to, here you will be able to see the username and the email address. Now if I want to see, this is the user level. Let's understand that this is the user level. I am having in the users Leela Narasimha. In your computer you can have so many users. For this user, git config is there. Now if I want to check in the system level where I need to go, I need to go to the program files. Somewhere what is the location they have told? Program files and in the git. And in the git, I need to go to the git. Okay, here in the git, I need to go to the etc. And here we will be able to see the git config. Here is the git config. And if I open this edit with notepad++, so here also I am able to see the pull, and these are all the configuration I am able to see. So we will try to discuss these all the configurations afterwards. So these are all the configurations we are also able to see. So that means what we have seen, we have also seen the user level configuration and also the system level configuration also. In the next video, what we will try to do is we will try to change the configuration username and email for the project level. So right now we are having leelanrp@qualminds.com, right? So let's try how we can change this leelanrp@qualminds.com. We will try to see the configuration, how we can change the configuration and how we can add the project level configuration also. Let's try to see it in the next video. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen the different levels of configuration files and also the locations of the configuration file where it will be present in our local computer. We have seen. Now in this video, what we'll try to do is we will try to change the configuration, that is nothing but the username and the user email address. So that using that username and user email address, we will be committing the changes. So the Git will record the changes using that username and email address. Now let's try to do this one. Now I will be opening the Git account here. Here what I will try to do, I will try to go to the projects. Not only the command prompt, you can also use the Git bash. So you will be able to see the Git bash also. Here this is the Git bash. And now if you want, you can increase the font size and all those things. If I go here in the text, here I can use something like 26. I can use, okay, and click on apply. Yeah, okay, I'm able, all of them are able to see. Now here what I will try to do, I will try to go to the D folder, cd dot, so something like this. Yeah, I can go to the D folder. D folder is not there. What is this one? So or otherwise what we can do is, so we can close it here, and here directly in the D we can open the Git bash here. Okay, we can open it like this also. So this is the D projects, and here what I will try to do, I will try to create a folder that is nothing but mkdir Git projects. Okay, I will use something like Git projects. So in this folder we will try to create all the projects. Now what I will try to do, let's go to the Git projects. In this Git projects, right now we don't have any projects. So this is an empty folder. We don't have any projects. Now what I will try to do, I will try to create a project. So that means creating a project is nothing but creating a folder only. So what I will try to do, mkdir sample project. So this is the sample project I am creating. So let's go into this project. And now if I go into this project, nothing is there. So here the project is empty. So this is the empty project we are creating. Now let's try to clear. So in this one we are not able to see. Let's try to create one file. Okay, so I can write something like touch index.html. Okay, so index.html. I have created touch index.html means, so we are able to create one folder. Ls we are able to see the index.html. So in that sample project we are having one file that is nothing but the index.html. Now we need to initialize the Git into this project. So we need to add the Git into this project. So to add a Git into this project, what we need to do is we need to type the command git init. So what this command will do is it will initialize the empty Git repository. So empty Git repository is nothing it will do. It will add a .git folder into the project. So let's try to see. Here what it has written, initialize empty Git repository in D project, the project folder. So now if you try to see ls, we are not able to find any extra folders. So nothing is created. So just index.html file is there, which is previously it is existed. Now if you try to see ls-a, now you will be able to see the hidden folders also. Here you will be able to see .git folder. Okay, so now when you type the git init, so automatically empty folder will be created with the name .git. So what will be present in this .git? Let's try to see. Now if you go into the folder structure here, so here we will have created a sample git, not the sample git, Git projects, and here we are able to see the sample project. This is the project folder we have created. In this one we have a index.html file which we have created through command line, and here you will be able to see .git folder. So this is a hidden folder, and if you open the .git folder, here you will be able to see folder something like hooks, info, objects, refs. These all folders are there. So we will try to see these all folders afterwards. Now you will be able to see one file that is nothing but the config. So this is the file configuration which is available in the project level. So now this configuration is present in the project level. If you try to open this one in the edit with notepad++, nothing is there. Username or email, nothing is there. Now if I want to do any changes in this project, what is this in this sample project, with which name it could be committed? So now in the project level we don't have any username or user email. So what is the next priority it will take? It will take the user level. So now let's try to check git config. So if you want to check what is the email address, just type git config user.email. it will give you the email address with which it will be committed. So now you will be able to see that leela.nrp@qualminds.com. So that means with that email ID, the project will be recorded. Everything will be recorded. So now I don't want to use this leela.nrp@qualminds.com, as this is my company account. So whatever the company projects I will be doing, so use this email ID. But for this sample project, I want to use my email ID, that is nothing but the leelawebdev@gmail.com. So if I want to use that email ID, means I cannot change the company which is present in the user level. So I want to change only in the project level, so that whenever I am using this, whenever I am working with this project, means, so please commit or please record the changes with this email ID. So how can I get it? How can I do is git config, okay, hyphen local. So that means in the project level, user.email. So you should not press user.email, and we need to give leela@gmail.com. So I have pressed enter. So now it has created. So let's try to clear it. So now if I want to check the same thing, user.email, now what is the email it will be displayed? So let's try to check. So here now you see what is the email it is showing, leelawebdev@gmail.com. Why it is showing? So now in the project level it has been created. If you try to see in the notepad++, see here the user section has been created with email like this. So now in the project level you have an email ID. Now what I will try to do, I will try to add the name also. Git config user.name is equal to Leela. Okay, so press enter. Now so just check git config. In order to get, just type user.name. User is a section and name is the in that section that key. So now you are getting a name as Leela. So now you have set the configuration, username and email is in the project level. Now what I will try to do, I want to remove this user email ID in the project level. I want to use it in the user level only. So I don't want to use it in the project level. I want to use it in the user level, which is my company email ID. So now what I can do is git config, okay, hyphen unset user.email. So unset, I want to unset the user.email. If I click here, so now the user.email will be removed. So now if I want to check git config user.email, if you want to check here, see again it went back to the leela@nrp@qualminds.com. Why? Because in the project level you don't have the email, so only the name is present. Now what I want to do, I want to remove this all user section, everything. So name, email, everything, whatever the thing it is present, I want to remove. So if you want to add it here, you can add it. Email is equal to leelawebdev@gmail.com. Directly you can add it and you can save it, so that if you want to check in the git bash, so here you will be able to get leelawebdev@gmail.com. So in the config folder also you can change it. Through the command prompt also you can change it. Now I want to remove that whole section user. So these all whole section. So you will be having the configuration in a section wise. So bracket wise section, core section, this one. This is the user section. I want to remove this all section. So in order to remove this all section, what is the command you need to do? Git config hyphen global or hyphen local. Remove hyphen section user. So what we need to do? So here what I can do, git config. So I want to remove it as a local. So local hyphen remove hyphen section. So I want to remove a complete section, that is nothing but the user. So now entire section is removed. If you want to see in the project level, everything will be removed. Now if I want to check git config user.email, or otherwise you can type directly user.email. So you will be able to get the Leela NRP. So now let me try to set my project level. So I want to use it as a project level only. So git config hyphen local user.email. So leelawebdev@gmail.com, and here I can do git config hyphen local user.name Leela. So I can use something like Leela. Okay, so that's it. So now whatever the commits I am making in this project, it will be committed with the email leelawebdev@gmail.com and a Leela with the name Leela. So this is how we can set the configuration in the local or in the global. So if you use a hyphen global, means automatically it will be set it, or otherwise you can go to the folder or go to the file and automatically you can change it. Or otherwise if you want to unset a particular key, means you can do hyphen unset, or if you want to remove complete section, means we need to use hyphen remove hyphen section. So this is how we will be adding the user email and username, and we will be removing the username and user email. Not only this one, we can remove anything using this command in the configuration file. So hope you understood about how to set the configuration and all those things. In the next video, we will try to see what are the items present in the Git folder. We will try to see, and we'll try to do the committing and all those things. Basic commit we'll try to see. Okay, if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have set the configuration, how to set the username and email address in the Git configuration we have seen. Let's try to see what is the email address here. Git config user.email. If I try to check here, it is actually leelanrp@qualments.com. It is there. So it is in the Git projects. So we have created a new project, right? Sample project. This is our sample project. And here let's try to check the git config user.email. So here we are having email as leelawebdev@gmail.com. So that means for this project, the email ID, whatever the commits I am making, whatever the changes I am making in this project, it will be recorded with the email and the name leelawebdev@gmail.com. So fine. Now we will try to go a little bit further. Now if you try to see, before going into the commands, so if you don't know any command, if you are not able to remember any commands or anything, so Git provides us a feature that is nothing but the help command. The first one, what is that help is? So just you can type git help. So now here you will be able to see list of all commonly used commands. Here you will be able to see these are the common Git commands used in various situations. So here these are the common Git commands used in various situations. So that is the thing they are going to tell you. So here you will be able to see that clone init. We have already seen about this init. When you are trying to create a new project, we will be creating this empty Git repository. And here add mv, restore rm. So these are all the commonly used commands you will be able to see. Now, if you want to see total list of commands in the Git, so what are the all level of commands available in the Git? If you want to see means, what is the thing you can do is git help -a. If you type here, see here you will be able to see all the commands that are available in the Git. So here actually the commands is divided into two types in the Git: porcelain commands and the plumbing commands. Porcelain commands are the main high level commands. These are the commands which we will be using more commonly. Plumbing commands are the low level commands which we will be using rarely, these all things. So here these are the porcelain commands: add, remove, bisect, these are all things. So these are all the commands. So if you want to go a little bit down means just press the arrow button, down arrow button, so that you will be able to see all the types of buttons. So here you will be able to see the ancillary commands. These are all the types of commands available in the Git. So you will be able to see the low level commands. These are also called as plumbing commands also. You will be able to see all the types of commands. Here you will be able to see. Okay, we have seen all the types of commands. So if you want to check all the types of commands means you can press git help -a, and also you can type git help space -all. Okay, so these are the commands which we will be typing, so which we will be using commonly. So if you want to see all the commands means what you can do is you can directly click on the git help command. So now let's go to the another one. What is that one is? So now you have seen all the commands, it's fine. Now you want to know particular command. So for example, I want to know about the what I can say is git about the init command. I want to know about this init command. So initializing, what will do? So you can type the init command and you can press help like this. So now you will be able to see git help. So what will happen is, so git help init. Now you will be able to see here I am able to open. So here one page is open. So about the git init. Okay. So git help, and you can type the command. So whatever the command you want. So don't type like this git init help. So now git help init command. Okay. So if you want to know about this git help add command, so you can be able to see about the add command. Here I have here a new web page has been opened about the manual page about the git add, explaining about what are the options available in this git add command. Okay, so this is how you will be able to see. This depends on your operating system. So in my operating system, as it is a Windows, so for me in the Chrome it is opening as a separate web page. In Linux or in Mac OS or something like that, you will be able to see here directly as how we have seen about the what we can say Git command, right? So all the commands how I am seeing in the standard output. So you will be able to see as it standard printed output only. So this is the help thing. So what are all the helping things? So these are the helping commands you will be having. So some places you will be able to see the man also. Man means nothing but the manual. So these are also you can use it. But overall commonly using things is git help and whatever the command. Now what I will generally using is git help and the command name I will be giving so that I will be able to understand the command. So this is the one thing. So now what we will try to do is, so let me try to delete this sample project first. So here I will delete this sample project. So let's try to create another one. Try again. Is not deleting. So 1 second. So let me close this one also. Okay. So now here I am present in the Git projects. Let me delete this one. So it is successfully deleted. Now the project folder is empty. Now what I will try to do is type on the ls command. So now I am creating a new project. Same thing, sample project only I will create. So this is our sample project. Okay, now if I click on, so here I am able to see the sample project. Let me go into the sample project. So now let me clear it. Here in this sample project, so if I want to do anything Git or anything, so Git means you will be able to get these all commands. So I cannot do any commands here. So first what I need to do is, for this project to introduce into the Git, what I need to do is, first I need to do the git init. So this is the first command. So git init, what it will try to do is, it will create an empty Git repository. So this is the main thing, empty Git repository in the folder. So now if you try to see git ls hyphen a, you'll be able to see .git folder. Okay. So this is the first thing what we need to do. Now what I will try to do is, so the second command what we will try to do is, just we need to, here you will be able to see master in the brackets. What is this master is? This is the nothing but a branch. So the automatically when you have created git init, what it will do is, automatically one branch will be created as a main branch, that is nothing but the master branch. So going on, we will learn about this branches thing afterwards. So as soon as you have created an initial using the git init, immediately one branch will be created and you will be checked out into this branch. So now you are in the branch. So if you want to check which branch I am here, so you can directly print git branch. Sorry, not git branch. So here when you are in the master branch, so now you can check the status of the project, something like printing git status. Okay. So now in the git status, what you are able to see here, we are on the branch master. So it is telling that you are on the branch master. Master is the branch which is defaultly created when you type the git init. And here you will be having no commits yet. So that means we have not committed anything and nothing to commit. So there is nothing to commit. So if you want to commit anything means just create a file or copy the file from somewhere and use git add to track. So this is the message we are able to see. Now what we need to do, so now we need to create a file and we need to add it to the to track. To track is nothing but we need to move it into the staging area. So this is the thing it is asking. So now when you type git status, so now you are able to see that no commit set has been present. So this is the thing. So now what we have learned now, so we have learned about the git help command, and also we have seen about the git init to initialize the project, and also what we have seen about the git status. So to know the status of the project, what is there, the git present status. So using this command git status, we will be able to know the present status command. Okay, in the next video what we will try to do is, we will try to create the file and we will try to add the file to the stage, and also we will commit the file so that we will be able to understand complete flow. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to create a file and we will try to add the file, commit the file, and we will try to check that whether the file is committed or not in the log base also. Now here we have a sample project. In this project, if you try to see, nothing is there. So nothing is there, everything is empty. and if you try to check ls-a and empty repository.git folder is there. So here we have a empty project. So now let's try to create a file. So how I will be creating a file is touch index.html. Okay, so I am creating one file index.html. So if I try to see ls, so here I am able to see index.html file is there. If I try to check the status here in the status, what it is trying to show, it is on the branch master, nothing, no commits yet, so we haven't committed anything. And there is a untracked file. Untracked file means, so one file is there that it has been created recently and it is in the untracked file, so I am unable to track. If you want to track the file, just use the command git add space add space the file name to include that it will be completed. Committed means to move that into the staging area. Nothing added to commit, but untracked files are present. So nothing is there to commit, but untracked files are present. So what it is telling, so right now we are on the currently in the working directory. I have told you, right, the git will be in the 3 stages. So you will be having 3 states in the git. First is the working directory. We are right now in the working directory. So in that working directory we have one file. We have created a file. So in order to commit that file so that it will be, the git records the changes, we need to move it to the staging area, the second thing. And afterwards if we commit, it will move into the repository area. So now right now we have in the, what I can say, right now we have in the git add, it is in the untracked file. So if you want to move this one to a tracked file, what we need to do in order to move it into the staging, what we need to do here, so just write git space add space, just give the file name. Okay, so index.html. So this is the file name which I will be trying to give. So if I click here, so now the file has been added. If you want to check whether the file has been added or not, just type git status again. So git status is the thing which will give you the present status of the files. Now if I click here, so now what it is telling, so the new file has been added to the stage area. If you want to unstage, just type git space rm means remove, hyphen cached means it will be removed from the stage. Cached is nothing but it will be removed from the stage. So right now the index.html has been moved into the staging area. So how, when will this index.html will be moved into the staging area? If you, whenever you use the command git space add space the file name, so then that particular file name will be moved into the staging area. So this is how we moved the file to the staging area. Now what I need to do, I need to commit the file. So how can I commit? So just in the same scenario, git commit. So just press git commit and press enter. So if you press enter, so you will be able to see one message. You will be able to see the message. It is telling that, so you are going to commit the data. So type any message. So what if you want to mention any message, so that for the reference, so you can enter, you can write any message. So what I will try to write here, initial commit. So this is the initial commit. So this is the message for our future reference. So what I can do here, just save it using colon WQ. WQ means write and quit. So here, so we have changed. So here it has been committed into the master, and the hash, this is the hash file, SHA1 file. This is the SHA1 code. It will be generated for that commit. And here we will be able to see that one file has been changed. So these are the one file has been changed. So created mode here, this is the create mode. Now if you want to check the git status again, so just check the git status. Now see what we are able to see, we are on the branch master, nothing to commit, working tree clean. So now what we have did, we have committed first file. So here if you try to press enter, it is index.html is there. So now let me try to clear. So what we have did now, we have created one file and we have added that one into the committing area. So now what I will try to do is, so just I will try to change the content in the index.html. So what I am trying to do, vi index.html. So file has been opened. So here what I will try to do is, I will try to write Leela webdev and I will try to save it that file. So in that file, what is the content is there means Leela webdev. So now if I want to check git status, again what it will be having is, so now it went into the modified. So that means previously it was created new file, previously it was written as new file, now it has been modified. Now in order to add this one to the commit, what we need to do, we need to use the same command git add file name. Okay, so now what I can do here, just write git add again index.html. So if I try to add index.html, so So it has been added into the staging area. Just check again Git status. So if you try to check the Git status, here you will be able to see that so one file has been modified. So in your next commit, so this will be moved into the staging. This will be moved into the committed area, into the repository area. So now what I will try to do, so let me clear this content, and now I will try to commit. So git commit. So right now in the shorthand notation, how we can give is we can write -m is the message, and I can write the message here. Okay. So now name add done or something like this. Okay. Channel name add or something like this. Okay. So I have added something message channel name add. Now what I will try to do, I will try to click on the enter. It has been added. So now one file has been changed. So it is telling you the number of files, what are the files has been changed and what are the things it has added into the committed area. So now here one file has been changed. Again, if I try to check the git status, git status. So nothing is there to the commit. So where are these all has been went away? So now we have committed 2 commits. So now it is there in the first one is the initial commit and another one is the channel name add. How can I check how many commits has been made? What are the commits has been made in this one? How can I check? So there is another command for this one, that is nothing but the git log. Okay. So git log. Here if you try to see the git log, right now head is nothing but the current pointer. So the pointer current right now is in the headmaster, and here the master is in the right now in this commit channel name add. So we will try to see about this head and master everything in the future videos. So now here are the 2 commits what we have did. So now here you will be able to see the commit. So with a unique identifier and the author who has committed here lil nrp. So right now, so we have created a new project. We didn't add the config here. So we will be able to see the Leela Narasimha and also the date when it has been committed and also the message. And here also the second commit. So this is the first commit. Actually it will be the top, and recent commit will come at the top. So now here also the author, and here also we can say the date, and here also the name initial commit. Okay. So these are the 2 commits that has been made in this master branch. You need to remember this master. So these are the 2 commits that are there in this branch. So if you want to check the commits what has been made, we can use the command git space log. Okay. So this is the thing. So this is how we will be committing the file, adding the file, and we will be recording the changes in the Git. So hope you understood about this one. So what we have learned now, we have learned about the git add command, git status command, git commit command, and also the git log command. So these are the 2 commands what we have learned in this video. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to learn about the git diff command. So what is this diff command? Let's open the presentation. Now the diff command is mainly used in Git to track the difference between the changes made on a file. That means if you have made any changes on the file, if you have updated or edited the file, so if you want to check the changes between the previously how it was and now the changes what I have made, if you want to know the difference between the 2 files means between the file means, so you can use the diff command. So diff command takes 2 inputs, that means 2 input 2 files, and reflects the difference between them. Now in order to, so for example here as you know that so Git will be having 3 areas, 3 states. So as we already learned in the previous videos, we are able to know that Git has 3 states. That is nothing but first one is the working area, second one is the staging area, and third one is the repository area. Now if you want to check the changes between the working area and the staging area, you need to simply type git diff. So git diff, if you type the command, what it will try to give is the files which are here in the working area and staging area, it will try to match the difference between those things, between the file in between those areas. Now if you want to check the difference between a file which is present in the staging area and the repository area, then you need to type git diff -- staged. Okay, so then it will give you the file, the changes on the file which is present in the staging area and the repository area. So which is the file present in the staging area and repository area, the difference between these 2 places, it will give you the difference. Now if you want to check the changes, if you want to check the difference of the file between the working area and the repository area, you need to write git diff head. So now these are the three commands. These are the diff command how you will be using in different areas. So now if you want to check between these two areas, you need to use this command, git diff command. If you want to check the difference between staging area and diff repository area, you need to use git diff stage. And if you want to know working area and repository area, you will be using the git diff head. Now if you try to see here, now you will be able to understand. To check the changes in the working area and the staged area, we will be using the git diff command. Okay. Now in order to check the changes between the stage area and the repository area, we will be using this git diff staged command. Now if you want to check the changes between the working area and the repository area, you need to use git diff head. So now let's try to see it in the practical representation. Okay. So now I am removing this one. So let's open the command prompt. And if you try to see ls, here in our previous project only, in the sample project, we have only index.html. Let's try to check the status. Git status. Again I pressed it wrong. Git status. Okay, so now we are on the branch master, nothing is there. So let's clear it out. Now what I will try to do is, I will try to create a new file, vi contact.txt. Okay, I have created a file. So in this file, what I will try to write is contact page details. Just I will write contact page details. Let's escape it and colon wq. So let's try to save it. So now if I try to see the git status, now you need to remember that this contact.txt file, which is in the red color, it is in the working area. We have modified the file, but it is in the, we have created a file, but it is in the it is in the working area only. That means you need to understand this one. It is still in the working area only. Now I will move this file contact.txt from this working area to the staging area. So how we can move this one? So just we can write git add contact.txt. Okay, contact.txt. So now it has moved into the staging area. So if I try to check git status, so it is in the green color. Now it is in the stage. So if you want to unstage means you can restore, git restore. We'll try to see that command also afterwards. So now we have, so if I type git status, it is in the staging area. Now what I want to do, so again what I decided is, again I need to change this contact.txt file. So what I will try to do, so again I will try to change it after pushing it to the stage. So now here in this one, so changes made again, just I am writing changes made again, like this I am getting escape colon wq. Okay, so now if I try to write git status, here see one new file is there, that is in the stage, but the modified thing, so what I have written right now, modified changes, this made changes again, that is still in the working area. So now if you try to see here, so now the changes recently what I have made is, it is in the working area, but the file creation and the data that I have written previously, it is in the staging area. Now I want to check the difference between these two things. So now if I want to check the difference between these two things, means what I need to do, so I need to write git diff. So if I try to check the changes, so what it is trying to give, so here you will be able to understand. So diff, it is trying to give a/contact.txt and b/contact.txt. So it is the name, file name given. So contact.txt, it is the name, it is the changes it is trying to check, and this is the hash value that is created. Why? Because in order to check the changes, it will be creating. This is the file number index, so it will be constant like that only. And here -a contact.txt it is trying to give, and the plus is in the files it is trying to give. And here if you are able to see, these are the chunks. So it is starting from the first line in the a/contact.txt, and it is showing the number of lines. It is only one line. And here this is in the, what we can say, this one is second one, b/contact.txt is nothing but the file present in the working area. So now it is telling that the changes made here, the second line. So now if you try to see the staging, in the staging area, the file contact.txt which is already present, it is in the contact page details, but the changes made again is the plus icon that as I have newly added in the working area. So this is the diff it is trying to give. So now we have seen the changes. Now what I will try to do, git status, if I try to check, so now we have the changes that is in the staging area and also in the contact.txt, it is in the working area. Now I want to check the file content.txt, the changes present in the staging area and the repository area. In the repository area, up to now the content.txt file is not present, but I want to check the difference. So now how can I check the difference here? So now what I will try to write, git diff hyphen stage. So if I try to write here, see it is telling that index is 000. That means in the repository the file not yet existed. So that is the reason it is showing 000, and it is trying to tell new file mode, and 100644 is a constant, like that it will be showing the file number index. And here 641673 is the repository, that is the hash name, and here it is telling the /dev/done, nothing is present in the repository, and ++, this is the thing is saying. Now in the staging area we have only the contact page details. This is the only line that I have added in the staging area. But in the, what we can say, in the working area, what it is having, again another line is there, that is nothing but the changes made by, again changes made. That is the line, it is present in the working area only. That is not present in the staging area. So that is the reason it is showing contact page details, only the new line added in the staging area. So this is the difference it is showing between the repository and the, what we can say, in the staging area. Now I want to see the changes present in the repository and also in the working area. So what I can do, git diff head, I can write git diff head. So now what it is trying to say, in the repository nothing, now no file is present, okay fine, but in the working area we have a file, that 2 lines has been added in the working area. So this is also the line which is not present in the working repository, and it is present in the working area, and changes. These are the 2 lines that has been added, it is trying to show. Okay, so this is the changes. So you need to remember, so these are the changes you need to check. So now what I can do, so now what I will try to do is git status. So now what I will try to do is git commit -m contact file added. So I will write something like this. So if I try to see, so one file is added to the commit, so that is in the repository area, it went to the repository area. Now if I try to check the status, if I try to check the status here, so now in the staging area nothing is there, it has went into the repository area, but still in the working area we have contact.txt, that is nothing but the second line is present here. Now if I want to check the git diff here, so git diff, so now what is the git diff it is showing? Git diff, it shows between the working area and the staging area. So now in the working area the new file has been added rather than the staging area it is trying to show. So now if I want to check git diff -stage, it doesn't show anything. Why? Because in the stage we don't have the contact.txt file, it doesn't move to the stage file. Now if I want to check between the repository and the working area, now if you try to check the difference between the repository area and the working area, so we type the command git diff head, here you will be able to see that changes made again, it is present in the working area only, it is not present in the staging area. So this is how we will be checking the changes between the, what we can say, working area, staging area and the repository area. So for example, if I type git status and if I try to move it to the staging area, so git add content.txt, so again I am moving it to the staging area, let's clear it. And if I try to check the status again, so now this has been moved into the staging area. Now if you try to check git diff, now nothing changes will come. Why? Because in the working area we haven't made any changes. So now in the staging area only it is there. So if I want to check the difference between staging area and the repository area, what I need to do, git diff -staged. So now it will give you the difference between staging area and the repository area. So this is the line that has been added and it is in the staging area. Now if I try to check git diff head, now this is the changes made again in the repository area and the working area. So we are able to see. Okay, so this is all about how we will be making the changes. Okay, so now in the working area we have already present, right, in the working area. So this is the difference we are able to get. This is how we will be checking the git diff. So we have seen that working area and the staging area and the repository area, and also working area and the repository area also we have seen. So this is how we will be using the git diff command. Hope you understood about the diff command. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to see how Git actually stores the data. So that means we are going on committing the files, we are adding the files, and we are committing the changes and everything we are able to see. We are able to see the status, we are able to see the log and everything we are able to see. But actually in the behind thing, how actually Git stores the data, let's try to see. Now here if you are able to see in this presentation, now the Git actually stores the data in the form of keys and values. So you need to understand that Git stores the data in the form of keys and values. That is nothing but Git is it's an object. So it stores all the data in the form of an object only. So that means Git is nothing but an object. So Git stores the data in the form of keys and values. Then you need to understand what is this key and what is this value. Value is nothing but the contents of the file. So what is the file, what is the content you are having the file. So that the value is nothing but the content of the file. And you give the value and it will calculate a key for it. So now when you give any value for this Git, it will calculate the key for it. The key is nothing but the hash. The hash is calculated using SHA1 algorithm. So what is this SHA1 algorithm? It is a 20 bytes hexadecimal digit actually. So now that means what is happening? So for example, here you will be able to see that, for example, let's take the content Leela WebDev. So we are having a content Leela WebDev. For this Leela WebDev, if you ask Git to generate a hash for this content, it will generate hash something like 20 digit number, something like this. So it could not be the correct hash, but the hash will be in such a way, it is like this. So that means SHA1 is a 20 bytes in the hexadecimal format. Not only the content of the file, the directories and so on, commits and everything has their own SHA1. SHA1 is nothing but the 20 bytes of hexadecimal digit format. So now every object in Git has its own SHA1. So this means we understood that every object in Git has its own SHA1. Now if you try to see in the practice, so now let's try to see it in the practice. So now what I will try to do is, so let me try to create a project. Here I am going into this one. So here we are in the Git projects, right? So already we have a project, sample project. What I will try to do, I will try to create a new project. So that means mkdir channel project, something, whatever the name you want, you can keep channel project. Let's go into the channel project. So we went into the channel project. Let me maximize this one. Yeah, I went into the channel project. Now if you try to see, let me clear. So now I need to initialize this one. So I need to initialize the Git into this one. So Git init. Now before initializing this one, if you try to go into the channel project and if you try to see the Git folder, everything is empty. The project is empty. Now what I will try to do, I will try to create Git init. Immediately if I type the command Git init, what it will happen? Now if you try to see, a Git folder has been created here. If you try to see, a Git folder has been created. In this Git folder, you will be able to see hooks, info, objects, reference. These are all the folders we are able to see. Now if you try to see here if you have a folder that is nothing but the objects. So as I already told you that Git is a object. So that means it consists of values, keys and values. Now now remember this folder thing. Now what I will try to do, I will create a new file that is nothing but what I can say is channel.txt. Okay. So I am creating a new file channel.txt. In this one, what I will try to save, Leela WebDev. Now I have written Leela WebDev and I have saved this one. Now what I will try to do here, let's try to check the status. Sorry, Git status. If I try to check the status, it is in the working area. It is not pushed into the staging area. Let's try to push it into the staging area. So now Git add channel.txt. So I have moved. So now I will commit the file. Git commit initial commit. Now I will. So now it has been committed. So perfect, done. So what has happened now? So as we already discussed that Git is an object, right? So where this data will be saved. So let's try to check. So now if you try to check Git log, okay. Now if I type, so here you will be able to see the commit what I have made. I have already told you, right? So everything is in a Git is an object. So key will be a hash and the value will be the data. So content. So either it may be a commit, either it may be a branch, either it may be the content, whatever it may be. Everything will be in the key value pair. Now here for this commit, it has a unique key. This is nothing but a SHA1 SHA1 data. So now in this SHA1, so where this, what is the use of this one? Let's try to see. So now if you go to the folder, okay, so let's open these objects. So if you try to see here, you will be able to see some folders has been created. Before we have only info and pack, but right now we have 3 folders, extra folders. So now these three folders, what it will represent is, if you try to see here, the first two digits 19. So this two digits is nothing but it is referencing to this folder 19 folder. Okay, so this is the folder. When you open this folder, you will be able to see some hash again, some hash, and inside some data will be there. Okay, let's try to do. So in order to decode this all the data, so let's try to copy this hash, and what I can do is git cat-file and let's paste this hash, okay, space -p. We'll try to see the content. Now if you try to see the data here, again we got another one, something like tree, and we got another hash here. Okay, so that means this commit hash is referencing to another hash. Now if you try to see here, the commit, the hash thing, this hash represents the commit, right? So who is the author, who has committed, and the timestamp, who is the committer, and who is the owner of this one, and what is the commit message. These three details we are able to see, and including these three details we are able to see some tree, and again this hash. Again, if you try to observe in the folder, if you come into the objects, here you have the first two letters C8. Again you will be able to see C8 here. So that means this 19 is linking tree to this C8. Now let's try to copy this C8. Okay, so let's copy this C8. Sorry, so let us copy this C8. I am copying this one, and what I will try to do, git cat-file, I will paste this hash again, and I will try to paste p. So now here you will be able to see the details that now the channel.txt. So this tree is referencing to the channel.txt, and this channel.txt has some unique hash. Okay, and this is of type blob. Okay, blob means this is the end. So this content, this hash is nothing but is storing the content. Now if you try to see, if you copy this one and if you try to do the same thing, git cat-file and just paste this hash, and if you try to do -p, now see, now you are able to see the data what you have committed. So that means the data what we have seen, the Leela web dev, is converted into the SHA1 data, that is nothing but a 305, and it is stored as a blob in the file. So now if you want to see this file 305 and all those things, now you will be able to see here 30 in this one you are having the data. Okay, so this is the hash, it is been converted into the blob. So now you will be able to understand that this is the commit file, and this commit file is linking to this C8 tree, and this C8 is linking to this blob. So this is the channel.txt file. So like this it has been linked. Now here in this C8 you will be having all the types of links. So if you are having multiple folders, means you will be having here multiple folders. So this is the way how you will be able to debug the code. So now this way the Git actually stores the data. So hope you understood about this one. So what is happening? So every commit, everything, you need to remember this main important thing. Everything in the Git log, it will be stored as a SHA1. Okay, SHA1 code, hash code. This is a hash code. So the commit has an hash code. If you want to know what is present inside this hash code, just type git cat-file and this command and space -p, so that you will be able to see the data. So this is a tree. Tree is nothing but it doesn't contain the data. It references another hash. So now when you try to do this one, git -hash, git cat-file, so decode the hash means, then you will get another hash representing the data. So this is the actual hash which contains the content. So now when you try to decode this hash code, you will be able to see the content in the channel.txt. So now this channel.txt file, so this hash has been converted. Okay, hope you understood this one. So how the Git stores the data in the repository. So now this is nothing but this entire Git is nothing but the repository. So this Git is nothing but the repository, this Git folder, and in this Git folder you will be able to find all the recording changes. So every changes what you have did, so it will be saved in the form of objects, and you will be having like reference like this. Hope you understood this one. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to see some of the commands. That is nothing but what I can say is move command and also the restore command. So what is this move command actually? So for example, here if I try to type ls, here, what you will be able to see, you will be able to see the channel.txt. So now if I try to check the status is fine, nothing is there. Now what I will try to do, I want to rename this file. So I want to rename that channel.txt to channel.html. How can I rename? So we already know the command mv. So move channel.txt to channel.html. So moving is nothing but renaming only in the Linux commands and everything. So now if I try to change here, so now if I click on enter, now if you try to check ls, so the file name has been changed from .txt extension to the .html extension. Now if you try to see git status, so now if you try to check the git status, so I will try to clear it out and I will try to type again the command git status. Now here if you try to see the status, the channel.txt file is deleted and a new file channel.html has been added. But we know ourselves that we didn't delete the channel.txt file, just we renamed the file from channel.txt to channel.html. But the Git will not able to understand. So what it will try to do, so it thinks that channel.txt file has been deleted and the channel.html file has been added. It is thinking like this. So now what I will try to do, let's try to add these two files. So first I will add git add channel.html to the staging area. So if I now add this one to the staging area, if I try to check the git status, git space status, now it is telling that channel.html has been moved to the staging area, but still the channel.txt is deleted, is in the working directory only. So now I need to move this channel.txt to the staging area also. So now what I will try to do, let me clear here and let me try to add git add channel.txt also. So now if I try to add this one, so if I try to check the git status, so now we have added channel.html to the staging area and also the channel.txt to the staging area. So now if I try to check the git status, now see surprisingly what Git has understood, that channel.txt has been renamed to the channel.html. So that means Git will automatically understand that when you are renaming the file, so first it will show you the deleted and added file, but after moving into the staging area, it will try to compare these two files. Then it will realize that okay, the channel.txt has not been deleted, it has been renamed to the channel.html. It will be able to understand and it will try to show you that renamed channel.txt to channel.html. Now what I will try to do, here I can commit it directly, commit -m rename channel file. Okay, so now we have been committed. So now if I try to check the git status, so now nothing is there. So if I try to check the ls, so we are able to see the channel.html file. Now this one is about this move. So but in the Git itself we have a move command, that is nothing but what we can say is git mv channel.html. This time I am renaming channel.html already present to channel.txt. So if I try to rename this one channel.html to channel.html, in order to rename channel.html to channel.txt file. So if I press enter here, now see what will happen. Now if I try to press enter, see now if I try to check the status, see automatically it moved into the staging area and it has told that renamed channel.html to the channel.txt. So it has automatically moved into the staging area. So git move. So now Git will able to realize, this is the short command, what we can say is git move channel.html to channel.txt, so that Git will understand that okay, we are renaming the file from this one to this one and it automatically add it into the staging area. So this is the command you need to remember. So if you try to normally do the move command and all those things, you need to manually add everything and all those things you need to do. Automatically Git will realize. But here git move command, just you are intimating the Git itself, you are telling the Git itself that we are trying to rename the channel.html file to the channel.txt file, so that git move will automatically add it to the staging area also without typing the git add command and all those things. Now if you try to commit it, so channel renamed or something like this, whatever the name you want, you can give it, channel rename. Okay, so now this has been committed. So this is the move command. So this one is for renaming the files in the Git we will be using this git move command. Now I will show you another command also. So now here we are having ls channel.txt is there. Now what I will try to do this channel here, what I can do is, so let's try to edit this channel content. So I am writing 1 2 3 something like this and saving escape colon wq, and here if I try to check the status here, so it is in the working directory, it is in untracked file. Now what I will try to do, git add channel.txt file. Okay, so I have added. Now if I want to check git status, so it is in the modified staging area. So if I want to move, if I want to remove this file from the staging area, what I need to do is just I need to use git restore. So I need to move from the staging place hyphen staged and the name of the file. So now if I click it like this, so now it will, what it will happen is, so now it will move from the staging area to the unstaging area. So this has moved into the working directory. Now if you want to restore this file also, what I can do, just you can type git restore channel.txt, just like the diff command. So now if I try to restore, now if you try to check the git status, nothing is there. Now if I want to check vi channel.txt, so now what is the content I have written, that has been gone away. So now for using this git restore command, we can revert the changes what we have did. Okay, so this is about the restore command. So if you want to revert the changes from the staging area, just you can write git restore hyphen staged the file name, and also if you want to restore the file from the working directory, so if you want to revert the changes what you have written from the working directory, means just you can write git restore the file name. So these are the two commands you need to remember. So first one is the move command. When we are trying to rename the files and all those things, just we can directly use git move command, the file, the source file and the destination file. And the another one is the restore command, which you want to revert the files from the staging area and also from the working directory area. So these are the two commands you need to understand. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to learn about one of the important concepts, that is nothing but the Git branching. What is this Git branching? As you have already seen that when we have already created a project using the Git init. So when we have initialized a Git repository in a project, automatically a default branch has been created automatically by the Git. That is nothing but the master branch. So that is also one type of branch only. So what we can say, master, as the name indicates, as the name itself indicates, it's a master. So master branch, it is the main branch. Now not only the Git, we can also create our own customized branch when we need to create a branch. Okay, so when we need to create a branch is, for example, if you are trying to develop a new feature, so in order to get individual line of development, so that means you are having more number of collaborators means number of developers or the programmers working on the same project. So now everyone's code should not affect with the other's code. So that means everyone should not come and commit in the master. So automatically if you commit in the master, the code may contain bugs or may not contain bugs. If it contains the bug, entire the project line who are following that master branch, everything will be collapsed. So every programmers in their project, it will not work. So that is the reason every programmer, when they have started to develop a new feature, so they will take a branch from the existing master branch. Okay, so they will start to develop their own line of development, and after completion of the development, they will combine that code whatever they have committed in that branch into the master, so that now any people who are working on the master can take that updated code when that feature has been completed. So for that reason we will be creating a branch. So now let's try to see in the visualization how the things will happen. For example, right now this is the master branch. Okay, so this one automatically git will be automatically created when we initialize the project. So the master, the branch latest commit, here is the master, and also head is nothing but what we can say is it is a current pointer. So where is our current pointer reference is marking. So now it is marking to the master, and this is the commit, it is head is referencing. Now what I will try to do, I will try to commit. So just assume that I am committing here. So when I immediately committed, a new hash has been created. So here you'll be able to see the hash, a new commit has been created, and the master has been moved to the next latest commit what I have committed, and the head also automatically moved here. So you will be able to understand this one, right? So now what is the thing I am doing right now here? I am doing the commits in the master branch. Okay, you need to understand that. So whatever the things we have did previously in the previous videos, we committed the code everything in the master branch. Now what I want to do, I want to create a new feature in this project. Okay, right now the project is in the master here. So now I want to create a new feature, something feature I want to create. So let's assume that I don't want to mess up the master branch. I want to create a separate branch so that my line of my commits will be in a separate thing, so that it will not affect the master branch. So how we can create a branch? Here nothing but git checkout -b and the branch name. So let's assume that I am creating a login feature. Okay, so I have created a login feature. Now what I will try to do, I will try to create git checkout -b. So now see, from the master, so where the code is referencing the master, where the commit is referencing the master, from there you have been created a new branch with the name login feature, and head is pointing to that login feature. Now you will need to understand that head is pointing to this login feature. Now what I want to do, I will try to commit again. So git checkout -b, whenever you have checked out means you moved into the branch login feature. Now you are on the branch login feature. Now what I will try to do, I will try to commit something. So now I have committed. So now see, the master has been left behind only. The head and the login feature branch has been committed with a new commit. You need to understand this one. Now afterwards what I will try to do, I will do another commit. So now the head is moving afterwards with the login branch. So that means the head is there with the branch, with the login feature branch. Now what I want to do, I want to commit something in the master. Okay, I want to move back to the master. The code what is there previously, I want to move back to the master. I want to commit something in that master. So now what I need to do is, so I need to write git checkout, okay, to move to the master branch. So I need to give the branch name to where I need to move the master. Now what it will happen, automatically the head will move to the master. See, automatically what has happened, the pointer has been moved to the master branch. Now what I need to do here, so if I want to make a commit, now whatever the commits I will be making, so that will be committed in the master branch, not in the login feature branch. So now I will commit it again. If I commit it again, if you try to observe, see, from the master, separate commit has been created and head is on the master branch. So whatever the commits you will be making, it will be made on the master branch. So it will not at all affect with the login feature. So you will be having a separate path in the master, and also the branch is also a separate. So this is the way the branch. So you can have as many branches you want. So if you want, you can create from the master. If you want to create another branch from the master, you can create it again here. Git checkout sign up. So you can create sign up feature, something like this. Okay. Now sign up feature branch has been created. Now what I will try to do, so now the head is in the sign up feature branch. Now what I will try to do, I will commit in the sign up feature again. See, now from the master, sign up feature has been created. Now what I will try to do, I can go back to the login feature and I will do some work here. So now git checkout login feature, I will move to the login feature. Login feature. So head has moved to the login feature. So I can commit something here. See, the commit is moving like this. Now I can go back to the master, git checkout master. So git checkout master, and now the head is in the master. I can commit here. So now each one is having a separate way. So each one will be having their separate way of coding. So I can go back to the git checkout sign up feature. So I can commit it here also. So now each one is having a separate branches. See, you are having a 3 ways here. So this is nothing but the branching. So master has a separate branch, and sign up feature has a separate branch, and login feature is also having a separate branch. So now this is about the branching thing. So you need to understand the main concepts, reasons behind the branching. So what is happening here? So we have created from the master, we have created 2 branches, sign up feature and the login feature. So whenever you want to whenever you want to do on the separate feature means, you can directly do it like this. So you can go on commits, all commits will be in a separate branch. it will not affect the master. Whoever will be taking the master, your code will not be reflected in the master, so they will not have their code. Once your branch and everything is committed, so everything is completed, so your branch and everything is completed, you can take this branch and you can merge it in the master, so that your all commits will come into the master. So as long as you have completed all the things in the branches only, in the branch only, then you can merge it into the master. Okay, so this is how you will be working on the branches. So in the next video, what we will try to do is, we will try to do the practical implementation. So we'll try to do the practical implementation of the branches, how the branch will work. Okay, so this is how the branches works in the Git. So hope you understood about the branching concepts. In the next video, you will see the practical implementation. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see the practical implementation of the branching in the Git projects. So right now I am creating a new project. So let me create a folder for this one. So let's assume that I am creating a e-commerce project. Okay, so e-commerce project. So let's move on to this project. Okay, I am initializing the Git. These are all the common working flow. So here it has initialized the Git empty repository. As soon as I initialized the Git, master branch has been created. So right now we are in the master branch. So what I will try to do, I will try to create vi index.txt. Okay, so I will create a file index.txt. So in this index.txt, I will write that, so working on the e-commerce project, something like this we will write. Okay, so close. So I have saved. So let's check the status. So if I try to check the status, git status, so it is in the working area. Now I will try to add git add dot. If you try to give the git add dot, it will add every files, everything, whatever the files is there in the working area, it will be automatically added into the staging file. So there is no need to mention each file name. So if you keep dot, means it will add all the files, modified files, into the staging area. Now if I try to see the git status, so here it is in the staging area. So now what I will try to do, so here I will commit git commit -m. So I can write initial commit. Okay, so I have committed the file. So in the master we have made a initial commit. So now if I try to check the log, git log, so we will be able to see the commit. So every action will be having one unique ID, right? So SHA1. So this is the commit. So right now the head is in the master. So if you want to see it in the one line, so you can write git log -, one line. Sorry, not online, one line. Okay, you'll be able to see that hash, 5-digit hash, and also here head is in the master and initial commit we have made. So right now I am in the master. Now what I will try to do, I will try to create a new branch from here. So I want to implement a new feature, that is nothing but the login feature. So let me clear out this one all. Okay, I am creating a branch. So for creating a branch, I need to do git checkout -b. So let's assume that login _ feature. I have created a new branch, login _ feature. So I have switched to a new branch. So new branch has been created and it is switched back to the login feature. Right now if you try to see here, I am in the branch login feature. So previously I was in the master before checkout. Right now I am in the login feature after checkout. So now if I try to check the git log, okay, git log, so one commit is there and the head is pointing to the login feature. Okay, and the master is also the same commit. So the same commit is in the login feature and the master head. So as we have seen in the pictorial representation previously, the same representation it is there. So now what I will try to do here, in this one I will try to create a new folder, that is nothing but login. Okay, so mkdir login, and in this login cd login, I will go into the login and I will create vi login.txt file. Okay, so here I can write something like implementing login feature. Okay, so now designed the UI. Okay, here HTML. So like this we'll write, and I am saving this one. So if I try to check the status, okay, if I try to check the status here, So it is in here. So now we need to go back, and here if you try to see the status, so login has been there. So just add it everything at a time. So everything will be added, and if you try to see the status again, so it is good. No need to check all the time status. Just I am showing you that whether the file has been added. It is in the staging area. Now what I will try to do is git commit -m. So implement login feature UI. Okay. So now I have committed. So now successfully we have committed. Now if you try to check git log, so now we are able to see the two commits. Before, this one is in the master. So this is the master, this is the branch, this is the commit where the master branch is there. Now this is the new commit, and the head is in the login feature. So previously how we have seen. So if you try to see git log -one line, now you will be able to understand easily. So now in the previous commit, the master is there in the previous commit only, in the initial commit. Now the head has been moved, and the login feature, new implement login feature UI is there. Okay, now I have committed a new thing here. Now what I will try to do, so let's move, so let's clear it out. I want to go back to the master. So now if you try to see the ls command, so here index.txt file is there, and also a new folder has been there in the login folder, and in this login folder if you try to see, there is a login.txt. So we are implementing a login functionality in the login feature branch. So now let's go back here. So now I will go back to the master branch. So git checkout master. So here I have switched back to the master. So in order to change the branches, what we need to do, we need to type the command git checkout master. So I have switched to the branch master. Right now I am in the master branch here. So now if I check the ls here, see only the index.txt file is there. So previously if I type the ls command, the login folder is also there, but here right now in the master only the login file is there. So why? Because so the login file and the commits, everything is there in the login feature. So if you try to check the git log here, you will be able to see only one commit. Okay, initial commit only. So the commit what we have made, that is in the login feature branch only. So that is the reason in the master branch that commit is not there. So that is the reason it is not visible. So if you try to see git log -one line, okay. So now here only the one commit is there. Now what I will try to do, I will try to do some changes in the master itself. So now what I will do is, so vi index.txt, okay, I will open this file, changes done in the index file, something like this. I am writing some lines. Okay, so I will, so I will try to save it. Okay, I have saved it. So if I try to check the status, it is in the master branch, you need to remember. So now I am adding everything. Okay, so now I am committing minor bug fixes or something like this. Okay, minor bug fixes, so minor bug fixes. Okay, so now I have committed. So now if you try to check git log -one line, okay, you need to remember that minor bug fixes I have committed in the master branch. So now the head is in the master branch. Now what I want to do, so now I want to move back to the login feature. Again I need to work in the login feature. So now when I move back to the login feature, what we need to do, so now I can git checkout master. Okay, sorry, not master, login_feature. Okay, so now I shifted back to the login_feature. Now what I can do, if I check git log -one line, now the minor bug fixes is not there here. See the commit what I have made in the master branch, minor bug fixes. So that bug fixes is not there in the login feature. You will be able to observe. So and another thing what I can say is, so whatever the commits you are making in the master, it will be there in the master branch only. Whatever the commits you are making in the branch, another branch, login feature branch, it will be there in the login branch only. Okay, so now if you try to see, so these are the things, and that's it. So now in the master branch, if you want to go, you can go back and you can create another branch also. Now if I want to check what are the branches is there here, if you type here, see you will be able to see the list of all branches. What are the branches present in this project? You will be able to see all the list of branches. So you need to type the command git branch. So now the green color, it is representing that is the current branch right now you are pointing, and the master branch is also there here. So this is the practical implementation of the git branching. So in the next video, we will try to explore some more concepts in the branching thing. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn little bit deeper about the branches concept. Now, if you try to see the projects or the previous project, e-commerce project, what we have seen, if you try to see if you want to see the list of branches, so you can write git branch and you will be able to see the list of branches here. So how the git able to know that these are all the list of branches? So how it is populating these all the things? So let's go to the git repository and we'll try to see. So previously we have seen, right, how the commits are being saving, how the hash objects are being saving in the git repository. We have seen how the commits are getting saved, how the data is getting saved. We have seen in the same scenario how the branches are being saved. So let's try to see. So if you go to the git repository, here is our e-commerce project, and if you try to see here, if you go into the git repository, here you will be able to see objects folder, and in this object folders you will be able to see all the commits. So with the first two letters as a hash, we will be able to see. But the branches thing, if you go here, so we have already learned that branches are nothing but a reference. So here you will be able to see the refs folder. In this refs folders, if you try to open, and here you will be able to see the folder heads. So this is the heads folder. You will try to see the heads folder. If you click on this heads folder, and here you will be able to see two files that are nothing but login feature and the master. So master is nothing but it is also a branch. So that is reason. So a file has been created, and this login feature has been created. So these are the two branches. So that means whenever we create a branch, automatically a file will be created in the git repository in the refs and the heads folder. So now what we'll try to do is we'll try to create another branch. So in order to create a branch, so not to move into that branch, so we just only to create a branch, what we will try to do is git branch space branch, okay, and here you can give something like dummy branch. Okay, I'm giving a name dummy branch, and if I click enter here, so now I will stay in this login feature branch only, but the branch will be created. If you want to see the list of branches, you can directly print the login feature and the dummy branch and the master branch. These are the three branches. So that means if you go here into the folder, now here you will be able to see another file dummy branch here. So that means, so this is the way how the git will be creating the files for these branches. Now if you want to see the contents inside this branch, what is the content present inside this branch? So if you try to see here, so now let's try to write cat.git, okay, .refs, and inside the heads you'll be able to see, and I want to see the master. Okay, what is the master code, what is the master present? So here you'll be able to see the hash, some hash object. So commit id, you'll be able to see the id. Now if I try to print git log, okay, and here we are having some data. Okay, so these are the commits that has been done in the login feature branch. Now if you try to see, if you want to see the data present in this one, so for example if I clear this one all, okay, so if I write git log, okay, now here you remember 0 1, this one is there, right? So now if I want to check the data present inside the login feature branch, so cat.git slash heads slash refs slash heads slash, so I want to check the thing present here, login feature. If I click here, you see the commit hash, whatever the commit hash it is, the head is in the login feature. Okay, so the same data is saved here. So that means it is referencing to some commit, to one commit ID. Okay, so in this data it will be having, so this tree it is referencing. In the same scenario, if you want to see the dummy branch also, you will be able to see. So dummy branch, okay, so dummy branch. Now you will be able to see the same commit it is accessing. Now if I want to go, so git checkout master, okay, I will go to the master, and in this master you will try to see git log. If I press git log, here AC is there, right? So this is the commit, this is the hash ID which is present in the branch file. So if I want to check git heads master, okay, so now AC04, so this is the commit it is pointing, the master is pointing. So this is how the data what it is present in this one is nothing but the hash object ID, and this hash object ID, the data for that hash object ID, where it will be present in the git in the object. So here you will be able to see the data. So this is how the reference will be having. So now if you try to see, if I clear this one all, now here if I type branch, git branch, okay, so now here the master branch is in the green color, so it is in the highlight color. So how come this git able to know that I am present in this branch? So like, how come git able to know? So this, how come git able to know is, so if you type here, if you go here, this is because of the head. So where is that head present? It is nothing but what we can say is in the .git, here you will be having the head. Okay, so this is the head. So now if you want to see the contents of the head, what is the contents of the head present? So now I can write cat.git head. Okay, so now he will be able to see here, it is referencing to the file that is nothing but refs/heads/master. This is nothing but refs folder, heads folder, master. This is the branch where we have been there. So now if I shift the branch, git branch, what we can say, we will go to the dummy branch. Okay, so I went, git checkout. So if you want to move out, so what we need to do, we need to write git checkout. So dummy branch. So we shifted back to the dummy branch. So now if I want to check that head file, so what could be the head file here? Now it's referencing to the dummy branch. So just simply what the git will think is, whatever the head it is referencing to the branch, that branch will be highlighted in the green color. Now it is referencing to the dummy branch. Now if I try to type git branch here, the dummy branch will be in the green color. Okay, so this is how the branching will work behind the scenes. Now what we'll try to do is, so now I didn't like this dummy branch name. Okay, I want to rename this dummy branch name. So how can I rename this one? So what we can do is git branch -m. Okay, so what I can do here, dummy underscore branch. I will change it to new branch, new underscore branch instead of this one, new branch. So if I press enter, see automatically the dummy branch has been changed to the new branch. If I try to press git branch, so you will have the new branch as the same. This is how we will be renaming the branches. Now the same scenario, we can have the delete feature also. So if you want to have the delete feature, how we can do is, so now if I am in the new branch, what I will try to do is, so git branch -d, so -d is for delete, and what you can type new underscore branch. So what it is trying to tell, it is telling that cannot delete the branch. Why? Because we are already existing in that branch and we are trying to delete the branch which we are right now checked out. So now we need to move it to a separate branch in order to delete that new branch. So what we can do, git checkout master. So I move to the master. Now what I will try to do, git branch -d new underscore branch. Okay, I will try to delete. So now what it is trying to tell, so it is trying to tell that the branch new underscore branch is not fully merged. So now not fully merged means, so for example what we will try to do is, so leave it that one. So now we will try to check the branches again. So what I will try to do, I will try to create a branch. Okay, git branch, delete branch or something like this I will create. Okay, so I have created a branch. Now I want to delete this branch. So what I can delete is, so now git branch -d delete branch. Okay, this is the branch. So automatically this has been deleted. So when we have created this one, so now what I will try to do is, I will try to create the same branch like this, delete branch. So now I will move into the delete branch here. Okay, so delete branch, I moved into the delete branch. Now what I will try to do here, so I will try to commit some code. So now vi, so what I can do is, so here let's try to check the files. Yeah, okay, vi index.txt. So I changed some files. So now, so I will write some one here and I will try to save it. So let's try to check the status. So now I will try to add it into the staging area. Now here I will commit -m. So I can write test commit or something like this. Okay, test commit. So I am committing the file. So now I committed the code in the delete branch. You need to remember. So I committed some code in the delete branch. Now I will move it to the master. Okay, so I moved it to the master. Now I want to delete this delete branch. But you need to remember that I have committed some changes in the delete branch. So now when I try to delete that branch, automatically all the changes what I have done, all the commits what I have did in that delete branch will be automatically deleted. Now if I try to do the same thing, git branch git branch, sorry, hyphen d delete underscore branch. If I try to delete, it will be saying that the branch delete underscore branch is not fully merged with the master. So that means there are some changes that has been done in the delete branch. If you want to delete, automatically you cannot delete it. If you want to delete, please use this command hyphen capital D. So then the changes what you have did, all the things will be deleted from the delete branch. So this is the thing it is saying. So previously also for the branch there are some commits changes that has been not merged with the master. So that is the reason it is telling. So now what we need to do, so if you are you sure you want to delete means you can delete. So Git tries to tell us suggestion that so you are trying to delete a branch which could not be deleted. So there are some data which could be useful in the future. So you have did already some commits. So if you are sure that you want to delete means just use capital D here. Okay. So now I deleted the branch. So now it will be successfully deleted. So this is how we will be deleting the branch in the Git. So now we have seen the renaming, how to rename the branch, and also how to delete the branch, and how the branches references are actually saved in the Git also we have seen. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video we will learn about the merging the two branches. So why we need to do the merging of the two branches. For example, see here this is our visualization of the Git, and here we are having a master branch. Now what I will try to do, I will commit something in the master branch. Okay, so we have committed, the head has moved and also the master has moved to the latest commit. So fine, up to here it's fine. Now what I will try to do, I will try to create a branch, something like login feature. So I want to start a new concept, login feature, so that I don't want to mess up the master branch. I am creating a branch from the master branch. So right now if you want to check from which branch I am taking, so you can check that I am able to see that is a master branch. Now I will try to create a branch. So git branch login feature. So I am creating a login feature. So if you try to see here, the head is in the master, but the new branch has been created. Let's try to move the head to the login feature also, so that whatever the commits we are making, we should be able to know, know that we are committing in the login feature branch only. Now in order to move the head to the branch, so we need to use git checkout login underscore feature. Okay, so now head has moved to the login feature. Now what I will try to do here, I will commit some logics. Okay, so we are committing some code. Okay, so after some time, after some commits and all those things, we are sure that login feature, the feature what we have implemented for the login functionality, it's completed. Now we need to merge the total code, login feature code, into the master. Okay, so that the master will have the latest login feature functionality also. Now in order to merge this login feature into the master, so we need to understand two things, target and the source. The target is nothing but the master, and the source is nothing but the login feature. So we need to merge the source into the target. So in order to merge the source into the target, what we need to do, first let's check out into the target, that is nothing but the master. Okay, I have moved the head to the master. Now into this master I need to merge login feature branch. So what I need to do here, so we need to use the command git merge login underscore feature. Okay, that's it. So now if you try to use this command, automatically the master and the head will be moved. So if you click here, see, automatically the master and login feature, the master and the head has automatically moved to the login feature branch. Now the master login feature, now the master also has the login feature code, and you will be able to see here you have performed a fast forward merge. So fast forward merge, why we have what is it representing is, in the master, so what we have did, when we took the branch login underscore feature, we didn't have any commits in the master. Okay, so when this login feature is completed, the master where it is, it doesn't have any new commits into the master. So that is the reason it has moved to the fast forward merge. Okay, so just what it will try to do, it will try to move the pointer to the login feature latest commit. That's it. Now what I will try to do is, so now we are in the master. Okay, now I will try to create another branch, git checkout -b. Okay, so I will create something like dummy branch or something like this. Okay, So I have created a dummy branch, and now what I will try to do here, I will do some commits. Okay, so I will do some commits. That's it. So dummy branch, this one is completed. Now I want to merge this dummy into the master. So but now if you merge it means, if you merge into the master means, what will happen? Automatically it will do the fast forward merge. Why? Because in the master, while we took the, after we took the branch, no commits has been made. Now let's try see some commits has been made into the master. So I moved to the Git checkout master. Now I have made some commits in the master. Okay, while we are developing this dummy branch, while the development is going on in the dummy branch, so in the master some commits has been happened. Okay, so now it has moved into a separate version, separate branch, and this dummy branch is a separate thing. Now what I will try to do, now I want to merge this dummy into the master. So what we can do, automatically git merge dummy. Okay, so when we merge this dummy, automatically what it has happened, see, now this one has not applied fast forward merge. So this one has not applied the fast forward merge. So what is happened? So it has applied. So now a new commit has been created, and these two commits has been merged into this new commit. Okay, so this one is called as a recursive merge. Okay, so this is the way, this is how it will happen. Okay, now what we'll try to do, so let's check out into the get checkout login underscore feature. Okay, so now I checked into the login underscore feature. Now I want to merge master into the login feature. Then what will happen? It will happen a fast forward approach. Why? Because in the login feature, while we merged into the master, nothing has happened. No commits has been made in the login feature branch. So now if you try to merge the master into this one, so now see the head and login feature will move to the master automatically. Okay, it has done a fast forward merge. Okay, so this is the about the merging concept. Now let's try to see in the visual practical representation how we can apply this fast forward merge and the recursive merge. So now if you try to go here, so here we are having something like let's move to the Git projects, let's move to the e-commerce project, something we are having, right? So let's move here. So now what are the branches we are having here? So if you type git branch, you will be able to get the branches, login feature, new branch, and the master we are having. So let's try to check the status. So nothing is there in the branch master, so everything is clean. Now what I will try to do, I will try to create a branch. So something like git checkout -b. I am creating something like what we can say, new feature. So I will implement a new feature. So now it has moved to the branch. So now I will clear it, this one all. So now what I will try to do, I will try to add, so ls, if I try to check the ls, index.txt file only is there. So I will create a new file, something like new.txt. So here what I will try to write is, so new file added, something like this. So let's close it, save and close it, and here let's try to check the status. So now it will be in the modified. So now new file has been added. So let's try to add it everything, git add dot, and here git commit -m. So new file added. So now we have committed something in the new feature branch. So now let's go to the master. So in the new feature, what we have tried to implement, so it is completed. Now we need to merge it into the master. So what we need to do, so let's go out of the master. Okay, so master here. So now I switch it back to the master. So now what I will try to do here, I will merge the new underscore feature. Okay, new underscore, sorry, what we can say, yeah, new underscore feature. So now automatically what it is telling, so it is updating, and here you will be able to see it is a fast forward. Why? Because in the master we didn't made any commits. So it is a fast forward, and the new text file has been added into the master. For example, here what I will try to do is, so here I will create another branch, something like git branch. Okay, so dummy branch or something like this. I will create another branch, dummy branch. Okay, so now I have created a new branch. After creating the branch, we have committed something in the master branch. So here what I will try to do, ls. So let's open vi index.txt. Okay, so now I will write changes done or something like this, and I will try to save it. Okay, git add, I will try to add, and git commit -m index file changes. Okay, so now in the master it has been completed. Now let's check out git checkout, or we can say dummy branch. Okay, so dummy underscore branch. Okay, so now I switch it back to the dummy underscore branch. So let's try to commit here also. I will try to create something like dummy.html or dummy.txt file I will create. So now here I will write dummy file and I will try to save it. So now here also we have added the files. So let's try to commit these all the files. Dummy file. Okay, so now I have created here. Now I want to merge this dummy branch into the master. So what I will try to do, git checkout master, and here we need to merge the dummy branch into the master. So what I will try to do, git merge dummy branch. Okay, git merge dummy branch. So I am merging the dummy branch here. So now here what it will try to do, so okay, fine. So it is asking us the message. So now we can press enter for this one. Okay, or we can save it. So automatically it has merge made by the recursive strategy. So a new commit has been made. So we have explained you, right? So here a new commit has been made. So this is the new commit. For this commit it has asked us a message to write. So we have given the automatically message what it has been created. We have given the message so that a new commit has been created with the merge what we have did. Why? Because in the master there are changes and in the branch also there are changes. So when we try to merge this dummy branch into the master, these two changes has to be merged into another new commit. So that is the reason. So it has made a new commit has been made. So if you try to check the git log here, so here if you try to check, so here a new commit has been able to see that merge branch. This is the dummy file commit we have committed, index file changes, this is the commit we have made, and here you will be able to see a new commit has been made with the name merge branch dummy branch. Okay, so now the head is in the master and the dummy branch here is only it is there. So this is new feature, the head is new feature branch is there, here only the commit is. Okay, so this is the merging thing. So how we will be merging the concept, this is the thing. So now another concept will come. What is this? In the branch, if you have changed the same file that is in the master, and in the master also you have changed the same file, so then how we can represent this one? So then there could be a conflicts between the files. So which one need to take? There will be a conflicts. So which so how to take these two things means let's how to resolve these two conflicts. Let's try to resolve it in the next video. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see how to resolve the merge conflicts that will be occurred when we are merging the two branches. So normally what will happen is, so we have seen already the two types of merging concepts, methods, fast forward and also the recursive method approach we have seen. But in the master branch, if one file has been changed, and also in the branch which you are going to merge into the master, the same file has been changed in that branch also, then the Git will not do the automatic merging concept. So it will ask us that conflict has been raised. So which one to take the data? So for me, I am unable to decide. So just decide by yourself. It will ask us to decide us. So there we will raise the conflicts. So then we need to resolve the conflicts and we need to commit that one. So now in order to resolve the how to resolve the concepts, let's try to see in the practical representation. So here what I will try to do is, so here let me clear out this and all the things. Yeah, okay. I am in the Git projects. So I am starting a new project, mkda or something like blog project. Okay, let's assume that we are starting a blog project. Let's go into the blog project. Okay, so I am initializing the Git. So Git has been initialized. So Git initializer means .git folder has been created automatically. Now what you will be having automatically the master branch. You need to remember that you will be having a master branch by default. Now what I will try to do, so let's try to create vi index.txt file. Okay, so I am creating a new file, index.txt file, and in this one I will write, so created new file index. Okay, so I am writing some content and I am saving the content. Okay, let me add this one. So fine, so let commit, so -m, so index file add. Okay, so now committed is completed. So now if you try to check the Git status, nothing is there, and if you try to see the Git log, so one commit has been done here. So you'll be able to see the commit here, index file add. Now what I will try to do, so I will try to create a branch from the master. So now let's try to create a branch. I will try to create a feature. So something like what I can do is git checkout -b, and here normally what we will do is if you are trying to create a feature branch, so feature slash some feature, so something like this we will be creating. Okay, so now let's try to create a branch, and in this one what I will try to do is, so I will try to change the same file index.txt, and here what I will try to do is here changes done in the feature branch. So I will be changing this file. Okay, let's remember that I have changed the index.txt file. So I am saving this one. So let's add this one and let's commit -m changes in index file feature. Okay, so let's write in the feature. So I have committed the changes. So done. In the branch I have committed some changes. Let's go to the master. Okay, so in the master the changes what I have did in the branch, it will not be exist. So here if I open vi index.txt file, see you will be having only created new file index only. So you will not able to see the changes what I have written the line. So changes done in the feature branch, we will be not able to see that line. So now what I will try to do, I will write the line, same line here, changes done in the master branch. Okay, so here I will write the same changes. Okay, wq, I will save it, and here let's add it this one, and let commit the code -m, so changes done in the master. Okay, oh sorry, changes done in the master. So now what I need to do, so okay, so changes done in the master. So we have committed the changes. So if I try to check the git log, you will be able to see here. So now what I need to do is, so now I need to merge the branch, feature branch into the master. So if I try to merge the branch into the feature branch, the same line we have changed there in the feature branch also, we have written something like changes done in the feature branch. But in the master also we are having a new change in that same file, that is nothing but changes done in the master. So now Git will unable to pick up which line I have to pick up. So whether I need to take the priority of the feature branch code or the master branch code. So now the choice is ours. So now the Git allows us to select one option, so which one I need to take. So now let's try to merge it. So git merge, what I can write, feature slash some feature. Okay, so here it has written. So now if I try to enter, so now here you will be able to see that auto merging. So it tried to do the auto merging index.txt file, but conflict has been raised. Conflict means, so I cannot able to merge the file index.txt file. Why? So fix conflicts and then commit the result. So it is telling that fix the conflicts by your own and then commit the result. Now what I will try to do, so let's try to check. So how can I check here? So if you try to print git status, then you will be able to see the conflicts files. So here modified index.txt file. So this is the file which we are having the conflict. So you will be able to see that one is a modified in the working area. Now let's open this index.txt. So now if I open this index.txt file, so if I open here you will be able to see some extra lines of code has been added by the Git automatically. So what is the lines that is added? So here you will be able to see some angle brackets, so less than brackets you will be able to see, and here it is saying that head is nothing but the current head where it is pointing to the master branch. So you need to remember that head is currently pointing to the master branch. So that means, so here you will be able to see down some is equal to type of lines. Okay, is equal to, so it has been written. So that means this is the lines of code which has been present in the master branch. And now down you will be able to see greater than symbols, and here you will be able to see feature slash some feature. So that means these are the lines in the same places present in the feature branch. So which one you will take it as a priority, it is asking us. So now we need to decide whether I need to take the lines of code present in the head. Head is nothing but the master, or otherwise I need to take the lines present in the feature branch. So which one we need to take, we need to decide, so that Git will merge it. So now what I need to do, so for example let's say that I need to take the lines which is present in the master as a priority. Okay, fine. So what I need to do is, so I need to delete this all head here. Okay, and here down is equal to and all those things. So down what are the lines all are present, so we need to delete everything. Okay, so we need to present the lines which are present in the master branch only. So now I have did the changes. So now I can press WQ here. Okay, so now it has, so now if you want to see here, so master merging. So you will be able to see here, so master merging, here merging is going on. So I forgot to tell you one thing. So here you'll be able to see that merging is going on. So if any conflicts raised when we are doing the merging, so automatically here you'll be able to see that merging is going on. So that is the reason it is showing as an indicator that merging is going on in the master branch. So for example, for any cases you have decided that I don't want to merge this one, so I need to take higher official authority or higher official suggestion, something like that. So super senior's decision suggestion, if you want to take means, then you can abort this merge also. So now you can abort this merge. So how can abort? Git merge space hyphen abort. So if you press abort, here automatically everything will be abort. So here see, the merging line has been removed from this master. So now in the here it is there in the master. So if I try to see vi index.txt, so if you open, see the changes will be there only in the master branch. So the feature branch changes has not been came. So now, so if you want to abort this merging thing means, so you can do git space merge hyphen abort. So now we need to proceed with the merging. So if you want to proceed with the merging means, same scenario, what we can do, git merge this branch. So now conflict, again the conflict came. So let's open that conflict. So now here you'll be able to see. So now what I will try to do, I want to keep this head thing only, head changes only. So now I will remove these all the changes. Okay. So which is present in the feature branch, I will remove these all the changes. Okay. So we have removed and save it. So now still the merging is going on. What we need to do, we need to add it to the staging file, that index.txt to the staging, and also we need to commit that file. So now git add these all conflicts files which we have resolved the conflicts, and now try to commit this code. So now you will be able to see these all the message. So now if you want to write, you can write the extra message, or otherwise simply save this message. Everything has been committed. Now in the master, now it has been merged. So if you want to check the git log, so here you will be able to see git merge branch feature some feature. So now feature has been merged into the master. Now head is in the master. Okay. So this is how we will be merging the, this is how we will be resolving the conflicts in the, while merging the branches. Okay, hope you understood about this concept, resolving the conflicts while we are merging. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen the merging concept. So how to merge the two branches we have seen, and also how to resolve the conflicts also we have seen in the, while learning about the merging. Now we will try to learn another concept, that is nothing but the rebase. So merge and rebase are one and the same only. So merging the two branches, that means committing the branches, but rebase is a little bit different other than merge. So what is that one? We will try to see. So rebase is one of the most powerful Git command. So we will be using this rebase very rarely we will be using this one. This is one of the most powerful Git commands. So sometimes we will be using different purposes we will be using. So what we can see is, oftenly rebasing is often used as an alternative to the merging. So as I already told you, right? So merging, we have seen about the merging, and rebasing is commonly what we will be using is as alternative to the merging we will be using. Rebasing a branch updates one branch with another by applying the commits of one branch on top of the commits of the another branch. You need to understand this concept. So rebasing a branch with another branch means what it will happen is, what are all the commits that are having in that branch will be relocated into that branch which you are rebasing, and it will apply into that branch as its command, as that branch commits. Okay, so you need to understand this one. So now this is the main difference of the git rebase. Git rebase is used to clean up your local history also. So now what we can see is, git rebase sometimes it is used to clean up your local history, commit history also it will be used for rebasing. Rebase is an advanced command which is used rarely. So as I already told you that it is somewhat is an advanced command which will be using very rarely. So what is the main difference between this rebase and merge is, merge preserves the history, so that you will be able to know that if you have made a commit in the branch means, you will be if you have merged that branch into other branch also, you will be able to understand that this commit is made into that branch. But rebase, in the rebase, if you have rebase one branch into the another branch means, so you will about that commit you will not have a history. So you will think that this commit has been made in that branch only. So you will not able to realize that it is made in another branch like that. So now when we should not use the rebase then. So now rebase is a very powerful command, so you need to understand that one. So when we should not use the rebase is when a branch is public. So branch is public means when it is shared, when a branch is shared to all the collaborators or developers along with all your team members. If a branch is public and it is shared means then you cannot rebase that branch. Okay. So most of the teams, and also when we should not rebase is most of the teams, for that reason what they will do is they will prefer merge over the rebase. So they will prefer merge only, so rather than doing the rebase. Okay. So now common places where we will be using the rebases, or I will be using the rebases, is cleaning up my committing history. So cleaning up my commits before sharing your branch. For example, I have created a branch to create a feature. Okay. So I have created a branch. I have made some commits. So I made something around 10 commits I have made in that branch. So before making that branch to the public, before merging to the branch to another branch, what I want to try to do is, so I want to clean up these all 10 commits. 10 commits cleanup means I don't want to commit these all 10 commits. So I want to make these all 10 commits into a one commit or two commits, something like that. So I can use the rebase command by making those all commits into a single commit, and also pulling changes from another branch without major. So when you are trying to pull the changes from another branch, so without merge you can do the rebasing also. So these are the common use cases where we will be using the rebase. Now here you will be able to see. So here in the commit C3 we have created a branch and we have made a commits of P4 and P5 and A6, A4, and these are all the commits made in that branch. So now when you try to merge, you will have a history like this. Okay. So you will be able to realize that P4 and P5 is made in another branch, A4, A5, A6 is made in another branch. So you will be able to realize the commits. So these all commits will be combined and made into a single commit, here merge commit. But here you will be having the commits history. So which branch has made the commits, you will be able to realize. But when you do the same thing rebase, C1, C2, C3, so when you commit, when you rebase these two branches, P4, P5 will come first, and A4, A5, A6 will come in the top of this one. So the branch commits will apply on the top of that branch. So you'll be able to realize that now what you will think that P4, P5, A4, A5, A6 are all commits are on the one branch only, you'll be able to realize. So you will not able to understand that there is a branch created and we have rebased the branch. So here merge will preserve the history, rebase will not preserve the history. So you need to understand this one. Now now you can understand that when I need to, so there is a lot of confusing between the merge and rebase. So when I should use the rebase and when I should use the merge, you may have a doubt that one. When you have a doubt in this case means just you use the merge only. So instead of using the rebase, just use the merge only. So if you know what you are doing, then you can use the rebase. So just this is my suggestion. What I can give you is, if you know what you are doing, so the rebasing thing when you are trying to do is, you know what are the changes that happen to occur. So when you does the rebase means, then you can continue with the rebase. But if you have a doubt that what will happen or something like that means, just merge it. So this is the suggestion I can give you. Okay. Now let's try to see it in the implementation, practical implementation. So now here, if you come here, this is our visual representation. Now here is our master branch. What I will try to do is, I will try to commit one file. So okay, a commit has been created in the master. Now in this master, what I will try to do is, I will try to create I will try to create the branch. So now what I will try to create, so git branch, okay, feature. I have created a feature branch. The feature has been created, but I am still in the branch master only. So I will do some commits in the master, git commit and git commit. Okay, I have did some changes in the master. Now what I will try to do, I will check out to the feature. So I have checked out to the feature. Now I will try to make some commits. So I have made some commits here. So now I have made two commits in the master, and also I have made two commits in the feature branch also. Now what I will try to do, first we will try to merge it. We will merge the two branches. So let's check out to the master. Okay, so I have checked out to the master. Now I will merge this feature. So what will happen here? A new commit will be created, merge commit, and it will merge these all the commits. So now here if I do the merge, git merge feature, if I do this one, see a new merge has been created. So the parent commit is pointing to the two commits. So now here you will be having a history. The same scenario, what we will try to do is, we will try to do it in a different way. We will do the rebase thing. So now here I'm opening this one. Okay. So now here let me open this one in the, what we can say, in incognito. Okay. So I will open this one in the incognito. So here I am having a master. Now what I will try to do here, same thing I will try to do. Git commit, I will create one branch, okay, one commit, and here I will create git branch feature. Okay, so I have created a feature branch, and now what I will try to do, I will try to commit here. I will do another commit in the master. So I remember that I am doing in the master. So let's check out to the feature branch. Okay, so I will check out to the feature branch. Now what I will try to do here, git commit, I will do the commit here, and again I will do the commit here. Okay, 2 commits I have made. Now let's go to the master. So I have moved to the master. Now what I will try to do, so in the previous video we have did the merging thing. So now if you did the merge of the 2 branches, so master and the feature. So if you want to merge feature into the master, means a new merge commit has been created pointing to these 2 branches. But now what I want to do, I want to do the rebase. Okay, so if you try to see here, so same thing I have did. Now what will happen? So now the feature commits will come here like this, and the merge commit, master commits will come at the top. So if you try to see in this one, what will happen here, if I try to rebase this one, so now the 2 commits, what are the feature commits, it will come here, and the master commits will move forward. So let's try to do it. So git rebase, what I need to do, so feature. So now if I try to do the rebase thing, see what will happen. See what has happened here. These 2 commits has been deleted. Okay, these 2 commits, so they're not deleted, these 2 commits are there at like that only. So new copy has been made. If you try to understand here, new copies has been made. Now B1AD9F1, this is the SH1 hash object, right? So now with this same commit, it created a copy and created a new commit, and here also it created a new commit, and the branch has went like this. See, so feature branch commits has came here, and the commits and the master commits has been came here. So now it became the one line here. So rebasing. So after some time, so what will happen is this one will be garbage collected. Git automatically do the garbage collection, and it will remove the what we can say, these 2 commits. So now what has happened, git rebase, what it will try to do, if you try to understand, so merge, it will preserve the history, so that the commits from which it has came, it will preserve the history here. So these 2 commits are from master, and these 2 commits are from what we can say, feature branch. But here if you try to see these commits, these are master branch commits or feature branch commits, you are not able to realize. Okay, so these master commits has came and added here at the end of the feature. Okay, so this feature came like this, and the master has been, and master has came. Okay, so this is the difference between rebase and the what we can say, merge. So merge will preserve the history, and rebase, what it will try to do is, it will try to align it. So in the next video, what we will try to do is, we will try to see the practical implementation where we will be using this, how we will be using this rebase in the Git. We will try to see. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen the concept of rebase, and also when we need to use the rebase and when we need to use the merge, we have seen. Now in this video, we will see the practical implementation in the project, how we will be using the rebase, and also you will see the difference between the merge and the rebase also you will try to see. Now here, let me open the Git bash. Okay, so I am opening here the Git bash, so let it open. So it has opened. Now, yeah, so what I will try to do is, I will try to create a new project. So in this one, what I will try to create is mkdir. So first we will do the what we can say, merge project, rebase project. So as this one is related to the one, right, rebase project. So I have created a rebase project, and in this, let's move into the rebase project here. So now let's initialize the Git. I have initialized the Git. So now master branch has been created automatically. Now what I will try to do, so let's create one file, master.txt. Okay, I am creating one commit. So here in the va master.txt, so here I can write master file added or created, something like this. Okay, so I am creating a commit. So here let's add this one all. Now git commit. So I am committing here master file added in master. Okay, this is the commit. So I have committed in the master. So let's try to check one line. So if I try to check, so this is the commit. So we are having in the master single commit. Now what I will try to do, I will try to create a branch. So git branch feature branch. Okay, so feature. So I am creating feature. Now here what I will do, so I will stay in the master only. So I have created a branch feature, but I didn't check it out. So now what I will try to do, so here let's try to check the list of branches. So if I want to check the list of branches, here I can check. So feature branch and master branch is there. Right now I am in the master. So now what I will try to do here, so in the master I will do some 2 commits. So here I will create master1.txt file. Okay, after creating the feature branch I am creating. So here master1 file created. So I have added some line. So now what I will try to do here, let's add it git add dot and let commit git commit -m. So what I can do, master1 file added in master. Okay, so this is the commit. So I have committed. Now I will try to create another one, master2.txt file. So the same scenario, what I will try to do, master2 file created. So this is the message. So I will try to add it. So I will try to commit this one also, master2 file added in master. Okay, so these are the commits. So I have made the commits in the master. So let's try to check the log -1 line. Okay, so now this is the branches. So these are the commits. Now I will move to the feature branch. So git checkout feature. So I have moved to the feature. Now what I will try to do here, let's try to create v feature1.txt. Same, I will try to create 2 files here, feature file added or something like this message, and let's try to add it git add dot. So now what I will try to do, git commit -m feature1 added in feature. Okay, in feature. So now done. So now I will try to create another commit. So feature2.txt. So now feature2 file. Okay, so I will write it like this. So now what I will try to do here, I will commit, I'll add it, and here I will commit the same thing. So feature2 file added in branch. Okay, in feature branch. So I committed here also. So now if I want to check the log, git log -1 line. So now you will be able to see the here from master we have created when this master file added in master, we have created a branch. Here 2 commits are there, feature1 added in feature and feature2 file added in the feature. Now let's check out into the master. So I have checked out into the master. So we'll keep it like this only. Okay, so we'll keep it so now let's try we'll keep it not keep it like this. So let's try to rebase this one. So now let me clear this one all. So now here if you try to do, so what will happen here, git rebase. So if you try to check here git log -1 line, so you will be having like this, right? So now when I do the rebase, so here what will happen, so let's try to see. So now feature commits will be added down at the top of the master. So master commits will go at the top. So now git rebase feature. Okay, I am rebasing this one. So now it is rebasing, successfully rebased. So now what I will try to do, if I try to check this git log online, see here, see the feature1 added and the feature2 added came at the bottom, and the master has moved to the commits has moved to the top. Okay, you are able to understand, right? So master was detached from this one and it has created with the new commits. If you try to see here, master1 file added in master, the sha1 is different, and master1 file added in master, the sha1 is different. You will be able to understand. So here also headmaster master2 file added in master will be 0e 6b 91b like that, and here master2 file added in master, this is 377 caff5. So the hashes are different. So now what the Git is doing, so it is copying these all commits and pasting at the top. So now this is the rebase. So we will try to see the same thing in the merge also. So what I will try to do, I will go back to the Git rebase project here. So I will create a project. So now what I will try to do, I will try to create a mkdir, so merge project. I will try to create merge project. The same process, I will repeat the same process. If you want to forward, you can forward it, or otherwise if you want to see, you can just see it. So merge project. So now what I will try to do here, so let's try to create vi master.txt file. Okay, so master.txt file. So I will try to create here master.txt file. So what I can do, master file added. Okay, the same scenario I will try to repeat. So git add dot, sorry, we need to add git init. Okay, after initializing this one, git add dot. So what I can do, git commit -m master file added in master. Okay, so this is the commit. So I have made the commit. Now what I want to do, so I will create a branch, git branch feature. So I have created a feature. Now I will create vi master1.txt. So here in this one, master1 file added something, whatever be the content. So here git add dot. So now git commit -m master1 file added in master. Okay, so this is the commit. So now again I will create another one, vi master2.txt. So just in order to understand, so master2 file or whatever the content maybe you can write it. So here same thing, git add dot. So git commit -m. So now master2 file added in master. So these are the branches, these are the commits we are having. So now let's check out to the feature. Okay, so I am checking out to the feature. Now here I will create feature1.txt. Okay, so now I will save it automatically here. So git add dot. So now what I can do, git commit -m. So feature1 file added in feature. Okay, I will write it like this. So the same scenario, what I will try to do here, the same thing. So vi feature, the same process, I am repeating the same process in order to understand. So now I will try to save it again, the file. So git add dot. So now git commit -m, sorry -m. So feature2 file added in feature. Okay, so you will be able to understand this one concept. Same thing. So now if you try to check the git log -one line, so you will be able to see the two commits. So now I am checking out to the master. Okay, so now let me clear out this one all so that you will be able to understand. So now what I will try to do, git merge. So I am in the master, git merge feature. So previously we made the rebase, now I am doing the merge. So now if I do the, so now a new commit has been creating. So it is asking us to write the message. So I will keep the message like that only. So now merge has been created. Now if I want to check git log -one line, now you will be able to see the commits. See, first the master commits are there and the feature commits has been came and with a new commit. Now if you want to check the graph also, you can check -graph. Now if you check the graph here, you will be able to see the history is saved. So first the commit is there here. So here the branch is created. So that is the reason another line has been came here parallelly. Now the two commits has been made in the master. So that is the reason it is in the master, and the two commits is made in the feature. So that's why it is made in the another line. And these all the commits has been committed in the merge commit. Now if you go back to the rebase thing, okay, cd rebase, you try to see the same thing, how it will be. So git log, okay, git log here, if you see the graph, see these all commits are there in the single line only. So that means these all commits are made in the master only. So that means you will not able to realize, but actually we know that these two commits are made in the feature. By seeing the commits, we are able to realize that these two commits are made in the feature branch. But here if you try to see in the master, these all commits are made in the master. It is looking like these all commits are made in the master only. So this is the main thing between difference between the merge and the rebase. So here in the merge, it will preserve the history. Okay, so the feature branch has been, these commits has been made in the feature, it will preserve the history. But here you will not have the history. So that which commits are made in the which branch, you will not able to have the history. So this is the main difference between the rebase and the merge concept. So this is how we will be doing the rebase and the merge. So now the merge, commonly merge, what they will be trying to do is, so when you have a doubt and anything, so you don't know when you are using this rebase concept, so what will happen? So then you will be using the merge. So but the rebase concept, when you know what is happening, so then if you understand, then you can use the rebase concept. Okay, so this is the main difference between the merge and the rebase. Hope you understood the practical implementation of the rebase also. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see about the interactive rebasing. So what is this interactive rebasing? In the previous videos, we have already discussed that how to use the rebase concept in the place of merge. So we have used the merge concept, and also the same thing we can use in the place of merge. We can also use the rebase. We have seen this one, how the merge does the thing and how the rebase does the thing we have seen. And the rebase, along with the rebase, so in the place of merge also, we can use the rebase in another manner also. So what is that one is, as we have already discussed, that rebase can be also used to combine the multiple commits into a single commit. So if you want to remove some of the commits which are not necessary for you before merging into the master, so you can remove those commits and you can make it as a single commit. So that one also rebase also takes place. The rebase also take care of that one. So that is nothing but what we can say is it's an interactive rebasing. So now in this video we will try to see about the interactive rebasing. For example, see, I will create a project mkdir. So I will create a project something like Git rebasing. Okay, so this is the project I am creating. So let's go to the Git rebasing project. Let's initialize the project. So I have initialized the project. Now what I will try to do in the master, I will try to create home.txt file, something like home.txt file I will try to create. So now I can escape it, this one. Okay, so I can add git add dot, now git commit -m. So now what I can say is home page added or something like this. Okay, so now I have made one single commit in the master. Now what I can do is here, let's create a branch git checkout -b. So now what I will try to create new feature. I can create a branch new feature. Now I want to implement a new feature in the feature branch. Now what I will try to do, so let's think that we are creating a file something like feature.txt. Okay, so this is the logic what we are trying to do. So now I can write something like started working on the feature new. Okay, so I am committing this one. So now what I will try to do, so here I will write, so git commit -m. Now started working on the new feature. Okay, so this is the commit I am making. So now done. So after some time I came here. So now again I opened, I need to work, I thought of working again on the feature branch. So now still working on the new feature. Okay, so just we are still working on the new feature. Let's think. So now I committed. So now I will try to commit it again, whatever the thing. So now what I will try to do, so git commit -m. So I can write something like work in progress, still working on the feature. Okay, so still we are working on the feature, so we are not able to complete this feature, so still we are working. So I committed up to here what I did, so I kept this one work in progress. Now what I will try to do, so again I came and again I am working on the feature.txt. So fixed some logical issues. Okay, so I fixed some logical issues. So what I will do, so I will commit these changes what I have did in my branch. So still I am working in process, fix logic issues or something like this. Okay, so still I have committed. Now at the end what I will try to do, so again I will go to the feature.txt. This time I have completed the feature. So now what I will do, so completed the new feature. So now after the 4 commits or 5 commits, whatever the commits, after some couple of commits, we have completed the feature. Now what I will try to do, git add, so git commit -m. What again? So completed new feature. So now by this commit I have completed new feature. Now let's try to see the log. So git log -one line. If I try to see, here. So now from the master I have created a branch. So first commit is the started working on the new feature. Second commit is also still working on that feature. So third commit is fixing logical issues, and the fourth commit is the completed new feature. So these three commits, what we have did is for our reference we have kept. Now I want to merge this feature into a master branch. So now I don't want these three commits to be merged into the master. So as this one is in a local branch with me only, so it is not shared to others. So now what I want is, I want these all four commits to be included in a single commit, so that I can write that implemented new feature so and so feature. Okay, so you implemented the new feature. So I want to combine these all four commits into a single commit, that nothing but what I write is implemented the new feature. So what I can do here, so now we can use the interactive rebasing here. So what is this how we can use this interactive rebasing is, so here what I will try to do is, so from where I need to what I can say, I need to combine these all commits, I need to decide. So from where I need to do, from master. So we're starting from the master, so these four commits I need to merge it. So you can take directly git rebase -i is nothing but the interactive, or otherwise you can use -interactive, or otherwise you can use like this shorthand, you can use -i, and you need to give the hash or otherwise the name. So now what I can do, so master, I can take the git rebase -i master. I can keep the master, or otherwise I can take the hash also. So now I am clicking on enter. Immediately what will happen, you will be able to see these are all the four commits at the top. So pick. So four commits has been came. So now the commit will be coming in a different manner, that is from least recent to the most recent. So most recent is the completed new feature, and the least recent is nothing but last one, is first one what is committed is started working. So now we need to decide which commit we need to take it. So now what I can do here, so here you will be having some couple of commands. You will be able to see some couple of commands. So pick, revert, edit, squash, fix, these all the things are there. So now what we can do is, so now what we need to do is, so here just come to from bottom onwards. So now what I need to do, so I can write it here. Yes, squash means, what is this one? Use this commit. So that means use this commit, but meld it into the previous commit. So that means, but combine it with the previous commit. Okay, so use this commit but combine with the previous commit, it is saying. So that means, so this commit will be gone, and these all the commits, whatever the file changes will be there, it will be moved into the previous commit. Now what I want to do, so I want to squash this commit also. So now if I want to squash this commit, means these two file changes what is there, it will be going into the previous commit. So now I want to squash this one also, so the previous one also. Okay, so now I have squashed these three commits, so that the three commit file changes, whatever the file changes are there in these three commits, will be moved to the started working on the new feature. In this commit will be moved. So now I can do escape and I can do the save. So now it will try to rebase, and it will ask me that for that commit. So whatever the first commit is there, right? So what is the commit message you want to write? So what I want to write, the commit message I want to write is something like new one. So what I can do is, so I can do the, so I can come down, I can delete this line. Okay, so I can delete this line, and I can also delete this line, and I can also delete this line. So here I can come and I can write it here. So what I will try to do, so I can, if I want, you can change it also, implemented new feature. Okay, so now let's save it. So just saved it. So now detach head, and it has been created. Now if you try to check the, so here is the previous before making the rebase, these are all the commits. Now if I try to check the git log, okay, now see, so now only one commit is there in this branch, implemented the new feature. So all the commits will be there, and if you try to see the commit, the hash code, whatever the hash is there, so it is a new thing. So new commit has been created. It has combined all these four all these four commits into a new commit. Okay, so this is how we will be using the rebasing. So most commonly, what is the thing I will be using, where I will be using the rebase is nothing but in these places only. So I will be creating, so if I have assigned a new task or anything, new feature or anything, so whatever the commits I want to make, so each and every single commit I will try to make, and after merging it to, after making it public, this branch thing, so what I will try to do is, I will try to do the rebasing thing, so that I will remove the unnecessary commits what I have committed for my reference, and I will remove these all the things, and I will keep some commits only for the public thing. So okay, so we can remove. So these are all is for our reference only. Work in progress, still working on the feature, fixing logic. These are all the things is for our reference, what we have did in the step by step, daily by daily. So at the end of the day, we need to implement a new feature, so we can give a clean implementation of this one. Okay, so this is the interactive rebasing. This is the usage of the interactive rebasing. Hope you understood about the interactive rebasing. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen how to combine the multiple commits into a single commit using the interactive rebasing. We have seen that is fine. Okay, that's fine. So when we want to combine the multiple commits, we can use the interactive rebasing. So that's fine. If I want to modify the latest commit, so for example, I have committed some code. Okay, so then afterwards I found that, oh, I forgot to commit the another files. So instead of committing a new file, so why can't I modify this latest commit? So in order to modify this latest commit, so what we have to do? So we have an option that is nothing but the amend, commit amend. So let's try to see in this video. For example, see, let me try to create a project. So here I will try to create something like git amend project. Okay, something like this I will create. So let's jump into this project, git amend project. Okay, so I am initializing the git repository. So this is an empty git repository. Now what I want to do is, so master has been created. So now what I will try to is, let's try to create index.txt or something, any file. So I am starting a project I have created via index.txt, and here I am writing something like hello, this is the new channel Leela Web, and intentionally I have written something wrong. Okay, something like this. Okay, so we have written a spelling wrong. Instead of Leela Web Dev, we have written something DVP or something like that. So I have committed the file. Done. So let us add this one, or otherwise we can check in the status. Okay, so now it is added. So now just we have added. So just I am adding. So initial commit. Okay, so I have committed here. That's it. So done. So now what we have understood. Then afterwards, when we are trying to see the project and all those things, when we are going through the project and we came across this file and we have seen that, oh, I have written the channel name as wrong. So what could we do? So now one thing is, so here the two scenarios you need to remember. One scenario is if the commit, if the branch or if the commit or anything, so the commit, whatever the commit you have made, initial commit, that one, if it has went into the public, so if it has collaborated into the public, means nothing but into the GitHub or anything. So in the coming we will see about these all things also, distributed things. So in the cloud it has been went. Then it's the better process is to commit with a new file. So something like you can change it here, then you can make a new commit. Okay. So but now we are safe that, so if you check the log, so this commit hasn't went into the development. So it hasn't went into the other developers or hasn't went into the cloud. So then I need to the change what I have made, the file change, I want to append it into this latest commit. Instead of having a separate commit, I want to add it into the recent commit. So how can I make it? So now we have made the changes. So we can check here directly. I have added. If you want, you can check in the status. So modified, it has been went into the index.txt. Before that one, let's try to check git show. So this is the change we will try to check here. So now what I can write, git show. So if you want to check the status, so you can write the hash here directly, and if you press here, so here you'll be able to see, hello, this is the new channel, this is the new file added in the index.txt. Before that, there is no file in the index.txt. The index.txt file is not there. So here you'll be able to see the DVP. Okay, so in this commit, so in the initial commit, you'll be able to see the changes. Now now I made the changes. So if you try to check the git diff -- cache, something like this, so you'll be able to see the changes. So now what is present in the master, and also what is the changes we have seen. So now this change has to be going to the same commit, initial commit only, it has to be gone. So instead of having a separate commit, so what we need to do now, what I can do here, so what I will try to do is, so I have added it into the stage. So now what I can do is git commit, instead of using this commit and instead of writing this message, you can write something like hyphen amend. Okay, so if I write like this amend, so hyphen amend, you need to understand that. So now it will ask you that, so do you want to change the commit message? So you will get the recent commit. So initial commit, this is the message I have given in the previous commit. So now it is asking us, do you want to change anything? So if you want to change, you can change it, or otherwise you can leave it like this only. So just I am saving it, escape colon WQ, and I am saving. See, the commit has been done. Now if you try to check the git status, so yeah, everything is clean. Now if you try to check the git log, so let me clear this one. Yeah. Now if I try to check the git log, there is only one commit. So now there is only one commit. So git log hyphen one line also you can check. So there is only one commit is present. So that means the commit what we have did recently, it has been appended into the initial commit. So if you want to check, you can check the status. Git show, what we can say. So we can copy this new thing. So now git show, and here I can give the hash here directly. So now if I try to check this hash, see now the change, if you try to see, hello, this is the new channel Leela Web Dev. So in this commit only, in this initial commit only, the changes what we have done later also, it has been appended. So this is how we will be doing the, what we can say, appending the commit. So if you have the file changes and you don't want a separate commit for that file changes, and you want to append those all the changes into the previous commit, latest commit, means you can use git commit hyphen amend. Okay, or otherwise if you want to do it as a separate commit, means you can do that normally git commit hyphen m, you can give the message. So, and also you need to remember that important thing, if that commit hasn't gone into the, if it is in your local only, then only you can do this amend thing. So if it went into the public branch and all those things, means then it might create a confusion, and there might be a loss of data. So this is the thing I will be telling you today. So you need to use this commit thing, and if you want to combine all the multiple commits, and if you want to make it as a single commit, hope you understood about this appending the commit. So now if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to learn new command, that is nothing but the cherry pick. So this is one of the advanced command used in the Git. So same like the rebase command only. So when we will be using this cherry pick command. So cherry pick is used if you want to apply particular commit from one branch to another branch. So that means cherry pick, when we will be using that one is, so cherry pick, the name itself indicates that one. So you have a commit in one branch and you want only that commit to be available in the another branch also. So that means if you want one commit to be available in another branch also, you don't want all the commits that is present in the branch A. You want only one particular commit. You want to pick one commit and you want to place it in another branch, same thing like branch B. So then we will be using this cherry pick. So that means we are cherry picking the commit in one branch and we are placing it in another branch. Now, so cherry pick is mainly used if you don't want to merge the whole branch. So that is the reason we told, right? So you have a branch A and I don't want to merge this whole branch, but I want some specific commits in this branch to be entered into the another branch. So, and you want some of the commits, then you will be using this cherry pick command. Okay. Now, cherry pick, just like the rebase, it is an advanced concept and also a powerful command. So just as we discussed, just like rebase, it is an advanced concept and also a powerful command. Cherry pick is a useful tool, but not always it is not a good option. Okay, so cherry pick is useful only, but it is always not a good option. Why it is not a good option? It always causes duplicate commits. So that means it always causes the duplicate commits. This is the main reason why it is not a good option. So now mainly cherry pick is used for the bug fixes where you want to place that bug fix commit in all the version branches. So this is the place I will be using this cherry pick commonly. Where I will be using is, for example, we have some feature branches, something like version 1.0, version 2.0, version 3.0. These are the versions of our code. So now we are working on a new version. Okay, let's assume that, and we came to know that there is a bug present in this branch, in this version, and also we came to know that this bug is present in all the versions 1.0, 2.0 and 3.0, and we need to fix this bug in all the 1.0 and also 2.0. So in order to instead of going into the each and every branch and fixing those bug fixes, we will be working in the 3.0 directly, and we will pick that specific commit and we'll place it in all the versions. So I will show it in a demo. So this is where we will be using the cherry pick commonly. And also where we will be using this cherry pick is if you accidentally made a commit in a wrong branch. Okay, so you have accidentally made a commit in a wrong branch and you want that commit to be present in another branch, means you can cherry pick that commit. Okay, so now we have already discussed, right? It's create a duplicate commit. So here you will be able to understand. So you think that this one is a master branch, okay, and here you are having this blue one is a feature branch, something like that, and you want this single commit, this red color commit only, to be placed in the master commit. Okay, now here you got the duplicate. So this commit will be copied and it is placed as a separate hash. So this is the reason. So this commit will not be shared here. So you will have completely entire copy. It will be copied. Git will copy this one and it place it here, so that each one is a duplicate thing. So this is the main drawback of the cherry pick, and this is the that is the reason we will be not using main most oftenly this one. So it is not a good option. So let's try to see it in a demo. So now I will be opening the Git bash here. Okay, we are having the Git project. So what I will try to do is I will try to create a new project, mkdir git hyphen cherry pick. Okay, so I have created a new project, git hyphen cherry pick. So now I entered into this one. So now let me initialize this project. Okay, let's add something like index.txt file. Okay, so now in the master we have index.txt file. So let's add this one. Now I will commit. So initial commit, let's assume. So now, so we have created one file and we have committed. So now if I try to check git log - one line, so we have one commit. Now let's assume that we have three versions. So this is a project and we have three versions. Let's assume, so I am creating a branch 1.0. So this is one branch, and git branch 2.0. So we have second version, and git branch 3.0. Okay, so we have third version also. So now if we try to check the git branch, so we will be able to see the 1.0, 2.0 and 3.0. Let's assume that we are working on the new version, that is nothing but the 3.0. So I moved to the 3.0. So now we are working on this one. So now here I will be working on some feature. So now va feature.txt. So now you can say it like this. Okay, so now git add, so git commit -m. So working on the feature, so working on the 3.0 feature or something like this, I have committed. Now if I try to check the git log -one line, if I try to check -one line, now you will be able to see that initial commit is there. So where the 1.0, 2.0 is there branch, and also in the 3.0 it has moved further ahead, and it is where we are working on the 3.0 feature. So fine, it's fine. Now I'm able to, now when we are working, so we able to realize one bug here in the 3.0. So we found one bug and we came to know that this bug is present already in the 1.0 branch and also the 2.0 branch. So now I will try to fix it. So let's think that we are trying to fix this one. So we bug fix. So fixed the bug in 3.0. So okay, let's assume. So we have fixed the bug. So now let's add this one here and git commit -m. So bug fix completed, or otherwise bug fix done. So now we have committed here. So now if I try to check here git log online, so here, so we have fixed the bug fix in the 3.0, but we know that we need to add this bug fix in 2.0 and 1.0 also. But we don't want to merge this 3.0 into the 2.0 and 1.0. Why? Because already we are still working on the feature. So we are still working. We haven't completed that feature, but we want that bug fix to be entered into the 2.0 and 1.0. So then how we can do? So in this scenario, we can cherry pick that particular commit. So we know that this particular commit should be entered into the 2.0 and 1.0. What can we do is, so just copy this hash here. Okay, so let's go to the Git Checkout 2.0. Okay, so we entered into the 2.0. Just check git log hyphen online. Okay, sorry, hyphen one line, and you will be able to see, sorry, so you will be able to see only one commit here, and if you try to see the ls, you will be having only index.txt file. Now what I will try to do here, git cherry pick, and we will be doing git cherry pick, and we need to paste the hash, whatever the hash we have copied. So now if I paste it here, so automatically the commit what we have did in the 3.0, it will be placed in the 2.0 also. If I try to press the ls, see the bugfix.txt file also came. So previously we have only index.txt before doing the cherry pick, but now we have the bugfix.txt file also. So now if I try to check git log hyphen one line, so now you will be able to see that the commit also came here in the 2.0. In the same scenario, so you can go to the git checkout master, git checkout 1.0 version also you can go, and here if I try to see the ls, you will be having only index.txt file. I will try to show you. So ls, you will be having index.txt file. If I try to check, so you will be having only one commit. So now what I will try to do, git cherry hyphen pick, okay, cherry hyphen pick, and we need to paste the hash, same hash what we have copied. So now done. So now if I try to check the ls, so bug fix also came here, the file, and also if I try to check git log hyphen one line, so we got the commit also, bug fix done commit also we got it here. So previously we have only the initial commit, right now we have also one another commit which we have picked from the 3.0 branch. So this is the place where we will be using this cherry pick. So hope you understood about the cherry pick concept. So mainly cherry pick where we will be using is, so in order to pick a specific commits, and we need that commits to be placed in another branches means, so we will be using this cherry pick command. So most oftenly we will be using less often this command. We should not use most oftenly. So if you are using more oftenly means, better if we use the merge or rebase command. So cherry pick where we will be using is this type of bug fixes thing, or we have wrongly committed in another branch means we will be using this cherry pick. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. Before continuing to some of the commands, something like git reset and all those things, I want to tell some concept that is nothing but the git head. So let's explore some little bit more about this git head. So when we are working in the project and all those things, we are able to see one concept, that is we are checkouting the master and we are going to branch and we are checkouting the branch and all those things we are doing. In the previous videos also we have seen that head. What is this head? So while we are working, we only check out one branch at a time. So you are able to observe keenly that we are able to check out only one branch at a time. That is also called as head branch. So we will be also talking about this head. Head is at some master, head is at some place, head is at like that we are able to see. And that head, what is that head is? So now Git makes note of this branch. So that means where we are right now. So the current situation. So when we add a new commit, where I need to add it. So Git makes a note of this branch. So where it stores that one? So we already know that it stores in a head file. It is present in the .git folder. That head file, commonly it has the reference to the path of the branch. So something like .git/ref/, you'll be having the file, another file for that branch. In that branch, you'll be having a specific commit. So that is the git head thing. And now you need to remember that git head is nothing but the reference to a branch. So head is nothing but reference to a branch. So where we are currently right now, that is nothing but the head. So now you need to remember that head not only reference to the branch, it also reference to a particular commit also. You need to understand exactly that one. So now you head doesn't only points to a specific branch. It can also points to a specific commit also. So that when your head is pointing to a separate specific commit means, then it will become a detached head. So this is commonly you will be able to see this type of error. You will be commonly able to explore. So Git, when you are doing some commands and also, you will be able to see this error. That is like now head is in a detached head. Now Git is in a detached head. It will be able to say that means head is detached to a particular branch and it has detached to a separate branch, a separate commit. So if the head is pointing to a specific commit means then it is called as a detached head. So now how to do this one detached head. So how we can deal with this type of detached head? Let's try to do this one. So now let's go to visualize Git. So now if you try to see this visualize Git, okay, so here is the visualizer Git. So you will be able to see this one, right? Now what I will try to do here, so now the head, currently the head is pointing to a branch that is nothing but the master. If you try to see here, you will be able to see that head is on master, it is saying. So now what I will try to do here, we have already discussed that head not only points to the branch, it can also point to a specific commit. So now let's try to take this specific commit. And now what I will try to do here, git checkout, okay, git checkout, not only the branch, I can do specific commit also. Now when we do this checkout, the head will be moved to a particular commit. If I try here, so now head has moved to a particular commit, and here if you try to see, head is now a detached head. Okay, so detached head means now head is not pointing to any branch, head is pointing to a particular commit. Okay, and now the master is also pointing to a particular commit. Now let's try to do some codes. So now when I do a commit here, what will happen? The master will not move, the head only moves here. See, if I try to do, what is happening here? The head only moves to a particular commit, so, but the master stays at here only. Now you will be able to see the dotted lines. Why? Because the commit doesn't belongs to any branch. So that is the reason it is there here. Now what I will try to do, I will do another commit. So now the head is moving, going on to a particular commit. Now if I want to go back to the master, how can I go back? So we can write git checkout master. So as we know that one, so now what will happen? The head will move automatically to the master. So now head has moved to the master. Then now you need to realize that what will happen to these two commits. So how can I go back to those two commits? So now if you try to see here, the Git has already did two commits with the separate hash objects. So now what will happen to these two things? So now in a project you will nowhere go into these two commits. Why? Because you don't have any branch, so no branch is pointing to these two commits. So until and unless if you know these hashes only, then you can go to this particular commit, or otherwise there is no chance that you will go into these commits. So now what will happen at that going on? So now there is no reference to any branch, these commits. So time goes on, Git what will do is Git will automatically delete, garbage collects this one. So it will be deleted, that one. So these two commits will be automatically deleted and it is garbage collected. So these are the things you need to remember. Now I know this particular commit. Okay, now what I will try to do here, I will try to commit these files. Okay, so now I have committed, the master is moving into a separate thing. So now these two commits are left isolated. So these two commits are isolated. So now what can we do? So now we need to somehow combine these two commits into the master. So how we can do? So one thing how we can do is, as these two commits are isolated, first what we need to do, we need to know the hash of these commits, the latest commit. So now we know the hash of this latest commit. So now I can check out to that commit. Okay, so now the head will become the detached head. Head is having a detached head. Now what I can do here, I can create a branch here. So git branch feature. So now what will happen? Now the branch will point to this latest commit, so that this commit, this all tree will become into a tree branch. Okay, so now these are all having a path. So now this feature branch is pointing to all these things. Now this is not an isolated thing. So now we can reach to this commit by using this branch name. So now what we can do here? So we can combine this master thing. So now we can go to the git checkout. So what I can do, git checkout master. So now I went to the master, but now the feature branch is here only. So if I want to go, I can directly, no need to remember this hash, I can directly git checkout feature branch. So I can do the git checkout feature branch so that I can go to that latest commit directly. So what I can do here, so either I can do the merge thing. So if you want to preserve the history, or otherwise you can do the rebase as we have already discussed. So what I can do here, git rebase. Okay, what is the thing I want rebase? So I can do the feature. So I can use the rebase thing. So if I press enter here, what will happen? So now the master commit, whatever the master commit is there here, it will come. So these two commits, it will come here at the end of the feature. So now if you try to see here, so let's try to see. See now what is happening? Master has went. So here see the now it is having one single branch. So now the master is there. These two commits also came into the master, and now this commit has been isolated, and later on Git will automatically do the garbage collection. So Git will remove this, deletes automatically this file, and now this has made a copy and it has created the copy with a new hash object. Okay, so this is how the head will work. So now this is how we will be dealing with the detached head. So when you are in the detached head and you know the specific commit and you want that commit to be added into a particular branch means, so you can do this type of things. So you can deal this type of detached head. So in this manner. Okay, hope you understood about this detached head and all those things. Okay, if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn another new command that is nothing but git reset. So now the term reset itself stands for undoing changes. So now you will be able to see the command name that it itself as a reset. Reset means nothing but we are resetting the data. That means we are undoing the changes. The name itself indicates that one. So commonly what we can say is in our Git world, so reset is often considered as referred as a confusing command. Why? Because so it has a little bit of confusing. But if you know the concept, it is a very easy command only. So reset does different things in different contexts. So we have some different types of things. So in different contexts, if you use the reset, it will do the different things. We will see that one. So how the reset will be used in different ways, we will try to see. So that's why what the people will be saying is the git reset is considered as something like complex command. So they will be thinking something like reset. If you doesn't know the concept behind the reset, so we can they will be saying that it is something like complex command. They will be saying, okay, but it's a reset is a very easy command only. So now let's try to analyze this reset the command. So now for example, you up to know what we have learned about the git commands and all those things. You know that if you want to move the branch from one place to another place, so that means for example you have a branch, master branch, and if you want to move that master branch, what is the commands you will be using generally? The following commands, these are the following commands it will be used to move the branch. That is git commit. When you commit when a new commit is committed, then the branch which you are committing in that branch, the branch will move forward to that commit. And also git merge. When you do the merge thing, so the pointer, the branch will move to the merge commit. And sometimes a rebase also moves the pointer. That is nothing but the branch. So these three commands, what it will do, it will move the branch. Okay. So apart from these three commands, so if you keenly observe these three commands, so it will not move the branch actually. So if you kindly observe, these commands are not used for moving the branch. These commands we are not explicitly are using for not moving the branch. These are used for creating a commit. Okay, for creating a commit, we are using this git merge, git rebase, or git commit and all those things. Apart from creating a commit, the branch is moved as a side effect. Okay, the pointer has been moved as a side effect for creating a new commit. So for creating a new commit, the branch has been moved. So you need to remember this one. So that means we don't have a command for explicitly moving the branch. So if you commit, the commit will be created. Apart from that, as a side effect, the branch also will be moved. If you merge means another branch will be merged into our branch, and the pointer will be moved to the latest merge commit. So for these scenarios, the branch is moving. So we are not using explicitly the merge command or commit or rebase for moving the branch, right? So now you get a question that is there any specific command for the one to specially move the branch only or head? Head means we already know that we are moving that one git checkout, so something like that. Head is also moved. Okay, detached head. It will become a detached head. But for moving the branch, So do we have anything? So now, so reset does this one. So now you need to understand that reset does. So reset, it is used only to move the branch. You need to understand this only. So reset is used to move the branch from one commit to the another commit. Previously we have used the head. For in the previous video we have seen, for moving the head from one commit to another commit, we have used the git checkout for moving that one head. So now for moving the branch itself, so if the branch is moved means if the head is there, if that branch means automatically the head is also will be moved. So for moving the branch, we will be using the reset command. You need to understand this thing. So now while considering these all things, so apart from these all things, reset has some options. Okay, optional options. Okay, we can say it's an optional thing. First one is the -- hard. What is this -- hard? So if you use git reset -- hard means, so now whatever the files, we are moving to a specific commit means whatever the files present in that working area, okay, present in that repository area, those all changes will be moved into the working area and the staging area. Okay, we already know that we will be having three areas, that is working area, staging area and the repository area. So whatever the files present in the repository area, it will be moved to both working area and also the staging area. So now if you understand -- mix, this is the default option. Okay, you need to understand that this is the default. So you don't need to mention this mixed thing. Automatically git reset, if you are doing means, it is a default option. So now it moves the files that are present in the repository area only to the stage area. Okay, so it doesn't move to the working area. -- soft means doesn't move any files. So the repository area, the files will be there like that only, and the working area and the staging area, it will not move the files to the working area, staging area. So these are the things you need to remember. -- hard moves the files both to working and staging. Mixed means it will move only to the staging area, and soft means it will not move the files. Okay, so this is the git reset thing. So now what we'll try to do is we will try to see the overview. So how the reset will be working. So in the visualizing it, later onwards we can see the the practical implementation in the Git. So now by this learning, what you can say, so simply reset moves the current branch. Okay, so reset moves the current branch from one commit to another commit. So how we have moved the head from one commit to another commit. So if we move like that means it becomes a detached head, right? In the same scenario, if you move the branch from one commit to another commit, so you will be using the reset. And optionally, and you can use those options to copy the data from the repository area to the working area or the staging area. And you can optionally use these values to move the data from repository area to the working area, staging area. You need to remember this thing. Okay. So now let's try to see the visualization of the Git. So now if I open this visualizing Git here, so now here you will be able to see that the master is referencing to this commit, and also head is there also in this commit. Now what I will try to do here, I will try to do some commit. Okay, so now I have did the commit. Okay, so now master has moved and also the head also has been moved to the latest commit. So I am doing the another commit. Okay, so now we have did the two commits. We have applied the two commits. So where we have applied, so one commit we have applied here and another commit we have applied here. So now I found that I cannot move this master branch to the backside, right? So I cannot move this branch to the backside. If I want, I can move this head to the here. So how can I move? So I can take this one and I can use git checkout like this. So now the head has been moved. Now I want to move the master. So how can I move the master? So now let's try to understand. So now let's try to move the head also, so that head and master is the same place. Now I want to move the master so that head also automatically moves. So now how can I move is, so here I need to use the git reset. So to which commit I need to move? So to this commit I need to move. So you can just copy and you can paste it here. Okay, so now I am pasting it here. See, automatically the master has been moved to the previous commit. Whatever the commit I have mentioned, it has moved. So now you need to remember. So here also it is telling that assuming the hard. So as this one is for demo purpose, so it is assuming the hard. The default one is the mixed thing. So we'll see it in the practical implementation. So you need to understand. So now you have understood, right? The git reset is used to move the branch from one commit to the another commit. So if you want to have the commit, if you want to move the branch to the specific commit means, we can use it Git reset. You need to remember this one. So now in the practical world, so now you have a doubt that, okay, fine, I understood that head, if I want to move the head means I can use the git checkout. If I want to move the branch means I can use the reset thing. So what is the practical use of this one? So in the practical places where I can use this git reset. Okay, so you may be having a doubt this one. So where you will be using this reset thing means if you want to undo the feature or something like that. So if you want to undo a feature, we will be using this git reset. I will show you in the next video where in the practical usage we will be using this one. So hope you understood about this git reset thing. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see the practical implementation of the git reset. So where in the real world we will be using the git reset. Now here I am creating a project. Okay, so let's try to create mkdir git reset. Okay, so I am creating a project and let's go into the project git reset. So I went into the project. Now what I will try to do, let's initialize the project git init. So initialize the project. We are in the master branch. Let's assume that we are in the master branch. So now I will create va index.txt file. So I am creating a new file, va.index.txt file. So let me close this one. So now let me add into the staging area and commit -m. So add index file. Okay, so this is the commit I have made. So if you want to check, you can check something like git log -one line. So now we are able to check the commit. So we have added an index file. Now fine, it's fine. Now what I want to do is, so so now let me clear out this one. So now what I do want to do is, so I'm trying to work in some feature. Okay, so let's think of, I'm working on a feature. So let's go. So let's try to implement. So I'm implementing in the master branch only. Let's you remember. So now feature.txt. So I have created a file. So just I want to stop. So I'm moving this one. So I'm committing something like, so here git commit -m. So now, sorry, git commit -m. I can write something like create feature. Okay, create feature file. So we have created a feature file. Now if I try to check git -log one line, so now another commit is there and the head is also there at the create feature file. Okay, fine. So now again the very next day I came and again I have started working on this feature file only. So what I will try to do, so just I will try to open this feature file and I will try to do hello. So I am working on the Leela Web Dev. So we are working on this feature file. Okay, so now let's try to add it. So at the end of the day, what I will try to do, at the end of the day, what I will try to do, I will try to add it to the staging area and I will commit the work what I have did. So now working on the feature. Okay, so working on the feature. So now after working these all the things, so now if I try to check this one, so I came to realize that, so now I am in the commits. So I came to realize that, so this feature is not necessary right now. So this feature is not going to be live. So this feature, we don't want to work on this feature. So otherwise, whatever the feature up to now I have worked the logic, everything is wrong. So I want to implement in a nice manner. So what we need to do, so now how can I implement? So already the feature file is there. So one thing we need to do is, so we need to go everywhere and we need to delete the thing what we have implemented the feature. That one will be a tedious thing. So now we know that up to here the add index file. So this is the place where we didn't implement the feature. The right next commit from here onwards we have implemented the feature. So now if we move this master or head to this commit, so then it will be very easy. So that feature will be removed and from here onwards I can create I can do the logic again with the new logic. So for that feature. So now how can I move this one? So we know that how to move the head, but the master will not be moved. So we know that how to move the head branch. So we can move the branch using git reset. So what I can do here, git reset. So what I can do here, so this is the common, sorry. So now I can do git reset. So I can paste it here. So if I before doing this one, what we can check, we will check the status. So everything is clean. Okay, nothing is there. So now what I will try to do, git reset, and now I can paste this one. So now what I want to do, so I want these files and also these files. So why? Because if you try to type the ls here, so feature.txt file is still there. So now if I try to do git reset git reset, so what we can do, so the commit name, yeah, here if I do here like this, so git reset it has been moved. So now it has been moved. So now if I try to check git log -- one line, okay, we are able to see that the two commits has been removed. And if I try to see the status, but still the feature.txt file is there, right? So what can we do here? So I can do something like, instead of using this one git reset, we need to do the hard, so that everything will be removed. So now why? Because if you do the ls, still the feature.txt file is there present in the working area, but we have took the commit. So but the commit has been moved here. So if I try to check here, sorry, git log -- so the feature commits what I have did, everything the commits has been removed, but still the feature file is there. So for that reason, what we need to do here, we need to do git reset -- hard. So if you move the hard, then head also has been moved. Head is now at this one and index file. So now here what it will try to do, so if I try to check the ls, so now still it is there. So why? Because we have already moved this one. So now what we can do, so git reset. So if I check the status, so here still the feature file is there. Why? Because we have already set this one. So now if I want to move this one, so now what I can do here, so let us commit. Okay, so git add this one. Okay, git commit -m feature file added. Okay, so now I am adding this one again. So now let's try to check the git log -- one line. So now here the head is at here. Now I want to move the head to before this 30192B. So now let's copy this one, and now what I will try to do, git reset. Okay, copy this one, sorry, paste this one, and here -- hard. If you give this one, so now head is now at this one. So now if I try to check the status, so nothing is there in the branch. So previously we got the feature if you do the soft thing. So now nothing is there. If I do the ls, so here nothing is there. So everything has been gone. So now if you keep the hard thing, so in the staging area also the repository files will not be there. So everything will be clean. Okay. So now if you do the hard thing means, so everything, it's repository, everything will be coming into the staging area and the index area. So you need to remember this one. So this is how we will be doing. So if I want to move the branch from one commit to another commit, we will be doing like this. And another scenarios where we will be doing this one. So now I will explain you. For example, see here, what I will try to do is, so here ls, if I try to do, yeah, okay. So I am having git via index.txt file. Okay. So hello Leela. So I have written something like this and I am saving. So now if I try to do here, so git status, okay. So it is in the working area, still it is in unmodified state, okay, unstaged. So now we need to move it to staging area. So now how can I move? So git add, I moved it to the staging area. So now git status. So here you can see that in order to move this one again to the working area, from unstaging area to the working area, you can use git restore -- stage restyling. So but we can also use the reset command to remove the, what we can say, to remove the files from the staging area. What is that option? That is nothing but the mixed option. So if you have the mixed option, whatever the files present in the repository, it will be moved to the staging area, not to the working area. So now what I can do here, git reset, I can use the head and I can use the -- mix, or otherwise if you don't use also not a problem. So if I do this one, so what will happen? See, so now unstaged, it has moved, index.txt has moved to the unstaged. So now if you try to check the status, see, now it is in the modified stage. So it is in the working area. Previously it was in the staging area. Now it was in the working area. Now you need to understand that reset can also be used to move the files from staging area to the working area also. Now I want to remove this from the working area also. What I can do here? So git reset head -- hard. I can use the hard so that the stage files, whatever the thing it is present, and also here that whatever is present, everything will be removed. For example, see, Now I will add it to the staging area here. Okay, so now if I try to check the status, so it is in the staging area. Now again I am trying to change this one. Okay, so hello, what I can do here, Leela web dev. So I am saving this one. So saved. Now if I try to check the status, the same index.txt, it is in the staging area and also it is in the working area. Now I want to remove these all the files. Okay, from both in the staging area and also in the working area. I want to get the update files, whatever the current files it is present in the head. So what I can do here, git reset head -- hard. So if I do the hard, now head has moved to the recent commit and also the files has been removed from the staging area and also in the working area. If you try to check the status, see now what will happen. See, everything is clean, branch master is everything is clean. Okay, so now if I try to check the vi index.txt file, so now nothing is there. So hello Leela, everything, nothing is there. So this is how also we will be using the reset command. So you need to understand that if you want to move a particular branch or omit the particular commits, means you can use this git reset, or otherwise if you want to remove the changes present in the staging area also, you can use the git reset mixed option. And if you want to remove the files, changed files both in the staging area and also in the working area, means you can use the git reset -- hard. -- soft means it will not remove any data from the staging area or unstaging area, just it will move the commit. Okay, move to the particular commit. So this is all about the git reset command. Hope you understood about this git reset command. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the Git stashing. So what is this Git stashing and when we need to use this Git stashing? So now Git stashing, let's try to see when this Git stashing is useful. Okay, before learning about the Git stash, so let's try to see when we need to use this Git stash. So normally we have learned so many of the commands, right? So now where this Git stash will actually fit into, we'll try to see. Now the scenario is, so when it will come is, normally we will try to see a scenario. Sometimes you want to switch a branch. Okay, when you are trying to switch a branch, when you want to switch a branch, but you are working in an incomplete part of your current project. So that means you are working in a separate branch, you are doing the work, you are doing the logic and all those things, and suddenly you want to do another task. Now you don't want to make a commit of that half done work. So whatever the work you have did is so half only. So now you don't want to make a commit for that one. So then where it will be useful, then Git stashing allows us to do so. Okay. Normally up to now what we have learned using this current knowledge. So what we can do if we keep the Git stash apart, what we'll try to do. Normally when you switch a branch, okay, you will commit the code and switch to the new branch. So that means what we'll try to do. So when you are committing in a new, when you are doing the work in a branch means, so when you got a chance, when you have a work on another branch or you want to do the bug fix or anything, means whatever the work you have did, you will commit that one and you will switch to the new branch. This is the common thing. Now without committing, if you switch a branch, okay, without committing, if you switch a branch, what will happen? Two things will happen. Okay, you can assume that two things can happen. What will happen is, now you have done the changes are there in that branch only. Now you suddenly switch to the branch without committing that code. What will happen is the branch will be shifted carrying those changes to that current branch. Okay, you need to understand this one. So carrying those changes to the current branch. And the second thing what will happen is, Git will not allow us to switch the branch until and unless and ask us to commit or stash the changes. Okay, here you will get the stash. So asks us that you cannot switch the branch because modified some changes are there in your current branch. Please do the commit of your work or otherwise stash it, it will ask you, it will tell you. So we know that please do the commit means we know that what we need to do, the commit means. But what is this stash? So this is the place where the stash will be very useful. And we know that we don't want to commit that half done work. Then that means we cannot commit that code, we need to do the stashing only. Okay, so let's try to see. Now what we can say by this one, so the git stash command enables you to switch branches without committing the current branch. Okay, you need to understand the definition. The git stash command, what it will try to do, it will enables you to switch the branches without committing your current branch. That means without committing your changes in your current branch. So the git stash will allows you to switch the command. The stash meaning is generally what we can say is store something safely in a hidden place. So that means it will not commit your changes, but it will store the changes, whatever the changes you have made in your current branch, the half done work, it will store that one safely in a hidden place. The sense in Git is also the same for stash. Okay, so the same thing. Git temporarily saves your data safely without committing. So that is the main definition for the stash. Okay, now let's try to see in the real-time scenario when this stashing situation will occur. So normally what I can say is, so let me escape this one. So let's go to the project here. So now what I am here, I am in the Git stash. Okay, let's go. So now what I will try to do is, I will try to create a new project, that is nothing but mkdir git stash. Okay, git stash. So I am creating a project. So let's go into the git hyphen stash. Sorry, cd git hyphen stash. So I went into this project. Now what I will try to do, this one is a empty plain new project. So let initialize the repository. So I have initialized the repository. So let me clear this one all. So now in the master, now I am in the master. What I will try to do is, I will try to create one file, index.txt. Okay. So what I will create index.txt file. Okay, fine. So let me do these changes. So let me save this. I will add it, git add dot. Okay. So git commit hyphen m. So create index file. Okay, so I have created a index file. That's it. Now what I will try to do, I will create a feature. Now I shifted, so I want to work out in a feature, so I can use git checkout hyphen b. So I am working on a feature. Let's say feature. So I shifted back. So what I can have the index.txt with me. So why? Because I have committed in the master. So after creating the index.txt, I have created a branch. Fine. So now I will create a feature file. So feature.txt. So now what I will try to do, created feature file, whatever thing you want, you can write it. So you are working on the feature file. I have saved it. Now immediately, so we can check the status. So now it is in the working area. So it is modified. So now immediately one of my project manager has called me and told me that don't work on that feature right now. So we have a urgent bug fix to be worked. So please do the bug fixing then now. So now what I need to do, so now I need to shift the branch. So I need to go to the master and I take the new branch, something like hotfix or bug fix, and I need to work on this one. So now, but I am still working on this feature. I don't want to commit this code. So what I can do, one thing is, so I can directly check out master. Okay, so I switch it back to the master immediately. So what happens to the feature? So if you try to check the status, okay, so if you try to check the status, see the feature.txt is there file here. Okay, so what we can do here, so now one thing is, so now what I can do here, I can go to the feature. So I can go to the feature. Okay, so here in the feature, so one thing is, I can add it here. So I can commit the feature. So feature work in progress or something like this, and I committed and I can go back. This is normal process. So whatever the thing we will be doing, but our requirement is we don't want to commit that one. So now what I can do is, so we are able to shift the branch. So what I will try to do here, so another scenario is, I changed something in the index. So sorry, changed index. Okay, I have saved this one. So now what I will try to do, I will try to add it. So I will try to commit it. Okay, commit hyphen m. So index file added. Okay, so I have added index file sub. So now I again went back to the checkout feature. So I again went back to the feature. So now I will clear it out. So now so we have the work, right? So we know that git log, you'll be able to see the two commits. Head is there, so feature work in progress. Now what I will try to do is, so now I will work in this index.file. So I need to work in the index.file. So index file changes or something like this, whatever the thing. So now I have filed the changes. Now again I need to fix another bug fix. So I need to shift back to the new branch. So master. So now what I can do here, if I try to check the status, okay, modified file is there. So now I will check out to the master. So if I check out to the master, now what will happen? So it is not allowing us to change the to go to the master branch. Why? Because it is saying that here you will be able to see that your local changes to the following files would be overwritten if you are checkout. Please commit your changes or stash them before you switch branches. It is saying. So that means please commit your changes. So whatever the thing we have did previously in the feature.txt file, the same thing it is saying, or stash them before switch branches. So it is telling that, or otherwise you stash that one before switching the branches, it is saying. So for first one we already know, and what we need to do, we need to do the stashing thing. So here this is the situation where the stashing, we need to do the stashing. So here we have modified the index file in the feature branch, and also the master branch also the index.txt file has been modified, and that update has not been taken into the feature. So when we are trying to switch the branch from feature to the master, and Git already intelligently recognized that already in the master index.txt file has been changed, and here this guy is changing the index.txt file in this branch, and he is trying to shift the branch. So it doesn't know what to take that index.txt file. So that is the reason it is telling that please commit the changes in your branch, or otherwise stash it, so that you can use it in the future, it is saying. So this is the place where we will be using the stashing. Now I don't want to commit this index.txt file. So now what I need to do? So I need to stash it. So this is the place where we will be using the stashing. So in the next video, what we will try to do is, we will try to do the stashing thing. Instead of doing the committing the changes, we will do the stashing, so that you will understand why we will be using the stashing. Okay. Hope you understood where we will be using the stashing, and also hope you understood the stashing methodology. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel, Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen that when we are trying to check out to the master, so it is telling that your local changes will be overridden. So when you check out to the master, please commit your changes or stash them before you switch branches, it is saying. So please commit your changes means, so what is the thing? So whatever the changes we have did, we will commit those changes. But now we are learning about the stashing thing. So now we will do the stash instead of committing the data. So what is this stash? So the stash mainly when we will be using this one is, so I don't want to commit this data. Why? Because I am in the middle of the task, and I don't want to commit this data. So what I can do here, I can kept in a separate secret place, that is nothing but the stashing. So stashing is a place just like the working area, index area, and the repository area. How we are having these three states, we will be having another one, stashing. This place, what we will try to do is, so we will try to keep these all files in a secret place, so that whenever there is a requirement of these things, whenever we need to get back, we can get the data from that secret place. So now what I will try to do here, so let me clear out. So here, so now I want to, so here if you try to check the status, so here one file has been changed, index.txt file. Now what I need to do, I need to stash these changes so that I can switch back to the master. So now what I will try to do, I will just type git stash, that's it. So now when you try to press the git stash, here what it has been saved working directory and index state work in progress. So it has been saved. So both the working directory and the index state. Index state is nothing but the staging. So now both has been went into the stash. So now if we want to see whether the stash has been occurred or not, so what we can do is, we can type the command git stash list. So it will give you the list of stashing. So here you will be able to see that this is the stash ID and work in progress on feature 8FE, something like this. Okay. So this is the name of the previous stash. So what we can say, previous commit, whatever the previous commit is there, so that one is kept as a stash name. Okay. So if you want to give your own stash name is also we can give. Let's try to see. So now I have saved this one in the stashing. Now what I will try to do, so I can now switch back to the git checkout master. So I can check out to the master, switch back to the master. So now if I try to check here, what will happen? Now I have been switched back to the master. Now we will see the status here. So now if I try to see the status, nothing is there, everything is clean. Now what I will try to do, so now I want to apply the changes. Okay, I want to apply, so whatever the work I want, so for example whatever the work I want, I can do it here, I can do it here. Now I went back to the feature branch. Okay, let's assume that I went back to the feature branch. Okay, so now if we try to check the status here, so nothing is there. Now what I can do is, so now I want my changes to be get back in the branch. So previously what we have did the changes, I want to get back those changes. What I can do here, so we need to write git, so we know that git stash list is there, right? Sorry, git stash list is there. So now we can use another command, that is nothing but what we can say is git stash pop. So now pop, this command, what it will try to do is it will take the recent stash. So recently pushed stash, it will take from the stash and it will remove it in the stash list and it will give it to the branch. So now if I click on stash pop, see, changes has been came to the index.txt file. So whatever the changes we have kept it previously, it has been came, and here you will be able to see the dropped the stash file. So now if I try to check the stash list, so we will be not sorry, if I want to check the stash list, I cannot able to see the stash list. Stash list is empty. Okay, so this is how we will be applying, we will be adding into the stash, and also getting it back from the stash. So now if you want to check the git status here, so now if I can try and check the git status, so whatever the modified file is there, index.txt file, we get it back. Now previously we have seen, right? So now if you want to stash it again, you can stash it. Now previously we have seen that the previous commit, it has been giving the name, right? So if you want to add a name, you can give your custom name for the stash also. That is nothing but git stash. So if you click on stash here, if you click on enter, so it will take the previous commit as the stash name. So if you want to give your custom name is git stash save and give the stash name. So something like modified. So you can take something like message, right? So modified index, something like this. If I click here, so now it has been index file has been went into the stash. So if you want to check the stash list, you can write something like git stash list. See, now it is there in the stash here. Okay, so now this is how we can give our, so here you will be able to see that modified index also, you will be able to see the stash. So now this is how you will be getting, you will be adding the custom name also in the stashing thing. Now see, for example, not only the git stash pop, so now when I try to use the git stash pop, okay, so it will be applied, the stash, the recent stash will be applied. For example, if you want to see the stash list, okay, stash list, if you want to see the stash list, nothing is there. So that means the stash list has been popped out. So popped out means it will be removed from the stack. So dropped, here it is dropped. So now for example, for you don't want to delete that stash. Okay, I want to keep that stash aside only, but I want to retrieve that one. So how can we do is, for example, here what I can do here. So let's try to do it, git stash save. So I can write modified stash or something like this. Okay, so I saved it here. So now let me clear out this one. So now what I can do is, I don't want to delete it from the stash list, but I want to apply it to the feature branch. So if I check the stash list here, so we have the stash list, and now what is the command we need to use is git stash, okay, apply. We need to use the apply. Okay, now if I try to save this, copy this one, so if we need to copy the stash ID and space here, we need to give the, oh sorry, now so apply means, so so we haven't given the stash name, right? Git stash apply. So the recent stash will be applied automatically. Now if you try to see the git stash list here, so the list will be there like that only, but we have applied it in the feature. So now if you want to, what we can say, if you want to go to the master means, so you can write something like, so now, so git reset head -- hard, so that I will remove everything. Okay, so now I will remove it. So I will check out to the master. So now in the master, what I will try to do, so here in the master also I can write git stash apply directly. So now conflict came. So what is the conflict? We have got it. So why? Because in the index and these all things we have, it is there, right? So that is the reason we are having. So now if you try to see git stash list, so the stash is there, but we got a conflict here because in master index also has been changed and the stash data also has been changed. So if you want to change it means, so you can check the status here. So here you will be able to see. So I can go to the va index.txt file, and here you will be having the changes. Whatever the changes you want to keep, you can keep it. So this index file changes is the stash changes. The changes came from the stash, and this is the changed index. It is there already in the master. So what I will try to do is, so I will try to delete the master thing. So I want to keep the stash changes only. Okay, I keep the stash changes only. So I saved it. Okay. So now if you want to check, you can check the Git status. So now it is there like that. So if you want, you can commit. So that means the stashing thing we can apply in the branch, whatever the branch you have stashed it, and also you can apply the stashing thing in another branches also by using this stash pop and stash apply. What is the main difference between the stash pop and the stash apply? Stash pop, it will apply it to that particular branch, the changes, and it will remove it from the stash list so that it will be not available for you when you move on to the other branches. But if you do the git stash apply, what is the benefit of that one? So it will apply it to that current branch, whatever the branch you have did it, and also it will keep it in the stash list also. So it will be there in the stash list also. So this is all some of the commands. So in the stashing thing, so for example, can we make a multiple stashes? So for example, I have made some stashes. So I have made one stash, and also I want to stash it another data. So can we make it? So these are multiple stashes. So there, in stashing there is also a provision for multiple stashes also. So let's try to see about these multiple stashes in the next video. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see some of the other useful stash commands which we will be not using regularly, but these are also some of the important which we can use it. So regularly what I will be using is, so I can use this git stash save the stash ID, and also git stash pop. These are the common things. So to save the stash data, git stash, and to retrieve that same stash data, git stash pop, so that it will retrieve and it will delete it from the stash list. Now here what we'll try to do is, so now let's try to check the stash list. So if I try to check the stash list, right now we have stash @0, this is the one stash. So we can also save multiple stashes. So for example, here let's go to Git Checkout Master. Okay, we need to resolve conflict. Okay, so previously we got a conflict, right? So git status, yeah, we'll try to check here index.txt. Yeah, we have fixed the changes now, or otherwise, yeah, we'll try to commit it. So add dot, okay, git commit -m, so changes committed or something like this. Okay, so done. So we'll check out the master. So now, sorry, we'll check out the feature. Whatever the feature we are having, we checked out the feature branch. So now we know that in the stash list we have one stash. Now what I will try to do, let's try to check the status. Nothing is there, free. So now I will try to, let's try to see the ls. So we have a feature.txt. Let's open the feature.txt, and here I will do some changes in the feature file. Okay, so now I have changed these changes. So now if I try to check the status, so we have one change, feature.txt file has been changed. Now I want to stash these changes. So how can I stash? So just we can write git stash save, so feature file modified or something like this, whatever the name you want, you can give it. So now this is also stashed. So now if I try to check the stash, we can check it by using git stash list. So now there are two stashes, feature file modified and also the modified stash. So now if I want to take, if I apply, for example, so now if I apply git stash apply, okay, so not pop means it will automatically remove. So stash apply means it will keep the stash in the stash list only, but it will apply to the branch. So if I apply here, so now you will be able to see that modify feature.txt file which we have changed recently. So that means the recent change has been applied, but now I don't want these changes. Okay, so now git reset. So I will try to reset this one all. Git reset head -hard. Okay, so I have resetted everything. So now if I try to check the status, nothing is there. So now in the stash list, I don't want to apply the feature file. I want to apply this modified stash. How can I apply is, so now we can do git stash apply, okay, and we can give the stash command. So the stash ID is nothing but stash @1. So this is the stash we have seen, the stash ID. So now if I click here, see now the index.txt changes has been came. So that is the changes that came from the second stashing file. So now if I try to check the stash list, Okay, stash list. So we have applied stash at the rate 1. So that means modified stash. That is the files, the changes in the index.txt file. So the stash at the rate 0 has the feature file changes. So now so if you want to apply a particular stash means you can use git stash apply and the stash id. So this is the command. And now what we can do is, so another one what we can do is, so we can do, I will remove this one all. Okay. So I have removed this one all. So now another one what I can do is, so now before applying the stash, I want to see the changes. So before applying it to the current branch, I want to see the changes. So how can I see that one? So now here we have git stash list, we have the list. So before applying this feature file modified, I want to see what are the changes are there in this stash. So we can use something like git stash show. Okay, so now if I want to give, if I don't give means the recent stash will be applied. So that means feature file. So now if I click here, see that feature.txt file is that diff added. So we are able to see that one line has been added here. So if you want to see the changes also, what we can do is we can add -p like this. So if I click here, see the one line has been added, changes in the feature file we are able to see. But I want to see the changes for the second one, modified stash. How can I check? So here git stash show and the stash id we can give stash at the rate. So where we can give stash at the rate 1. So if I give like this, so now we will be able to see the index file changes. So this is the index file changes which is present in the second stash. The first stash also you can give something like stash at the rate 0. So now you will be able to see the feature file. So now if you want to see the changes for a particular stash, you can use git stash show -p will give you will show you the changes also with the stash id. Okay, so now that's it. These are the stashes things. So now what I can do is git stash list. Now I want to delete one stash file. Okay, I want to delete one stash. So how can I do? So for example, if you do git stash pop means it will apply and it will automatically delete it. But if I use apply means it will not delete it. It will add it to the working area, to the current branch, and it will keep it like that only. For example, if you add the pop means it will add it to the current branch. The stash changes will be added to the current branch, and that particular stash will be deleted automatically. But not deleted. It will be so in the pop. Sorry, we a little bit confusion. So what I can say is apply. It will not delete. Pop it will delete and it will apply. Okay, you need to remember that one. So now what I can do is, so if you want to delete a particular stash means what you can do is git stash drop and you can give the stash id. So if you don't give the stash id means recent stash will be deleted. If you give the stash id means stash at the rate 1 means automatically it will be the stash will be deleted. So if I check that git stash list means, so now you will be able to see that only one stash is present. Now if I want to clear empty the stash list, so I want to delete all the stash means, so you can use git stash clear. So you can clear it entirely like this. So now if I try to check git stash list, so now entirely everything is deleted. Now another last command what we can do is, for example here vi feature.txt, I have one file. So I will do some changes. So made some changes here. So I click it here. Now I don't want to apply the, so now if I try to git stash save feature file changes, okay, I have applied this one. So now if I try to check git stash list means fine, we are able to see. Now I don't want to apply the stashed changes to this current branch. I want the stashed changes to be created as a separate branch. Now what I can do here? So now I can do something like clear, okay, git stash branch, okay, and we can give the branch name. Branch name is something like new feature. So if you want a particular stash means you can use stash at the rate 0. If you didn't give it means, so automatically the recent stash it will be applied. So git stash branch new feature like this. So whatever the stash changes it is there, it will be created as a separate branch. So now we have jumped back to the new feature, and in this new feature you will be able to see the stashed changes, whatever the stashed changes we are having. So these are all the stash commands. So now let's try to see again these all commands what we have learned up to now. So now we learn the stash commands. Let's try to see the stash commands. So git stash, what it will do, stashes the modified files or creates a new stash. Whatever the modified files are present in that branch, it will create a new stash using the git stash. So if you want to give that stash a particular custom name is for identification, you can use git stash save and the stash name. To see all the stashes list, we can use git stash list. To retrieve the recent stash data into the branch means we use git stash pop. You need to remember that if you do after getting the stash data, it is removed automatically. And if there is any conflicts means the git stash pop, if you do the git stash pop, if you get any conflicts means that stash data will not be removed. Okay, you need to remember this one. So now to apply a particular stash means you can use git stash apply and that particular stash ID. And here you need to remember that applied stash ID will not be removed in the stash list. And to delete a particular stash details, what we will be using, git stash drop the particular stash ID. If you don't give the stash ID means recent stash will be deleted. And if you want to clear all the complete stash details, you can use git stash clear. And to check the changes of the stash data, so whatever the stash data, if you want to check the changes before pulling those changes to that branch means you can use git stash show -p. So to delete this one, just git stash and git clear already we have seen. And last is if you want to create a new branch with that stash data means you can use git stash branch name and space. You can also give the stash ID also optionally. So or otherwise if you don't give the stash ID means recent one will be applied. So these are all the complete stash commands that are regularly used. So most of the time what we will be using is we will be using the git stash pop, git stash and git stash list only we will be using most commonly. If you are dealing with the multiple stashes means you will be using git stash apply and you can see the git stash changes. These are all things git stash branch name and you can see all these changes. Okay. Hope you understood about this stashing thing. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the Git checkout. What are some of the additional functionalities what the Git checkout will do? We'll try to see in this video. So now up to here, what we have learned about the Git checkout is Git checkout does a lot of actually in the Git, the checkout command does a lot of things here. So what actually we know up to now, Git checkout does a lot of things actually. So what we can do is, so Git checkout mostly we have used to move from one branch to another. So that means if I try to open this one, here I am having a Git checkout. Right now I am in the master. So if you want to check the branches list, you will be able to see here. So if I want to move from one branch to other branch, something like master to feature or something like that, we can use directly Git checkout feature, so that we can move automatically to that branch. So that means we can move from one branch to another using Git checkout. So you remember this one point. And another one, what is the second functionality? Creates new branch if the branch is not existed and moves head to that branch. Okay. So that means, for example, here if you try to see Git branch, so now I am having master, feature and the new feature. So now if I want to create a new branch and want to move to that branch also, we can also use this Git checkout. So Git checkout -b. So I can write something like feature 1. So this is the new feature branch I am creating. So here I can create it like this. Okay. So now what has happened? So now if I try to do Git branch, so now new branch has been created and also the head has also moved to the new branch. So that means we can move from one branch to another using Git checkout, and if the branch is not there, using Git checkout we can create a branch also. Okay, you need to remember these two things. And another one, not only the branch, we can also shift to a particular commit hash if you observe. Okay, if you observe, so now here in the Git checkout, we are moving from one branch to another. If the branch is not existed, we are creating. And also not only moving from one branch to another, we can also move to a particular commit hash also, as we already have seen. So now for example, I am in the Git checkout master. If I am in the Git checkout master, if I clear it out, so now here if I try to check git log -one line, so if we check the log, so I can move to particular commit also. So if I copy it here and if I do git checkout So if I paste this one, okay, so now we have moved to that particular branch, particular commit hash. Okay, so not only to the branch, we can move the head to a particular branch also, to particular commit hash also. You need to remember these are the three things what we have learned up to now. Now we will try to see. So now if you move the particular to a commit hash, you will be able to see that what we have seen. Now you are see that you are in a detached state and detached state. So if you want to do, so please do switch back git switch -c. So here you will be able to see that git switch -c. So we will learn about this, what is the switch afterwards, next videos. So we will be able to see this one. You are in detached. So now normally when you are in the detached head, what we will try to do is we will try to do two types of scenarios we will be doing. One is, so you can use something like git checkout hyphen. You can give hyphen. Hyphen means previously which state it was. Previously it was in the master. So here you will be able to start before coming to this commit hash. Previously one step backward, it is in the master. So it will go to the previous state. So if I click here, so it moved to the previous state. See. So now previously the head is at the master, so I am moving it to the master, it is saying. So previously the head where it is located, it will move to that one. So now you need to remember that git checkout space hash slam hyphen you need to give. So now we have learned this one. So for example, if you are in that particular commit means, and another scenario what we will try to do is, so if you are in a particular commit means, so for example if I take this commit and if I paste it here, so if I am in this particular commit means, normally what the people will be doing is they will be creating here a separate branch. Okay, new branch or something like this they will create. So from here onwards a new branch will be created starting from that commit. Okay, so these are the two scenarios how we will be creating. So when you are in a detached head, you need to remember that you should not get panic. So what you need to do is just you can go back to the if you want, you can go back something like git checkout master. You can directly type like this when you are in detached head, or otherwise you can create a new branch from it. Okay, so these are the two things what we can do. So now next scenario, so if you are in detached head, we will be doing the two scenarios. That is nothing but what we can see is you can leave and go back by using git checkout master, or otherwise you can create a new branch from this one and we can save the changes. So head is no longer detached at the time. Okay, these are the two methods we can do when we are in the detached head. Now, so we will see that git checkout also supports another syntax. You need to remember this one. So git checkout also supports another syntax. What is that syntax? For example, if I am here, I am in the master. So git log hyphen one line. So I am checking this git log. So now if you are checking this git log, if I want to move to a particular commit means I need to copy this hash and I need to paste it here. Okay, so for what do you need? I need to paste here. Instead of pasting like that, what we can do is, so right now head is here. So we know that this current commit is 2 steps behind. Okay, 2 steps behind the head. So what we can do? So here we can write in a short format something like git checkout. Okay, so taking from the head tilde operator and go to 2 commits behind. Okay, so 2 commits behind means, so head tilde 1 means it will come here, head tilde 2 means it will come here. So now if I click here C495581, remember, so if I click here, see C495581, so head has moved to here like this. Okay, so there is no need to know the hash. If you know how many places it is behind the head means, you can write something like head tilde the number of the number how much count it is behind the head, we can write it. So now if you want to get back, so what you can do, we can write git checkout hyphen or otherwise git checkout master, so that it will move to that master again. So git checkout hyphen means it will go to the previous position. So this is the another syntax. So you need to remember that git checkout head tilde 1 means it will go, means that without knowing the hash we can move the commit one step back. So if you want to go back wherever you are previous means git checkout space hyphen. Okay, so this is the another syntax. So that means, so we can use this head and all those things also. So now another one what we can do is, not only these all things, git checkout also also do one important thing. What is that one is, for example, if I try to check the status here, nothing is there. So now what I will try to do, I will try to change index.txt. So what I will try to change here, so I will change something like hi lila or something like this I will write. Okay, I changed this file, and also I will change master.txt. already the one file is available here, So I will write hi Leela here also. So I have written two things. So now if I try to check the status, so we are able to see that these two things are there. So what we have learned previously, so now I don't want to add these changes. I want to remove these changes. Whatever the changes I want to what I have did, I want to remove these changes. So what I can do, so one thing what we can do is git reset head -- hard, so that everything will be removed. So now if I try to check the status, here everything is removed. This is one way. So that means if you don't want anything. Now what is my requirement is, I need index.txt, but I want to revert the master.txt. Okay, I want to remove all those changes what is present in one master.txt file only. What I can do here, so reset means it will reset everything completely. So here git checkout does this one. So what it will try to do is, so if I try to check, if I try to write it again here, so I change like this. Okay, so now another one, what we can do, git bi master.txt. Again I will try to change these files. So now I have changed. So now if I try to check the status, okay, we will be able to see that modified two files are there. Now I want to revert only one file, that is index.txt file only. How can I do is, so we can use git checkout, okay, head, and you need to give the file name, index.txt. okay. So if I give like this, so where that head is pointed, so what is the data present at that time head index.txt file is having, so it will do that one. So now if I try to click here, see, now if I try to check the status, if I try to check the status, nothing is there. So now only one file is there. So index.txt has been reverted. Okay, so git checkout does this one also. So if you want to remove the changes that are present in the, so git checkout also use it to discard changes in the file. You can revert the changes of the particular file using git checkout head file name. So if you want to do the head means you can use -- also. So if you want to revert means what you can do here, so for example if you want to revert means, so for example I want to revert this master.txt file also, so I can use git checkout head master.txt. okay, so I can use this master.txt also. So what will happen here, so instead of writing this head, you can also write short form something like -- okay. So now if I click here, so this one is also reverted. If I try to check the status, if I try to check the status, nothing is there. So master.txt file also went away. So like this we can use git checkout is also used to discard the changes that are present in the staging. Okay, so these are the git checkout. So now you will be able to understand that git checkout does a lot of things. Okay, so git checkout does to moving the branch, moving the head, so moving to a particular commit, and also git checkout does discarding the files also, file changes also. If you want to change the files also, it will git checkout will do it. Okay, so these are the multiple things what the git checkout will do. So now in the next video what we'll try to do is, so we'll try to see about the switch, and also if you try to see here, we will be able to see some other option also. So git restore. So what are these commands then? So if you are able to see this git checkout and all those things, what are these commands then? So let's try to see it in the next video. So these are the multiple operations, multiple functionalities what we can do using the git checkout. Hope you understood about this git checkout concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see what are the different commands present alternative to the checkout command. So why? Because the checkout command in the previous video we have seen, there are so many different functionalities the checkout will be doing. So checkout is useful to move the head from one branch to another, and also it is useful to create a branch, and also it is useful for moving the head to a particular commit hash. And surprisingly, the checkout command is also used to revert the changes, whatever the changes you have made in the files, checkout can be used. So we have seen these all the things. So that means checkout is doing different types of functionalities. So now that is the reason Git what it has did is, so for each action they have came up with a separate command. For example, see what I will try to show is, now if you try to see here the branch, okay, you will be able to see the branches, the list of branches present in this one. Now if you want to move from master to feature means, what you will try to do, you will use git checkout feature, right? Instead of checkout, you can also use switch. So switch moves the head from one branch to another. So checkout also moves, the switch also moves from one branch to another. If you want to create a new branch, means what you can do is git switch -c new switch branch or something like this. Okay, so you can create like this. So switch it to a new branch. So using the switch command, you can use to move the head from one branch to another. So then what is the difference between checkout and switch while moving the branches? One thing what we can say is, for example, if I am here git checkout master, whatever thing, switch master also we can use it. So if I am here, so what I can do is, so for example, if you try to check here log, if I want to move to a particular commit here, what I will be using git checkout. So I can use something like head -2. So I can move to that particular commit. So now if I use git checkout hyphen means it will go to the previous one. So previous where the head is located, it will go here. But using the same switch, okay, using the same switch command, can I move to this particular hash? No. So a branch is expected. So what it is telling, so switch command works only from branch. So the head it will be moved from one branch to another branch only. It will not move to the particular commit hash. If you want to move to a particular commit hash means you need to use the checkout. Okay, this is the difference between the switch and the checkout. And another one what I can say is for replacing the files. So okay, so for replacing the files, sorry, for reverting the changes. For example, here if you try to check here git status, nothing is there. So what I will try to do, git index.txt. Here I will change the changes. Okay, so now here git status, if I try to check the status, now it is a modified file. So now what I will try to do here, git add dot, git add dot. So now it is added into the staging area. Again I will change this index.txt file. So again I changed this index.txt file. Now if you try to check here git status, so now index.txt file with some changes it is in the staging area, with additional some other changes it is in the working area. Now if I want to revert these changes both in the staged and the unstaged, what I will try to do, git checkout head index.txt. Using this checkout thing we can revert the changes. So now if I try to check the status here, nothing is there. So both in the staging area and also in the working area the changes have been removed. Now if I want, so now if you try to remove only the changes in the working area only, not in the staging area, then here the git is suggesting with a command that git restore. Okay, the restore also will be used to revert the changes. For example, in the same scenario, index.txt, if I try to open here, so if I try to change it, okay, and if I added this one git add dot, okay, I have added here. So now if I try to check the status, so now it is in the staging area. Now if I want to remove that that file from the staging area to the working area means what I can do is git restore -- stage and the name of the file. Okay, so if I keep here, so now the restore it moves the file into the working area. Now it is moved into the working area. And if I want to revert the changes from here also means what I can use, git restore index.txt. So it completely removed the file from the working area and the staging area. So it is reverted, all the changes is reverted. So it is sync with the head. So this is the way, this is how we can use the restore command in the place of the checkout command. So we can, using the restore command, you can remove the file from the staging area and you can also remove the files from the working area also. So this is the two ways how the restore will be useful. Additional to this one, restore is also useful in a different case also. So this is also a little bit of confusing, but it is most useful. So for example, what I can say is, so I will clear it out, this one all. I will check the I will check the log -- one line. Okay, now here we are having so list of commits. I want to move the index.txt file to the changes to this commit. So now on this commit, how the index.txt file is look, I want those changes to be reflected in my index.txt file. So what I can do, so first commit means, so now what I can do is I can use git restore -- source. Okay, I need to use head, or otherwise you can use the particular hash also. So head moves 2 steps backward, and what is the file I want? So this is the file I want, the changes how it is there in the 2 steps back in that commit hash. If I do like this, See, now if I try to check the status, so now index.txt has been changed. So what is the content present in the index.txt? If you try to see, only the first commit is there. So that means at that time, at that commit, these are the changes that are there in the index.txt file. So that means using the restore file, not only we get the changes from the latest head, we can also get the changes that are present in the particular commit hash also. So in this way also, you restore command is very useful. So this is the main thing you need to remember. So for example, if you get a situation that I want to see the file changes what are present in the particular commit hash. So what are the changes present in the particular hash? I want those changes getting back means, so you can use this restore command. Okay. So these are the different alternatives which will be very useful other than using other than the checkout command. So now we can use the switch command for switching the branches or creating the branches, and restore command for reverting the changes in the file, both in the staged and also in the working area. And also if you try to see, you can use this, what I can say, you can use this restore -- source command to get the changes of that particular source file also. Okay, now if I try to want to restore means, I can do git restore index.txt also. So that means automatically the restore the file has been removed. So now if I try to check the va index.txt file means, see what are the changes are there, you will be able to see all the changes. So now if I do that -- source header ~2 means, so you will be able to see that the changes what are present at that time, the index.txt file, you will be able to see those type of changes only. Okay, so hope you understood about this restore command and also the switch command. In the next video, what we will try to do is, we will try to see about the revert command. What is the use of this revert command in the Git? So how is it differentiated with the reset command? We will try to see. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the concept of Git Revert command. So we have learned so many commands, right? So now what is the use of this Git Revert command? So Git Revert command is useful when we want to revert a commit. So if you have mistakenly committed the file means, if you want to revert back the changes of that file, of that commit, so you can use the Git Revert command. So then what is the difference between this reset and the revert command? So if you want to revert that commit means, we can also use the reset, so that that commit will go away, the changes also will go away. Then what is the use of this revert command and the reset command? You will get it out. So I will show you in the demo. So what is the difference between this revert and the reset command, and where we will be using this scenario. So now here I am having a project, it's a Git Revert project, and here if I try to see the ls, so if I try to click on ls here, so you'll be able to see there is index.txt file and a master.txt file. These are the two newly created files present in this project. Now what I will try to do, I will try to show you git -- one line. Okay. So now I have shown you, we have seen that create index and master file. This is the only commit present in the master. Now what I will try to do, here I will open va index.txt file. Okay. I will write here file. So here I can write something like file changes index, right? I have opened. So 1. So now I will commit something like git commit -a -m. So index file changes 1. So these are the first commit. So now I have committed the code. So now let's try to commit this code. Yeah, I have committed the code. So if I try to check git log -- one line, so we have one commit, so that we have written some data in the index file. Now in the same scenario, I will try to add the data in the master.txt file also. Master file changes 1. Now I will try to do. So the same commit I will try to do, but here the commit will be master file changes 1. Okay, I will again open this index.txt. So index.txt file, and here I will write something like file changes index 2. So I have written the 2, and here I will do the same commit. So here it will be index file changes. So here it is present 2. Okay, so now I will commit this one again, and here again I will open the master.txt file, and here I will write master file changes 2. So here also I have written. So I will do the commit, and I will do the same commit, that is nothing but master file changes to. So okay, fine. So we have committed some couple of commits we have did. So let's try to check the git log -- one line. Okay, so these are the, so I will clear it out so that we will check git log -- one line. Okay, so now we are able to see all the changes. So here index file changes 1, master file changes 1, index file changes 2, master file changes 2. Now I came to realize that, oh, the changes what I have did the latestly in the master file changes to the data what I have written in the master file changes. I don't want to commit these changes, so I want to revert the changes what I have did. So what I can do, one step what we can do is, so we can reset the head to the previous commit so that these master file changes will be deleted. So one thing what I will try to do is, so let's try to copy this one. Okay, here what I can do, git reset -- hard, and I can paste the commit, or otherwise I can do head ~1. So that means move the head one step backward. So now head has moved one step back, and if you try to check the git log -- one line, and now you will be able to see this index file changes 2 only. Previously there was the head is in master file changes 2, but right now the head is in index file changes 2 only. If I try to open vi master.txt file, so if I open master.txt file, you will be having only the master file changes 1 only. So now we have reverted the changes what we have did in the master file changes 2. The line has been deleted. So fine, so we have achieved this one. But if you observe, the entire commit has been deleted. Okay, the entire commit is not there, so you don't have the record of this commit. So you don't know that, other people don't know that you have committed these changes. So completely you know that you haven't did. So the same thing we can achieve it using the revert command also. But what the revert command will do, we'll try to see. So here I will try to copy, okay, and I will try to do git reset --odd, and I will go back to the previous commit like this. So now I will, let me clear it out. So now if I try to check git log -- one line, we will be able to see all the commits. And if I open the master.txt file, you will be able to see 2 lines, master file changes 1. Now I want to revert the same changes using the git revert command. So what I will try to do, which commit I want to revert it, so I want to revert this change. So now I can copy this one, and I can do, what I can do is git revert, and I can paste the commit hash. If I paste this one, it will ask you that you are reverting the changes, so please keep a message. Okay, fine, I want to give the commit message same only, and I have reverted the changes. So if I open this master.txt file, so the same, the previously how we have resetted, the lines also has been reverted here. So what has happened here? So what is the main difference between reset and the revert thing? So now if you check the log, then you will observe. So here if you check the log, here see the changes, the master file changes to what we have did the previously, the commit is there like that only, and here a new revert commit has been committed. So whatever the changes you have did in this commit, those changes are all removed, and it has done an extra revert commit. Okay, you need to understand that. So now these all changes has been removed, and a new commit has been created. So this is the main difference between the revert and the reset. So now when we need to use this revert and when we need to use the reset. So reset is used when your commits are in the local only, you can use it. So when these all commits has been went into the public remote, so other collaborators or other developers are using this branch, and they have pulled your all changes, means then the reset commit will give you a conflicts, and also there will be a chance of losing the data. Okay, the commits if already missed means there will be a chance of losing the data. Then you need to use the revert commit to revert the changes, so that an extra commit will be created, so not affecting all the commits. Okay, so this is the thing you need to remember. Main thing is, so revert command will be used when you know that all your commits and all those things has been went into the remote, and all the developers has pulled your data, so that all the commits has been existing in their local system. Then you need to use the revert command. So but the changes, the branch whatever using is still in the local, commits are in your local branch only, means then you can use the reset command. And the revert command, with using this revert command, what we can do is, for example, so let me remove this revert command, so we can use this revert. So I can copy something like clear. Okay, so git reset --hard head ~1. Okay, I am moving. So now the revert command has been went away. So now if I try to check the git log --one line, so you are having the same commits what we have seen in the previously. Now after committing these all files, so I came to know that I want to change the file data what we have changed here, master file changes one. So that means the line what I have did in the master file, I need to revert these changes. I want to keep these all the changes only, but I want to revert only these changes. Then what can I do here? So this is the thing you need to understand. So what can I do here? One thing what I can do is, so if I try to reset this one, so for example, if I try to, so if I want to remove this master file changes one, means if I try to reset to here, what it will happen? So index file changes will 2 will go away and master file changes 2 also will go away, including this master file changes one. So for example, if I try to do git reset -- hard and I go to that particular commit means, oh sorry, so let me copy this and okay. So now git reset -- hard and space and paste this command. So now the commit, if I do the reset means what will happen? See, now if I try to check git log -- one line, so you are having only 2 commits previously. So these all master file changes and changes to everything is gone away. So but I want to revert only the master file changes one, this commit only. I want to keep these 2 commits also. But using this reset, so everything prior after this commit, every commit has been removed. So if I try to open this master file changes to, so vi master.txt, so now everything is removed. So that means changes 1, changes 2. I want to remove only the changes 1. I need to keep the changes 2, but everything is removed. So now what we need to do? So here let me revert back to here. Let me copy this one. Git reset -- hard. Let me go to here. So paste it. And if I try to check the git log -- one line, so we got all the commits here. So if I open this vi master.txt, so we are able to see the 2 changes. But now I want to remove only the changes 1 only. So I want to keep the changes 2. So what I can do here? So we can use the revert command here. So now what is the commit we need to revert? So this is the commit. So I can copy this one and I can use something like git revert, and here I can paste the commit. So now here, so we got a conflict in the merge conflict. So why? Because already changes are there. So what we can do here? So we can open this master.txt, and here it is saying that, so these are the changes. So what you can do it. So now I want to remove these changes. So I know the changes here. So if you want, you can remove it automatically. You can remove. So we are trying to remove changes 1, right? So I will remove this one. I will keep like this, and I will remove like this. So if you get a conflict, most probably you will not get a conflict. So now what I can do here? So I can commit it -a -m. So revert commit changes 1 or something like this. I can commit it automatically. Now if I want to check the changes, so vi master.txt, so we will be having the same changes 2 files only. And now if you want to check the vi index.txt file, so you will have all the changes kept like this. And if you try to check the git log -- one line, and you will be able to see all the things, and you have only the revert commit changes 1 only. Okay, you need to understand this revert command. So this is the thing. So hope you understood about this git revert command. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. Now we will learn about the GitHub. So now we have learned about the Git and all those things. Now we will learn about this GitHub. So what is this GitHub and how is it differs with the Git thing? So now in this video what we'll see is what exactly is the GitHub and what does it do. So coming to this one, GitHub, actually the GitHub has evolved over the years. So with so many by adding the bunch of features. Okay. So in a single line what I can say is that GitHub is nothing but a hosting platform for the Git repositories. That means GitHub provides the hosting service to host our repositories. To host our repositories, nothing but our code, our application, to host our application into the cloud. So the GitHub provides us a way. Now if you try to see here, I already told you, right? GitHub allows us to host our Git repository in the cloud. So that means this provides that we can access the code from anywhere. So by hosting the Git code into the GitHub, It allows us to access the code from anywhere and also share the code with the people around the world. So that means if I want to share my code, so whatever the code I have written, I want to share it with you, means GitHub provides us a platform to share the code with you. Okay, so this is the main concept. So GitHub provides, along with this sharing and all the things, it has some bunch of other features. Let's try to learn coming videos. Now, and also what I can say is, what is the difference between this then Git and GitHub? So how come Git differs from the GitHub? First we'll learn about this GitHub. GitHub has a huge differences with the GitHub. So what is that one is? Git, as we already told, that it is a distributed version control software that runs locally on your machine. If you observe up to now what we have learned about the Git commands and all those things, this all we'll learn in our local machine only. So there is no internet necessary for this one. So there is no registration of the account. Nothing is there. So just we learn the commands and we are able to do the time travel and we are able to modify the code, whatever the thing we want using this Git software. So that is the thing you need to remember. Git is a distributed version control software that runs locally in your machine and you don't have to register anything for an account. So there is no need for us to get an account in order to use the Git. And also you don't need internet to use it also. Just you install the Git in your system, then you are ready to go and you can have the code. You can initialize the Git repository in your application. Okay. Whereas GitHub is nothing but a service that hosts repository in the cloud. So that means if you are having a Git repository in your local machine, so GitHub will host that repository in the cloud and makes it easier to collaborate with other people, so that other people also which are having their own system through their system also they can do the collaborate with your code. And also you need to have a sign up for an account to use the GitHub. So that means in order to use the GitHub you need to sign up for an account. And also it's an online place to share work that is done using Git. So what I can say is, so it is an online place, so it needs an internet so that you can share the work that you have done using the Git. So GitHub provides us a way to share the work that is done using the Git. So this is the simple way what we can say the difference between the Git and the GitHub. Now you can get a doubt that then is there any other alternatives or competitors for the GitHub? So yeah, as according to that one, as this GitHub is an hosting service, so there are also alternative services to the GitHub also. So there are so many tools that provide similar hosting and also the collaboration features. Collaboration features means so tied up with other users, so working collaboratively with other users. So the tools that provide the similar hosting services are GitLab, Bitbucket and Gerrit. So these are the some of the some of the services that provides the similar Git hosting services. These are the alternatives to the GitHub, what we can say. Then why we need to use GitHub? So if you are having other alternatives and all those things, then why I need to use the GitHub? So you can get a doubt this one. GitHub became very popular these days. So what I can say is GitHub became very popular these days in the IT market and all those things. GitHub is founded in actually 2008. Now it is the world's largest host of the source code. So now it has become the world's largest source code hosting service. So whatever the source code you are having, so all the companies and all things, it provides the largest part of the hosting thing. GitHub reported that they are having over 60 million users. So that means 60 million developers are collaborating with the GitHub, and also there are about 200 million repositories on the platform. So that means they are having about 200 million repositories on their platform. So that means they are having 65 million users right now in the GitHub and also 200 million repositories in the platform. So it provides the largest host of the source code. And also what I can say, so another thing is GitHub is free. So you will be able to know that GitHub is a free, and GitHub offers its basic services, everything for a free. So basic services that is provided in the GitHub is free. So while it does also offers paid team and enterprise tiers. So it also has some other paid plans like team and enterprise tiers. So we will try to see that one in the GitHub website. The basic free tier allows for unlimited public and private repositories and unlimited collaborators also. We don't know, so we will check that one. So the basic free tier allows us for unlimited public and private repositories and more also. So let's try to see. So now this is about the GitHub. So why we need to use the GitHub? GitHub is useful for sharing the code in the cloud. So that means, for example, if you are working in one computer, you have the code in that computer. Suddenly you have bought a new laptop. So now you need to dump all this code to in your new laptop. So now if you have a hosting service, that is the code is deployed in the GitHub, means automatically you can connect it to the GitHub and you can dump the code from the GitHub present in the GitHub, so that you can collaborate, so you can work wherever you want using the GitHub. So now if you open the GitHub website, so github.com website, so it will be looking like this. So here you will be able to see a globe. So it is showing that something like a nice animation, the arrow marks, what are the commits are going to be are done right now. So it is showing the commits. So if you over here, so you will be able to see that Python and all those things, their commits are going on. So now here you will be able to see that where the world builds the software. So now here you will be able to see that it is having 65 million developers right now. 3 million organizations are using the GitHub, and also it is having 200 million repositories, it seems. 200 plus million repositories. 72% of the Fortune 50 companies are using the GitHub. You need to know that 72% of the Fortune 50 companies, out of Fortune 50 companies, 72% are using GitHub only. So now if you try to go the pricing plans, okay, so here you are having free. So basic for individuals and organizations. So it is providing a free tier. So here you will be able to see that unlimited public and private repositories you will be able to see, and it is telling that 2000 actions or minutes per month it is saying. So we will try to see this one also, free for public repositories, and it is providing 500 MB of package storage and free for the public repositories it is saying, and you will be having the community support. So most of the time you will be using this free, and here you are having some team and the enterprise also. So you will be able to see that single sign on and all those things you see. So these are so right now we don't need these all things. If you want, you can do the enterprise, and also just it's a $4 or $21. And here we will be mostly dealing with the free service only. It is providing unlimited and public private repositories. Most of the companies, most of the other hosting providers will not provide unlimited thing. So if you have a subscription plan, something like that, it will providing some basic thing only. But GitHub will providing unlimited thing. Now if you go to the home page, so we will see here. So we have already seen that it is providing 65 million and all those things it is having. So if you come down, so here you will be able to see that give your code a home in the cloud. So that means, so give your code a home in the cloud. So that means you are giving your code a home in the cloud, it seems. Okay, and here you will be able to see the code. So how to push it into the Git, and here you will be able to see that build what, so how to commit this and all. And also here you will be able to see that how to raise the PR and how to pay PR pull request has been raised, and how it reviews, and if you want to give any comments, here you can see how we can. And here we will be able to see the merging thing also. So pull request merging thing, merging the pull request, and here also you will be able to see. And these are all the features. So what are all the features? You will be having GitHub Actions, so that it will be automatically deployed in the server, and all those things it is showing. So this are all the features. Let's try to see. We'll see it in the coming videos. And here we are having some amazing what is this? It's an image. I don't know what is this image. So yeah, we are having a nice image here also. So this is all about the GitHub homepage. You will be able to see the GitHub homepage. So you will be able to know that this is the most popular Git hosting repository. You need to remember. So we will learn about this GitHub, how to host our Git repository code in the GitHub, and we'll try to see one by one. Hope you understood about this, what is meant by GitHub, why we will be using this GitHub. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen about the GitHub introduction. So what is GitHub and also what is the use of GitHub and all those things we have seen. Now in this video, we will see why we need to use the GitHub. Now here, if I try to see here, let me present it. Now here you will be able to see why we need to use the GitHub. So why we need to use GitHub means, one main thing what I can say is the collaboration. Collaboration means, so combinedly. If you ever plan to work on a project with at least one other person, so that means if you are working the project with you as only the developer means, okay, fine. But if more than one person, so your friend or your team, everyone is working on a project means, so GitHub will make it easier for you. So collaborating on a project with multiple members, GitHub will make it easier for you. The one main thing you need to understand is the collaboration. Or otherwise, you have developed a code and you want to share that code to your friend or to the entire world. So GitHub is the essential thing. So GitHub, we need GitHub to share the code to your friend or to the entire world. So this is the main thing you need to remember. So collaboration is the main thing. So collaboration is nothing but sharing your project with at least one other person. So that means combinedly working on a project with your team members. So then that is called as collaboration. So GitHub will make you easier on this collaboration thing. So another thing, so apart from this collaboration, so is there any other users in the GitHub? Yeah, there are the other users also. So let's try to see. Another one is the open source projects. What is this open source project? Open source projects is nothing but the projects in which the source code is available for you in the public. So that means the source code will be available for you public. So you can access the source code freely. So nowadays, what we can say is, not nowadays, so GitHub is nothing but GitHub is the home of the open source projects. So all the open source projects that are available in the internet. So every open source project is available, it will be available in the GitHub. So that means GitHub is nothing but it is the home of the open source projects. So projects like React, Vue, Angular, so recently .NET Core has become open source project. These all projects, open source projects, all are hosted in the GitHub itself. So you'll be able to see. So for example, if I want to show you, so here, so if I go to the GitHub main page, okay, so if I want to check React, so here you can type the React and you will be able to see the complete React project. So Facebook/React. So here you will be able to see the project React, and here you will be able to see the contributors. Contributors is nothing but the collaborators. So these are all the 1542 members have been working on this React projects combinedly. So these are all collaborators. So now this is the open source project. If you want, you can download the project here. Not only the React, if you try to open Vue, so you'll be able to see the Vue.js also. So sorry, Vue.js or Vue.js, something it will be. So if I try to check Vue.js, oh sorry, it is searching in the Facebook React. So let's go here, and here I will try to view, and here you will be able to see the Vue.js view. And also if I try to type Angular, so you'll be able to see the Angular also, Angular/Angular. So these are all open source projects. So for example, if you want to see .NET, so here Microsoft.NET you will be able to see. So recently .NET Core also has become open source project. So here you will be able to see .NET. So this one is Microsoft. Okay. So these are all open source projects. These open source projects are entirely completely available in the GitHub. Whatever the open source project, if you want, you can directly go here and you can search it. Kernel, Linux kernel, you will be able to see the Linux kernel. So Linux here, the Linux kernel source, everything will be available open source. If it is open source project means it will be available maximum in the GitHub. Okay. And another one what I can say is, so this is the thing. So if you, so something like projects like React all are hosting GitHub. So what is the use of this one? So now if you are planning to contribute this open source projects, so now we have seen, right, for the React we are able to see the contributors, 1542 contributors are there. So like those people, if you also want to contribute to the open source project, so you can do that one, or you have to be comfortable working with the GitHub. So that means if you are planning to contribute the open source projects like React, Angular, Vue or anything, so now you should be comfortable working with the GitHub. So this is the main why you should use GitHub is, this is the main reason. This is also one of the other reason. And now another one is the exposure. What is this exposure? So now projects. So if you have made contribution to the React or Angular something means, so in your profile you will be able to see, so that when I want to see your profile means I will be able to understand that these are the projects you have created, these are the contributions you have made to the other projects. So what is the use of that one? So it can act as a sort of resume. So this will be some sort of resume that many employers will consult on the hiring. Okay. So this is the main thing. This is the main thing. So now when your GitHub profile has some projects and also the contributions, so this will act as a resume so that the employers who are searching for a talented people, so they can consult you for hiring. Additionally, and also not only this one, you can also gain some friends. So friends means related to the open source projects and all those things, and discuss by contributing to the popular projects. Okay. So you can also gain some friends and you can also discuss and a comment about contributing the popular projects. Okay, so this is one thing. For example, if I want to show you, so here if you see the GitHub, and if I try to write React or something, anything, if I go to the Facebook React, so here you will be able to see all the users, right? If I click on this guy, some other random guy, so you'll be able to see all the projects that he has. Okay, so and you will be able to see, and here also you'll be able to see the contributions in the last year. So for example, if I type our name, okay, so sorry, so if I go to GitHub and if I try to write our name, so let's try, we'll try to see our profile will come or not. Okay, so this is our profile, and if you try to see here our profile, and here you'll be able to see the contributions. So what are the contributions we have made, and what are the commits, and what is our profile. So these are the repositories, what are the repositories we are having. So these are all our contributions. Okay, so these are the contributions what we can do. So by seeing this profile, so the employers can contact you for hiring. Okay, so not only this one, so what we can do is, so now another thing what we can see is stay up to date. So by seeing, so what I can say is, so if you are being active in the GitHub profile, so if you are active in the GitHub, it is the best way to stay up to date with the projects. So that means, so you can stay up to date with the projects and the tools that you are using. So currently, right, you are using in your projects or anything, so the tools and the softwares, whatever the thing you are using, so you will be able to know up to date. Why? Because, so for example, if you are using React.js, means if you go to the React, so you will be able to see the latest update, what is the update you are getting, and all those things you will be able to know. For example, if I am having a React, so when is the latest version is going to be released, what are the new features that are going to be added in the React. By seeing their profile, you will be able to understand, and also you can have a discussion with this one. So here you will be able to see 17.0.2 is the March 22nd, it has been latestly released, and you will be able to see the what are the new features added in this one. Everything you can be able to know. So you can stay up to date by if you are active in the GitHub. So learn about upcoming changes and the debate behind them. So you can also see the debate and all those things, and also you can participate, and all those things you can do if you are staying in the GitHub. So these are the main uses of using the GitHub. So one main thing is the collaboration. So you need to important known is collaboration and the open source projects. If you want to contribute for the open source projects, you can contribute, and also the exposure. So your GitHub profile tells about you. So what are your contributions, and what is your achievements, what are your projects, in which field you are very strong, and all those things we will be able to know by seeing your GitHub profile. And another one is the up to date. So staying up to date with the project. So the softwares or anything. So what are the new versions has been released? What are the new features that has been added in the latest version? These are all the things you will be able to know when you are being active in the GitHub. So these are the main things why we need to use the GitHub. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the Git cloning. In the previous video, we have learned about the GitHub and why we need to use the GitHub and what are all those things we have seen. Now we will see about the Git cloning. Now up to now what we have did is, so we have worked on only the local Git repositories. So that means we have created a project, and in that project we have initialized the repository using the command git init command. So this is the thing. So that is nothing but the local Git repository. Now what we need to do, so in the GitHub we have a repositories. We have the list of repositories in the GitHub. So in those repositories are called as the remote repositories. So that means which are in the remote, that is nothing but in the cloud or internet. So but to work with those type of remote repositories that are nothing but hosted in GitHub or Bitbucket or anything. So whatever the self-hosted repositories anyway, self-hosted service or anywhere. So in order to work with these repositories, we need to get the local copy into the computer, right? So now, for example, what we have did up to now, we have created a project. That means nothing but the copy is present itself in our local machine. Now what we have did, we have initialized the Git project for that one, and we have used the commands in that project. But now we need to work with the project which is not present in our local machine. So that means we need to get the project from the remote, and we need to have it in the local. We need to have it in the local copy into the computer. So for that, for having that local copy into the computer, so what we need to do is, we need to have the URL, so that we can tell Git to clone the repository. So that means, so in order to get the data from the remote, the repository, so we need to have the URL. So we will be using the Git clone. So now, for example, if you go to the documentation, for example, if I go to the documentation, so for example, this is the documentation, and let's open this documentation. If you go to the reference manual, and here you will be able to see the getting and creating projects. For getting and creating projects, we will be using init and clone. So init is nothing but for initializing the repository, and clone, this is the new command what we are trying to do. This clone command itself is a standard, itself is a Git command, it's not a GitHub command. So the clone is used to get the repository into our project. Okay, so for this cloning thing we need to have a URL. So that is the thing I'm explaining you. So now we need to clone the repository into our local computer. For that we need to have the URL. So git clone command gets the repository that is not present in your machine based on the URL we provide. So that means it will get the repository, the whole repository which is not present in your machine, by using the URL what we will be providing. It will get you the repository. Now what is the command of this one? So now what the command for this one is a git clone and the URL. So I will show you the URL. So that now what will happen is Git will retrieve all the files associated with the repository and will copy them into your local machine. So you need to remember that. So Git, what it will try to do, it will retrieve all the files associated with the repository. So when you type this command git clone URL, it will get all the data from the repository and it will copy into your local machine. And in addition to that, not only copying that whole data and the whole project into your local machine, it also initializes the it will also initialize a new repository on your machine, giving you access to the full history of the cloned project. So that means it will give you the full history of the cloned project. Now GitHub. So now let's try to do. So now what we'll try to do is, let's try to clone the repository. So how we can clone the repository? So here let's open the GitHub. Okay, I am having this GitHub here. Okay, let's go to the github.com, and here you can search for any repositories. For example, I am searching HTML5 snake or something like this. Okay, so if I search here, so we will be able to see some project HTML5 snake game. So let's open this project. Okay, I am directly open this project. So here you will be able to see the contributors. We are having 2 contributors and the total commits done is the 15 commits, and I want to see this project. Okay, I want to see the code, or I want to see the output. So how we can do, we can get the project into your local machine. So how we can get is, so here if you try to see, here is a green button, and if you click here, you will be able to see the clone, and here you will be able to have the URL. So this is the URL, you are able to have the URL. This URL is nothing but the URL what it is provided here. You can either take this URL, or otherwise you can copy this URL also. Let's copy this URL, and now what you need to do is, so let's open the project. So here I am opening the project, and here what I will try to do is, I will open the command prompt from here, and right now where I am in the cloning project. Okay, in the cloning directory. So if I write on the ls, so there is nothing folders present. There are no projects present in this folder. Now if you need to do that, when you are trying to do the git clone, so you need to remember that you should not clone the repository in an already existing repository. Okay, so if you try to check the git status, and you will be able to see that it is not a git repository. So there you need to clone it. Now here what I will try to do, so git clone, and I have already copied the URL. I will paste it here. So this is the URL. Now if you try to press enter, it will try to take all the data from the GitHub, and it has pasted. So now if you try to press ls, you will be able to see a new directory with name HTML5 snake. So now if I go to the HTML5 snake, okay, so here I am able to see, and right now here you will be able to see the master. Okay, so now if I try to press the ls, so here we got all the details. Okay, all the project details, all the project files, whatever the project files it is present here, we are able to get it. And now we can also check something like git status. So now by clicking on the git status, we are now able to know that so the project has been initialized with the git repository. And if you want to see the git log, you can also press git log, and you will be able to see all the commits that has been made up to now. So if you want to make git log -- one line, so you can do the one line also. So here these are the commits that has been made, 15 commits. So now let's open this one in the Visual Studio Code. So let's open this one in the Visual Studio Code. So it is opening in the Visual Studio Code. So now what I will try to do is I will try to run this project. So if I try to run this project, so what I will try to do here, now here in the index.html, either you can directly open this index.html or otherwise you can open it with the live server if you have the live server extension installed in your VS Code. Now it is trying to open. So now if you try to open here, you will be able to see the output that is present in the project. So press spacebar, it is saying. Okay, I press spacebar. So now you will be able to see the snake game. So snake game has been created. So that means we have successfully got the project. So now if you go to the command prompt, so you will be able to see that in this way we will be able to get the project. Now another one what I can say is, so here, so this is how we will be cloning the projects, where we have seen the cloning the project, right? Now you may be having a doubt that, so how is that we can get all the repositories, is that we can clone all the repositories present in the GitHub. Anyone can clone a repository from GitHub, provided that the repository is the public. So you need to remember this important point, that anyone can clone a repository from a GitHub, not only from the GitHub, Bitbucket or anywhere, GitLab anywhere, provided that the repo is public. So repository is the public. You do not need to be owner or collaborator to clone the repository. So that means we have took the entire project from here. So as this repository is the public, and I am not a contributor, and also I am not the owner of this project also, but I am able to get all the details of the project and I am able to see the output of the project also. So that is the thing. You do not need to be a owner or collaborator to clone the repo locally to your machine. You just need the URL from the GitHub. So that's it. So I just got the URL from the repository. That's it. Pushing up your changes. So that means whatever the changes I made in this project and I want to push those changes. Pushing we have not seen up to now. So we'll learn this pushing also. So the pushing means nothing but adding our changes. So whatever the changes we have made, that adding of changes to the GitHub repo involves another process. That for that you need permissions to do that one. So we will see that one afterwards. So this is the thing you need to do. So getting the project is easy only, but pushing our changes, so that means sending our changes to that GitHub project means we need permissions for that one. So we need to remember important thing is that git clone is the standard git command. So it is not so many people will be thinking that git clone is a GitHub command, they will be thinking, but it is not a GitHub command. It's git clone is the standard git command. So it is not specifically tied to the GitHub. We can use it to clone repositories that are hosted anywhere. So that means that are hosted anywhere means, so git clone needs only the URL only. So that is either from GitHub or Bitbucket or GitLab anywhere. So for example, I have opened here instead of GitHub the GitLab website. So here you will be able to see the GitLab website, and here you can go to the Explore. So if I click on the Explore, so here you can search for the projects. Okay, here you are having so many projects here. These are all the public projects. If you want, you can directly click here, something KA project or anything. So here if you want to clone, here you will be able to see the clone, and you can copy with HTTPS. So this is with SSH. We will see that SSH also, and I can go here. So let me come out. So we need to add this one. So now git clone, and here I can paste this URL directly, and here see I am able to clone this project. So we are able to successfully clone the project, that is from the GitLab. So that URL what I have pasted is different from the URL what I have pasted previously. So that one is nothing but what we can say is that is GitHub URL, and here is a GitLab URL. So if you click on the ls, so here I can go to the KA-project and I can click on the ls. So here you will be able to see the files. Okay, so this is how you will be cloning the project from the hosted from the remote repositories. That is nothing but from the GitHub or Bitbucket or GitLab or anything self-hosted services. Hope you understood about the clone command. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see about how to connect the GitHub with SSH. So that means in the previous video, we have seen how to get the repository through HTTPS we have seen. Now we will see how to connect the GitHub with the SSH. So normally what we can tell is, normally we can connect to GitHub using two methods. That is nothing but using HTTPS what we have seen previously. So using git clone and the URL of the GitHub repository. And another one is the second process is the SSH. So through using this SSH also we can connect the GitHub. So normally if you connect through HTTPS, what will happen is every time when you are getting the data from the GitHub repository means it will prompt you to ask user email and the password. It will prompt you always, it will tell you to give the email and the password to authenticate. So to know that whether the person asking for the data is authenticated or not. So using HTTPS, so it will be always asking you with the email and the password every time you are doing some getting from data from the GitHub. But using SSH, it will not be like that. So it will have a SSH key with the GitHub and in your local computer. So one private key will be stored in the local computer and you will be sharing the public key with the GitHub account, so that it will be not asking you all the time with the username and the password. So whenever you want to get the data from the GitHub, you can directly get the data. Okay, let's try to see in this video how to set up this SSH key with the GitHub in your local computer. So now for this one, what we need to have is we need to have an account in the GitHub. So let's try to sign up. So here you can use the username and email address and the password. So you can create the sign up account. I already have an account. So let me log in. So Leela WebDev. Okay. So I am logging it with the password. So I am logging in. So I am able to successfully log in. So this is our new account. So that is nothing but Leela WebDev. You will be able to see. So now what we will try to do is, I have already told you, right? So when working with a GitHub repository, you will often need to identify yourself to GitHub using your username and the password. Same thing what I had discussed. When always we are requesting for a GitHub repository means it will ask you username and password. So an SSH key is an alternative way to identify yourself that doesn't require you to enter your username and password every time. So this is the SSH key is an alternative way to identify. And another one, using this SSH protocol, you can connect and authenticate to remote servers and services. With SSH keys, you can connect to GitHub without supplying your username and personal access token at each visit. So this is the main thing you need to remember. So now to implement SSH keys in the system, first we need to create the SSH key pair. So we need to create a SSH key pair, and then afterwards we need to add this SSH key to the SSH agent. So we need to ensure that SSH agent is running or not. So by typing this command, and we need to add that generated SSH key to the agent. And afterwards what will happen is, so that's it. So we can go to the GitHub profile and we can add the SSH key pair in the settings, so that mutually it will understand. So your computer and the GitHub account, and you can check that we are authenticated or not using this GitHub. Okay. So now let's try to set up this one. So from first onwards. So if you want to know me, so directly you can type something like GitHub SSH like this. Okay, so here you will be able to see this one. So now here what you can do, connecting GitHub with the SSH. So first one, so now we will generate a new SSH. If you have already existing SSH keys means you can check it, or otherwise you can generate a new SSH key and add it to the SSH agent if you want to create a new one. So now as I am in the Windows, so what I will be trying to do is I will be trying to use this Windows only. So if you don't really have an SSH key in your computer, and if you don't want to use the already existing SSH key and you want to create your own SSH key means, so we need to generate a new SSH key as we have already discussed. So now let's try to open the Git bash. Okay, let's try to open it. So here I will try to go like this, and here I will try to open Git bash here. Okay, so I have opened the Git bash. Now what I will try to do, so what is the thing it is saying? So let's try to open here. So it is telling that type this command ssh keygen -t-c and your email address. So we need to give our email address. So here let's try to paste it here, and let's try to give the email address that we have registered. So I have registered GitHub with using this leelawebdev@gmail.com. Okay, so let's try to press enter. So it will ask you that enter the file in which you want to save the key. So it is trying to generate the SSH key and it's trying to save it in a file. It is telling that, so if you want to mention any file name is, you can mention it here, or otherwise commonly what we will be trying to do is we will trying to save it with this file name only. Okay, so let's try to press enter. So now it is, so if you want to give the password first for that one, you can give it, or otherwise we can keep it empty. So I am keeping it as empty only. So now a SSH key has been generated for you. So next what we need to do, so we have generated this SSH key pair. Now let's try to add SSH key to the SSH agent. So now in order to see SSH agent, we need to check that whether SSH agent is running or not. So we can use this command to run the SSH agent. So now let's type it here. So you will be able to see that process ID has been given, that in which process ID the SSH agent has been running, 617. So fine, let me clear out. Okay. So now what we need to do, we need to add the created SSH pair to the SSH agent. So this is the name, we have not changed any name. So if you have given your personal customized name, means you need to mention the name here. We haven't created any name, so we can directly copy this one and we can directly paste it here. Okay, so I have pasted it here. So press enter. So I press enter. So now it has been added into the C users Leela Narasimha like this. Okay, so SSH key pair has been added to the SSH agent. Now what we need to do, so we need to add it to the GitHub account. So let's open the GitHub account. So I am opening here github.com. Okay, so let's open the github.com and you need to go to your profile, and in here in this settings you need to go, and in this settings you will be able to see that here option SSH and GPG keys. So let's click on this SSH, and here you will be able to see that no SSH keys has been added here. So now let's try to add a new SSH key. So if I click on this new SSH key, it will ask you to paste the key here. So where we can get this key? So here if you try to see, the SSH key has been added, C users Leela Narasimha, right? So let's go to the C drive, and here you will be able to see the users, and here you will be able to see Leela Narasimha, and here you will be able to see the SSH, and here you will be able to see one private key and also one .pub, that is nothing but the public key. Let's open this public key in the notepad. I am opening this public key in the notepad. Okay, so now let's close this one all, and I am closing this one all again, and I am trying to open it again. So let's open this one in the notepad. Okay, I have opened it here. Let's copy this whole code. Okay, and what we need to do, let's close this one all, and we need to go to the GitHub and let's paste it here directly. And now what you need to do, so you can write something like desktop computer or anything. So this is the place where you can add it and add the SSH key. That's it. So you have added the SSH key. So you have established the connection between the desktop computer and with the GitHub account. Now if you want to see that SSH account is authenticated or not, you can write using SSH space -T. So you can write git@github.com, and if you press enter, it will ask you that. So you can press S here, and here permanently added. So hi Leela web dev, you have successfully authenticated, but GitHub does not provide shell access. So okay, so now you have successfully authenticated. So that means SSH has been successfully set up in your local computer. So now you have an access for the Leela web dev GitHub account and your local computer. So this is the way you can set up the SSH key pair in your local computer with the GitHub. Hope you understood how to set up this SSH key. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen the different ways of connecting the GitHub to our local machine we have seen. Now in this video, what we will try to do is, we will try to create a repository in the GitHub, and let's try to connect that remotely created, that repository created in the GitHub to our local machine. We will try to see. So normally if you try to see the GitHub website, here you will be able to see that the GitHub website doesn't have any repositories. So we have successfully created the GitHub account and we haven't created any repository. So now what we will try to do is, we will try to create the repository and we will try to connect that repository to our local project. So now how do I get my code in the GitHub? So first question is, so I have a code in my local machine. So I have an application in my local machine. So how do I get my code in the GitHub? How to add the code in the GitHub? So there are two options that we can add the code in the GitHub. So first one is the existing repo. So that means existing repo means nothing but if you have already the existing local application in your local machine, that is nothing but a Git repository. So you can do with these three options. So that is nothing but what I can say is, first is the create a new repo in the GitHub. So that means first one, we need to create a repository in the GitHub and connect your local repository, add a remote. So we need to connect our local repository with the GitHub repository that we have created in the GitHub. And also we need to push our changes into the GitHub. Okay, these are the three options. So the second option is nothing but what I can say is start from scratch. So that means you doesn't have anything code. So you didn't started up to now the project and now you are going to start a new project. So that means up to now you don't have any project existing in your local machines. You are going to start a new project. Means the first one what we can say is create a new repo in the GitHub common. So we can create a new repo in the GitHub. Now next we need to do clone it down to your machine. So we need to clone it. So we have seen, right, git clone, something like that. In the previous videos we have seen HTML5 snake and all those things. From the GitLab also we are getting the sample project and all those things we are getting, right? So in the same scenario we need to do the git clone from your machine to your machine and do some work locally. So whatever the changes you want you can do it and push your changes to the GitHub. So this is the second option. Okay, so first option is already you have the existing repository in your project in your local machine, means you can do these steps, and you are starting from scratch means you can do these steps. Okay, so now what we need to do is, so after creating the GitHub repository and you have a local repository in your project, means what you need to do, so we need to make somehow the local repository. So that means the local application where we are existing in our local machine know about the GitHub repo. So we need to make a linkage with the GitHub repository and the local repository. Somehow we need to make the linkage. How we can make the linkage? We need to tell about our remote repository. So here you need to remember that remote repository, or otherwise you can also say it's a destination. Some people will tell it as destination. So remote repository is nothing but the repository that we are going to create in the GitHub. So we need to tell about our present in the GitHub. So now what we will try to do is we will try to create a repository in the GitHub. So how we can create? So we can go here, you will be able to see the option when you go to the GitHub homepage. After logging in, you will be able to see the create repository button. So you can click on this create repository button, or otherwise you can click it here, new repository button. So I am going on clicking this create repository button, and here you will be able to see the repository name. So here what I can do, so you need to give the project. So here I can give something like sample hyphen project. Okay, so if you give something like sample space project also, so it will take the your new repository will be created as sample hyphen projects. It will take it as hyphen only, so it will not take the space. So we will create with the hyphen only. So sample hyphen project is available, and this is the name of my name of my user. And here if you want to give the description, you can give the description, whatever the description mentioning about the project description and all those things. And here you will be able to see the project, how do you want to set the project, whether you want to make it as public or private. So either of these things you can select. And here you will be having some options, something like adding a readme file, adding a git ignore, and choosing a license. So we will skip this step and we will see one by one about this one. So up to now what we'll do is we'll try to ignore these things. Okay, so we'll just create the project name, so repository name, and let's click on this create repository. So if I click on this create repository, you will be able to see this page. And in this page, if you try to observe here what it is telling, quick step if you have done this kind of thing before. So here it is giving you the repository URL. So this is the URL that your repository has. So GitHub has created a repository URL for your repository. Okay, and here, so if you are starting the project for the first time, so we need to use this option. So that means option 2. And if you have already the existing repository, so you can use this commands, it is saying. So now let's try to see. So as we have already so many projects are there, so we have created some Git projects, something like Git cherry pick, Git merge rebase. If you follow my tutorial and if you follow my course, Git course, you'll be able to see we have created so many Git repositories. So let's say I am taking this repository e-commerce project. So let's try to open this e-commerce project. So here what I will try to do, so this is the e-commerce project. Okay, I have opened in the Git bash. So now if you want to see here, so let's try to, so this is the e-commerce project. So if I try to do the git state, not git state. So here git status, if I try to check, so here it is on the branch master. So the git has been initialized in this repository. If you want to check the git log, we can check the git log. So these are all the commits that has been made in the master branch. And if you want to check the branches, we can check here git branch. So it is a complete Git repository that is created, the application has been created in our local machine. So now what we want to do, we want to send this Git repository to the GitHub repository. Okay, we need to make a linkage of this e-commerce project to the sample project. So now let's try to see. Now what I can say is, so somehow we need to make a link with the remote repository and the local repository. So now what we can do here, so if I try to minify this one, okay, if I try to minify this one, yeah, here if you try to see, we need to make somehow the local repo know about the GitHub repo. Yeah, so we need to tell about our remote repository present on. So now what I can say here, in Git we refer to this destination as remotes. Okay, so this is the term what we used to listen, that remote. Remote is nothing but this repository, remote repository, and this is our local repository. So here we are trying, right, e-commerce project is the local repository, and here what we have created, this is the remote repository. Somehow we need to make a linkage for these two things. So how we can do the linkage? So remote is simply a URL where a hosted repository lives. So now this is the URL where it will make the linkage for the local repository. So how we can make this linkage is, for example, if we try to see viewing remotes, first let's before adding this linking to this existing repository. So first we need to check that already this local repository is already linked with other GitHub repository or not. We need to check first. How we can check? So using this git remote, if I type git remote, so we are getting empty. So that means it doesn't have any remote repository. And if you want, you can also type git remote -v. And if you type here, we are able to see nothing. Okay. So here also, so that means this local repository is not associated with any remote repositories. For example, if I try go back here, and if I try to show, so we have done the cloning, right? In the cloning, we have took up some projects. So here HTML5 snake. So if I try to take the HTML5 snake, and here if I try to write git remote, okay. So here we are having origin. So I will explain you what is this origin afterwards, and you are able to see something, origin is there. So now git remote -v means, so you are able to see some URL. So this is the URL. So right now the e-commerce project doesn't have any associated with any GitHub remote repository URL, but HTML5 snake is associated with this GitHub this URL for fetching and also for pushing. Okay, so this is how we will be having. And if you go back to the e-commerce project, here what I can say, so into the e-commerce, so sorry, yeah, e-commerce project, we don't have any repositories, right? So now what I can say here, so if you go into the, to view any existing remotes for your repository, we can run git remote or git remote -v. So we have seen, right, git remote and git remote -v. This command just displays a list of remotes. So that is nothing but, so whatever the remotes existing in your local repository, it will just displays you. If you haven't added any remotes yet, you won't see anything. So this is how we can see the remotes. So what we will try to do is, in the next video, what we'll try is, we will try to add this remote to our local repository, what we have did. So here to our local repository, in the next video, we will try to add this remote. Hope you understood about this concept. So how to create the repository in the GitHub, and also how to check the remote also, you will be able to, I think you are able to understand. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen how to create a repository in a GitHub, and also we also seen how to check the remote also we have seen. So how to check the remote, so whether any repository is having any remote access or not. So how can we check the remote thing? So we can check using git remote. So now for this one, it doesn't have any remote access, right? So now what we will try to do is, we will try to add remote. So that means what we have created in the GitHub repository, we will try to create a connection between this e-commerce project and also the sample project, so that whatever the code is there, we will push this code into the sample project. So in order to make a linkage between these two things, what we need to do is, we need to add a remote. So that is nothing but, what we can say is adding a remote. So for adding a remote, what we can do is, so this is the command, git remote add origin URL. And URL is nothing but, what I can say is, this URL is nothing but, this is the URL. So this is the remote URL. And for whatever the project you are trying to make, add the origin, so you need to add the command git remote add origin URL. So here what we can say is, git origin is nothing but the short name for the URL. So what you can say is, this is the URL you are having. So you are giving a name for this URL. All the time if you want to type this URL, it will be a tedious job for us. So for that reason, we will be giving an alias name for this URL. So that is the origin. That means whenever I use the name origin, I am referring to that particular GitHub URL like an alias name. Okay, I think hope you understood about this one. So whenever I am referring this origin means, So that is nothing but I am referring to this particular URL. So I am giving a name to this particular URL so that whenever I tell origin, it refers to this URL. Okay. So next one, what you can say is the name origin is the conventional Git remote name. So this is a conventional remote name. Actually, what we can say is origin is the commonly used conventional name. It is not at all special. So what I can say is you can think that what you can say is you can think something like it has some secret powers or secret special abilities, that origin is having some special abilities or secret powers. You will be thinking like that. It doesn't have any powers or any special abilities or anything. So origin is just a name for a that is given for a particular URL. It's just a name for a URL. When we clone a GitHub repo, the default remote name setup for us is called origin. So when we are trying to clone, so the default remote name is setup is called as origin. So the GitHub already, what we can say is the Git already will set the remote name as origin by default. If you want, you can change it, but most people leave it as it is. So if you want to name this change the name of this origin means you can change it. Let's try to see it how we can change the name. So how we have master as the default branch. So we will be having master, right, as a default branch. Just like that, origin is the default. If needed, we can change the name. So this is the, I think, hope you understood about this origin thing. So all the people will be having a misconception about this origin, why we are using this origin, what is the special meaning of this origin, like that. So it doesn't have a special meaning or secret abilities. Just what I can say is this origin is just a name, alias name for the URL. So instead of typing all this URL, we will be just calling the origin so that Git will refer to this URL. Okay. So we can also use like this. So how we are using Git remote add origin URL, something like that. You can also add Git remote add my GitHub URL, whatever the name. If you want to keep your project name or project URL, GitHub URL, friend URL, anything, whatever the name you want, you can keep it here, and the URL. Say in the place of origin, you can keep whatever the name you want. This means anytime you use the name my GitHub URL, we are referring to this particular GitHub repo URL. Whatever the URL you are referring here, so whenever you use the name my GitHub URL means we are referring to this particular GitHub repo URL. Commonly used remote name is origin by all of them. So we will be using commonly used remote name will be origin only. So renaming the remotes. So up to now we have seen so how to add a remote. So if you want to rename the remote name, so that is nothing but you have an origin. I want to rename the remote name. So how we can rename is git remote rename and old name. So if it is origin, you'll be giving the origin and the new name. Whatever the new name we want, we can give it. We can also remove the remote using git remote remove and the name origin you will be giving. So these are the commands. Let's try to implement this one in the practical implementation, how we can add a remote. So now if you try to see here we are already having an existing repository. If you try to see here, we are so for this project it doesn't have any remote set for this one. So now we need to set the remote for this one. So how we can add a remote for this one? We know already git remote add, and we need to give a name for this URL origin. So origin is the naming convention, so commonly used thing. So if you try to see the GitHub, here you will be able to see git remote add origin. Origin is the name. So here you can use this URL. So I can copy this URL and I can paste it here automatically. Okay. So now if I press enter, nothing will happen. So now remote has been set for this e-commerce project. Now if you want to check the remotes, what we can do? I can just type git remote hyphen, or otherwise I can keep like this. So here you will be able to see git remote is an origin. If I want to check git remote hyphen v, so you can check it. So here origin is set for this GitHub URL, and for fetching means for getting data from the GitHub, and pushing means for pushing changes also you have an origin URL. Okay, so this is how we will be able to add the remote to the Git repository. Now if I want to rename this name, if I want to rename this origin, how can I rename? So now git remote rename, okay, old name. First we need to give the old name origin and the new name, so GitHub URL. So you can keep whatever name you want. So now I have kept like this. So now what I will try, I will try to press the enter. So if I try to press the enter, see, now if I try to press git remote, so I will try to write git remote. See, now you will be able to see instead of origin, you are able to see GitHub URL. Now the name, alias name has been set to the GitHub URL. So now whenever I want to check git remote -v the GitHub URL, now it is referencing to the GitHub URL. Now I want to remove this one. Okay, I want to remove this remote. How can I remove? So here I can use something like git remote remove, and you need to add the name GitHub URL. So I can remove the remote. So it has been removed. So if I try to check the git remote, so nothing is there. So git remote -v, so nothing is there. So that means remote has been successfully deleted from this repository. So if I want to add it again, what I can do? So here I can add it directly like this, and here I can paste it directly like this. So something like git remote, or otherwise we have copied, right? So just we'll try to paste it. Yeah. So instead of adding add origin, I will try to write directly GitHub URL. See, GitHub URL. So if I try to press the enter, see, it has been added. So now if I try to check the git remote GitHub URL, git remote -v, so it is the GitHub URL. Now if I want to change this name, is what I can do? So what I can do here, git, I will try to clear it. Yeah, git remote rename GitHub URL to origin. I need to rename that origin. So it renamed. So if I check the git remote, origin is there, git remote -v, so URL is also set. So this is how we will be setting the adding the remote to a repository, renaming the repository, and also the removing the repository, removing the remote, not repository, removing the remote also we have seen. So this is how we will be setting the remote, add the remote, and remove the remote, and renaming the remotes. In the next video, what we'll try to do is we'll try to push the data. So here we will be having some commits, right? So in the next video, we will try to push this all commits to the GitHub repository. So how we can push this all GitHub repository? Let's try to see it in the next video. We have added a remote origin, right? So we'll try to push it in the GitHub repository. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to push the existing code, whatever the existing code we have in our local repo. We'll try to push it into the GitHub created repository. So that is nothing but sample project. So in the previous video, we have added the sample, we have created the sample project repository, and also we have added the remote in the e-commerce project. So if in order to check the remote, we can see git remote space -v. So this is the URL for this one. So now in order to push the thing, what we need to do is, for example, if you try to see here, you will be able to see that git branch -m main. So here they have given the main here. Actually, normally what we can say is in the git repository, so normal default branch is the master. So now what we can say is in the GitHub, in the ending 2020 ending, I think, so they renamed the master branch and made main as the main branch. Okay, so they renamed the master to the main. So that is the reason they are asking us to rename the master branch to the main. So right now we will, for confusion concerns and all those things, we will keep it as master only. In the GitHub in the late 2020s, they have changed this master to the main. Okay, so now what do we need to do? So now in order to push our repository, whatever the repository we are having, so in order to push this all repository into the GitHub means we need to use the command git push, and we need to mention the name of the remote. So what is the name of the remote we are having? Origin. And we need to mention the branch name. So why? Because so right now if you try to check the branches here, so git branch, if you try to check the branches, we are having lot of branches, right? So now git using this push thing, so we cannot push all these branches at a time. So we can push only one branch, whatever the branch you mention. So that branch only will be pushed to the GitHub at a single time. So now we need to push whatever the changes that are present in the master, we need to push. So how we can push it? So git push origin master. So before pushing this one, let's try to check the log. So these are all the logs present. Okay, so if you try to check the status, so we can check the status here. So nothing is there. So now whatever the log commits up to now what I have made, so these all commits will be moved to the master. So to the GitHub repository. So how can I do it? Git push origin, the name of the branch. So here we need to mention the remote name. So this is the alias name, you need to know, you know, right? And here this is the branch name. So this master branch and the commits that are present in this master branch, everything will be moved to the GitHub repository. So if I press enter, so let's try to push it. So it is trying to push it. So it has been pushed. So now if I try to check it in the GitHub, so now if I refresh this page, so let's try to see. So here you will be able to see. So Leela Reddy has committed some changes. Okay. So now commit. So if you want to check, so now if you try to click on this one, so here if you try to see, there is only one branch present. So but if you try to see here, Git branch means you will be able to see so many branches, but only one branch is pushed. So this is the thing you need to remember. So whatever the branch you are pushing, Git push origin master, so that branch only will be pushed to the GitHub. You need to remember this one. So now here you will be able to see the list of branches. So that is nothing but only the master is pushed into the GitHub, and here you will be able to see all the files, dummy, index, new text, all the files you will be able to see, and here also you will be able to see one branch. Okay, here you will be able to see the one branch, and if I click on this branch, so here you will be able to see the all the branches names. Okay, so if I click on these branches, so you will try to see. So here you will be able to see, and here you will be able to see the 9 commits. These are all 29 days ago, 29 days ago. So that means we have created these all commits 29 days ago. So here if I click on the commits, here you will be able to see all the commits that I have did in the local Git repository. This all the commits has been pushed here. See, you will be able to see the commits. So this is how we will be pushing the branch into the GitHub repository. Now we will try to create a new branch and we will try to push it here into the GitHub. So now if I try to see, so now if we try to see here, so if I try to keep ls, so here I am able to see the ls, and I will try to switch to the, so git switch -c or otherwise new branch. So we have already one branch present, we will move to this branch. So if I keep ls, so we are having index.txt, new branch.txt. So let's try to create another file, something like, I will try to remove this one. What I can say, rm new branch dot, so I will remove this branch, and also I will try to remove index.txt file also. So I have removed rm. So if I try to press ls, so we are having nothing files is there. So now what I will try to do, I will try to create another branch. So here I will try to create something like leela.txt. Okay, I have created. So now if I try to check the status, so here we have deleted 2 files and we have added leela.txt file. So let's add everything and let's git commit -m, so delete and add file. Okay, so now we have committed. So now if I try to check the git log here, so you will be able to see the commit. So here the origin is here. Okay, so you'll be able to see the origin, the head is here. Okay, now what I will try to do here, I will try to push it. So here I will try to push it. So how can I push this one? So git, so let's try to clear it out, this one all. So now here git push origin, so we need to write origin and the name of the branch. So name of the branch is nothing but new branch. Here I can press enter. So now what it will try to do, so new branch has been pushed here. Okay, so here everything is pushed. So now if I try to check here, if I try to refresh this page, so here you will be able to see the 2 branches. So here if I click on the drop down, we are able to see the new branch also. But here you will be able to see the 3 files are existing here, dummy, index and new. But if I go to the new branch, see, nothing is present. So only leela.txt file is only file present. So now we are maintaining the copies of these files also. So if I go to this master branch, okay, so here we are having 3 files and here we are having the new branch. Okay, so now these are all the commits we have did. So if I go to the commits means, so if I go to this new branch and if I go to here, so here you will be able to see the 4 commits that has been already done in the new branch. So this is how we will be pushing the commits into the GitHub repository. Now if you go to the master, for example, so here I can go something like Git Checkout master or otherwise Git Switch master. I move to the master. So what I will try to do here, so I will let me clear it out. So here I will try to create something like, so we are having ls, right? So I am creating something like touch master.txt or something like that. I am creating one file. And if you want whatever the things you want, you can change, you can do it. Whatever the changes you want, you can do it. So I have did one file, I have created one file. So I can commit it here. So git commit -m. Okay, so add master file, something like this. So now if you want to push it, means git push origin master, that's it. So whatever the commits you have made, so the one commit will be moved automatically to the GitHub repository. That's it, it has moved to the GitHub repository. So if you have not configured the SSH, means it will always prompt you for the username and password. You need to remember this one. So we have already added the SSH, so that is the reason we are not asking, it is not prompting for the username and password. So if you want to configure, if you want to know more about this SSH configuration, means you can see my previous videos, so you'll be able to understand. So now we have pushed it. So if I try to refresh here, we are not able to see this one. So why? Because we are in the new branch, so we can move it to the master branch, and here you will be able to see the master.txt file, latest 42 seconds ago it has been committed. Okay, so this is the way we will be pushing the files into the GitHub repository. So hope you understood about this, pushing these files into the GitHub repository. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video we will learn more details about this git push command. Why? Because so we have seen in the previous video how to push the data from our local repository to the GitHub repository, we have seen. Now we will learn some more concept about this git push. So now I have prepared a PPT for this one. So now what is this one is? So in this video we will see how git push actually works. So how actually internally works, we will try to see. Especially we will see the difference between the local branch and the branch on GitHub. This is the main thing you need to understand. Why? Because so in our local repository we have the master branch, and in the GitHub also you are having the master branch also. Is this master branch and that master branch is one and the same, or is different? So we'll try to know the difference between these two. So for that one, what we'll try to do is we will create the empty Git repository. Fine. So now we already have a sample project we have created, right? So now we will create another new repository. So let's go and create a new repository. I am keeping the name something like git-push. So keeping this all public and all those things. Okay, I will keep it like this only. So now we have created the git push repository. Now what I will try to do, let me go here. Okay, let me clear it out, these all things. So in this git project, so what I will try to do is I will try to create one project something like git push. Okay, so let's go into this git push. So now I went into this git push. So here I will initialize the repository. So initialize the git init, initialize the empty repository. Now what I will try to do, so I will create something like push file.txt file. Okay, I have created a file. Now I will add this one. So let me commit this one. So create push file. Okay, so I have committed. Now I will try to add the remote. So now for adding this remote, what we need to do, we need to copy this one. Okay, and here I can go something like in this one. So let me paste this one. Fine. So now I have added the remote origin. So let me clear out this one all. Now in order to push the commits what I have made, so I have made only the one commit, right? So if you try to see the git log, we can able to see only one commit. So in order to push this commit to the GitHub, what we will be doing, so git push, and we know that origin is the name of the remote URL. So what we have created, git remote add origin and the remote URL, that is the origin. And here we need to mention the branch. Okay, so right now before creating the branch, we don't have any master branch in this GitHub repository. If you try to see, so this is an empty one. Okay, there is no repository created here. So now actually what this one will try to do is, if I try to press enter, this will actually create the master branch in the GitHub. So here you'll be able to see that new branch has been created, and this master, and it is showing an arrow mark to this master. So that means local master is referencing to the remote master. So that means a new master branch has been created in the GitHub, and this local master branch has been reflecting to the remote. Okay, has been pointing to this remote. So now if you try to see here, if I try to refresh, now a master branch has been created in the git branch and one push file has been added. Now what I will try to do is, so in the same scenario, I will try to create another one, touch index.txt or something like this I will create, and I will try to add everything, and here I will commit. So create index file or something like this, the command, and now here I will try to type the same command. Okay, git push origin master, we need to tell that So to which remote I need to push, and the branch what I need to push. So here git push origin master, it is telling is there is nothing but, so it will first what it will try to do, it will try to create a master branch in the GitHub repository. If it is not present, if it is present means automatically the changes what is present in this local repository, it will try to maintain a sync with the remote repository that is present in the GitHub. So if I try to click right here, now you will not able to see that new branch like that. So now it will tell you that hash, this hash has been added. So these are the hash things. So previously hash is like this and it has been added, and the master is synced with the master C. You'll be able to see. So now the new branch has not been created. Now if you try to see here, if I try to refresh this one, so here you'll be able to see the index.txt file also. So now this is how the push actually works. Now you will be able to understand that. So now if I try to see here, let's try to the present, go to the presentation. So here if you try to see, when you try to push the branch to GitHub with command git push origin master, you are actually creating the branch in the GitHub and pushing the changes to that branch. You need to understand this one. Okay, you are actually creating the branch in the GitHub and pushing the changes in that branch. Normally what we want to do, so we want that local master branch. So what is the master branch we have present in the locally to be pushed to the GitHub master branch. So let's create another commit and push we have created. So now you need to understand that not only to master, we can also push the changes in the master or any branch to the different branch in the GitHub. So this will be like little bit confusing for you. So that is nothing but the command what we can say is git push remote is nothing but the origin and the local branch to the remote branch. So let's see in practical this one. So now what I am trying to say is, so let's see that. So here I am having a branch. So let's try to create git switch -c, okay, new branch. So I have created a new branch. Okay, so now let's try. Now what I will try to do is, here I will create a file something like touch branch file.txt. okay, now here I will add these all things, and here I will commit -m create branch file. Okay, so here what I will do, git push, this time what I need to do, git push origin new branch. Okay, new branch. So if I try to push the origin new branch, what will happen? Let's try to see. So here what is happening here, new branch has been created and new branch is pointing to the new branch in the GitHub repository. If you try to see the output here, so here if I try to go, and here if I try to refresh, so here in the drop down you will be able to see the branch. In the new branch you will be able to see the extra file, that is nothing but the branch file.txt, and here in the master you will be able to see only two files, right? Now what I will try to do here in the branch, in this branch only, I will try to create another new file. So right now let's try to check. Okay, so here we are having three files, right? So now I will try to check touch. So leela.txt, I am trying to add leela.txt in the new branch, not in the master. Let's try to see. So now I will try to add it here. Okay, and I will try to commit it -m create leela file. Okay, now what I will try to do, so now what I will try to do is, so here git push origin new branch. So instead of typing this new branch, what we can do is, we can tell that the commits what you have done here, we can push it to the branch that is to another branch in the remote. So that means, so here I have committed some commits in the new branch directory, new branch repository. And what I can do, so in this new branch, what I can do is, I want to send these commits to the master branch. So what I can do is, here I can keep the colon and I can write it here master. So that means whatever the commits present in this local branch will be committed to the master. So now let's try to see here. So if I try to press enter, now you see. So these commits, what it will do. So here now you will be able to see that new branch has been pointing to the master. So that means new branch has been pointing to the master. Now if you try to see here, so in the master, in the new branch, you will be not able to see this Leela file. So here you will be not able to see this Leela.txt file, but we have committed the file in the new branch only. But the file we have pushed it to the master branch. Okay, you need to understand. So here we have pushed it to the master branch Leela.txt, and here branch file also has been kept. So why? Because of the commits. So now this is the thing you need to remember. So not only So here the local branch, not only it will point to the remote branch, it can also point to another branch also. So now this remote new branch is pointing to the master in the remote branch. Okay, so this is a little bit confusing actually. So what I can say is this will be a little bit confusing, but so not only you can also push. So for just normally think that you not only push this local branch, okay, to the remote branch, you can also push the data to the another branch also by keeping the column. Okay, so normally what we'll try to do is we'll try to maintain the sync between the remote branches and the local branches. So here in the local, if you are a master means you will be thinking that in the what we can say, the remote also you'll be having the same branch. So you will not keep anonymous name or something alias name like that. Okay, you need to understand this one. So now another one what I can say is, so in this one, so this type of pushing is not at all common, but you can do it. So you need to remember that we can also push the changes to the different remote branch. So not only to the same branch, we can also push the changes to the different remote branch also, you need to remember. Okay, so this is how we will be able to see the options. And also what I can tell you is, and I can tell you on another option also, something like -u option. Okay, so what is this -u option? So why we will be using this -u option? So sometimes what you will be trying to do is you will be trying to see that -u option. So let's try to see it in the next video. So when we need to use this -u option, what is the meaning of this -u option? Let's try to see it in the next video. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In the previous video, we have seen about some of the important things about the push command, right? That is nothing but so how to push the data from one branch to another branch present in the remote we have seen. Now we will see another important option, that is nothing but -u option. That is nothing but what we can say is upstream option. What is this upstream? Now if you try to see in this GitHub repository, so now let's try to create a new repository before continuing. Here I am creating a new repository. Let's go, and here I will try to create git-upstream. Okay, upstream. So I am creating a new repository. Let's create a new repository here, and after creating, here you will be able to see that git init, as we already know, git add file and this all committing and all those things you will be able to see. And here you will be able to see that git push origin main is the branch. So we already discussed that. So late 2020, so GitHub has removed this master branch and they have renamed it to the main branch. So we will stick to the master branch only for the time being. Git push origin main means we have learned that git push, it will push, origin is the remote URL that we have added previously, and the master means it will create a branch and it will push the data into that branch. But what is this -u option? So now let's try to see about this -u option. -u option allows us to set the upstream of the branch we are pushing. So what is this upstream? You can think of this as a link between the local branch to a branch in the GitHub. So that means, for example, if you try to see, and here let me clear out this one all. Okay, now let me go backside. So here mkdir, I will create a new one, so that nothing but upstream, and here let's go into the git-upstream, and let's try to do the git init. And what I will try to do, and I will try to copy this one. Okay, I will copy and I will paste it here, git remote add origin. So these are the common things. So now what I will try to do here, I will try to create a git index.txt file. Okay, we already know that we are in the master branch. You need to remember that. So we have a master branch present in the local repository, but the master branch is not present in the GitHub repository. So what I will try to do here, so now I will add everything, and I will try to do git commit -m. So here I can add something like create index file. Okay, so I have created. So now what I will try to do, so I will push something like git push origin master. This is the common thing. So when I push origin master, what it will try to do, it will check for that whether the master branch is present in the GitHub repository in the remote or not. If it is not present, it will try to create a new branch and it will point that local master to the remote master, so that these both are in sync together for this push. If you try to go here and if I try to refresh this one, okay, so here it has created a master branch and the file has been pushed. So now what is this -u option is, So if you keep this -u option, so now git push -u origin master. So this command, if you try to use this -u option, running this command sets the upstream of the local master branch so that it tracks the master branch in the origin repo. So that means that is nothing but what I can say is, so now what I can say is, for example, so this git, what we can say is this git will remember that this local branch should be pointed to that remote master branch, so that in the future whenever you use this only git push, automatically if you are in this master means, if the -u has been set means, it will try to shorthand notation, it will directly push this master local branch into the remote repository master branch. So that is the thing it will remember. So you need to remember that. For example, here what I will try to do is, I will try to clear it out everything. Now we know that this local master branch is present, and also in the remote repository also master branch is present. What I will try to do here, I will try to create touch leela.txt. I will try to create a file. Okay, so I will add it and I will commit -m. So create leela file or something like this. So now what I will try to do is, so commonly what we will try to do, git push origin master. We will try to do this git push origin master. So now what I will do here, so what I will try to do here, I will try to keep this -u option. Okay, if I try to keep this -u option and if I try to press the enter, what will happen? So first time it will push automatically. Now what it will try to do is branch master setup to track the remote branch. So that means now this local master has been linked to the remote branch master, so that it has been set link up between this, so that it will track the changes. So whenever the remote master branch, the new data has been added in this remote master branch means, automatically the local master branch, it will pull the data from that one. Okay, so link has been developed. So now for example, now what I will try to do here, I will create another file something like this, master, and I will create git add dot, and here I will try to do, so create master file. Okay, so I will try to write like this, create master file. So I have committed here. Now this time, so as we have did git push -u margin master previously, so now there is no need for you to write these all the things, origin master, no need to mention these all things. What you can do is, just you can type the command something like clear, let me clear out, just you can type the command shorthand notation git push. As you have already typed this one -u option previously, so it has set the track between the local master and the remote master. So if you type the shorthand notation git push directly, and if you press enter, what it will try to do is, so it will try to check the tracking. So if it is the upstream has already been set means, so it will directly push the changes to the remote branch. So if I try to press enter here, see now it will directly push the changes. See, it is directly pushing the changes to the master branch. So master is linked with the master C. So now let's try to create a new branch. So git switch -c new branch. Okay, so I am creating a new branch here. Now what I will try to do, so here I will create a branch file. Okay, branch file.txt. So I will add it everything. So I will try to commit -m. So create branch file or something like this. Now what I will try to do here, so let me clear out. So I will try to use the shorthand notation git push. Okay, if I try to press enter here, so it is not able to recognize. So what it is telling, the current branch, new branch has no upstream branch. Upstream branch means I don't know to which branch I need to push in the remote. So I don't know the remote branch for which branch I need to push this local branch, new branch it is saying. So if you want to set, that means you please set the upstream branch. So that means, so that this local branch can refer to that upstream branch, remote branch. So here this is also one command, another command to set the upstream. Or otherwise what you can do is git push -u origin new branch. So if you try to write first time this one, so now it will try to push the branch, and also it will try to set the upstream also. So now here new branch has been set up upstream with the new branch in the origin. So now future, if you try to come here and if you try to create new file.txt or something like this, and if you try to add, git add dot, and if you commit this one all, okay, so create new file or something like this. So now you commit. Now if you try to type the git push, so as you have already did that -u origin master, so -u origin new branch, so there is no need for you to mention this one all origin new branch like this. There is no need to mention this one all. Okay, so you can directly do the git push. So if you try to do the git push, so now as it already set the upstream, so new branch has been pushed to the new branch. Okay, so this is how the -u option is used. So we can maintain a link between the remote branch and the local branch in the repositories, so that you can use the git push shorthand command, so that if you use this shorthand command, it will automatically recognize the remote branch and it will push the data into that remote branch. So this is the main thing. And also you have seen that git push, so you can also set to another branch also, git push -u origin. So now you can use this new branch. Okay, so new branch, and you can keep this master remote branch, so point to the master branch. So whenever you are using this git push means, whenever you are committing in the new branch, it will push all the changes to the master branch. So you can also set like this. So that means new branch in the local repository will point to the master here. So this is the rare situations we will be using. So I will not recommend to use like this. So in local you will be maintaining one branch, and the remote you are using another branch. So to maintain the sync between the two branches means it will be a confusion for us, and also while merging also it will be reflecting a confusion and all those things. So normally we will keep the local repository branch name same, and also the remote repository also the branch name same, so that we can have a destination same, and so that we can have a clear distinguish between those two things. So maintaining local branch name different and maintaining remote branch different means it will be a confusion for us. So hope you understood about this push options everything. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Yeah, hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. Now we will try to clone the project. So we will try to do the second option, creating a repository and cloning the repository. So now I am create a new repository here. Let's try to do git clone, and I am creating a repository. Okay, so what I will try to do is, so now this is the repository URL that has been created for me. So let's open this git clone. So here I will be opening the git clone. I'm opening here. Yeah, so now git clone, and I will paste it here. Oh, what is this e I have copied? For example, let's minify this one, and let's copy. Yeah, I copied, and I will paste it here. Yeah, we got it. So I am cloning. So cloning into the git clone. So it is telling that you appear to have cloned an empty repository. Yeah, it's an empty repository. Why? Because now we have created that repository. And now what I will try to do, let's go into this git -clone. Okay, so if I go into this git -clone, so git initialization, everything is done for me. So previously we used to do the git init and everything we need to do, right? Git remote, add origin, everything we need to do. So here nothing. So git clone means automatically all the things will be added. If you try to check that git remote -v, so the remote also has been added for us. So nothing, no need to do anything. So master branch also created. So what I can do here, so I can create something like touch index.txt. Okay, so index.txt I can create, and I can add it directly. So what I can do, git push origin master, right? Fail to push some refs, sorry. So what I can do, git commit -m, so create index file, right? So index file. Now what I will try to do, git origin push master. So push origin master. So now it has been pushed. Now if you try to see master is there. Perfect, fine. So now if I try to open this one, if I try to refresh here, so index.txt file has been created, and here we are able to see. So this is one type of, this is another way of, so creating the repository in the GitHub and cloning the repository in your local machine and doing the, this is another way of creating a repository. Now if you try to see, what I will try to do is, so for example, we will create a new repository, and I will show you another option. There is nothing but, so here something like git -main. Let's assume that if you try to see, if I click on this add readme file, so we'll learn about this add readme file. So if I try to click on this add readme file, you will be able to see that here one option you are able to see one option. If I try to remove this option, so you are not able to see the message. And if you try to select this add readme file, you are able to see one note, one message. This will set main as the default branch. Change the default name in your settings. Okay, so now what it is saying, this will set main as the default branch, it is saying. So that means when you are selecting this add readme file means somehow you need to have a branch to add a file. So here it is adding a readme file means somehow you need to have a branch to add a file. So in order to add a file we need a branch. That is the reason it is saying. And GitHub in the late 2020s or something like that, so I told you, right? So it has proceed with the flow that taking the main as the default branch instead of master. So it is proceeding with this way of architecture. So it is telling that main as the default branch. So we can have master is also a branch and main is also a branch. There is nothing. It's after all what we can say is that the last it is just a branch. That's it. So main or master. So whatever the thing you want, you can do it. And if you try to click on this create repository by selecting this add readme file, and if I try to click, so it will create the branch for us. Okay, main branch for us, and also the git main and everything has been created. So one file has been created and also the commit has been made for us. So without our, so I didn't do that commit, what I can say, the commit git commit -m something like that, I didn't say. So here it has been made the commit with my name Leela Webdev. Okay, so this is the thing it is trying to do. Okay, it has did like this. So if you select the readme file, it has created a main branch as the default branch. If you try to see here, you will be having the default branch, and also it has made an initial commit. Okay, so this is the thing. So now if you try to see our previous project, so if you try to see the previous project, what we have done, git clone, we can also make this main as the main branch also. For example, if you want to make this main as the branch, what you can do here, you can go, and if you try to see here, you will be able to see git branch. If you try to see here, you are having only the master as the main branch. So if you want to rename this master branch, what you can do here, we can do git branch as we have already seen -m, capital M, and you can give the main. So now the master branch will be renamed to the main branch. If you try to see here, see the master branch has renamed to the main branch. So now what you can do here, git push origin main, you can use this origin main, so that main branch will be pushed to the GitHub. If you try to press enter, so now the main branch has been trying to push. So now new branch main has been pointing to the main. So now if you try to check this git branch here, so you are having only the main as the branch. But if you try to see in the GitHub, so if you try to see in this GitHub, if I try to refresh this git clone, what will happen? So the master will be set like that only. Why? Because so master we have created as a default branch, right? So that is the reason it is there like that only. But we have created the main branch. So main branch is also has been created with our name. Okay, if you want to remove this branch, you can remove this branch. If you want to make this main branch as the default branch also, you can go to the settings and you can change it. Somewhere in the branches you can go, and here somewhere in the settings, I think in the settings in the branches, okay, you can go here and you can switch to something like main and you can update it. I understand, update the default branch. Okay, so main has been updated. So if I go to the git clone and if I do here, see main is the default branch. So if you want, you can do the main as the default branch and you can remove the master branch also, but we cannot, we will be not doing like that. So when you are trying to, when you need to remember one thing, that so main branch and master branch is one and the same thing. So you don't get confused between this main branch and the master branch. At last, what I can say is these are all just branches only. So whatever the branch you want to make it as the main branch or master branch, you can make it. So there is no wrong in maintaining the main branch as your your master branch, or otherwise maintaining the old thing only master branch also, you can keep it. That's not a issue. But GitHub, what has these days, what it has did is it has set this main branch as the default branch also. It is telling that to take the main as the master. So there will be no master branch. So the master branch, if you want to refer means, that will be the main branch only. So this is the thing what GitHub has decided. So I am going to show you that. So when we are creating a new repository, so for example, if I try to create a new repository like this, so just I will be showing you, and here it will be telling you that, so here it will be telling that git branch -m main. So it is telling you that to rename the branch master to main. So that is the thing it is saying. So if you don't want to change also, it is no worries, nothing problem. So if you want to make the main as the master branch means, you can make it. This is the about this push thing. Okay, if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the remote tracking branches. That is nothing but, so before moving on to Git Fetch and Git Pull, that means so getting the data from the GitHub. So before knowing that one, we need to know about the branches. So how the remote branches will work and how the local branches will work. So for example, if you try to see in our GitHub, you will be able to see the master branch in the remote, and also you will be able to see the master branch in the local also. So whenever you create a repository, so for example, let me create the repository here. So whenever you create a repository here, so what I will try to do, so git-remote. Whenever I try to create a repository, so I will try to add a readme file. So main branch will be created as the default branch here. So let's create the repository. So I have created the repository. Now here you are having the main as the branch. So here you'll be able to see the main branch. This is the branch. And now what I can say is, for example, whenever you take the clone, okay, so whenever you take the clone from the GitHub repository or any any repository, if you take the clone or otherwise if you create a repository, so you will be having a set of commits and the master branch. So master branch here, the GitHub will be having the main branch, whatever the branch. So master branch, it will be pointing to a specific commit, and also the origin/master branch. This is also the origin/master branch. Origin is nothing but the remote URL, what you will be having, the alias name, and the master. So that means the master which is present in the remote and the master which is present in the local pointing to the same commit. So that means they are in the synced to each other. So for example, what we can do is, in our local we have committed two commits. So we have did the two commits, and the master will move according to this one. So but the origin master will not move. We cannot move the origin/master here. Why? Because so origin/master, what it will do, it will represent only what we can say the latest data. So where the GitHub remote is pointing to, it will point only to the commit where the GitHub pointing to. So now this origin master, where when we can pull, when we can update. So whenever we get the data from the GitHub, or otherwise when we push our data to the GitHub, then only we can update these commits. So now in this video we will try to see in the practical representation how it will look like. So for example, if I try to see this one, here I have created a project, right? So let's try to take the clone of this project. So I am taking this one, and let me open here. So here I am writing something like git clone and paste the repository. Okay, so what I have pasted, sorry, but I didn't copy it, I think. So let me take this one. So here is the URL. So let me copy. Okay, I have copied, and here let me clear this one all. Yeah, so git clone, and I will paste it here. So okay, what happened? Not copying or what? So I copied here. Okay, so I will try to paste it again. Yeah, now we got it. So now what I will try to do here, I will do git clone. So I press the clone. So now it is cloning the git remote repository. So if I try to check cd git-remote, I am going into the remote directory. So here you will be able to see the main branch. So if you try to check here git log, okay, so here you will be able to see that origin main and also the main. So this main is nothing but the local branch. So this main, and the origin main is the remote branch. So the main which is present in the GitHub. So these both are pointing to the same commit. Okay, you need to understand that these both are pointing to the same commit. So now if you try to see git log -one line, okay, here you will be able to see that. So head is also pointing to the main, and also origin main, origin head, every. So origin for the remote head and origin main is pointing here, and all the things are pointing to the same commit. So that means, so what I can say here, so we can say that this is the first thing. So now the same commit, the master is nothing but the main branch in our project. So the main and the origin main are pointing to the same commit. So now what I will try to do is, here I will try to commit some file. So for example here, so touch leela.txt. Okay, so if I try to touch leela.txt, and I will try to add it. Now git commit -m. So what I can do, create leela file. Okay, so I have committed. Now we will check the git log. Okay, git log hyphen one line. Now we have committed in our local only, in our local main branch only. If I try to check here, see the origin main and the origin head is in the previous initial commit only, but the head and the main, the local main has moved to the one step commit forward. So if you try to check the status here, so if you try to check the git status, so what it will try to tell is your branch means nothing but the local main branch is ahead of the origin main branch. So this local main is representing the origin main. So that is the main which is present in the remote. So this is the remote main and this is the local main. And this local main is ahead of the origin main. So what we need to do? So whenever it is ahead means we are one commit ahead. So we need to push the changes to the GitHub so that origin main and main will be in sync together. So now if you want to check that what are the branches present in the remote. So if for example, if I try to type git branch here, so you'll be able to see the main. So git branch will give you only the local branches name only. So if you want to check that remote branches name, what are the remote branches name present here means, so you can write something like git branch hyphen r. Sorry, I typed the mistake. So git branch hyphen r. So now this is the remote branches present. So head is nothing but the head is where it is pointing. So origin main is the only one branch it is present. Okay. So now what we need to do, so whenever it is ahead of origin main means what we will be doing, git push origin master. So we will push this one. So now when we push the here, so what it is saying, fail to push some refs. Okay. So we didn't commit it, I think. So let's check the git status. Sorry. Git log. So we have everything. So let's try to git push. Sorry, master is not there, right? We need to push origin main. Sorry, my mistake. So we are having a main. So we need to remember. So we need to old bad code we are writing again. So master, not bad code. So old habits, we are following the old habits master. So now we have pushed the origin main to this one. So now if you try to check the git status. So git status. So now it is saying that your branch is up to date with the origin main. So that means the remote main, whichever you are targeting. So here you will be having this remote main, right? So this main is in sync with the main with your local main. Okay, you need to understand. So this is how you need to track. So now if you try to check the git log, so git log hyphen one line. Okay, so main, origin main and origin head all are targeting single thing only. So let's try to do it again. So for example, index.txt I am having. Okay, so now I will try to add it again. So now if I try to do, so create index file or something like this. Okay, so now we check the git log hyphen one line. We know that local main has moved one commit forward. So that means our local branch is ahead of origin main by one commit. So if you try to check the git status here, git status, so now it is ahead of by one commit. So if you want to check out, so you can check out that origin main also. You want to know that the code, what is the code present in this origin main means, you can directly go and do git checkout origin / main. You can do like this. So but what will happen is you will be in a detached head. So in the local, the head is pointing to the local main branch. That main branch is one commit ahead. So but here we have switched back to the origin main. So now if you want to create the branch means you can create a branch and you can continue your work. So taking the origin main as the main commit. So or otherwise if you want to go main means you can do git switch dash so that it will go to the previous head. So that is nothing but the main commit. So if you want to go back to the origin also you can go back, or otherwise if you want to see where if you want to do the local main also you can go in. So now what I will do, so in the same scenario git push origin main. So now if you try to push this one, automatically everything will be moved. And if you try to check the git status, so here you will be having up to date with the origin main. So this is how you need to understand the difference between the local repository branch and also the remote tracking branch. So this origin main and the main should be in sync with each other. If somebody collaborators or contributors committed something in the main branch means, so it will tell you that you are behind your main branch is behind some 4 commits or something. With the origin main it will be telling. So let's try to see it in the next video how it will be behind this one. And also we will try to see that some of the branches, if it is there in the remote branches, how we can take. So let's try to see it in the next video. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see some more details about these GitHub branches. For example, say you are working with some development team, so you are working with multiple developers. So for example, say that you have multiple branches in the GitHub that are not present in your local repository. So then what will happen? For example, let's see it in the practical way. So I am creating a new repository, something like git-branches. Okay. So in this git-branches, I am creating a readme file so that you will have a main branch as the default. And what I will try to do is, so this is the default branch. You will be able to see that this is the default branch. Now what I will do is, here in this one only, I will create a branch something like branch 1. So I am creating a branch from main. So now branch 1 has been created, create branch. So I am creating a branch 1, let it create. So branch 1 has been created. Now again I will go to the main and I will create another branch. So I will create some multiple couple of branches. So let's see. So already the branches are existing in this, what we can say, in this repository. So I am creating another one something like branch 3. Let's assume that we are having three branches. So these are the branches. So now this repository has the 3 branches. Git-branches is the project, and in this repository we are having 4 branches including the main. Main is the default branch, branch 1, branch 2, branch 3. Now this project, okay, so this project we doesn't have anything. We doesn't have the repository in our local machine. Let's clone the project. So now I am taking this one all. Now I am cloning this project. So let's go to the here, clear out all these things. Okay, so let's see git status. I am in a repo, so let's go backside. Okay, so now let's check the status. So we should not be in a repo. No, it is not a repository. Now here let to git clone and paste the, oh sorry, again I did the mistake I think. So git clone, and where is this one? Yeah, copy, and here let's paste git clone and paste it. Yeah, so let's press enter. So now it is cloning, git branches is being cloning. Now if you try to see, so now what you will be able to see here, we are having actually the four branches we are having, including the main branch. Now right now in which branch we are? So let's go to the git-branches. So now in which branch we are in the main branch. In the default we are in the main branch. So now let's try to see the branches list. So what are the branches list we are having? So now we are having only the main branch only, but in the GitHub we are able to see that we are having 4 branches, something like branch 1, branch 2, branch 3, something like that we are having. But here we are able to see only the main branch only. So now sometimes, now what we need to do, I need to work in the branch 1. Okay, I need to work in the branch 1. In the branch 1 I need to commit a file, something like that. So what can I do here? So but here I am here in the, what I can say, in the main branch. We are able to see only the one branch only. So that means whenever you try to clone any repository, so whenever you are trying to clone any repository, so default what the Git will do is, it will clone only the default branch. So whatever the default branch you are having here, so main is the default branch, right? So this main branch only will be cloned into your local repositories. These all branches will not be cloned. So now if you want to know about these clones means, so how can I keep track of this one? So if I want to work in any other branch means other than main, what can I do? So here what we can do is, so we know that we have a command that git branch -r. So that means it will give you the list of remote branches, that the branches that are present in the remote. If you press enter, you will be able to see that origin branch 1, branch 2, branch 3 and main. So these are all the branches that are present in the remote, not in your local machine. In your local machine you have only the branch only. Okay, so if you want to go to this branch means, you can go directly git checkout origin/branch 1. So if you go here, you can able to go to the branch, particular branch, and you will be able to see. Okay, so now but you are in the detached state. So let's go back. Okay, so now if you try to check the status here, so if we check the status, sorry, so if you try to check the status, so we are on the branch main and the branch main is up to date with the origin main. So that means the main branch which is in our local, so it is in sync with the origin main. So that is, it is internally connected with the origin main. So I haven't connected this one. So it has connected by itself. So that means in the same scenario, we need to contain a branch 1 in our local that should be internally connected with the origin / branch 1. So for example, if you try to check branch R, so we need to have, in the similar way how we are having the main branch, we need to have a branch 1 in our local, so that it should be internally connected with this origin branch 1, right? So how can we do this one? So luckily what we can have is, so we have the switch command, so that we can do, so if you type git branch -r, so we are having the branch 1, right? So what it will try to do, so for example, if you try to do git switch, something like some gibberish, if I try to find, it is telling that invalid reference plant, something like that. It is saying that there is no branch available with this name. So for example, if I try to switch git switch Leela, so it is telling that Leela. So that is, there is no branch available with the name Leela. So there is no local branch available with the name Leela, it is saying. So now if you try to check, unfortunately what will happen is, so if you try to do git switch branch 1, which is already present as a remote branch. So if you try to do git switch branch 1, what it will try to do? So here what has happened? So now switch it to a new branch, that means a new branch has been created and it is switched to a new branch, branch 1, and also what it has did? So it has also, branch 1 has set to track with the remote branch, branch 1. So that means this local branch 1 has been set track with the, connected with the origin branch 1, it is saying. So that means what the git switch will do, git switch branch 1, when you are trying to switch to the branch 1, it is checking that, it will check that whether any local branch is present with the branch 1 or not. If it is not present, means then it will check with the remotes whether any remote branch with the name branch 1 is present or not. Yeah, it is present. So then what it will try to do, it will try to create a new branch, and also it will try to set a connection between the origin branch 1 and also the branch with the branch 1. Now if you try to check the git status, so now it is on branch 1, we are in the branch 1 branch, and branch is up to date with the origin branch 1. See, and it has already established a connection between the origin branch 1 and here is the origin branch 1. Okay, so previously with the git checkout, how we need to do is, so we need to do -- track, something like that. But here git switch, we can be using this git switch, we can directly have the connection between these two things. Hope you understood about this one. So now in order, so what we can do is, so for example, if you try to do git branch, now you are having two branches, main and the branch 1. So but in the remote, you are, whatever you are having, so -r, so you are having branch 1, branch 2, branch 3, like this. So if you want to switch to the branch 3 means, you can directly switch to the branch 3, so that automatically a local branch will be created and then connection will be established to the branch 3. So if I try to check the branch, so now branch 3 has been created. So this is how the branches thing appears. So whenever you are cloning a repository from the GitHub or any outside means hosted service means, so only the default branch will be cloned first, and you will be having the remote branches set. You can be able to see those remote branches using the command git branch -r, and if you want to switch means, you can do git switch directly the branch name. So automatically it will create a new local branch, and also it will set the connection between the origin and the local branch. Hope you understood about this branches concept in the remote branches and the local branches, what is the difference between them, how to switch between the branches. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video we will learn about the new command, that is git fetch. When we will be using this git fetch command. For example, you are having a GitHub repository, and that GitHub repository you are having a multiple collaborators. That means more than one people is working with that GitHub repository. So that means when you are working with other collaborators on GitHub, now you need to know that one of your teammate has pushed up the changes. So whatever the changes he has pushed up the changes to the master branch or the main branch, whatever the branch it is. He has pushed all the changes to the master branch. Then but your local repo doesn't know about the changes. So that means your local repo doesn't able to know about those changes. Then how do I get those changes? So that means if one of your teammate has pushed the changes into the GitHub, So you need to know, somehow you need, your local repo has to know that these changes has been pushed into the GitHub repository to the master branch, and you need to take the update of this, you need to take those changes into the local repositories. And now you need to know that how do I get those changes. So this is where git fetch and git pull come into play. These are the two commands, git fetch and git pull come into play. Git fetch and pull get those changes from the GitHub repository into your local repository. You need to know that fetch and pull, both commands. So both commands are used to get the changes from GitHub repo to your local repository. But these two commands has some differences. So that means, so these two commands, both commands are doing the same thing means. So what is the use of these two commands? So then you need to know that these two commands has some differences. Let's see, first we will see about the git fetch. For example, here is a diagram. So let's assume that this is your workspace. Workspace means this is your project working directory, and you will be having here the staging area, and this is the local repository. So this is your local repo, and this is the remote repo, that is nothing but the GitHub repo. Now if you try to see, so whatever the changes you made in the GitHub workspace, so if you want to add it in the staging area, what we need to do, you need to do git add. Okay, so you need to do the git add. So when you do the git add, so the working space, whatever the data you will be having, so it will be moved into the staging area. Moving means renaming the file, RM means removing the deleting a file. So whatever the data you do, so here it will be moved into the staging area. So from staging area to local repository, if you want to move means what you need to do, you need to commit those changes. Okay, so you need to add those changes so that it will move to the staging area, and you need to commit the changes in order to go into local repository. So from local repository to the remote repository, if you want to move those changes, so what you will do, you will do git push origin master or git push. So if you use git push -u origin master upstream has been set means, then you can directly use this git push command. So now git push means it will move the commits, what are the commits present here, it will move it to the remote repository. Okay, so this is the change. So for example, so now you are not only the developer, some other teammates also has did the same things, and they have moved some changes into the remote repository. Now you want to get those changes into your local repository. So what you can do, so git fetch. So git fetch, what it will try to do, so whenever you run this command git fetch, so it will take all the data, so from the remote repository, and it will move only to your local repository. Okay, it will move only to your local repository. So if you use the git pull, okay, if you use the git pull, what it will do, so it will take the updates, whatever the data it is having in the remote repository, it will directly move it into the workspace. So that means the working directory. So whatever the project you are working, so it will directly add those changes into your working directory, whatever the working directory you are using. So in local repository, if you want to add it only into the local repository so that the workspace should not be affected means, so you need to use the git fetch command. So this is the main thing you need to understand. So for example, what I can say is, you are working on some data, okay, some code, you are working on some code, you have did some commits, and you want to get those changes, and you don't want to disturb the work right now currently you are doing. So then you need to do the git fetch. So if you do the git pull, automatically those changes will be merged into your changes. So what are the changes you have did in the working space, so those all changes and the changes coming from the remote repository, those all two will be merged. So that means there will be a confusion, and you will be getting a conflicts like that. But if you do the git fetch, you will get only the changes in the local repository. This will not affect your branch, whatever the branch you are doing, so this will not affect your branch. Okay, so this is the main difference between the git fetch and the git pull. Now you need to remember that fetching allows us to download changes from the remote repository. So that means fetching only downloads the data, the changes, whatever the changes that has been there, so from the remote repository. But those changes will not be automatically integrated into your working files. You need to remember this one. These changes, those changes you got it from the using the command git fetch, will not be automatically integrated into your working files. Okay, it just lets you see. So that means it lets you see what others have been working in. So that means what others have been working in without merging those changes into your local repo. So that means without merging in your changes with those changes, so it will just let you see the changes what the other people have committed. So it will let you see those changes, but it will not merge those changes into your local repository. Okay, just think of git fetch as a link. Please go. So what we can say is, please go. Just think git fetch as, please go and get the latest information from the GitHub, but don't add it into my working directory. So this is the one line statement. What I can say is, please go and get the latest information from the GitHub. Whatever the information we need to have from the GitHub, latest information, please go and get it, but don't add it into my working directory. So let me see it is separate, so that if it is necessary means I will add it into my working directory. Okay, so now the command for Git using the Git fetch is Git fetch remote. So this is the command, Git fetch remote. Remote is nothing but the remote origin. So this command fetches branches, all the branches. You need to remember that Git fetch remote means it fetches all the branches. So all the branches, whatever the branches the remote branches you are having, so it fetches all the branches, whatever the data you are changes you are having in all the branches, it will fetches, and history from a specific remote repository. It only updates the remote tracking branches. You need to see that it only updates the remote tracking branches. So all the branches will be updated. So if any data is there. Git fetch origin, for example, Git fetch origin is the remote, which would fetch all changes from the origin remote repository. So that means so whatever the changes you are having from the origin remote repository, it will fetch all the changes. So if not specified remote is not specified means it will default to the origin. You need to understand. Okay, so this is the Git fetch remote command. We can also fetch a specific branch from a remote using the command Git fetch remote branch name. So if you mention the branch name instead of just simply typing Git fetch origin, Git fetch remote or Git fetch, it will fetch all the changes from all the branches. So for example, if you want to fetch the changes only from a particular branch means you need to do Git fetch remote and the branch name. So what is that branch name? For example, Git fetch origin master. So here origin is the remote URL and the master is the branch name. So would retrieve the latest information from the master branch only on the origin repository. So it will not get the data, it changes from the other branches. So it will fetch the changes only from the master, from the origin remote repository. So this is the difference between this Git fetch and the Git fetch remote branch. After fetching the changes, I will have those changes on my machine. So now after fetching those, so if you are after fetching the changes, you will have those changes into your machine. But if you want to see those changes, so what are the changes if you are having means, then I have to do the checkout to the origin master. So how you will be Git switch master, how you will be doing. So in the same scenario, you need to Git checkout origin/master you need to do. So your local master branch will be untouched. So that means your local master branch will not be touched. So this is the Git fetch command. So whenever your internet is gone or anything happened also, the changes, whatever the things got from the Git fetch, you will be having those changes. You can check those changes. So now when you are satisfied with those changes and all those things means, then you can do the git pull so that it will be merged into your local master branch. Okay, so this is about the Git fetch. In the next video, what we will try to do is, we will try to do the practical demonstration. So how the Git fetch command will work in the GitHub repository, we will try to see. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see the practical implementation of this fetch command. So how the fetch command will work will be used in the real time. Let's try to see. Now for this one, what I am trying to do is I am trying to create a new repository. So with the name something like git-fetch. So git fetch command. Now I am creating a readme file. So create repository. So git fetch command has been created. Now here what I will try to do is I will try to create some branches, nothing but one branch I will create login. Okay, and also another branch I will try to create nothing but registration. Okay, so these are the two branches I am creating. So these are the two branches. Now what I will try to do is let's try to clone this one. Okay, so I am cloning. Now if I go to here, so now let's try to check. So let me clear out this one all. Okay, so let's try to check whether I am in the repository or not. I am not in the repository, so I can do git clone and paste the repository here. So press enter, so it will clone. Yeah, it has cloned. So now if I try to check, so let's go into the git-fetch. So I am in the main directory. Okay, main repository. So main branch, sorry. So let me clear it out. So here if I try to press the ls, so I am able to see only the readme file. And if I try to see the branches, so only one branch is there in the local repository. So if I want to check the remote branches, what are the remote branches present? Git branch-r. It will give me the remote repository, remote branches, what are the branches present in the remote. So origin login is there and the registration is there, fine. But in the local repo we have only the main branch, fine, that's correct. So if I try to press git status, so if I try to do git status, it is telling that your branch is up to date with the origin main. Okay, fine, it's correct. So now what I will try to do is, let me go to the here, and in the mask in the main, what I will do is, so here I will add a file something like main.txt. okay, so I have created a file main. Some collaborators have created a commits, that is nothing but in the main branch they have created a main.txt file. And here if I do in the login, if I go to the, what I can say, so if I add a file, create new file, okay, so login.txt, here I will commit the file. Okay, so in the main branch and the login branch you are having. So now let's try to go into here. So if I try to press the status, so it is still telling that git up to date with the origin main. So now what we need to do, so we already know that in the main one file has been committed, that is nothing but the main.txt file. So now I want to fetch those details. So what I need to do here, so now I need to get those details. So what I need to do here, what I will try to do is, I will do git fetch origin, or otherwise we can write only git fetch. So here what I will try to do is git fetch origin. If I do the git fetch origin, it is telling that, so in the origin main it has got the new commit, and also in the origin login also it has got the new commit. So in the origin login also we have committed. So these are the changes we got it. Now if you try to check the status, so now just our local repo came to know about the changes that we got the new commits, but it will not add those commit into the local branch main. So if you try to see the git status, so what will happen here, it will be telling that your branch is behind origin main by one commit. So it is your local branch main is behind by one commit, it is telling, and can be fast forward. So now what it is telling that, so it is telling that it is behind by one commit. So why? Because so now in the remote repository it has updated to the one commit. So now if I try to check the git log -- one line, so you will not able to see any commits. So what I did the commit, so create login file I have created. So here in the local main branch you are not able to see anything. So now if I want to check the ls, so here also we are not able to get this, what we can say, that login.txt file, main.txt file. If I want to know those details, what are the details I got it is, so I can go to the git checkout origin/main, I can go to origin/main, and if I try to press the ls, see here, now I am able to see the main.txt file. So what are the changes that has been I got from the origin/main, I am able to see here the details. If you want to check the log, means git log -- one line, you will be able to see the file, that is nothing but create.main.txt file. This is the latest commit what we got from the by doing the git fetch, but the local branch main is still in the initial commit, so the main has not updated to the latest commit. So origin/main is in the latest commit, so that is the reason it is telling that origin main is ahead of one commit and your main is behind of one commit, it is saying. So these two, origin main and the local branch main, are not in sync with each other, it is trying to say. So now I will try to show you another one. So now let's try to switch to the main. So now I will try to show it another type of scenario. Now we have already got the latest data from the login branch also, right? What I will try to do here, so let's try to git switch login. So I will try to switch in the login. So now you need to know that switch it to a new branch login and the branch login setup track. So now it has set up the track with the login. So that means if I try to check the status, so it will be up to date with the origin login. So why? Because this login branch has created just now. So when I switch this login, so new login branch has been created, local branch. So that means it will already fetch details, everything will be get into this local branch. So if you try to check the ls command, you will be able to see this login.txt file also. If I try to check the git log -- one line, you will be able to see the new command create login.txt also. So this is one specific scenario, so edge case scenario you will be having. So for example, see in the git branch, you don't have any branch, you don't have the registration branch. Now what I will try to do here, so git switch registration. So I will move to registration. So now it has moved to the new registration file, and also it has set the tracking with the registration, origin/registration. Now what I will try to do here, So here what I will try to do is in the registration, let's go to the registration, and here I will create a file. Okay. So here I will create, so something like register.txt file I will create. Okay. So now let me commit the file. So now I have committed the file. So here I have already created the local branch. So if you try to see the branch, here I have already created the local branch. Now here I will do git fetch. So what it will try to do? So here we got the registration. So origin/registration, we got the latest commit. Now if you try to check the status here. Okay, now if you try to check the status here, what will happen? So now it will try to say that your branch is behind origin registration by one commit. Okay, why? Because we have already created the local branch previously only with the origin registration. Previously for the login, what it has happened, after fetching the data, we have created the local branch, create new local branch with the origin/login. So that is the reason. So it will take the latest commits, what are the fetch details, and it will show you. But here we have already created the registration local branch. When these changes are updated after creating the local branch, so it will tell that it is behind the one commit, it will be saying. Okay, you need to understand this scenario. So now another one, what we can say is, so for example, if a new branch has been created, what we need to do? So for example, here if a new branch is created, something like password or something like that. So a new branch has been created here. So if I want to get this branch, means what I need to do? So here, so if I try to check the git branch -r, so there is no password branch here. So if I want to get this password branch, means what I need to do is, so just you can do the git fetch. Now what it will try to see, it will fetch the branch from the remote. So now if I try to check the remote, so git branch -r, so here you will be able to see the origin/password as the new branch also. So git fetch not only get the latest commits and latest changes, and also it get the branches newly created also, remote branches. Now if you want to create a branch, what you can do? So just you can do git switch password. Okay, so it will create the branch, local branch password, and also it will set the upstream track with the origin/password also. So now if you try to check the status, it will say that it is up to date with the origin password. So this is how the practical implementation of the git fetch. So in the next video, what we'll try to do is, we'll try to get the data into the local. So how to so after fetching the details from the origin master, so how we can push the change, how we can merge those changes into the local branch. Let's try to see that one using the command git pull command. Okay, if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the new command, that is git pull. Git pull is somewhat similar to git fetch only. So if you try to observe, so git pull is somewhat similar to fetch only. Git pull is the command we can use to retrieve changes from the remote repository. Just like fetch command, git pull is also used to retrieve the changes, to get the changes from the remote repository. But unlike fetch, pull actually updates our head branch with whatever changes are retrieved from the remote. So that means the pull command, when you run this git pull, means what will happen is the current branch, what is the head branch you are having, so it will be updated with the changes you have retrieved from the remote repository. In simple words, we can say that go and download data from the GitHub. Git pull command, about this git pull command, what we can say is, go and download the data from the GitHub and immediately update my local repo with those changes. So this is the definition what we can give about this git pull command. So we need to, so what it will try to do is, it will try to get the changes from the GitHub and it will update our local repository directly with those changes. This is about the git pull command. So now with the definition, what we can say is, git pull is nothing but git fetch plus git merge. So the combination of these two commands, we can say that it is a git pull. So git fetch, what it will try to do, it will update the remote tracking page with the latest changes from the remote repository. So that means it will get the latest changes from the remote repository. And git merge, it will update the current branch. So the current branch what you are having, the current branch, whatever the changes that we got from the remote branch. So these two combination of these two things is nothing but the git pull. So git fetch, just it gets only the, what we can say, remote repository data it will get, and it will keep it within the local repository only. It will not change with the, it will not update in the working directory. But the git merge, what it will try to do, it will try to merge the latest changes with our current working branch. So the same thing happens here. The syntax for the git pull is nothing but what we can say is git pull remote and the branch. So to pull, we specify the particular remote and the branch we want to pull using the git pull remote branch. So here git pull is the command, remote is nothing but the origin, so the remote URL, alias name what you have given, and the branch is the current branch what you are having. So now it will pull the changes. What really matters is the where we are on. So this is the main thing you need to remember that. So where we are on means, so in which branch currently we are on. So whatever the branch you are in, that is where the branches will be merged. So that means, so for example, if you are in the master branch and if you are trying to pull this pull the changes means, so the master branch you are currently on the master branch, right? So the master changes, what are the changes, latest changes present in the remote, it will be taken from the remote repository and it will be merged in the current residing branch, that is nothing but the master branch in the local repository. So this is the thing you need to remember. Git pull, so example is git pull origin master. So remote and the branch is origin master would fetch the latest information from the origins master branch and merge those changes into your current branch, that is nothing but the master. Okay, so this is the thing you need to remember. So pull can result in the merge conflicts. So you need to remember this main important thing. So pull can result in the merge conflicts. Why? Because so you are trying to get those changes from the remote repository, and you already worked in with some changes. You already have some changes commits in your local repository. Means when you are getting those changes from the remote repository, so this may lead to the conflicts. So you need to resolve. So how can we do the can we resolve this merge conflicts is, so we need to resolve these conflicts just like the normal merge. So when we are doing the normal merge from one branch to another, when we are doing the merging means how we resolve the conflicts in the same scenario, we will be resolving the conflicts in the same scenario. Sometimes you might have some work locally that is not on the GitHub, and GitHub has some commits. So the same scenario what we have discussed. So sometimes you have a work locally that you have committed, and the GitHub also is having some commits. So when you pull down those things, so there may be conflicts raising here. So this is the thing. So git pull can result in the merge conflicts. So another thing you need to remember is we also have a shorter syntax for the pull command, just like the fetch. So just like the fetch, you also have a shorter command for the git pull also. So that is nothing but the git pull. So git pull, what is this one is? So we are not mentioning the remote and the branch name. So if we are running the git pull without specifying a particular remote means, sorry, if you are running git pull without specifying a particular remote or branch means, to pull from, Git assumes the following thing. So what it will assume is, so for example, if you are running only this command git pull means, so what it will assume is, so you are not mentioning the remote means the remote will be default to the origin. And also another thing what will happen is, so you are not mentioning the branch means branch will default to whatever tracking connection is configured for the current branch. So that means, for example, you are on the master branch. So the tracking connection for the master local branch will be with the origin master. So if you want to, you can keep another tracking connection also. So we have seen, right? So now the tracking connection what we are keeping is not set by us. So you need to remember that we are not setting the tracking connection. Just automatically when you are trying to switch the command. So for example, when you are using git switch something like branch 1 or git switch branch 2, when you are trying to automatically the switch command is setting the configuration between the remote branch 1 and also your local branch 1. You need to understand the main difference between these two. So git branch will default to whatever tracking connection is configured for the current branch. Okay. So when you are doing the git pull command means, so remote will be default to the origin, and also the branch what it will have is the current branch. What is the current branch you are having? What is the current branch you are residing in? So that current tracking connection, it will be set to the git pull. Okay. So at last what we can discuss is, so the difference between the git fetch and the git pull. So git fetch, what it will try to do, gets changes from the remote branches. You need to understand this. Git fetch gets the changes from the remote branches. Git pull also does the same thing. Get changes from the remote branches. So git fetch and git pull does the same thing. Get changes from the remote branches. And here you need to understand the difference. Updates the remote tracking branches with the new changes. So that means it will update the remote tracking branches with the new changes. And here also updates the current branch with the new changes by merging them in. Okay. So that means here updates the remote tracking. It will update only the remote tracking branches. It will not merge into your current branch. It will keep it in your local repositories only. But here git pull, when you does the git pull, it will get the changes from the remote branch, and also it will update the current branch with the new changes by merging them. So by merging your local commits and the remote tracking commits, so So these both are commits are merged into the current branch. And here Git Fetch does not merge changes onto your current head branch. You need to understand. So here it does not merge the changes into your current head branch. So here what we can see is can result in the merge conflicts. So here it will does the merging thing. This could lead to the merge conflicts. So this is the thing. So when you are trying to merge the two the commits present in your local repository and the commits present in remote repository, when you are trying to merge these two commits in your branch means this may lead to the merge conflicts. We will try to see the demonstration in the next video. So how we can do it in the real time scenario. And this Git fetch is always safe to do at any time. So this Git fetch can be done at any time. So it is safer. So no need to worry about this one. So you can do all the time Git fetch. But Git pull, so not recommended if you have uncommitted changes. So if you are having uncommitted changes or anything, so it is not recommended to pull the changes. Why? Because it may raise the conflicts and all those things. So there will be a doubt that there will be a loss of data. Okay, so there will be a confusion and also there will be a loss of data, that your local data may be missed. Okay, so this is the main difference between the Git fetch and the Git pull. So in the next video what we'll try to do is we'll try to see the real-time scenario practical implementation, how the Git pull will be implemented in the GitHub repository. Okay, if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please send the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video we will see the practical representation of this Git pull command. Now I am taking this Git remote repository. So we have already created. Now I am opening the Git bash. So here is the Git bash. What I will try to do is, so right now I am in the main branch. What I will try to do is, so let's check the status of this one. Yeah, it is up to date with the origin main. If we try to check the branches, so we are having login fix and also the registration branches we are having. And if we try to check the local repositories, so here if I try to check, yeah, we are having the local repository also interact with the origins. So now let me clear out this one. So now what I will try to do is, so here, so let's see, we are having in the main branch, we are having two files, readme, index and Leela, three files we are having. So let's try to add some data. So for example, what I will try to do, I will try to add a file, create a new file. Okay, so just I will create a file. So main.txt, something like this. So I am creating a main.txt file. Fine, done. So main.txt file has been created. Fine. Now let me check here. So ls if I try. So here I am having the only three files. So previously how it was having like this only. So readme, index.txt and leela.txt. So three files we are having. There is no main.txt file. Now what I will try to do, I will try to do the git fetch. So git fetch, it will try to get all the details. So now it got the new commit. So now if I try to check the status here, so here it is telling that it is behind by one commit, it is telling. So if I try to type the ls, still we don't have the main.txt file. Why? Because we didn't type the git pull, we have did only the git fetch. So now I will try to do the git pull. So git pull and the remote origin and the main. So if I do this git pull, see here, so now it is updating. So it is fast forwarding, main.txt file has been added. Now if I try to check the ls, so now we are able to see this main.txt file. Okay, so this is the how we will be doing the pull command. So for example, see, I opened this main.txt file. Okay, so if you try to check this log also, git log -- one line, and here we are able to get create main.txt file, the commit also we got it. So now what I will try to do is, so here in this one I will try to change the main.txt file. So for example, main.txt changes from local. Okay, so this is the text I have added here. So let's try to add it and let's try to commit it. Updated main from local. Okay, so update main from main text main file from local. Okay, so I have made the commit. Now if you try to check the status, so our branch is ahead of the origin /main. Fine. Now what I will try to do, so somebody has also committed here. So for example, if I try to check here, so if I try to check here, so some of the guys has already committed in the main.txt file, let's assume. So now I will open this main.txt file. I will try to edit this changes. So now changes from remote. So I am committing this file, update main.txt, update main.txt from remote. Okay, that's it. So now what I will try to do here, yeah, so commit the changes. So now somebody has committed the changes. So now let's try to pull those changes, right? So now I will try to fetch those changes first, or otherwise you can directly pull those changes also. Just I am doing the fetch. So now it is getting the data. Okay, now what I will do, so I will try to do git pull origin main. So now when I try to do, see here what is the problem I got it. So there is a conflict. So now in the local repository we have a new commit, that is update main from local, and also from the what we can say from the remote repository also we got a we have edited the same file. So now the conflicts has arisen, so we need to merge the conflicts. So if we try to check the status here, so git status, so we are having the main.txt as a modified. So let's try to open the main.txt file. Same thing, how you will be resolving the conflicts in the same scenario we can do it. So this is the head. So this is the head means this is the change we are having in the local, and this is the changes from remote, we got it from the remote. So now if you want you can delete this one. Okay, I am deleting this thing. I want to keep both the changes. Okay, so I will delete these all the things. So I will delete these all the things. Now I will try to change commit. So now here what I will do, so git add and git -m, so merge conflicts. Okay, resolve or otherwise merge conflicts resolve. So a new commit has been made. So now what I will try to do, so these changes I need to push it. So if I try to check the status, if I try to check this as nothing is there. So our branch is ahead by 2 commits now. One commit is from the update main.txt from local, and another commit is the merge commit. What is the commit we have made? So if I try to check git log -one line, so here you will be able to see that we got the remote, that commit also we got it from the remote, and also we have from the local. This is the commit we need to send it to the remote, and also another new commit, that is nothing but solving the merge conflicts. So now what we will try to do, so git push origin main. So I am trying to push it. So let it push it. So it is trying to push it. Yeah, it has successfully pushed. Now if I try to see the output here, if I go to the git remote, see it has been updated. So git merge conflicts resolve has been updated. So if I try to see the code, so now if I try to see the commits, you will be able to see that update main.txt from remote and update main file from local, and also merge conflicts resolve. So these 3 commits are there in the remote repository, you are able to see. So this is how we will be doing the pulling request. So if same changes are there in the same file, means if the conflicts arises means, so like this we need to resolve. And another thing what we can do is, for example here we are in the main branch means, so you can add it as a shorter syntax also. You can add this shorter syntax also. Now what it will try to do is, so it will try to take the origin as the remote, and also the branch. So current branch where you are is the main, right? So for this it is the tracking remote is nothing but what we can see. So the tracking is with the origin main. So it will take that origin main as the remote branch. So now if I try to take git pull, so it will try to get the data from the origin main. For example, I am in the git branch. For example, let's see, I am in the registration. Let's see. Okay, so I am in the registration. Switch to the branch registration. So if I try to check the status here, it is up to date. Now what I will try to do here, let me go to the remote and let me go to the registration, and I will try to change it something like registration new. I will edit this file. Okay, so I will commit the changes. Okay, so now one new commit has been made in the git remote. Now let's try to fetch these details. So how I can fetch these details? So doing this git pull, so git fetch we can do it, or otherwise directly you can type the git pull. So there is no need to write origin registration. So we are in the registration batch. So it will try to push, it will try to get the details from the origin, okay, from the remote, and also it will add it, merge it into the directly into the registration. So if I try to press git pull, so see it got the data, and registration new.txt, so the changes has been, we got it from here. So this is the shorter syntax of this git pull command. So git pull, when you are typing this git pull means you need to understand that default the remote will be origin, and also the remote tracking. So what is the remote tracking for this branch? So it may be origin / registration, or otherwise you can set it to origin / login or something, some other remote you can also set it. But normally what we'll try to do is we'll try to maintain the names different, names same for the local branch, and also for the remote repository we'll try to maintain the same name, so that to avoid the confusion we will be maintaining the same names. So here it will try to get the details from the origin / registration, and it will try to merge it into the local registration branch. Okay, this is the shorter syntax. So hope you understood about this git pull command. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about this readme file. And what is this readme file, and when we need to use this readme file. For example, see, readme file, what I can say is, it is used to communicate important information about a repository, including what the project does, how to run the project, why it's noteworthy, and who maintains the project. So something like what we can say is, readme is nothing but it provides information about the repository. It provides the complete information about the project, whether it could be a project, whether it could be a document or anything. So if it is existing in the GitHub means, so you will be having GitHub provides you to add a readme file, so that in that readme file you can add the complete details about the information about the project or application. So for example, if you try to see any of the readme files, something like if I open the Facebook / React, so this is the React application. Now if you try to go down, this is the readme.md file. Okay, readme.md. MD is the extension. So MD is nothing but what I can say is it is a markdown. So we'll learn about this markdown. Here you'll be able to see the heading React, and you will be able to see the definition of the React. So what is this React and why it is useful? And here you'll be able to see the installation, how we can install this library, and the documentation. So about this documentation, how to use this, how to learn about this library. So here you'll be able to find some links, and also the example implementation of this React, and also the contributing, so collaborators and all those guys who are collaborating. And here you'll be able to see the contributing guide. So if you want to contribute for this React means how you can contribute, and here you'll be able to see the license. So it provides, the readme file provides a complete information about this library. So not only for this one, so for any application, so if any application, if you try to see, you will be having a readme file. So when you are trying to create a new repository, so here you will be asking you in the capital letters something like README, readme file, add a readme file. So add a readme file, that is nothing but what I can say is, the name itself suggests you that readme. So before taking the clone of this repository, or before knowing about this repository, just readme. So like that it will be implementing. So now if you put a readme in the root of your project, so root of the project, so that is nothing but what I can say is, this is the root of your project, Facebook root of your project. So if you keep a file that is nothing but readme.md, so here somewhere you will be able to see that readme file. So where could be that readme file? Yeah, here. So readme.md. So if you provide that one in the root of your project, GitHub will recognize it and automatically display it in the repos homepage. Okay. So that means GitHub automatically, when you add the readme.md file in your home page, means GitHub automatically recognize this readme file, and it will display the details, whatever the details data it is having in the readme file, it will display automatically down. Readme is like an entry point to learn more about the project or application. So this is the thing I'm explaining you, that before continuing or using about this repository or the project, so it is like an entry point to know more about this application or project before continue using this project. So it provides us an information, gives us the information about the application. So if you observe the extension, so for example, if you observe this one, so it has an extension that is nothing but readme.md. Okay, here you will be able to see that readme.md. MD is nothing but what I can say is, these are all markdown files. Okay, ending with a .md extension. What I can say is, this markdown is one type of syntax. Okay, this is nothing but one type of writing the syntax to generate the formatted text. It is, so for example, see here, if you try to see this all, if you see this one all, so this is something like looking like an HTML design, right? So some people may be aware of HTML or some people may not be aware of this HTML and all those things. So now this markdown provides us a way of implementing the own markup language, something like markup formatting tips, so that syntax, so that it will be converted into the HTML. Okay, you need to understand this one. So now there are some separate syntax for implementing this readme file. So with .md extension means you can implement using this for separate syntax. So for example, if you want to have a link like this, so you need to add a, so in HTML you can use ahref like that, you can use it directly. So for example, if you don't know this all HTML and all those stuff means, you can use this markdown syntax to convert that into the HTML format. So here you will be having the bold, and here you will be able to see the colors, blue color link, and here you will be able to see the h1 tag and mark one line down. These all things you are able to see. See, this is the code implementation. Here you will be able to see the code. These are all the things we are able to see. So this is having a separate syntax like behavior. So let's try to see about that syntax. So if you try, if you open this markup.github.io, this provides us a demo. So having the some markup, how we can write the markups. For example, see here you will be able to see the headings, the types of headings you will be having. In the HTML you will be having what you can have 6 types of headings: H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. So these are things with the tag we can use it directly. Or in the markdown demo, in the markdown syntax, if you want to implement means, so for H1 you need to implement hash. So one hash with a space, if you implement, it will become a like this H1 heading. So 2 hashes means H2, 3, 4 means H4, 5 means H5, 6 means H6. So for example, if I want to give the heading means, so what I can do here, I can write something like H, and I can write Leela web dev. Okay, so now it is not becoming, it is not H1. How we need to make H1 means, you need to give a space between the hash and here. So if you give hash and here space means, see, Leela web dev has converted into the bold. Okay, so this is the way of writing the headings. Now horizontal rules. So now if you want to have a horizontal rule, so line means, so if you want to get a horizontal line like this means, you can implement like this. Okay, so without having anything, so you can mention 3 stars or something like that, so it will convert into a horizontal line. That's it. Now here you will be able to see down some special symbols, so copyright symbols and all those things. If you want to know, if you can add this one all. Now here you will be able to see, so these are all the symbols and all the things. We can leave it. Yeah, here you will be able to see the bold. So 2 stars and here means this one will become a bold. So here 2 hashes it has given means it is an H2, and here two stars between and front means, so it is in bold. And here underscore also is a bold only. So you can write underscore or also 2 stars. If you keep 1 star means, then it will be an italic text, or otherwise 1 underscore means it is an italic text. So if you want to strike through, the text means, what you can do, you need to give 2 tilt symbols before and after the text. It will strike the text. And this is another one, block quotes. So this is the heading and block quotes. So here you will be having a greater than symbol. So 1 greater than symbol, it will be converted into the block quotes, and 2 greater than symbols means inside this block quote it will be converted to the text, and 3 greater than symbols means it will be converted in inside. Okay, so this is the how you will be writing the block quotes. So like this going on, you will be able to see, and here is also you will be able to see the list, unordered list. If you want to add the unordered list, you can add plus or minus or star. For example, if I want to add unordered list means, I can add something like plus Leela. Okay, you got it. Minus web, I can add like this, or otherwise I can use star also dev. And if I want inside the dev something like this means, so here I can add one space, okay, 2 space, and here I can use JavaScript something like this, so that if I give the space here, you need to give the space. See, it has become inside the dev. So like this you will be able to write the unordered list. And also here also you will be able to see the ordered list. If you want to ordered list means, you can also give 1 2 3 4 5 like this, it will be converted into the ordered list. And if you want to mention the offset also, you can mention the number 57, and thereafter you can write about 1 2 3 like this, it will convert it into the 57 58 like this. You can also mention the numbering of the offset. And here the code, important thing comes with the code. So if you want to write the inline code means, so here I can write something like Leela web dev. And if I want to convert it into the coding indent code means, so I can write something like this. So it will be converted into the Leela web dev. So here you will be able to see indent code, it has been converted. If you want to write a block of code means, so here like you can write it like this, or otherwise you can use 3 escape characters like this, 3 tilt, and also you can use backtick, 3 backticks you need to use, and inside that one you can write whatever the code you want, you can write it. And if you want something like syntax highlighters, for example, if you are writing the JS code or anything means, you can use 3 backticks and you can write the 3 like this, and you can mention whatever the language you want, you can mention it here like this. Okay, so this is also for coding highlighting. So tables, if you want to write if you want to do the tables like this going on, so you will be able to see so many markups. So here you will be having all the markups. So if you want to know more, you can learn about this one. So markdown, if you see markdown demo, if you type in Google markdown demo, so you will be able to see a lot of examples like this. Okay, so this is the readme markdown. So how to write the readme markdown in the GitHub repository. So this is in this way only we will be writing all the readme files only. So these all readme files, it will be implemented like that only. If you want to see the source also, you can see, you can click on this readme file, and if you can go to the raw here. So if you click on the raw, so you'll be able to see all the readme files. So here you'll be able to see all the markup. So what are the markup they have written. So here you'll be able to see the 3 backticks and the JSX. You will be able to see here, and 2 hashes means it is a heading, and here stars means these are all unordered list. Like this you will be able to see. This is about the readme file in the GitHub. So whenever you are creating a repository or creating a project means, so it is good practice to write the readme file, and also using this markdown, it is a good practice. Hope you understood about this readme file. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the GitHub GIFs. So what is this GitHub GIFs? GitHub GIFs are the simple way to share the code snippets and useful fragments to others. So that means, so GIFs is nothing but what we can say is, it is a simple code, one line code file. Okay, so single file. If you want to share the single file to the others means, so you can use this GitHub GIFs thing. So GitHub GIFs is nothing but what we can say is, this is nothing but it's like a GitHub repository only. But in the GitHub repository, you will be having so many files. It's a set of files. But GIFs is will be having only one file. So not only one file, so you will be having a limited set of fragment of code. If you want to share some particular kind of code, not kind of code, some particular list of code you want to send, you want to share means, you can use this GIFs thing. So GIFs are very much easier to create, but offers few features compared to normal Git repository. So these are normal, just like Git repository only, but it has some few features compared to GitHub Git repository. Now what I can say is, every GIST is a GitHub repository. So I can tell you that every GIST is a Git repository only. Means it can be cloned. So you can clone it or you can fork it. We will learn about this forking thing in the future. So you can clone it, and whatever the thing you want, you can do it. Every GIST is a Git repository only. If you are signed into a GitHub account, so if you are signed into a GitHub account, if you are having a GitHub account means, you can create the GIST. So there is no problem. So how you will be creating how you will access the Git repository, you will also have the access for creating the GIST also. So the GIST, whatever you will be creating, it will be associated with your account. And also what you can say is, you can also see all the list of all the GIST what you have created in your navigation, in your GIST homepage. You will be having a separate GIST homepage. So that is, I will be showing you here. So here you will be able to see that one, gist.github.com. So if you try to see here, I will paste it. So this is the URL you will be having, gist.github.com. So there will be a separate URL with the subdomain gist.github.com. In this one, you will be able to see all the GIST so created by others. You can discover, you can search it, like just like the Git repository, how you will be searching the repositories. You can also search the GIST, and also you can also see your list of GIST, what are the GIST you have created. So GIST are of two types. So creating a GIST can be of two types. So it can be a public or it can be a secret. So not a private, it will be a secret. So it can be weird when listening the secret thing. So private and secret are different. We will learn about the secret thing. So GIST, we can create a GIST between these two types. So public or secret. So public GIST shows up in the discover. Discover means searching. So how you will search the Git repositories in the same scenario. Public GIST, so it will be show up in the discover. So where people can browse new GIST that are created. So people can browse and people can search for the new GIST that are created. and they are also searchable. So you can use them if you would like other people find and see your work. So you can create a gist with a public gist. So if you want other people to see your gist work, to see your snippet of code as a gist. So if you want to see your work means, so you can create it as a public. And another one is the secret. So secret gist does not show up in the discover. So whenever you try to search in the gist page, so secret gist cannot be shown up in the discover, but you need to do that. So these are not searchable, but secret gists are not private. So you can think that these are private. So you if I share a URL to anybody means, so they cannot able to open that, they cannot able to access that URL. You'll be thinking like that, but secret gists are not like that. So if anybody has that URL, so secret gist URL means, so now if you are trying to send a secret gist URL to a friend means, so they will be able to see it. However, if someone you don't know, so you haven't shared to somebody, but somehow they got that URL means, and they can also able to see your gist. So this is the two differences, public and the secret. So secret means it is not a private. So if somebody knows your URL, so they can see the gist. Okay. So this is the about gist. So for example, if you try to see gist.github.com, so this is the gist URL. So if you open the home page, so you will be having like this, and here you can search for the gist, whatever the thing you want, you can search it here. So you will be able to see all the gists. So here these are all the gists that I have created, and this what it will happen is, so it consists of only single snippet of code. So here you will be able to see the single file code only. So you can able to see it raw. If you want to comment, you can give a comment. So whatever the thing you want, you can do it. So here you can take this one and you can embed it into, you can embed it, if it is a JS file means you can embed it into your what you can say in your project. So like this you can use it. And another one, so here you will be able to see all the gist thing. So let's try to create one gist. So here if you try to open, so if you have a GitHub account, here you will be able to see the gist. If you want to add the gist description, you can add it. And here I will be giving something like main.js, whatever the file name you want, you can give it. So extension is a mandatory, so you can give .js or .php or .net, anything, whatever the extension you want, you can give it. And here I will be writing something like small git console.log. So I will be writing that this is my first gist. Okay, so just a small snippet of code. And here you will be able to see that create a secret gist or create a public gist. So I will be creating a public gist, and I will write here main.js file by Leela or something like this. Okay, Leela web dev. So now I am creating a public gist. Okay, create a public gist. So now it is automatically created. So now if I want to take this one, so now this is the, so here you will be able to see that Leela web dev / main.js. This is my main gist. Okay, so if I search here, so let's try to see. So here you will be able to see that main.js file. Okay, so this is how we will be creating a snippet of code. So if you have a snippet of code that should be shared to all the people means, so instead of creating a repository and all those things, you can create a gist so that you can share a file. So for example, if you want to share 2 files, so then what can I do? So we can do it. So we can add another file also. So for example, this is our gist, right? So here if you want to do, I can go to the edit here, and here I can add another file. So sample.js or something like this. So here I can do console.log, adding another file, something like this, and you can update the public gist. So now here you are having 2 files, main.js and the sample.js. Okay, so this is the gist thing. So gist is nothing but what we can say is, so if you have a sample snippet of code or anything means, you can create the gist and you will be able to add it. You can be able to share the code to the others. And now another thing what you need to remember is, so if you have created a gist means public gist, or whether it could be a public gist or secret gist, once you have created a secret gist means you cannot convert that gist to the public, or otherwise if you have created a public gist means you cannot convert that one to the secret gist. This is the thing you need to remember. So once you have created first time with a secret gist means it will be a secret gist only. If you have created with the public means it will be a public only. You cannot convert it from secret to the public or public to secret. So you cannot do it vice versa like that. So once you create it, it is the final. So you need to make sure that before creating, so whether you want to create it as a secret gist or it as a public gist. So this is the gist base. So you will be having, so separate URL for this one, gist.github.com. So you will be having github.com means, so you will be having a separate URLs for that one, separate here Git repository for that one. and gist.github.com means you will be having the gist pages. Okay, hope you understood about this gist thing. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the GitHub pages. So what is this GitHub pages and how are these useful to us? So GitHub pages are nothing but what I can say is these are all the public web pages. Public web pages means something like public websites that are hosted and published by the GitHub. So that means GitHub has a special features that is nothing but, so they provide us a feature to host our website also. So website means, so don't think as something like custom URL, you will be having something like leelawebdev.com, not like that. So GitHub provides us a feature to host your personal portfolio or anything, personal achievements or something like that, and it will be hosted by the GitHub. So they allow us to create a website by simply pushing your code to the GitHub. So it is as simple as something like, so if you push your code to the GitHub repository, so if you have a repository and if you link the repository to the GitHub pages, and if you just push the code to that repository for one branch means automatically the website will be hosted for you. So whatever the code present in that branch for that repository means automatically the website will be showing you the output for that repository. Okay, so it is very as simple. So if you push the code to the GitHub means automatically the web page will be updated. So this is a nice feature provided by the GitHub. So when this one is useful is, so for example, so how it is very useful is, for example, you have a GitHub account and you are having a list of repositories and all those things, and you want to show your portfolio. So you want to show your achievements, what are the repositories I have did. So these are all the things you want to show in a portfolio, something like that. So showing a separate website so that you can share it to others, so that if somebody has seen your portfolio and all those things, they will be able to know that these are the achievements, these are the projects you have did, these are the technical knowledge you are having, these are all the things you'll be able to know. So for that you need a separate website. So you need to have a separate URL or something like a website address for you to share the date, for you to share the details. So for that reason, GitHub provides you that special feature. They will be giving you a separate custom URL so that you can design the website so as you want. So you can design as you want. So you can explain your details, you can display the portfolio, and you can give the sample application output and all those things you can show it. Okay, so this is the main advantage of using this GitHub pages. Now you need to understand that GitHub pages is a hosting service. So don't think that something like that. It is a hosting service for serving static web pages. You need to remember this important thing, that it serves only the static web pages only. It doesn't support the server side code like PHP, Python, Ruby or Node. So these are the server side code, right? So these are dynamic coding, dynamic websites. It will be not supported. GitHub pages is intended for only to serve the static web pages only. So now that means you need to understand that GitHub pages, the coding in the GitHub pages will be supported only HTML, CSS and the JavaScript code only. So none other than this code it will not support. So these are the codes. So if you want to design the web page means, so you need to design using HTML, CSS and the JavaScript code only. Okay, and you can have unlimited project sites in the GitHub. So that means you will be able to have each repository, right? So you will be having each repository, you will be having unlimited repositories in the GitHub account. So you can create as many repositories, public repositories you want, and for each repository you will be having a project site. Okay, not website, project site. You need to remember that, project site. So each GitHub repo can have a corresponding hosted website. Okay, each GitHub repo can have a corresponding hosted website. It is as simple as just telling that GitHub which branch to take from hosting the repo. So now you have a repository, and for that repository you want the URL. So just for that URL you can just map the branch, which is the main branch you want. You can map it to master or main, anything. So whatever the branch you want, you can map it, and you can map it so that whenever you are pushing the code into that branch means automatically the website will be up taking that code into from that branch. Okay. Now the default URL in the GitHub pages follow this pattern. So how you will be having is username.github.com/repo name. So repo name is the repository name. So if you are having n number of repository names means you can have something like username.github.com/repo name 1, repo name 2, repo name 3, like that you will be having the project sites. But username.github.com, this URL will be one only. So you will be having only one. So you cannot have unlimited URLs like that. username.github.com, it is the permanent, it is a single URL. It will be given for you only one for the GitHub account or the organization. So remember that you can get only one website. One website means nothing but one URL for account or organizations. But unlimited repo project sites. Project sites means like this internal pages, repo name 1, repo name 2, like this you can have unlimited, but you can have only one single URL. So if you want to give the custom URL also, you can have the custom URL, but this is out of the topic. So I am explaining only the GitHub pages, how it will be providing you the URL in the default manner. Now if you try to see in the GitHub in the website, so if I open something like GitHub pages, you will be able to see here GitHub pages website. So you will be having a dedicated website for this one. So GitHub pages websites for you and your projects. So if you are having a project means it will be creating a website for you, hosted directly from the GitHub repository. Just edit, push and changes are live. Okay, so just you can push the changes and the changes will be live. So we will see the demo representation also, how we can create a GitHub pages. So now here user or organization site means you can get one site for GitHub or organization, but unlimited project sites, you need to understand. So let's get started. So now here you creating a repository. So it is simple. So it will be giving you everything. So these are all the things. So now custom URL. So if you want to have your custom domain and all those things means you can go learn more about this one. So this is out of the topic. So now we will be using this one only. So now what we will try to see is we will see some of the GitHub accounts. So how they are having their account, how they are having the URLs. Let's try to see. So let me open github.com. And if I open the github.com, here I am writing something like HTML5 games. So most of the people, all the people will be having their own custom domains and they will be explaining their projects and their achievements and their portfolio in their own domain. But here what I am doing is, so if you are not able to afford for the custom domain and if you don't know these all configuration and all those things, and but you want to have a website URL so that you want to share the others about the details of yours means, so this GitHub is a nice choice for us. So it will be giving you a custom URL. And for that custom URL, you can write your own HTML, CSS and JavaScript code so that it will be very useful for us. So now let me open one repository. So I am opening here one repository. So let's try to see, is this guy is having any GitHub page or not. If you go here you will be able to see this. Try these examples. If I open this one, so he is having something like spbooks. This is the username, and here he is having spbooks.github.io. So this is the default subdomain it is providing. GitHub will be providing you. And HTML5 games one is the repository name. So here he is maintaining the repository. And now what you need to have is another one. Let's check another one. So here if I open something like, so everyone, so whoever we may be having, so for example if I open this one Mozdevs or something, so here he is having some HTML5 game, and here if I try to open, this guy is also having mozdevs.github.io. Mozdevs is the username and HTML5 games workshop is the repository name. If I click on these all URLs, you will be able to see all these things. Okay, so this is how you some people will be maintaining this website. So now for maintaining this website, what you need to have is, so you need to mention the branch. So you need to mention the branch, which branch you want to. So here you will be able to see that GitHub gh-pages. So he is maintaining a separate branch for this page for the website. So whatever the content here you are having, you will be able to see this is the output you are able to see. And here we are having the index.html file. So you need to provide the index.html file so as the root file. So this is the entry file for the website, and whatever the content you are having in this index.html file, you can get the data. Okay. So in the next video, what we will try to do is we will try to create the GitHub pages for our account Leela WebDev, and also the project repository website also we will try to see. Okay. Hope you understood about this concept of a GitHub pages. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will implement the GitHub pages. So we will try to create our own GitHub page and we'll try to host it in the GitHub repository. Now, in order to have a website of our own, so as we already discussed that GitHub username, the URL provided by the GitHub will be something like username.github.com. So that now we need to create the repository in the same manner. Now let's try to create a repository here. So here I am creating something like Leela WebDev. This is our username. So if you want to see your username, here you will be able to see .github.io. So this is the repository I am trying to create, and the URL will be provided for you also, this one only. Now I am creating a public repository, so create the repository. Fine, I have created the repository. So let's try to clone this one. Okay, now what I will try to do, so let's open our git bash. I am going to the projects. Oh, so where is our location? D projects, and here you will be able to see git projects. Okay, so this is the I am trying to open the git bash here. So let me open the git bash. Where is the git bash? Yeah, I am opening the git bash. I have opened the git bash. Now what I will try to do is, so let us clone the repository what we have created. Let's get the repository. So what is that one? So this is the repository URL, right? So let's copy this repository, and now let's clone it. So here I will be having, so git clone. Let's copy paste it here. Hey, again I kept it wrong, I think. So let's copy it here from directly from here. So let's clear it out. I will make it bigger. Yeah, git clone, sorry, git clone, and paste it here directly. Hey, why I'm not copying, or what this one? Let's copy it again. Yeah, let's clear it out again all the time. So let me paste it here. Yeah, now I am able to get it. So previously 2 times I didn't copy it, I think. So git clone, so it is cloning leela.webdev.github.io, so it has cloned. So let's go into that repository. Yeah, now what I need to do, so now we need to rename this branch, git branch, okay, -m main, so that you will be having the main branch. So fine, so we are having the main branch. Now what I will try to do is, so let's try to create the index.html file. So I told you, right, so in order to get this website, you need to have an index.html in the root. So now let's try to write doc type. So I will try to create doc type, so basic thing. So here HTML, and I will close it with the HTML, okay, and here I will be having the head. So here also I will be closing it with the head, and the body, you will be having the body, and you will be having the body also, and inside this one div, so I will be having the div. So inside this one, yeah, so here I will write something like h1, so Leela web dev, I'll write something like this, and h1, close it, h1. So this is the, now, oh sorry, here we having the body, right? So let's remove this body, add it at the bottom body. Okay, now let's try to save it. So let's try to add it. So git commit -m, so add index file. So now git push -u origin main. So I have pushed it. So let me push it. It is trying to push it. Yeah, we pushed it successfully. Now let's try to see it here. So if I try to refresh this page, so here I am having this index.html and this one. So we know that this is the URL, right? So let's try to open the URL here separately. Oh sorry. So I am taking this URL and I am trying to open it here directly. And if you try to refresh it, so it may take some time. So let it take some time. It may take some time, I think. So let's try to refresh this page. So we didn't get this one. So for example, if you want means, so you can go to this repository and here the settings, and in the repository settings you will be able to see that repository name, and at the down above the danger zone and all the things, so page settings has now its own dedicated tab, GitHub Pages, please check it out here. Okay, so if I click here, so pages, so here we are having branch main root. Okay, fine, save. So your site is published at https leelawebdev.github.io. So let's open here. Why it is telling there isn't a GitHub page site, GitHub Pages site? If you're trying to publish and read the full documentation. So let's try to read it. Reorganizations. Okay. So let's try to getting started. So now here what I am trying to do. So yeah, I have tried to save with the same thing. So public, initialize this repository. Okay, create repository. Okay, on GitHub navigate your site repository, decide when publish. Okay, settings, pages. Okay, your site is published. It can, yeah, so here you'll be able to see that it can take up to 20 minutes for changes to your publish. So changes, if you don't see is affected or not, try it after an hour, it is saying. So okay, fine, we'll try it after some time. Okay, so now this is how we can be able to see this publish the website. So let's try it after some time. So somehow you need to get that your site is published at like this, and this is the branch main it is targeting. So here is the branch main, and the root you will be having the root, or otherwise you will be having docs. So you can place the index.html in the docs folder also, but normally we will keep it in the root folder only, index.html. That's it. So if you want to have a custom domain, you can add it here. So we will try to maintain this one only. So it will take something normally 1 hour or something like that to up the website. So now this is your main home page. Now if you want to have a repository type of things, means what you need to do. For example, you are having something like git-main. Okay, git-main. For this git-main, if you want to have means, so what you can do is, so the same scenario. So for example, you can go here and you can come outside like this, and let's go to git-main. Okay, so I went into the git-main. I am in the login branch. So in the same scenario, so you are here, you are having the login branch, right? So now in the same thing, what we can do is we can create the branch for this one. So how we can create git switch -c gh-pages. Okay, you can maintain a branch gh-pages. So let me go in. Yeah, we have switched back into the gh-pages. So here I will be creating via index.html in the same scenario. So now what I will try to do is, instead of writing HTML and all those things, I will write just Leela web dev so that it will display directly. So I am saving it here. Git add dot and git commit -m. So add index.html. Okay. Oh, sorry. So add index.html. I can add it directly here, something like this. So press enter. So now we can push something like git push -u origin. Okay. So gh-pages. So I am pushing this branch. So now we have pushed successfully this branch to the GitHub repository. Now for this repository we have a separate branch, something like gh-pages. Now you want to add a project site, website, not website, project website for this repository. Means, so where you need to go is, you need to go to the settings, and in this settings you need to be able to see this repository name, and here you will be having the pages, and in these pages you will be able to see the URL. So your site is published as here, and here you will be able to see the branch gh-pages, and you can save it here directly. So this is the thing. So now this is the website URL, you got the paste it. So now if you want to open this one, so hopefully, yeah, so here you will be able to see the Leela web dev, and I think this one also will be working. See, our Leela web github.io, this home page is also working, and also this git-main. So git-main is the repository. So if you want to see the changes, you can directly see it here. So via index.html. So it's simple. What we can do is, so here you can add that it is a repo website, something like this. I can add it, and I can save it, and I can commit this code. So git commit -m. So index file update. So I will push directly so that automatically it will be updated. So just pushing the page, automatically it will update it. So now here let's try to refresh this page. So now, so it will take some time. So we have updated, right? So it will take some time to get reflected here. So now if I try to, so here if I try to check this code git main, so whether it is published or not. So now I will try to check in the gh-pages. So here it is updated 30 seconds ago, and if I try to refresh this page, so it will take some time. So now we will see about this home page. So how the home page will look like. So it's the same scenario. So if you want me, so you can come back and you can go to the Leela web dev. So here in the main website you can go index.html, and you can change the changes. So you can add changes whatever you want. So here main website, and you can close the h1, and same thing, you can save it and you can add it, and you can commit. So you can push directly so that it will be reflected within couple of minutes. So now that's it. So now it will be reflected. So here if I try to refresh this page, whether it got updated, yeah, here it is updated. See, so the repo website it is updated. Now I think hopefully it will take some time for the home page also to get updated. So this one also will be get updated within a couple of minutes. So this is how what we will be trying to do is, this is how we will be creating the GitHub pages. Now we have the main home page. Repo is nothing but the leelawebdev.github. The main URL of the main website URL itself is the GitHub repository, and the repo, for every repository you will be having with the internal pages like that. So this is how we will be creating the GitHub pages. So hope you understood about how to create the GitHub pages. See, now the changes has came. So this is, so the changes also has came. So it will take some couple of time gap will be there when you push the code. So it will take something like 5 minutes to 10 minutes, something like that. So normally they will be saying 1 hour, but it will take 5 minutes or 10 minutes. So within immediately the GitHub pages will be updated. So it's a simple thing. So just pushing your code in your particular branch and telling the branch which branch you need to take in the settings. That's it. So your website will be up, hosting website will be up and ready. So hope you understood how about the GitHub pages. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the pull request. If you are working in an IT background, so as a software engineer or anything, so you will be able to know about this pull request. So if you are working in the Git and all those things, so you should be aware of this pull request. What is this pull request? So pull request is not the built-in feature of the Git. So it is the feature of the GitHub. What I can say is, so that means not only GitHub. So all the host Git service providers, something like Bitbucket, GitHub, GitLab. So these are all the things. So they will be having this feature known as pull request. So this pull request feature is not native into the Git. It's a Git. So it is the feature that is provided in the products like GitHub and the Bitbucket. So now why we need this pull request? So what is the use of this pull request then? So pull requests are mainly used for why? Because so this allows something like developers to alert team members to work that needs to be reviewed. For example, see, if you are having an application, so you are working in it with the team members and you are working with one feature. So your feature, it will take some time. So some couple of days for that feature to be completed. So now the main branch, so master branch or the main branch, what is the branch you are having? The main branch is the main heart of your application. So that means the project which is in the hosting, so it is deployed version is the main branch. So whenever your features or anything, so any feature or any bug or any implementation is completed only, then you need to add it into the main branch. Okay, so if you don't have the branches and all those things, means if all the people are working in the main branch, means so now incomplete features are also, it will be committed. So this could result in the bugs, so breakable code. So this will break the code. So for that reason, so without disturbing the master branch, so without disturbing this master branch, so we will take a branch from this master branch or main branch, that is nothing but the feature branch, which we call it as a feature branch, whatever the name it will be. So you will be having a feature branch. In that feature branch, you will do whatever the work you want. So it may take a couple of days or so it will take a couple of hours or anything. So when this feature is completed, then you cannot directly merge that one into the main or master. Why? Because so this branch need to be reviewed by some other members, so that if the code whatever you have worked is fine, means then only it will be merged into the master or main, so that the code which is deployed in the server or anything, so in the hosting or in the hosting, so it is not breakable. So that is the reason. So we will be raising the we will be using this pull request. So now this allows developers to alert the team members to work that needs to be reviewed. So that means you have worked in the feature branch, and you need to tell to the other developers to alert the other team members to the work. So the work I have did, so that need to be reviewed. This provide a mechanism to approve or reject the work on a given branch. So you have a feature branch, you will alert to the team members that, hey, I have did this feature, please review this code. So if it is okay, means please approve it, or otherwise please reject it, or otherwise tell me the comments which I need to be improved. So is there any wrong in the code, something like that. So this provides a mechanism. and they also help facilitate discussion and feedback on the specified commits. For example, in this feature branch you have made some couple of commits, so now the teammates who are reviewing this one, so they will make a discussion, so it will be allowed to have a discussion on a specific commit. So why you have made these commits, or why you have made these changes, so why can't you do this code in a better manner. Like this you can have a discussion in the specific commits, so that you can improve your code in that feature branch only. Pull request is nothing but, so what I can say is the pull request is nothing but merging the feature branches into the main master branch. So that means ultimately you want your feature branch to be merged into the master branch, so that all the people will be taking update from that master branch. At some point the work we did in the feature branch needs to be merged into the master branch. So for that reason, we will be raising the pull request. So what we can say is all the people cannot have the permission to merge directly our code into the master branch. Why? Because the master branch is the heart of the project, and you will not have the master branch, nobody will have the direct permissions to change the code in the master branch. Something and unless it is approved by the project manager or some owners of the repository only, then only it can be merged into the master branch. So for that reason we need to somehow inform it to the, what we can say, to the project owners or the maintainers of the project, so that please review my feature branch, please review my code that is present in that branch. So if it is everything is well, if everything is okay for you, means then merge it into the master branch. So we will be asking that merge it into the master branch. So that is the reason. So pull request. So for example, see what I can say is, so I think you understood about this pull request. For example, see you have a feature branch, okay, you have a feature branch, you took the branch from the master and you started working on that branch. So you are doing the code, whatever the code you want, so completed. So now how could this code will be merged into the master branch? So there will be a couple of options. Merge at will. Merge at will means, so without any discussion or anything, so you did the feature and all those things, and just you will be without any sort of discussion with the teammates, you directly merge it to the master. Okay, so you can go to the master and you will get git merge something so and so branch, so that branch will come and merge it into the master. We have learned about this merging concept in the Git itself in the previous videos. The second option is send an email or chat message or something to your team to discuss the changes, if the changes should be merged in. So now you will send a mail that I have a feature branch, please check out into the feature branch and check the code. So if it is all well, means just I will merge it into the master. So you are having, before merging, you are just having a discussion and you are giving a message. Okay, you are giving a note that I have did so and so concept in the feature branch, so I am going to merge it into the master. Please let me know your thoughts and comments. You are asking, and you are sending a mail or chat message or something like that, okay, to your team members. And another one is the third option is the pull request. Okay, so third option is the pull request, means not what we have. So we will raise a pull request that I want this branch to be merged into this master branch. So please let me know these all comments. Please review the code and merge it automatically. You are saying. So this is the thing. So now, how is the pull request workflow? So how the pull request workflow will be? The pull request workflow will be in such a way that, so you will be doing some work locally in a feature branch. Okay, so you will be doing some work locally in a feature branch. You will take the branch, you will do some work, push up the feature branch to GitHub. So you will push that branch to the GitHub and open a pull request using the feature branch. Just push it up to the GitHub. Wait for the PR to be approved and merge. Start a discussion on the PR. This part depends on the team structure. Okay, so you will wait for the PR to be approved and merge. So start a discussion if it is not merged. So if you have any doubts or anything, start a discussion on the PR. So that's it. So this is the pull request. So now let's try to see the practical implementation, how we can implement the pull request. So here, for example, see, let me take something like we have the set of repositories. So let's take the set of repository. So I am having a Git remote. Okay, this is the Git remote. We are having some branches, let's assume. So now what I will try to do, let me enter into this Git remote. Okay, so I am clearing out all these things. I am going outside. So now I will go to git-remote. Okay, so I went into the Git remote. I am in the registration branch. Okay, so ls. So here we are having index.txt, leela.txt, register and registration new.txt. Fine. So let's move to the git switch main. Okay, so let's type the ls. So here we are having only index, leela and main. So register and registration new files are not present in the main branch. Now what I will try to do, so let's go to the registration. Okay, so I switch. So now let's open bi. So registration new.txt file. So what I will try to do here, adding a registration, something like this. Okay, so I have did some comments. So now what I will try to do, so git add dot, and here git commit -m. So register done, something like this. I am giving a comment. So whatever the comment you want, you can give it. And here I am pushing. Okay, so I pushed it the registration. So I have completed my changes. Registration is done. So let's think. So now I want to merge this registration branch into the main branch. Okay, my work is completed. Now I want to merge this branch into the main branch. So what I will try to do here, let me go into this one. Let me refresh. And here you will be able to see that registration had recent pushes less than a minute ago, and compare and pull request. So raise a pull request. You will be able to see the option here, pull request. So now let me click on this pull request. So now if you try to click on this pull request, so here it is asking. So registration is this branch registration. So if you try to see here, registration branch is going to be merged in the main branch. Here it is telling that it could be able to merge. Sometimes you will be getting a conflicts. We will discuss in the next video. So if a conflict rises in the pull request, what we need to do. So now these branches can be automatically merged. Okay. If you want to leave a comment, you can leave a comment. So done the registration. So you can mention about your work and all those things in the feature branch. Please review and accept or something like that. Okay. So now I am creating a pull request. Okay. So here I am creating a pull request. So now, if you want to assign here, you can assign, or whoever you want to assign, you can assign here. Okay. So now I am creating a pull request. Let's assume that I am creating a pull request. So if I create a pull request automatically, see, so I created a pull request. Now in the pull request, you will be able to see. So right now I am using only one user. So if you are having a team members, means you will be able to see these all things. So now here we are having a pull request. So raised pull request. So here you will be able to see the option pull request. And if I click on this registration pull request, so here you will be able to see. So Leela Webdo. So as I only raised the pull request, I am only merging. So normally what will happen is other team members will be raised. So you will be assigning this here, assignees, and the other team members will be merging this one. So now here you will be able to see registration and all those things you will be able to see. So now here at least one approve and all those things it is required, it is saying. Okay. So merging is blocked. Merging can be formed automatically with one approving review. So now what I need to do here. So let's try to check, done the registration, please review and accept, and these are all things. And now here you will be able to see the changes, the commits. Okay, the commits you will be able to see here. The file changed also you will be able to see the file change, the changes of the file. So these are the file changes, it has been done. Okay, fine. So everything is fine and all those things means. So then what I can do here. So here I will do the merge the pull request. So use your administration privileges and all those things. So here I will do the confirm merge. If you want to leave a comment, here you can leave a comment. So merging is going on. So I can do whatever the thing I want. So I can add the comment. Okay, and here I can confirm the merge. So now it is merging. So now pull request is successfully merged and closed. So now what I can do, if I want to delete the branch, I can delete it the branch. Okay, now the feature branch work is completed. Now if I go to the code, if you try to see the main branch, see automatically register and registration new.txt files automatically it has been came. So now if you go to here, what it will try to do, so I can switch back to the main. Okay, so now here we don't have the files. Now the branch feature registration branch has been merged into the main, so we can get the data. Git pull, so automatically we got the data. See, now if I try to type the ls, so you will be able to see that registration and registration. So the registration code what we have did, the feature branch, it is merged into the main branch. Now it has been successfully deployed it to the server. Okay, so prod, it has been deployed to the prod, so it's not a problem. So this is how we will be raising the pull request. So pull request has a nice feature for adding the code into the master, so without breaking the master code. So when the project is in the prod deployment, so when the code what we have did in the feature branch, it cannot be going into the main branch, that means prod directly. So in between this one we will raise a pull request so that it will be approved by the middle persons, collaborators and all those things, all the team members and the developers. So if you have any problem in the feature branch, means they will be commenting you, so that you will be able to know, and you can directly work on that branch itself, and you will update the pull request. So this way, this is the process or normally it will be going on in the organization. So hope you understood about this pull request. In the next video, what we'll try to do is, so if a conflict arises in the pull request, so conflicts also raises in the pull request. Pull request is nothing but merging only. So when we are merging means conflicts automatically raises. So now if a conflicts arises in the pull request, so then what we need to do? So let's try to see it in the next video. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see how to resolve the conflicts when we raise a pull request. Normally what I can say is, for example, we have a feature branch and we are raising a pull request. For example, see, so let's take any repository. So Git clone. Assume that we are having two branches, master and main. So now main is a default branch, right? So let's assume that we create a branch, something like bug fix. Okay. So this is a branch that we have created. And now when we do the changes here, we need to raise PR to the main. Why? Because this is a feature branch. We have did the job. So whatever the code we need to do, so we have done. So now our code need to be merged into the main. So what we need to do, main or master, whatever the branch. Now what we need to do, we need to raise the pull request. To where? To the main. So we will raise the pull request. Now in between this raising that pull request, so now in between, not in between, so now you took the branch from the main and you did whatever the code you want, you did. So in between this period of time, so it may take 2 days, 3 days or 1 week or 1 month, so whatever it may. No, normally it will not take 1 month. So normally it may take 1 day, 2 days or max 1 week. So if you have a feature branch. Now what you will try to do, in between this time, the main has updated. So main has updated means it has been updated with some other feature branches. So that means you will be having a lot of team members. So for example, if you are having a 10 team members working, so each team member will be working on one new feature. So each will be creating a branch from the main and they are doing their respective work. Now what will happen is, now you are raising a now you want to raise the pull request. In between this period of time, some other team members also has completed their work and they have already raised the pull request in between this period of time, and now their pull request has also been merged into the main. Okay, so merged into the main means, so their pull request means they got their feature code approved. So they have got the approved of their feature branch, and now that code has been updated into the main. So that means main has an updated code. That means the new feature has been updated into the main code. You didn't know about this one. So the main got updated. You didn't know, and you are working with the old main, whatever the branch you have created from the main branch. So that in that branch only you are working. So unfortunately, you think that. So you worked on the file, you have updated one file. In the same scenario, in the main also the file got updated in the same way. So now you got a conflict. So the GitHub will not able to realize that which code I need to take. So already in the main it has the updated code, but this guy also, the feature branch also got updated with the new code. Which code I need to take it. So it will raise the conflict. So now we need to resolve the conflict and we need to update the pull request. So how we can do this one? Let's try to see. So here we have a bug fix, right? So now let's try to take the main branch. Now let's go to the Git clone. So I am going to cd git-clone. I already took the clone of this one. Okay. So now here let's try to take Git Fetch. So I am fetching. So the new branch. So I got the new branch bug fix which I have created from the GitHub. Now let's try to check the branches. What are the branches I am having? So we are having bug fix, main and master. So let's think that main is our default branch. So main branch. So we are here, we are having the index.txt. So let's switch back to the bug fix. Okay. So I switch to the bug fix. Now let's assume that I am working on the index.txt file. Okay. So here we don't have anything. So I am writing something like hi Leela web dev, something code I am trying to do. Okay. I have added here. So I am committing the code. So changes done. Okay. So just I have committed the code. I didn't raise any pull request for this one. So changes has been done. Now what will happen? Now let's try to see. So here, so if I try to see the code, okay. Here if I try to see the code, now the main we are having, right? In the main, somebody came and somebody updated the code. So right now I am updating through here. So as we don't have any other user. So I am the only user here. So for the demo purpose I am doing. So here the code updated from main. So in the same index.txt file, so it has been updated. Somebody has updated this code. So in the main we have an updated code. Let's assume. So this code, this updated code we don't have with us in this branch. So now let's try to push this one. So git push. I am pushing this code. What is the bug fix code? Bug fix code, whatever the bug fixed I have in the index.txt file. So I am committing this code. So now let's try to check it here. So where is that one? Yeah, now let's try to check it here. So now here bug fix had a recent changes. So compare and raise the pull request. Yeah, okay, fine. So I will raise the pull request. So I need my change to be entered into the main. So when I am pushing this one, okay, when I am pushing this one into the main, see here you will be able to see that can't automatically merge. So here GitHub is trying to check whether this bug fix can be automatically merged into the main or not. So this can't be merged. Don't worry, you can still create the pull request. Okay. So now here, so maybe, so I have fixed the bug. Please merge it to main. So I am writing some comments and I am raising a pull request. Now here, what it has raised? So now the pull request has been raised. Now here you will be able to see that this branch has conflicts that must be resolved. So now I can't directly merge this branch. What is that branch? This bug fix branch into the main branch. So this has some conflicts. So please resolve this conflicts, it is saying. So here you will be able to see that in the GitHub desktop you can buy this. This is the normal desktop software, or otherwise command line instructions also you will be able to see. So here these are the command line instructions. So checkout -b, this is the old syntax. So we can take this, what we can say is switch command, so that it will automatically map this local repository bug fix to the remote bug fix. So now git merge main. So let's try to see. So normally how we will do the merging concept, so like that only we can do it. So now here let's merge the master into the bug fix. So I am merging git merge master. So I am merging it here. Sorry, git merge main. Git merge main. So now it is telling that already up to date. So what I need to do? So it's already up to date means, so I didn't took the update, the main code I didn't took it. So let's switch back to the main. So now here let's pull the changes. So recent changes. What are the changes? We have got it. So I have edited the file index.txt, right? So now we got the update. Now let's switch back to the bug fix. Okay. So now what I can do is, so let's git merge main. So I am merging the main. Okay, what has happened? So we have pulled the changes, right? So git switch main. So we have got the changes va index.txt file. So sorry, we didn't get any changes. So maybe what I did, here we are in the git clone and I am in the code. So I am in the master. So update index.txt. So here we are having the code updated from main. Fine. So this is the main. Git remote -b. We are having this one same only. So I am in the main. Okay. So I will pull the changes. Already up to date it is saying. Okay. So va index.txt, let's try to check. So nothing changes are not coming. So now what we can check, git status, we'll try to check with the so this main branch is with the origin master. Okay. So now what is this type of scenarios will come. So now it is with that local main branch is in with the, what did it say, with the origin master. So what I can do is git pull -u origin main. So I am doing git push -u origin main, something like that. So let's try to check it. So rejected. So this main. Okay. So now we'll check the status, or otherwise, so it is. So now what I can do is, so here, so we need to set it to the main. So now what I can do is, so git pull origin main. So I can pull the changes from origin main. So here we got the update, and here I need to check it. So we got the updated code. So now here if you want, you can git set hyphen upstream. Okay, so sorry, I have written some wrong. So here I have written wrong. Now what I can do is, wait, is not moving. Yeah. So now here git set git branch. Okay, git branch hyphen set upstream, and we can give something like origin/main. So we can give like this. I think failed to sync is no longer, so please use hyphen track or hyphen. Okay, fine, we'll use hyphen track then. Okay, for demo verb. So now it is set to the main. So now if you try to check the status, okay, so it is set to the branch main. So now we can pull the changes. Okay, we can pull the changes, not a problem. So already up to date. So fine. So now what I will try to do, so I will switch back to bug fix. Okay, so now here I will merge the main. So merge main here. So now we got the conflicts here. Okay, so we got the conflicts. So now what is the conflict? So if we try to check the git status, so here is the modified file. So va index.txt. So this is the code. So we can remove this one all. So I want to keep both the changes. So I will keep this one and I will remove this all code, and I will remove, sorry, yeah. So I will keep it like this only for the time being. Yeah, I will save it. So I can add everything and I can commit -m. So resolve conflicts. Okay, so now I have resolved it. I will push it, git push. Okay, so now if I try to push it, so what will happen? Let's try to see. So now we have pushed it, yeah, successfully. Now what I will do here, I will try to check this one. So where is the pull request? This is our pull request, and here if I try to do changes done, so now it has checking for ability. Yeah, now see, it has came to green color. So now it will be able to merge. So here you will be able to see my commits also. So here you will be able to see my commits. So changes done and the resolve conflicts. Resolve conflicts is the thing which I have resolved the conflicts. Now what I will try to do here, I will try to confirm merge. So I will confirm the merge. So this is a normal process only. And if you want, you can delete the branch, bug fix branch. And here if you to go to the code, and in the main you will be able to see both the changes. So hi Leela web dev, and this code is updated from main. Both the changes you will be able to see. And if I want, I can go back to git switch main here. Okay, and if I try to see the ls, you will be having this one. So now if I try to check va index.txt, now you have only one line. So if I pull those changes from here, now you will be able to see the update. See, so now we have got the update, and if I try to check this va index.txt, oh sorry, why is it came? So now git status. So let's try to check. So now nothing is, oh, is ahead. So git pull origin main. Okay, so oh sorry, git pull origin main. So I am pulling here. So now if I try to check git status, sorry, git not git status, va index.txt. So now see, we are able to get the output. So this is how we will be able to merge the conflicts. So hope you understood about this merging the resolving the conflicts. When we raise the pull request, when we get the conflicts, so this is how we will be resolving the conflicts. Hope you understood about this one. Little bit of confusing. Why? Because my repository, my local branch is pointing to some other branch. Normally our local branch will point to the main branch only. So if your local branch is pointing to other remote branch, so like this you will be having. So no need to worry, you will be having the same thing like that only. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see how to add the collaborators to the project, and also how we can give the restrictions for a particular branch, so that you cannot be able to commit the code directly into that branch. Okay, so why we need those type of restrictions? First we need to know. So first what we need to know is adding a collaborator. What is the use of adding a collaborator? So adding a collaborator is nothing but, what I can say is, if you are working on a project, if you are having a project and you want that project, okay, and you want that project so to be involved by some other members, so you will be adding them as a collaborator, so that you will be, so you and the team members, everyone will be taking care of that one. So you are having a project and you are having 10 members are also working on that project, means you will add those 10 members as a collaborator to the project. Okay, so that these all 10 members will be working on that project. Okay, that is nothing but the adding a collaborator. So adding a something like, you can assume that is nothing but a team member to a project, allowing access to access the project and commit the code like that. Okay, now another one what I can say is restrictions to the branch. So how we can give the restrictions to the branch so that we can restrict directly committing the code into the branch. For example, you are having a main branch. Okay, that is nothing but the master branch. So main branch, if you are having a main branch, and that main branch will represent the production code. Okay, whatever the code present existing in that main branch, the same code will be having in the production deployment. So that means automatically when the new code has been deployed in the main branch, means automatically the prod also will be deployed with this main code. So that means it is having a symlink between this branch and the production code. So now that means, so nobody should be able to commit into this main branch. Why? Because if you commit the breaking code or anything into this main branch, so the production also will be broken. So that is the reason. So nobody should be able to commit the code in the main branch. So we should add a restrictions should be imposed on that main on that particular branch, so that anybody cannot commit the project into one. So if you want to add the code in the main branch, means so we should have a permission to raise a pull request to the main branch, so that after reviewing with the collaborators or the team members, after reviewing the code, so if it is safe and if it is okay to be merged into the master branch, so that if it goes to the production, so nothing problem will happen, means so then we can add it to the main branch. So this could be the process. Okay, directly committing to the main branch should not be implemented. So let's try to see how we can do the thing. So now I am creating a project. So right now, so new repository I am creating. So here I will be creating something like git-rules. Okay, so git-rules, it is present. So now in this git-rules I am creating a add readme file. So this is the particular branch. Okay, so now I am creating the repository. So I have created a repository. Now I want to add some collaborators. So let's assume that this is nothing but Leela WebDev. So I will add my another user account is there, so which is my main user GitHub account. So I will add that user as a collaborator to this one, so that the two users can be working directly. Now if you want to add as guy as a collaborator, so here you need to go to the settings, and here you will be able to see the manage access, and here we are having 0 collaborators have access to the repository, so only you can contribute to this repository. So that means I can commit the code. So now here I am inviting a collaborator. So here we can search with the username or with email ID. So I am searching. So this is my collaborator. So I am adding directly add Leela Narasimha to the collaborator. Okay. So now, so this is this user has an access to the project, so that he can take the clone and he can commit the code also. Now if you try to see here, if I go here, okay. Now if I try to see the notifications, you will get a notification here directly. And here you will be able to see that invitation to join Leela WebDev Git rules. So if I zoom in, you will be able to see here I am getting an invite. Okay, now what I will do, so here I will open. So it is asking that, so invitation has been came from the particular user to collaborate. So I will accept my invitation. So now I have permission for this one. So now what I will try to do, I will try to take this code. Okay, now I will do the clone. So now what I will do, so let's do git clone, let's paste the code. So I have pasted the code, that's it. So now I will change the config something like user.email, so leela.narasimha@gmail.com. So this is my, sorry, let's we move into the cd git-rules. So we need to move into the project. Okay, so now I will add that user email. So now what I will try to do, so this is the main branch C. So now here I will try to create a index.txt file, and here I will try to commit the code. So here I am trying to get hi Leela. So now I have committed. So see, I am committing the code in the main branch. If you try to see, so git add dot, and here git commit -m. So committing the code in main branch. Okay, I am committing. So I am pushing the code. So git push. Automatically it will be pushed. Now right now automatically it will be pushed. So why it will be pushed means, so main doesn't have any restrictions, so it is directly committing. So if I try to open this one here, so here if I try to refresh the code, if I go to the code here, you'll be able to see that Leela Narasimha. So Leela Narasimha is the contributor. So he has committed the code. So you will be able to see that committed the code in main. Now, so we know we have kept some requirements that in the main nobody should be able to commit. So but here we are able to commit. So now we need to add a restrictions. So how we can add the restrictions? Let's go to the settings here. So I am going to the settings, and here I am going to the manage access, not manage access, branches. Here I can go to the branches, and here you will be able to see the branch protection rules. So these are the protection rules. If you want to set the protection rules, here you can set it. So now here I am adding a rule such that, so main, so here you can write the branch name. So you can write something like feature / whatever the branch name you want, you can write it. So now branch name pattern. So here I am having the main. So now for this one, we should need pull request reviews before merging. So we need at least one review. So when somebody raise the pull request for this main, so at least one review, one approval should be there. And also enforce all configured restrictions above for the administrators also. So nobody should be able to commit, including the administrators also. So now I am creating a rule for this one. Done. So now rule has been created. Now you will be able to see if I go to the branches here. So main has some rules. So now if I try to go here, now the same scenario I will try to do. So index.txt. So no access for main check. Okay. So now I am trying to add it. So here let's add it. So now git commit -m. So check access for main branch. Okay, so we are checking the access for the main branch. So now here we have kept the spelling mistake. So what we can do, so here I am keeping. Now that's it. So now let's try to push it. So I am trying to push it. So I am one of the collaborator, if you are able to understand. So I am trying to push it. If I try to push, let's check what will happen. See, error failed. Protected branch hook declined. So now the main branch is having the access. So you cannot have the access to push the code. So now what we need to do, so in order to push the code to the main, what we need to do, so first we need to create a branch. So let's try to check that how many commits are there, so whether our commit is there or not. So now here check access for main branch, the commit is there. So now what I will try to do here, git switch -c. So I will create a branch Leela, something like this. So now we have created a branch Leela. Now if we try to check the git log -, one line. So let's try to check here. So head is here, origin and everyone is here. So now we can check access for main branch. So now I will try to push it here. So git push -u origin Leela. So this is the branch, right? So I am pushing here. Now if you try to push, so it will try to push. So Leela branch has been successfully pushed. So now the code is not in the main. Now the code is in the Leela branch. Now let's go here, or otherwise let's go to here, and we will be able to see that Leela, we have committed the code here. Now we will be able to see the committing the code. So here what I can do is, okay, so now this branch is ahead, one commit ahead of main. So we need to create a pull request. So here we will create a pull request. Raise the pull request here. So I am raising the pull request on behalf of Leela Narasimha, leela.narasimha@gmail.com. So now I am raising the pull request from Leela to main. If you want to commit, so please check, please review and merge the code to the main. So I am creating a pull request. So if I create a pull request, now it will not be automatically merged. So we need to have a review. So at least one review is required. So approval is required for this branch to be checked. So to be merged into the main. So approval is required. So at least one approval is required. Then only we can merge it. So now let's go to the another account. So this is the another account. So we are having this Leela WebDev account, and here we will be able to see the pull request. Now what I will try to do here, I will try to check the pull request. So now I am also one of the collaborator, right? So here I will check it. So review is required, so I can add the review. And if you want to write any comments, you can write it, or otherwise, so what you can do. So here if you want to comment, you can comment it, or you want to have some changes required means, so you can suggest the changes. So what are the changes to be done? You can suggest some changes for that guy, so that he can make the changes and he can update that pull request. and or otherwise approve. So now right now I am approving, submit review. So now approval is done. So approval is done. Now I am merging the pull request. So if I confirm the pull request, so now automatically it is merged. If you want to delete the branch, you can delete the branch directly. Now if you try to check it in the main branch, so our code is merged into the main. So if I try to check it here, we are in the main branch. If I open this index.txt, now see, you will be able to see that no access for main check. So it is successfully added into the main branch. So this is how the flow will be in the organization. So now when you are trying to add a feature means, so you will be creating a feature branch from the main. You cannot directly work on the main and you cannot directly commit the code to the main. So you will create a feature branch from the main and you will do whatever the code you want, and you will raise the pull request to the main and you will ask the members to review. So if members accept that one, so now automatically it will be merged into the main, or otherwise you need to make some changes and all those things and you have to update the pull request again. So this is the complete flow. Hope you understood about this one. So how to add the collaborators, how to invite the collaborators so that you people can grouply work with the project, and also what we can see, and also we have seen the branch protection rules also, how we can protect the branch so without committing the code by any collaborator or anyone, so not allowing access to anyone to commit the code. So this is also very important, how we can keep the branch protection rules. Hope you understood this one. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the forking. So what is this forking? Normally in the internet or outside, you will be able to see that about the forking and cloning. Or otherwise in the GitHub also, you will be able to see that if you open any repositories, something like React or anything, you open the React project or any project, you will be able to see here the forking option. Okay, here you will be able to see forking option. What is this forking option? So what is that fork? So 34,000 forks has been done. So what is this fork? For example, say you are a developer. So as you are a software developer, now you have your own repositories. So your own repository means, so you can create your own repository in your account and you can take the copy, take the clone, and you can do the commits, whatever the things you want. For example, if you have another friend of your own. So now if your friend of your own has to work in your repository means, what you will try to do, you will go to the settings and you will try to give the add a collaborator, what we have seen in the previous video. So adding a collaborator, so that means he can do the commits and all those things for that repository. Now Facebook, something like React type of open source project. So if you are having open source project, something like very big project like this React or libraries or something like that. So now for that project, for that type of repository, if you want to contribute means, so this administrator or whatever the contributors you are having for this React project, they cannot go all the time to the settings and cannot add thousands and thousands of those collaborators. Okay, so they cannot add thousands of collaborators in their settings in this React project. So for this React project, if you see contributors, you are having around 1541. So that means 1541 contributors has been added in the as a collaborators in the settings. But the forking, so here the forking guys, so these are also nothing but these are all contributors. So 34,000 contributors are there. So now each and every guy we cannot go and add it as a contributor here. So for that reason, so but you want to contribute something to this React project. So you found one bug and you solved that bug and you want to give the information to this React project so that my code will be merged into the React project. So for that, if you want to do means, so no, you will not get an permission for that one to push the code here. So now for that one, you can do forking. So instead of having this as a collaborator option, so without having the collaborator option also, you can do the work whatever you want to in this React project. So for that one, you need to do the forking option. So this is where forking helps you. So forking is not a native Git feature, just like the pull request. So it comes with the GitHub and some other tools. So this is the feature. So for example, if you have a large projects and you want to contribute something means, so then we will be using this forking option. Now for example, see, let's open here. So when you are having or other people or whoever the things are having large open source projects with lots of contributors. Okay. So they are having lot of contributors means, So for that open source projects, so they will implement a forking strategy. So it can be called as a strategy or workflow, whatever the thing you want. So we can mention. So what we can say is they will implement a forking strategy for the large open source projects. So where there might be a handful of actual maintainers. So actual maintainers is nothing but the contributors. So their maintainers, they will implement the forking strategy, and the reason why means they cannot add thousands of people as a direct contributors or collaborators. Okay. So now, what could this do? This forking workflow enables anybody to try and make a contribution for the repository. So the forking technology, the forking workflow, what it will try to do. So I will show you the demo how it will work. So enables anybody to try and make a contribution. So there is no permissions needed to do the forking. So you need to understand that there is no permissions needed. You can make your own copy. You try to make changes and then you can make a PR. Anybody can make a pull request. So merging the pull request is up to their option. So you can make a changes and you can make a pull request. And GitHub and other similar tools allows us to make personal copies of other people's repositories. So GitHub, not only GitHub and some other repositories also, some other hosting providers also allow us this option to create personal copies of other people's repositories. So it means of others repositories. We call those copies as fork of the original. I will show you this one. We call those copies as fork. So when we fork a repo, we basically asking GitHub that make me my own copy of this repo, please. So that means by clicking on this fork, what will happen is it will create a copy and it will place it in your repository. I will show you that one, how it will place. As like pull request, forking is not a native feature. The ability to fork is implemented by the GitHub. Okay. So now what we'll try to do is we will try to create a project in another user account and we'll try to fork the project. Okay. So here this is my account github.com. So this is the not Leela web dev. So this is another account of mine. So I am trying to create a project here. Okay. So if I click on new, it will try to create. So here I am creating a git-fork. So this is the project git-fork. So this is one project I am creating. Add a readme file. So I have created a repository. Okay. So this is the repository I have created. Now what I will try to do? So I will try to take this one. So this is somebody's repository. So that somebody means my account, Leela Narasimha, not Leela web dev. Okay. So I will try to take the URL. Okay. I will try to take the URL. And what I will try to do, let's go to here. And here in this one, what I will do is git clone and I will try to paste. So their own repository. So not my repository. Or otherwise what I can do is, so I can copy this one or other. I can place it, I can replace this one, so that here I am opening my own in my own account. So I can take this SSH also, as we are having SSH for this one. So we have already created, right? So now git clone and I can paste this Leela Narasimha's fork. So I am taking the account of Leela Narasimha, not Leela web dev. So I have took the clone. Up to clone we can take any project, any GitHub project we can take the clone. So let's go to the git-fork. Okay. So now what I will try to do, I will try to create some index.txt. So here I will try to take something like this. I will try to change it. So I will add and I will commit. So some commit I am doing and I will try to push it. So now when I try to push it, what will happen? See, it is telling that permission to push to Leela Narasimha's GitHub fork has been denied to Leela web dev. So that means the project, the repository created by is the Leela Narasimha. So this is the user, and you are trying to do the commits using Leela web dev. So that is nothing but this guy. So Leela web dev. So here is the guy, Leela web dev. You are trying to commit with the Leela web dev. So that is the reason it is telling that permission to Leela Narasimha GitHub. You cannot do a commits to this Leela web dev. You cannot try to commit the code into the Leela Narasimha GitHub. Why? Because you are a Leela web dev. You are not allowed to push this one. So now I want to contribute something to this one, to this project. So how can I contribute? So here we cannot have the permission. The same scenario, if you try to clone the Facebook React and you try to do some changes and you try to commit it, you will not have a permission to push it. So why? Because their own repository, you cannot push some changes to the repository. So why? Because the breaking changes code will come. So everybody will commit the code and that code will maybe broken. So that is the reason. So GitHub will not allow us to commit other people's repository. So now how can I contribute this one? So that is nothing but, so one thing what you can do is, so adding as a collaborator. So one thing, so in the Leela Narasimha Git fork, if you are added as a collaborator means you can try to push the commit and you can try to push it. but you are not a collaborator. Okay, you don't know who it is. So it is a, think of it as a large project. So now how can I contribute this one? So how you can contribute this one is, so let's try to go one back and let me try to remove this fork project. So why? Because so this is no use. So just we can clone it and we can see the code, but we cannot do any changes. So let's try to clear it. So now what I can do is here, so this is the Leela WebDev account, remember. So now what I can do is I can take the clone and I can see the changes, but I cannot do anything. So what I can do here, so I can click on the fork option. Okay, now I can click on the fork option. So why? Because I want to do some contribution to this project. So to this Leela Narasimha project as a Leela WebDev. So now I am clicking on the fork option. So what will happen is, if you click on the fork option, so it is telling that forking Leela Narasimha Git fork, please wait for some time. So now what it is trying to do is, so whatever the code present in the Leela Narasimha's Git fork, it is trying to copy all those code and it is trying to give us a separate URL with the Leela WebDev-Git fork. So now you are having your own repository. So that is nowhere concerned with the Leela Narasimha's Git fork. So if you see this Git fork, this repository and the repository what you have forked is completely different. So now you can make your own changes, whatever the changes you want, you can make your own changes and you can do the commits whatever you want. So now if I try to take this one GitHub, okay, so this is the URL. If I try to copy, now here if you try to see, here it is Leela WebDev. Now if I go here and if I do git clone and if I paste it here, so it is cloning. Okay, now it is cloning. I am able to get. So now what I can do here, so I can move into the, what I can say, I can move into the git fork. Now I can do some changes. Okay, so already we made the changes. We will, so this is a new repository, right? So now I can do the changes. So git commit -m. So I am doing and I am pushing also. So I will push it. It will be pushed. Why? Because so it is a forked project. Okay, it is a forked project. So now if I try to see here, if I refresh this Leela WebDev, in this Leela WebDev Git fork, and you will be able to see that down option forked from. So the main repository, original repository is this one. So we have duplicated the code and we have copied that repository into our own account. So now if I try to refresh, so here you am able to get that index.txt file added 13 seconds ago. So now this is our own repository. So the entire code is copied and placed in our own repository and we are making a duplicate. Fork is nothing but it will make a duplicate and it will copy it in your repository so that you can make the changes whatever you want. And if you go here to the main repository, so nothing will be there here. So this original repository will be unchanged. So this doesn't have any options to do with the forking thing. But here you will be able to see that one guy has been forked. One you will be able to see. Okay. So now Leela WebDev Git fork. So Leela WebDev has forked this one, and Leela WebDev copied the code and he can do whatever he wants. So in the next video, what we'll try to see is, we'll try to see the differences, how we can push those changes to the forking and what are the scenarios it will happen. Let's try to see. So this is the main forking mechanism, how the forking mechanism works in the GitHub. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In the previous video, we have seen how to fork the other repository and add it to your local machine. We have seen. Now, in this video, we will see some more little bit details, how we can do the commit and all those things, how we can raise the pull request, and how the original repository has been changed with new commits. How can we pull those changes? Let's try to see in this video. Now, what we have did is, up to now, we have seen how to fork the other repository. So that means that nothing but I have my own copy of the repo. I can do whatever I want. Once we fork the repository, so we will have our own copy in our own account, so that we can clone that forked repository and we can do whatever the thing we want, we can do. So we can do the code and we can, whatever you want, you can do it here without disturbing the original repository. So that means I can clone my fork. Fork means which you have forked the repository, and make changes, add features and break things without fear of disturbing the original repository. So now you can do whatever you want for your forked repository. So whatever changes you want, you can make it, whatever testing you want, you can do it. So without disturbing the original repository. So The original repository will not be affected with the changes what you have did. Your forked repository is the duplicate of that repository, so it will be changed. If I want to share my work, so now you have did some work in your forked repository, I can make a pull request from my fork to the original repo. Then you will raise a pull request from your forked repository to the original repository, so that they will realize that if it is okay valid data, valid code and all those things, means they will merge it to the original repo, or otherwise they can close the pull request. This means that whole bunch of people can work and fork on the project without actually having permissions to them. So that means the whole bunch of people, so the bunch of people around the world, so who are the people around the world we are having, so they can fork the repository, open source repository, and they can work on the project without actually having permissions to them. So without having any permissions, so we don't need any permissions to that one, so we can take the we can fork the repository and we can do whatever we want with that project, and we can raise a pull request. For these things we don't have any permission, we don't need any permissions for this one. So the replica will look like this, the forked repository replica will look like this. For example, you are having here, let's assume that organization repository you are having like this. So this is the original repository, and if you want to do some changes to this original repository, so you are not a collaborator or anything, so you are outside person, so you are outside person living in some country, and this repository belongs to some other country, let's assume. So now you want to do some changes or you want to contribute something for this repository, then GitHub what it will provide is, you can fork this repository so that this entire code will be copied and it will be placed in your personal GitHub repository. That means in your personal account it will be placed, the entire code will be copied as a repository in your personal account, so that now you can clone this repository as a local files here. So you can clone this repository, and what you will do, so you can create the branches, you can do some blah blah blah, whatever you want you can do is, so it will be affected to your personal repository only, it will be not affected to the organization repository, that means the original repository. Now once your work is done and all those things is done, then from this personal GitHub repository you can share your work by creating a pull request to the main repository telling that these are the changes that I have made, so if these are applicable and if these are right for you, means just merge the pull request. So if the organization will check, the maintainers will check whether the code is up to the mark or not. So if it is all is okay, well said, good, nothing is breaking means, so nothing is breaking means, so automatically it will be merged. Now here you will be able to see that direct line upstream. So what is this upstream is, so when you took the copy of this organization repository, so at that time what is the copy, what is the code you are having, so it will be copied and it will be placed in the personal repository. So that means when you are working on the feature, so something update has been came in the organization repository. So now your personal repository will not be updated. Why? Because organization repository just made a copy at that time only. Now somebody changed the data and somebody new commits has been added, some code changes has been made. So now you want to take that data, okay, you want to take that uploaded data, so updated data you want to take. So how we can take? So we can create an upstream for this one, okay, we can create an upstream remote for this one, and we can pull the data. So now for the organization repository, anyone can pull the data, but nobody can push the data. So if you, until and unless you have a permission only, you can push the data. So if you don't have permission, you cannot push the data, but anyone can pull the data. So now you will create an upstream for this one and you will pull the updated data. So you will get the updated data from the organization repository. So when you want to push the data, you want to go through the personal repository and you need to push the data. Okay. So this is the diagram. We will see the flow in the demonstration, live demonstration, you will see the flow. So the fork and clone workflow might seem complicated. So by seeing this flow might seem to be complicated, but it's extremely common for a good reason. So what is that good reason? It allows a project manager to accept contributions from developers all around the world. So it allows to contribution. If you want to contribute for the project, means if you are interested to contribute for the project, means the project manager all around the world without having add them as the actual owner of the main project. So we cannot add each and every person to the project as a contributor. So it will become a headache for us. So as a reason, so forking mechanism has been implemented. So or worry about giving them all the permissions to push the repo. So these are all will become a cumbersome and also headache for that one. For that reason, fork has been introduced. So now let's try to see the demonstration of this one. So we already forked the repository. If you try to see, so this is the fork. So we already took the fork data, and now we are having already in this one. So this is the git fork. Now here, if you try to see git remote -v, okay. So we doesn't have. So we are having this repository. So this is the forked repository URL. If you try to see here, so this is the forked repository URL. If I will try to open github.com, okay. So this is the fork GitHub git-fork. So this is the forked repository. Okay, this one is a forked from Leela Narasimha git fork. So now what I will try to do, so here I will try to make some changes. So here I will do some, what I will try to do is, so these are the latest changes. Okay, I have committed some code in the original repository. Now we have committed the code. Okay, so now we have already forked the repository, so we will not get these updates. So if you want to get these updates, what we need to do? So what we need to do is, first we need to take the clone URL. So this is the clone URL. Okay, we need to copy this one, and what we need to do is, here we need to set remote add upstream. Okay, upstream. So normally we will keep the name as upstream. So commonly in the Git world, so we will keep the name as upstream. So I will copy this URL and I will paste this URL. So I have added another remote URL upstream. So if I try to check the remote, so we are having two remote URLs. Now if I want to pull the data, what I will try to do, git pull upstream. Okay, or otherwise if you want to keep main, you can keep. So now what it will try to do, see, it is trying to take the data. Okay, so readme file has been changed. So we got the data, readme file has been changed. So vi readme.txt, readme.md. So these are the latest changes we got it. So now what I can do, so now let's try to do some changes. So in the readme.md file, I will try to make some changes. Normally we will create a feature branch and we'll try to create. So right now I am doing directly in this main what we can say main branch only. So for the demonstration, so readme.md I am opening here. So here I will try to add something like, so here top I will add, these are the changes added by Leela webdev who forked this repo. Okay, so I will git add dot, so git commit -m, so changes add in readme file, something like this. So I will try to git push origin main. So I will try to push it. So I am pushing it to origin main. So now everything will be pushed. So fine. So origin main is nothing but what we can say is, this is the fork project. So now your branch is 4 commits ahead of Leela Narasimha main, it is saying. So what I will try to, so here you will be able to see that these are the changes added by the Leela webdev who forked this repo. So fine, these are fine. But now if you try to see here, if I refresh this page, I am not able to see those changes. These are the latest changes. These are the only changes I am able to see. But I am not able to see the changes what I have did in this fork project. So if I want to reflect these changes to be in this main project, means what I need to do, here I need to raise the pull request. Okay, so how can I do the pull request here? Open pull request. So if I try to open the pull request, here you will be able to see that head repository. So this is the Git, this is the Leela webdev's fork project, and main to main I am trying to create a pull request. Here it is saying that able to match. Same thing, how you will raise the pull request, the same thing you can raise the pull request. And here I will trying to create the pull request. So here I can add that, hi, please review my changes and add it to the original repo, something like this. So whatever the changes you want, you can keep it. So now what it will try to do, so hello edit, so we need to create a pull request. So 1 second. So now here create a pull request, we are trying to create it. Why it's not coming? Sorry, we are in the Leela Narasimha. So for example, let's go to the Leela webdev git fork. Okay, So here if I want to raise the pull request, so if I want to raise the pull request, okay, fine, these are all the changes. So Leela web dev to here, so create a pull request, and what is happening here, so edits by maintainers, okay, fine, we can do it. So why it's not coming here, so we need to add a title and description, I think. So pull request create, yeah, pull request create. So hi, please add images. So I am creating a pull request here. So when I create a pull request, so now the pull request has been created, so no conflicts is there, so it will try to merge. So now the owner of this repository will be able to get a pull request here. If you try to see here, we got a pull request, okay. So now if I try to click on the pull request, here I will be able to see the pull request create. So now if I try to see here, so this is the forked project, Leela WebDev commented 20 seconds ago. So now, so he want to merge it to the main. So we can check the files and we can do it whatever you want, you can do it. So the contributor can check it and all those things, and he can merge the pull request. So confirm merging. So he now merged the pull request. So now if I try to check the code, so now we got the latest changes to our repository. See, this is the process how the fork projects will work. So no, so we will be not having any permissions for this one. So we can create the projects. For example, if you try to see here, if I try to open React or something projects, okay, if I try to open React project, so you'll be having lot of contributors for this one. Total you have 34,000 fork members. So if you try to see pull requests, there are about 185 pull requests are there. So if I try to check this React core team reactor, so if I want to check this one, so let's try to check here. So now here, so now what I will try to do is, so this is the guy who has created request from this one to Penva master, okay. So this is the forked project. So here if you try to see, so this is the Penva is the username and the React they have forked it. So forked from Facebook React. So he has did some changes and he has raised a pull request so that it is still in the open and some comments are going on, okay. So you can check it. I think this looks like a good change at first glance, but you capture a failing case in a unit test, okay. So we are able to see. So this is how the forking concept will work. So hope you understood about the forking. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. Now we will learn about the new concept, that is nothing but Git tags. So what are these Git tags? So as you are already able to learn somewhere about these Git tags. So Git tags, so what I can say is it is a fairly simple concept. So that is not that much of complex regarding the concepts what we have learned earlier. So it is a fairly simple concept and a straightforward concept. So there is nothing more in that one. So let's try to learn what is this Git tags. Git tags main idea is that we can tag a particular commit. So we can label commits by creating a tag, a reference to a moment in time. So that means what is the thing is, Git tag is nothing but, so you are making a bunch of commits. So you are going on taking a branch and you are going on making the commits. And what you want to do, so the branch you will be having is, it will always move with the particular commit. So when you are doing a commit means the branch will move to that latest commit. Now what of a particular commit. So if you want to refer a particular commit, so if you want to label a particular commit, so that if you want to go in the moment of time, so that means in the moment in a time means if you want to go back and you want to refer those particular commit means, so you can make a tag of that commit. So that by checking the tag, so by knowing that tag, so if you type the tag name and you can go to that particular commit, so that you can have the code existing at that period of time. So Git tag is nothing but what you can say is you are marking a label, you are keeping a label to a particular commit, so that in the future when you are going on, if you want to go to that particular commit means, if you want to go to that particular code means, you can refer to the tag instead of knowing that commit number and all these things, SHA number like that. So this is what mainly Git tag is. Tags are nothing but what we can say is it is a pointer. So pointer is just like the branch which refers to a commit. So tags are also nothing but a pointer that refer to a particular point in the Git history. Okay, so in the Git history is nothing but those are all the bunch of commits you will be having. So these are all the linear way of you are having the commits, and it will refer to a particular point. Particular point is nothing but a particular commit. It will refer. We can mark a particular moment in time with a tag. So we can mark that particular commit or moment in the time, in the past or some with a tag. So the tag means just a label. You can label it. So that is nothing but tags. It's a fairly simple concept. So you are making a note, you are marking that one. So if I want in the future, if I want to go to that particular code means, so you can directly refer the tag name so that you can go directly to that place. That is nothing but the tag. Okay. Tags are most oftenly where it will be using is, it will be used to mark the version releases. So for example, if you try to see the libraries of the projects you will be having, so something like React.js or Angular, you will be able to have that React something like 16.1 or 6 point something like that, or Angular 10, Angular 11. These are all version numbers. Those are nothing but tags only. Okay, those are nothing but the tags only. So you'll be able to see that version 4.1.0, version 4.1.1. These are all marked as a label of the particular commit. So those things we will be referring this as a version. So this is nothing but the number is nothing but a label. So these are nothing but the tags. Okay, we will be thinking that, okay, I want to get the version 4.1.0 means you can go to that particular commit. So Git will automatically go to the particular commit. So at that point of commit, what is the code available? It will give you the code. So that is nothing but that version. So these are nothing but the tags. So tags, what we can say in simpler words, is easy way to remember. So to remember the word, remember the place. So if you want to go to that place, so we will mark that place as with a name or something, so that if you want to go to the place, so we will just say that I want to go to that place. We will tell the name. Simply you can go to that name, that place where the name is having. Think of tags as a branch references. Okay, so we can think of tags as a branch references that do not change. Simple. So the branch reference. So for example, if you are having a master branch or feature branch means, so it will reference to a particular commit. Okay, when it refers to a particular commit, but what is the difference between this tag and this branch is, for example, if you are in the master branch, if you do a latest commit, the master branch will move to that commit. Okay, so the master branch will move to the commit, whereas the tag that do not change, so that will not change, so that will not move. So if you mark a particular commit, if you have given a tag means it will not move. So for at the end of the time, it will remain at that commit only. Okay, once a tag is created, it always refers to the same commit. It's just a label for a commit. So you are just keeping a label for a commit. Okay, so now, so in the market, what I can say is, so not in the tags. So there are actually two types of tags available. One is lightweight tags and another one is the annotated tags. Okay, so these are the two types of tags available. Lightweight tags are lightweight. So the name itself says that lightweight tags are lightweight. So is there lightweight? So they are just a name or a label that points to a particular commit. So these are nothing but what I can say is just you are keeping a name or label to the particular commit. So these are lightweight tags. Okay, and lightweight tag is much like a branch that does not change. It is just a pointer to a commit. So what we have discussed about the tag is nothing but the lightweight tag. So lightweight tag is much like a branch. So you create a branch and it will mark to a particular commit, right? In the same scenario, you will create a tag, git tag, something like that. So it's a simple command only. There is nothing more to learn of the command. So we'll learn about these commands also. Lightweight tag is much like a branch that does not change. So we will create a lightweight tag with the name and we will point to that pointer, to that commit. Okay, so it's just a pointer to a commit. Whereas annotated tags are a little bit different. So annotated tags store extra metadata, including the author's name, an email, the date, and a tagging message, like a commit message. Annotated tag, so unlike with the what we can say is lightweight tags, this stores little bit of extra data. So that is nothing but, so when you are tagging, who is tagging, so the other username, the other email address, and the date when is tagging. So if you want to add an extra message, you can add a message. These are all data will be stored in the annotated tag. So there's nothing but, it's just like a commit message. So you are, how you will do the commit. So in the same scenario, you will do the annotated tag also. So annotated tags, however, are stored as a full objects in the Git database. So unlike lightweight tags, annotated tags, however, they are stored as a full object. So full object means nothing but how the commit we have seen, right? Object database, hashing. So as the same scenario, it will be stored in the Git database. It's generally recommended. So it is the common way. So it is the recommended process that you create annotated tags so you can have the full information. So normally what the people in the organization will do is, so they will recommend you to create annotated tags, not a lightweight tags. So they will recommend you to create an annotated tags that you, so that they can have the full information, full details about that, who created the tag and when created the tag, and those all information you will be having in that tag. So if you don't want those all information to store means, you can just create a lightweight tag. So if you want those all the information means, you need to create the annotated tag. Generally in the organization they will create the annotated tags only. So these are the tags. Okay, so this is the tags, what we can say is tags information. So tags are very little bit, what we can say is it is a straightforward. So it is it's a one command, so you can just reference git tag something like that, and it is ready to go. So before learning this tagging thing and all those things, we need to learn about the versioning. So what is a version? So we have seen, right, version 4.1.0. So how they will version these all the things. Let's try to see it in the next video. Hope you understood about this tagging concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, before continuing, what we can do is, before continuing to the tags, creating tags and all those things for the project, first we will learn about the versioning. So how we can version the project. So for example, if you are creating an application or a project or anything, open source project, so we need to give the versions. For example, if you go to the React.js, currently it is running something 17 point or something, and Angular it is running about 12 version, something like Bootstrap it is running about 5 version. So like this version, so how the people will keep the versions. So these are the common popular open source softwares which is available in the market. So how they will keep these versionings. So that the versioning is nothing but tag itself. So the tag itself. So before creating a tag and also this versioning thing, so first we'll learn about this version. So what is this version and what are the number it will be indicating. So you'll be able to see this. So here the heading itself indicates that semantic versioning 4.2.1. So what is this actually meaning? So 4.2.1, these digits has meaning anything. So does it has a meaning 4.2.1. So by reading that number, does it resembles any meaning or not? Let's try to learn in this video. Before continuing about this, what we can say, creating tags and all those things. So we'll learn about this versioning. So now semantic versioning. So this is called as semantic versioning. So that means nothing but semantic is nothing but meaning. So meaningful of versioning. Semantic versioning specs outlines a standardized versioning system for software releases. So this type of versioning 4.2.1. So this type of numbering the versioning. So giving number to a version. So this has been standardized versioning for software releases. So that means you need to follow some standardized rule to give a version to a software. It provides a consistent way for developers. So for developers, it provides a consistent way to give meaning to their software releases. So for example, whenever you give a version to your software, so it gives a meaning, so that it understands it. So by seeing that number, I will be able to understand about that software release. So that is the reason of versioning. Now, how we can give the version? So let's try to learn. The version consists of the 3 numbers. So separated by periods. Periods is nothing but dots. So if 4 dot is there, right? So 4.2.1, 4.2.1. Normally we will say it as 4.2.1. So what is this one? So here it consists generally 3 numbers. So you will be able to see 4, 2 and 1. So generally version. So for versioning a software, we will be giving 3 numbers. So 3 numbers are mandatory. So with the period dot in between them. So let's see the versioning meaning. 4.2.1 here. You'll be able to see this one, right? So first one, 4 indicates about the major. It's a major release. So if you are having any major release for your software, so you will increment this number. And if you are having a minor release, you will increment the middle number. If you are having any patch release or anything means, you will increment the last number. So that means now for this 4th version. So 4th version. So if you are having a software of version 4.2.1 means, so 4 indicates the version release. So we are in the version 4, and for this version 4 we have released 2 minor releases, and also for this 2 minor release we have kept the one patch release. Okay, so for example, I will explain you another thing also. So typically the initial release, so whenever you have released the software means, So the project software will be 1.0.0. That is nothing but first version. So you have released the first version with no minor release and with no patch release. So like this we need to tell, with no minor release and with no patch release. So first release will be 4.0.0. So now first learn about this patch release 1.0.1. Okay, so this is the first version, first patch release. Patch release normally do not contain new features or significant changes. So that means the patch releases normally what it will contain is, for example, if you have released the version, first version, so for this first version, so it does not contain any features, new features will not be added, and also significant changes, breaking changes also will not be there. They typically signify bug fixes. So if you have any bug fixes for the first version, you will be resolving those bug fixes and other changes that do not impact on how the code is used. So it will not impact any changes when you are using this version 1.0. if you are using this, so this 0.1 version will not show any impact on the code. Okay, there is no need for you to change the existing code, so using this software. So this is a patch release. The name itself you will be able to, if you are in the software industry, you will be able to understand this patch release. Okay, and another one is the minor release. So here in the minor release you will be able to see that 1.1.0. so here 0 is the patch release and 1 is the minor release. So for the first version of software you have released first minor release. Okay, so if it is 1.2.0 means, so second minor release you have released. So minor releases signify that new features or functionality have been added. So if you have any new features or any new functionalities you are going to add means for this first version, so you can use this minor release. But the project is still backward compatible. So for example, if I am using 1.0.0 means, so if I want to use 1.1.0 means, so you can use it without any problem and without any changing of the code. Okay, no breaking changes. The new functionality is optional and should not force users to rewrite their own code. So the new functionality should be always optional and you should not force the users to rewrite the code. So if you are using 1.0.0 means, if the user has upgraded to 1.1.0 means, so you should not force the users to rewrite the code. So if you are upgrading from 1.0 to 1.1 means, you need to rewrite this code, you need to remove this functionality, you need to change this syntax. Like this you should not be there for the minor release. So this is the important thing. For example, you have released 1.0.2. okay, so 1.0.2 is nothing but for first version release you have two patches. So now you need to release the minor release. So it will be becoming something like 1.1. So it will become 0, patch will be 0. So now the patch will start from 0 onwards. So now 1.1.0 and 1.1, next afterwards if you want to release the patch means what you will try to do, 1.1.1, and afterwards if you are releasing another patch means 1.1.2. now if you are releasing new minor release means 1.2. again the patch will become 0. okay, you need to understand, again the patch will become 0. so that whenever you are releasing a minor software means or otherwise major release means, so the patch will start from again 0. And again when you are starting this major release means the minor release will become 0. So that is the thing you need to remember. So whenever you are releasing minor release means afterwards the point afterwards this patch release will become 0. Now let's see about this major release. So major release 2.0.0. So major release signifies significant changes that is no longer backwards compatible. So if you are having significant changes, so if you are trying to change the software, everything means major release you are going to release means you can use this 2.0.0, and features may be removed or changed substantially. So you can remove the features and you can add new features and whatever you want you can do it. So this could be the major release. So these are the two types of release these are the types of release you will be using. So let's try to see some of the projects or well-known projects. So how the releasing versions it will be. So for example, if I go to here and if I try to open React, so I will open the React. Okay, I am opening the React project. So let's press this React. So here is the Facebook React. If I open this React, we will go to the tags, and here in this tags I am seeing the releases. Okay, here now the latest release is 17.0.2. so that means 17th is the major release. Okay, it is running version 17 and the patch is the 2. okay, the patch release. So there is no minor release released in the 17th version. So there is only patch release. And now here if you go here 17.0.1, so first patch, this is the one patch release, and here is the second patch release they have removed. And if you come down something like this, so you'll be able to see that 16.13.1. so here this is the 16th version, 13 minor release and 1 first patch version. So for example, if I go to the next, okay, if you see here 16.13.0, so okay, so this is the another one, 16th version, 13th minor release. Again it will become 0. Why? Because so here see 16.12.0, so immediately minor release has been released. So before this 16.12.0, how it will be? Let's try 16.11.0. again this one, see here 16.10.2, so that means 16th version, 10th minor release and second patch. So if you go immediately here, the next release is the 11th minor release. Okay, immediately when this 11th minor release came, this patch release 2 has become 0. See, so again this patch release has to start from the 0. When this 17th version is released, means then these two minor and patch will become 0, 17.0.0, like this. So these are the React. If you try to open another one, something like Angular, I will try to open the Angular. Okay, so if I try to open Angular, so we'll try to see these tags also, how the tags will be. So release, if you go to the release, so here the current version running is 12.1.0. some people will keep this hyphen next point too, so that means hyphen next point is so beta release, this type of things. The naming conversion is ultimately it will be 12.1.0. if you try to go down, it will be something like 12.0.1, so 12th version and one first patch release. So like this you will be having 12.0.0. so this is the version, 12th version. So like this we are using. So if you go to, so this is how you will be having. So if you go to Bootstrap and all those things, you will be having like this. So this is the actually the versioning meaning of this version. So if you try to see this type of number, means you will be able to understand that okay, this is the version 12 and minor release has been released, and again what we can say is this is the patch release. Okay, you will be able to understand. Hope you understood about this versioning, how the versioning of the software will become. So this is the standardized concept. So whenever you are releasing a software release, this is the standardized structure we need to follow if you want to give a version to your software. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn some of the tag commands that are available in the Git. Now, first we will see about this viewing tags. How to view the tags for a particular repository. The command for viewing the list of tags in a particular repository is, the command is git space tag. So the git space tag, the command will print the list of all tags that are present in the current repository. So if you want to check all the tags that are present in the current repository, means you can just type git space tag, that's it. So you can have the complete whole list of all the tags that are created from the right from the starting of the repository. And we can also search for the tags. So for example, if you are having 100 tags in a particular repository and you want to search for a particular tag, means so that git tag command also provides us with an option. The option, so that is nothing but we can search for tags that match a particular pattern. So with a particular pattern, we can also search the tags by using the command git tag -l. -l here this is the -l. -l is nothing but list. So from the list, and then passing the wildcard. So we will be passing a wildcard. For example, git tag -l star beta star, means so it will search for all the tags which is having beta as a text in the tag name. Will print all the list of that include beta in their name. So in their name, in the list of all the tag names, if the beta name is there in the tag name, means it will list all the tags. So this is the thing of searching the tags in the Git repository. Now if you want to go into the tag, so if you want to check out the tag, so if you want to check out a particular tag, means you will be having a command that is nothing but git checkout tag. So the name of the tag we can write here, and you will be able to go into that particular commit. So you can remember that tag is nothing but the commit. So you are making one particular commit hash, you are tagging that one. So that means, so git checkout tag is nothing but we are going to the particular commit. So nothing but git checkout, we will go to the particular commit hash. So how we will be going to commit hash. If you go from master to particular commit hash, means what it will become? It will become a detached head. In the same scenario, if you go to a particular tag, means you will get a detached head. To view the state of a repo at a particular tag, so we can use git checkout tag name. So this puts us in a detached head, as we already learned. So it keeps us in a detached head. So these are the common commands. So let's try to see it in the real time. So now what I will try to do is, I will try to take the very popular repository React. Okay, we will go into the React and we will try to see it. So Facebook/React, I am trying to clone this one. So here we are having 138 tags. Okay, so let's try to clone this one, and let's try to see list all the tags and search the tags and check out a particular tag, and we'll try to see. So I am taking a clone of this one. So I am taking here, and let's go to the command prompt, and here I can write something like git clone, and I can paste it here. Okay, so now it is trying to clone, so it may take some time. Why? Because the React project is little bit bigger, right? So it will take some time to clone the project. So let it clone. Now we have cloned the project. So successfully we have cloned the React project. Let's go into the React project. So now what I will be doing is, so cd space React. So yeah, I went into the React project. Now right now we are in the master. So now what we have learned, to view all the tags, we need to type git space tag, right? So now we are able to see all the tags that are present in the React project. So if you want to go, so you can go down. So like this, you can go on going like this. So now the latest tag, we will be able to see that it is 17.0.2. So if you try to see the tag names, so prefix they have added v. So we suggest that it is a version 17.0.2. So 2 means it's a patch release, 0 means minor release, 17 is the major release. If you try to see here, 17.0.0 is the major release. So for this 17.0.0, they have released 2 patch releases. Okay, so they are following the semantic versioning. Now we will be able to understand these are all the version names. So by seeing the version name, we are able to realize. And here alpha 0, these are all some patch releases. Okay, so not patch releases. What I can say is these are alpha releases. So for checking. So now, so this is the thing, right? So now if you want to search for a particular tag, so for example, so git tag -l. If you type -l and without any search means same thing will come. So you will be able to see all the, what we can say, all the tags. So now what I can say is, so if you try to search, git tag -l for the name beta, okay, so who whatever the tag we are having the beta, so we need to list the tag. So if you press enter, nothing is there. Why? Because so it is, we are searching for a particular tag which is having beta. So there is no tag exists in the tags that with the name beta. So now we need to tell that, okay, so list me the tags which are having which starts with the beta. So beta star means, so whichever the tags we are having, so that starts with the beta. So the afterwards, after beta, so whatever the pattern it will be, we don't care. So it starts with the beta, we'll see. So now we don't have any tags that starts with beta. So now if you want to check, so start with any in between. So if you have a tag name means, so wherever the beta matches, so show me the tags. So if I try press enter, so here we are able to see the tags. So here you will be able to see beta.1, beta.3, beta. So ending a beta also, it is okay. So like this we will be able to see. Okay, so this is how we will be searching the tags. And another one what I can say is, so if you want to check out a particular tag, so okay, if you want to go to a particular tag means what we can do, so we have told that git checkout. So it is nothing but what I can say is something like checking out a particular commit. So now I will check out git checkout. We know version 17.0.0, right? So I am checking out to this particular major release 17.0.0. So if I check out, see, now I am in the version v17.0.0. So now we are in a detached read. So we went to that particular commit. Commit means we are just adding a flag to that particular commit, and we are adding a flag means that is nothing but a tag. So we went to that particular commit, and you can, if you want, you can create a branch from here. So you can write something like branch from tag or something like this, and you can write it. So now from that tag we have created a new branch so that we can continue our work from 17.0.0. Not only this one, so we can also check the difference between the two tags also. So if you want to check the difference between two tags, so we will be using the diff command. So for example, so let me clear out this one. Yeah. So if I want to check the difference between 17.0.0 and 17.0.1, so if you want to check the difference means, so I can write something like v17.0.0 and space v17.0.1. So we can check like this also. So now we will be able to see the diff. So here we are able to see the diff that only one file has been changed between the 17.0.0 and 17.0.1. So this is a patch release. So only one file has been changed. Okay. So these are the 5 lines added and 1 line has been removed. So in the, what we can say, React fiber lane.js. So this is only 1 line. So now if I want to check between 17.0.0 and 17.0.2, so now how can I check is, this is the second patch release for the major release 17. So if I click enter, so now we are able to see so many files has been changed. See, so between 17.00 and 17.0102, so we are having so many files that has been changed. So in this way, what we can see is we can check the difference between the two tags. So what are the files that has been changed between the two tags? So if you want to check means we can check using this command. So this is how we will be doing this all navigation in the tags. So if you want to view the tags, you can use the git tag command. If you want to do with a search pattern means git tag -l, and you can give the wildcard entry, so star beta star something like that. And if you want to check out a particular tag, so you can write the git checkout and the tag name. And also if you want to check the difference between the two tags, what are the files that has been changed between the two tags means we can use the command git diff tag name 1 and the tag name 2, so that we will see all the files that has been changed between these two tags. Okay, hope you understood about this tag commands. So in the next video what we will try to do is we will try to create a first tag, that is nothing but lightweight tag, and then afterwards we will create an annotated tag also. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video we will see how to create a lightweight tag. So now we have already discussed that there are two types of tags. We can create a tag using two ways, that is lightweight tag, and another one is the annotated tags. Lightweight tags means, so just it will be giving the tag name, that's it. And the annotated tag means, so along with the tag name we will be giving the author, date and everything, so we will be having. So first what we will try to do is we will try to create a lightweight tag. So for that what I will try to do is I will try to create a new repo and we will create a tags there. So now here what I will try to do is, so I am creating a new project, that means new folder, git-tag. Okay, I am entering into the git-tag. So let's initialize the project. Okay, so I am initializing the project. Here we have initialized the project. So let's try to see the ls, nothing is there. So if I try to see the git log, nothing is there. So we are in the master, so we don't have any commits. Now what I will try to do, so let me create the index.txt file. So I have created a new file, index.txt. Now I am writing something like, so this is the first commit. Okay, so I am doing some commits. So here I have written the line and I am trying to add it. So git add space dot and git commit -m. So we can write something like this is initial commit or something like this, initial commit. Okay, so done. Now we have did the commit. So now if you want to check git log, you can check the git log. So that has been committed. Now what I will try to do here, so let's try to tag this one. So whatever the thing I have did up to now, so let's tag this one. So how can I tag? So right now if I want to check the tags, how we can check the tags? So git space tag. So now here by seeing the tags, so nothing is there, so that means this is a new repository, so we don't have any tags here. Now let's try to create the first tag. As per the semantic versioning, what we have discussed in the semantic versioning, so the tag versions, how the naming convention should be is, for the initial time you need to add it as v version 1.0.0. so let's try to give that same tag name. So git tag v 1.0.0, that's it. So for creating a tag you need to add the command git space tag space and then tag name v 1.0.0, just press enter, that's it. So the tag has been created. So you may be thinking that nothing has happened, so but the tag will be created. So let's try to see the list of tags. So if you want to see the list of tags, what you need to do, so you need to type the command git space tag. See, the new tag has been created. Now what I will try to do, so let's try to edit some more files. So I am editing this same file, index.txt. So what I am doing is, so here I will write this is the second commit. Okay, so I have changed some lines in the index.txt file. I will try to add it. So git commit -am and I can write this is the second commit or something, whatever the commit name you want you can give it. So just for the time being I am adding. So okay, we have committed. So if you want to check git log, you can check it. So 2 commits has been done. Now so we have did the 2 commits. Now I want to check. So if you try to check here, so you will be able to see here the tag. So right now the head is in the master. Okay, so the head reference to the master and the master reference to the latest commit what I have did. Now here you will be able to see the commit. So if you want to go to this commit, you can write something like Git Checkout v1.0.0. So you will go to the previous thing. So if I try to open index.txt, you will be able to see only first commit. So we have changed the file, right? But we are not able to see the lines. Why? Because we have went to the previous commit. So in the same scenario, so now if I want to go, so here I can go git switch master. So I can switch back to the master, or otherwise you can use git switch hyphen, so that you will go to the previous branch, wherever the previous branch it is there, you can go. So now like that we can traverse the using the tag. So now if you try to I will try to clear it. So here we are able to see that tag list. Yeah, now I will try to create a tag here. So what I will try to do, git. So if you see here, git log hyphen one line. So here you will be able to see the tag name also. So we have already seen it, right? So in the one line phase, if you want to see, so for the previous commit, you are able to see the commit, and the head is pointing to the master. So now I will create git tag v1.0. Now what is the number I need to make? So 1, as it is a patch release, so we need to make it 1.0.1. If it is a minor release, you will keep 1.1.0. If it is a major release, you can keep 2, and everything need to become 0. So this is the major release. So right now I am thinking to release only the patch release. Okay, so I am releasing a patch release. So if I type enter, so now we have created another tag. So if you try to check the tag list, sorry, what is the command I have typed? So git tag, you'll be able to see the tags. So v version 1.0.0, version 1.0.1. So you don't think that v is v at the starting, the tag name v is compulsory like that. So it is not a compulsory, it is not a mandatory. So just for the naming convention, we are keeping v. All the people will be keeping, all the projects will be keeping v as the prefix. So in order to know that is the version. So in the same scenario, we are keeping like that. So now we have created two tags. So v1.0.0 and also v1.0.1. If you want to check the diff between those two tags, so what are the changes that has been made in these two tags? If you want to check, means what is the command we can do? Git diff v1.0.0 and v1.0.1. I think this is the line, right? Yeah, if you try to check, yeah, so here you will be able to check the line. So this is the second commit, and this is the file that has been, this is the line that has been added in the v1.0.1 patch release. So in the v1.0.0, this line will not be there. So if you upgrade to v1.0.1, you will be able to get this line. Okay, so this is how we will be creating the tags, and we will be seeing the diffs here. So if you try to see git log hyphen one line, so you'll be able to see here. So see the previous tag, it is pointing here, and the tag it is pointing here. So this is the way how we will be creating the lightweight tags. In the next video, what we will try to do is we'll try to create how to create the annotated tags. So how to create annotated tags, let's try to see it in the next video. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see how to create an annotated tags. So in the previous video, we have completed how to create the lightweight tag. Now we will see how to create an annotated tag. Now annotated tag, as we already know that apart from this lightweight tag, annotated tag consists of some extra information. So extra information, that who is the author, that who created the tag, and at what time, at what is the date that tag has been created, and also a short message describing about the tag. So what is the message? So brief description about the tag. So these are the information, it will be saved in the annotated tags. But in the lightweight tags, you don't have any information like this. So now in this video, we will try to create a annotated tag. Up to now, we have created the lightweight tags. If you try to see here, git tag 1.0.0 and 1.0.1 is the lightweight tags. In the previous video, we have created. Now I will try to create a annotated tag. Let's try to change some data. Okay, index.txt, or otherwise what I will try to do is I will try to create a new file, new feature.txt or something like this. Okay, so this is the new feature I am adding. Okay, so now I can go here. So let's add this one, and let's commit message. So new feature done. So now I have did the new feature. Now I want to tag this one as an annotated tag. how can you do the annotated tag is nothing but what we can do is, so git space tag, and you need to keep an option -a. So if you are keeping -a means, so you are trying to create an annotated tag, -a space, and you need to give the version. So right now I am going to, let's think that I am releasing it minor release. So if you want to create a minor release, then what you need to do, version 1.1. I need to make the patch release as 0.0. okay, now I am creating a tag. So where as soon as I press enter, it will open an editor, okay, whatever the editor, default editor you have selected. So it will open the editor and it will ask us to write the message, so explain about this tag. So now I will write a tag explanation that this is the annotated tag done to see how it creates. Okay, so just a message. So normally what we'll try to do, so we will try to write some changes about the files. Now I will save. So that's it. So annotated tag has been created. Now if you want to see the details, so now I want to see the details of this annotated tag. So how can I see the annotated tag details? So you have a command something like git show and the tag name v1.1.0. okay, so this is the tag name which we have created, annotated tag. Now I am pressing enter. So if you press enter, so at the top you will be able to see the tag, what is the tag name, and here the tagger, who is the tagger who has created Leela Narasimha, this is my company email ID, and this date, at what time, at what date this tag has been created, and this is a short text explaining about the tag, so the message what we have given in the editor, and this is the commit, so at what commit this tag has been made. Right now the head is pointing to the master, and the master is there in this commit, so head is also there at this tip of this commit, and here is the tag name that is attached to this commit hash, and here you will be able to see the commit details, so who has committed this one, at what time it was been committed, and the feature and the commit message. And here you will be able to see the diff also, so what are the files that has been added. So here we have added a new file that is nothing but new feature.txt. it has been added, and the text that has been added is displayed here. So this is it showing the complete details about the tag. So this is annotated tag. So now if I want to see the details of a lightweight tag, so how it could be, let's try to see. So now we know that the tag version 1.0.0 is a lightweight tag, 1.0.1 is also a lightweight tag. So let's try to git show 1.0.0. okay, I am trying to see these details. So if I press enter, now you will try to see the difference between this annotated tag and the lightweight tag. For annotated tag you will be able to see the tag name, tagger, date, and the message, but here you are not able to see any tagger, date, and the message also. So these all the things are not visible. Directly it jumps to the commit. So at what commit this tag has been made. So this is the commit, and this is the commit hash, and here the other who has committed this one. So the date at which what time the commit has been made. So this date doesn't belong to the tag date. So tag can be created afterwards also. The commit has been done today. Tomorrow we can create a tag for that commit. So now this is the commit message. This is the diff. So you will be able to see the details. So the main difference between the lightweight and the annotated tag is, so here these details you will be getting. So tag 1.0 and the tagger who has tagged this one. So for example, see this commit has been done by some X person, but the tag has been, you think that tag has been made by Y person. So now here you will be able to see that tag has been created with some Y person, but the commit has been made with the X person. So like this annotated tag gives us the details that who created the tag also. So this is the main difference between the, what we can say, annotated tag and the lightweight tag. So hope you understood about this annotated tags. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video we will learn the last part of the tagging concept, that is nothing but how to push a tag into the GitHub. So now we have created the tags in our local machines. So these tags will be available in our local machine only. Now we need to, if we want to push these tags to the GitHub, means what we need to do. Let's try to do it. So normally what we can say is, so here let's try to see the remote. Okay, So right now we don't have any remote here. So let's try to add the remote to this project. So we don't have any remote repository, right? Let's try to add this to the remote repository. So now what I will try to do here, let's try to create a new project. That is nothing but git-tag. Okay, git-tag. So it is available. So I am creating a public repository. I am creating a repository. So now we have created a repository. So now we copy the remote here. Let's try to add it to this one. Git remote add origin, the name of this one. So now I am pasting here. So now I am adding a remote with the name origin. So let's try to check whether the remote is present or not. Okay, so fine. So now we will see the commits. So what are the commits we have made? So we have made something around 1, 2, 3. 3 commits we have made. So now let's try to push these all commits to the GitHub repository. So now what I will try to do, so let's clear it out. Git push -u origin master. So as this is a master, so let's try to push this one. So when I try to push this one, so what will happen? Let's try to see. So now we also have a tags in this one, right? So we already have a tags. We have created a v 1.0.0 or 1.0.1, something like that. If you try to see the tags, yeah, here we have created 1.0.0, 1.0.1, 1.1.0. So 3 tags we have created. So now when we push the master, so that means we are pushing entire thing to the GitHub repository. Let's try to see whether the Git tags are also pushed into the repository or not. So if I try to refresh this page, the git-tag, now here you will be able to see that one branch has been created. So that is the master. We have pushed the master, but the tags, if you try to see here, there are only 0 tags. So that means you need to know that. So whenever you are pushing the code into the repository, so you need to remember that the tags are not defaultly pushed into the remote repository. So we need to push the tags separately. So normal push, if you want to do the, if you are doing means, so normal push means, so pushing the normal commits and the branches to the repository will not move the tags also. So now for moving the tags, what I need to do? So then we can push the tags to the remote repository in the 2 ways. That is pushing all the tags or pushing a specific tag. For example, let's see. If I want to push this specific tag v1.0.0, I don't want these 2 tags to be pushed to the remote repository. So now what I can do is I can use something like git push origin. So the name of the remote, what I need to push, and you need to give the tag name. So that's it. So automatically the tag v1.0.0 will be pushed to the remote repository. Let's try to see. So now it is trying to push it to the origin remote repository. So let it push. Yeah, so it is trying to push. Yeah, so the new tag has been pushed to the remote repository. So if I go here and if I try to check the output, if I try to refresh it here, we will be able to see the one tag. Here one tag has been pushed. So 1.0.0. So the one tag has been pushed here. Now let's use, so now another way. So now I want to push all the tags, whatever the tags present in this repository. So whatever the tags I have created, I want to push all the tags at a time to the remote repository. Okay. So right now we have seen pushing only one tag to the remote repository. If I want to push all the tags that are available in the remote repository means, so just we need to do git push origin -- tags. So now the remaining 2 tags what are available, 1.0.1 and the 1.1.0, these 2 tags will be automatically pushed to the remote repository. So the command you need to know is git push origin -- tags. So this command will push all the tags to the remote repository. If you want to move only one specific tag means, so you need to know the command git push origin the tag name. So that's it. So now let's press enter. So after executing this command, what will happen? So whatever the tags that are existing in the remote repository, so these 2 tags will be automatically pushed to the remote repository. So let's wait. So I don't know why my system is slow today. So it is trying to push slowly to the remote repository. So see, now here the 2 tags has been pushed to the remote repository. So let's try to see what has happened. So now here if I try to see, all the tags has been came here. If you try to see here the releases, you will be able to see the releases also, you are able to see it here. So this is how we will be pushing the tags to the remote repository. For example, see, now I will try to open our what I can say is React. Okay, so we are having a React. So let's try to see the React projects, how they will be releasing. So now if you try to see here, there are 138 tags available in this one. So in this 138 tags, the latest one is the v17.0.2. In the releases, if you try to see, here they have given that latest release, something like that, 7. March. So released this on React DOM. What are the things they have given, the description, everything. So if you try to observe our, so github.com. So if you try to observe ours, so how that will look, let's try to see git-tag. If we try to open this git-tag, now if you try to see the 3 tags, now if you go to the releases, so we are not able to see the releases. So their React is looking somewhat a latest release, and this guy has released this on particular date. So and so person has released this on so and so date, and what are the necessary information, he has given all the information, everything is there, but our latest tag is not appearing like this. So if you, in order to show this one like this means, so what we need to do is, here you can press the button draft a new release. Okay, whenever you click on this one, so you need to select that release. So here you need to select v1.1.0. okay, so here you will be able to see as a drop down what is the version number you want to mark it as release. So here v1.1.0, so the existing tag, and here you can release the title. So now you can say that tag latest version or something like that. So whatever the thing you want, you can release it. So here you can mention, so tag latest data. So here you can mention the star. So these are the points. So point 1, and here I can write something like what I can do. So point 2, something like this. You can mention all the points. If you try to see the preview, here you are able to see the preview, and that's it. So now let's try to publish release. So if I try to click on publish release, so let's see latest release, we are able to see same like this one. So how the React has released, so we are able to see. So here latest release, tag latest version. If you want to give whatever the name you want, you can give. Leela Web released this now. So after some time the date will come. So here this is the heading, and here also he has given the heading. So he has given something like H2 or H3. We have given as H1, and here some points. What are the points you want to mention? You can mention it, and these are all the things. Okay. So this is how we will be giving. So here you will be able to see v1.1.0, and here releases you will be able to see. So other releases you will be able to see it here, and here tag latest version. This is the latest release. So this is how we can mark the tag as a release, and this is how we will be pushing the tags to the GitHub repository. Hope you understood about the tags concept. By this, I hope I have completed everything regarding the tags. So we'll move to another topic in that Git. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. So we will move to the next new topic, that is nothing but reflogs. So what is this reflogs? Reflogs, nothing but what we can say is, this is not commonly used in the Git thing, but yet it is an important thing. So you need to know about this reflogs. So when you have any problems or anything, so if you have got crashed about the Git thing and all those things, you want to get the data that has been lost from the Git version control means, these reflogs will be very much useful to us in a daily to daily basis. So let's try to see how we can use this reflogs. So reflogs, the term reflogs itself indicates that it is a short term for the reference logs. So ref means reference and the logs. So this is the short term fancy name for this one. They are just logs that Git keeps us for as a record. So just what I can say is reflogs is nothing but just logs. So you can able to ask me now that we are already using this Git log, one line like that we are using. So what is this log and what is this reflogs? So we'll try to do the distinction between these two things. So reflogs means, what I can say is, just it keeps the logs. So whatever the action that has been performing in our Git repository, so those all actions, these all been kept as a record. Okay, so that is nothing but reflogs. Git keeps a record of when the tip of branches and other references were updated in the repository. So that means Git everything keeps the record. So when you are switching the branch, when you are moving from one branch to another, so when you are committing the code, so these all the things will be kept as a record. So it will be updating the reference, and it will be updating the whatever the things it will be updating in the repository. So these are all kept as a record. So we can view and update these reflogs using the Git Reflog command. So if you want to see these reflogs, what are the reflogs that has been saved, so we can see it using the command Git Reflog command. So we'll see about this Git Reflog command. Now you need to know one limitations about this Git reflog. So Git only keeps this reflog on your local activity. Local activity means, so this Git reflogs will be kept only in your local machine only. So this they are not shared with the collaborators. That means they are not pushed to the repository. So they are not pushed to the hosted repository. So these are kept in your local machine only. And also another thing you need to remember, that reflogs also expire. So these also will expire. Git cleans out old entries after around 90 days. So every 90 days, so Git cleans out the older entries. So although this can be configured, but common thing is, default thing is 90 days. After 90 days, these all reflogs will be cleaned out. So the reflog command accepts actually sub commands like show, expire, delete, exist, something like git log, like this is there, git reflog, show, git reflog, expire, like this you will be having some sub commands, but mainly we will be using the show command only. Why? Because so this expire, delete and exist, these are all typically not used by the end users. In the documentation itself they will be telling that. So show is the only command used variant and it is the default sub command. So this is the default sub command. Show is the only command we will be using mainly. So git reflog show command will show the log of a specific reference. So whenever you type git reflog show means, so it will show all the log of a specific reference. So whatever the reference you write, right now you are on the tip of the thing. So it will show you that all the reference. So defaultly if you don't mention any reference means it refers to head. For example, if you want to view the logs for the tip of the main branch means, so we should run git reflog show main. Main means nothing but the master. So git reflog, if you want to see about the master thing means git reflog show master. So now we will see the practical implementation. So we have seen about the theoretical part, what are the reflogs. So now you understood what are the reflogs, why you will be using. So I will show you the practical implementation. So where this reflogs actually it will be useful. So for example, if I open my Git bash terminal, so here I am in the Git tag. So let's open. So I am going to dot. So now we need to know that where are these all Git logs will be, Git reflogs will be saved. So for example, I will open cd.git. So I am moving to cd.git. So I will open this one in the Visual Studio Code. So let's open this one in the Visual Studio Code. So here if you try to see, all the reflogs will be saved in the logs directory, okay, in the .git folder. If you go into the D drive, I will show you. So in the D drive and in the so when we move back to our projects, okay, sorry, Git projects, and here if I go to git-tag, so where is this git-tag, where it has went, yeah, here git-tag, and in this if you try to see, there will be a git folder, right? So we already know about this one. So here it will be saved in the logs. So in the logs you will be having a head. So I have opened this head folder here. So you will be able to see these all the reference files and all those things. So you will be able to see that checkout, moving from master to new feature, whatever the thing you are doing, it will be able to see it here. For example, I will do such that, so whatever the branch I am here, right now I am in the new feature. So right now I will move it to master. So I want to move it to master. See, now it is in the 10th line. So if I write git switch master, so I move to master. So immediately 11th line has been added. So what is that line? It is telling that so checkout has been done. So checkout means nothing but switching. So master branch. So moving from new feature to master. So like this, every activity, whatever the activity you are doing in this repository, every activity will be recorded. So now whenever you are moving from one batch to another, when you are doing a commit, and everything will be stored in this reflog. And now you can estimate that, so this reflog, this file will become huge and huge. So for that reason, this will not be shared to the remote repository, and however it will be in the local machine only. And however, what I can say is, for every 90 days this log will be cleared out, expired. So 90 days before data, all the things will be deleted. So that means you will be having only 90 days of data only. This is the thing you need to remember. So now we have learned that. So if you want to see the reflog means, we can use the reflog command. So now I am in the master branch, okay. So now if I want to see the command, so what I can do is, so the command what I can type is git reflog show head. So default one is the head, right? So I can type head. So now you will be able to see that what the head has been, so how the head has been moved from one place to another, So the first thing is the initial commit. You will be able to see initial commit we have made it. So it has moved like this, checkout, 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 checkout. So right now we have did right previously checkout from moving from new feature to master. So here it is also recorded. So now you will be able to understand that. So each hash is there here. So according to this hash also you will be able to see head at the rate 0. So this is the reference. So if you want to move from one place to another, so you can use this one or you can use the particular hash also. But this is for our convenient feature. So it has given head at the rate 0, 1, 2. So like this you will be able to see up to here 10. So you don't think that this is fixed. So 10 means you can have this initial commit like that. You cannot decide like that. So for example, if I move git switch new feature something like this, okay. So immediately if I try to see git reflog show head, this initial commit will become 11. If you try to see here, the initial commit has become 11. Why? Because so we moved from new feature to master, and again we moved from master to new feature. Again a record has been added. So this will become 0, like that it will go on extend. So this is only for reference, for convenient. If you want to go to this particular commit means you can go it. And not only this one, so this is the head we are able to see, right? Not only this one, so another one what we can see is we can also see the reflogs for a particular branch also. For example, here I want to see the commits and all those things what has been done by the new feature. So you can write something like git reflog show new feature. If you try to see here, so now when this has been created from head, so in this commit it has been created from master, and this is the commit that has been done. Okay, so if you want to see another one something like master, you can also see the master. If you try to see here, so in the master first commit is initial commit, so this is the second commit, like this you will be able to see. So this is also not only with the what we can say with the head, we can also see the reflogs for a particular branch also. Now here if you see a particular branch, you will be able to see that new feature at the rate 0, new feature at the rate 1. So new master at the rate 0, master at the rate. So this is the reference. So right now which reference are you in? Current reference, it will show you master. So if you want to see the head means head, it will give you. At the rate 0, 1 is the incremental pointer, it will be showing you. Okay, so this is how we will be using the reflog. So now what is the use of this reflog is whenever you are lost in the commit and whenever you want to get the old commits or something like that means you can use this reflog and you can use the particular hash and you can get back the data. So all the commits and all those things, of every action, every activity what you have done in this repository, you will be able to find in this reflogs. Okay, hope you understood about the concept of reflogs and how we can see the reflogs also you will understand. So head we can see or a particular branch also we can see. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. So we will move to the next new topic, that is nothing but reflogs. So what is this reflogs? Reflogs, nothing but what we can say is this is not commonly used in the Git thing, but yet it is an important thing. So you need to know about this reflogs. So when you have any problems or anything, so if you have got crashed about the Git thing and all those things, you want to get the data that has been lost from the Git version control means these reflogs will be very much useful to us in a daily to daily basis. So let's try to see how we can use this reflogs. So reflogs, the term reflogs itself indicates that it is a short term for the reference logs. So ref means reference and the logs. So this is the short term fancy name for this one. They are just logs that Git keeps us for as a record. So just what I can say is reflogs is nothing but just logs. So you can able to ask me now that we are already using this Git log one line like that we are using. So what is this log and what is this reflogs? So we'll try to do the distinction between these two things. So reflogs means what I can say is just it keeps the logs. So whatever the action that has been performing in our Git repository, so those all actions, these all been kept as a record. Okay, so that is nothing but reflogs. Git keeps a record of when the tip of branches and other references were updated in the repository. So that means Git everything keeps the record. So when you are switching the branch, when you are moving from one branch to another, so when you are committing the code, so these all the things will be kept as a record. So it will be updating the reference and it will be updating the whatever the things it will be updating in the repository. So these are all kept as a record. So we can view and update these reflogs using the Git Reflog command. So if you want to see these reflogs, what are the reflogs that has been saved, so we can see it using the command Git Reflog command. So we'll see about this Git Reflog command. Now you need to know one limitations about this Git reflog. So Git only keeps this reflog on your local activity. Local activity means, so this Git reflogs will be kept only in your local machine only. So this they are not shared with the collaborators. That means they are not pushed to the repository. So they are not pushed to the hosted repository. So these are kept in your local machine only. And also another thing you need to remember that reflogs also expire. So these also will expire. Git cleans out old entries after around 90 days. So every 90 days, so Git cleans out the older entries. So although this can be configured, but common thing is, default thing is 90 days. After 90 days, these all reflogs will be cleaned out. So the reflog command accepts actually sub commands like show, expire, delete, exist, something like git log, like this is there, git reflog, show, git reflog, expire, like this you will be having some sub commands, but mainly we will be using the show command only. Why? Because so this expire, delete and exist, these are all typically not used by the end users. In the documentation itself they will be telling that. So show is the only command used variant and it is the default sub command. So this is the default sub command. Show is the only command we will be using mainly. So git reflog show command will show the log of a specific reference. So whenever you type git reflog show means, so it will show all the log of a specific reference. So whatever the reference you write, right now you are on the tip of the thing. So it will show you that all the reference. So defaultly if you don't mention any reference means it refers to head. For example, if you want to view the logs for the tip of the main branch means, so we should run git reflog show main. Main means nothing but the master. So git reflog, if you want to see about the master thing means git reflog show master. So now we will see the practical implementation. So we have seen about theoretical part, what are the reflogs. So now you understood what are the reflogs, why you will be using. So I will show you the practical implementation. So where this reflogs actually it will be useful. So for example, if I open my Git bash terminal, so here I am in the git tag. So let's open. So I am going to dot. So now we need to know that where are these all git logs will be, git reflogs will be saved. So for example, I will open cd.git. So I am moving to cd.git. So I will open this one in the Visual Studio Code. So let's open this one in the Visual Studio Code. So here if you try to see, all the reflogs will be saved in the logs directory, okay, in the .git folder. If you go into the D drive, I will show you. So in the D drive and in the so when we move back to our projects, okay, sorry, Git projects, and here if I go to git -tag, so where is this git -tag, where it has went, yeah, here git -tag, and in this if you try to see, there will be a git folder, right? So we already know about this one. So here it will be saved in the logs. So in the logs you will be having a head. So I have opened this head folder here. So you will be able to see these all the reference files and all those things. So you will be able to see that checkout, moving from master to new feature, whatever the thing you are doing, it will be able to see it here. For example, I will do such that, so whatever the branch I am here, right now I am in the new feature. So right now I will move it to master. So I want to move it to master. See, now it is in the 10th line. So if I write git switch master, so I move to master, so immediately 11th line has been added. So what is that line? It is telling that, so checkout has been done. So checkout means nothing but switching, so master branch. So moving from new feature to master. So like this, every activity, whatever the activity you are doing in this repository, every activity will be recorded. So now whenever you are moving from one batch to another, when you are doing a commit, and everything will be stored in this reflog. And now you can estimate that, so this reflog, this file will become huge and huge. So for that reason, this will not be shared to the remote repository, and however it will be in the local machine only. And however, what I can say is, for every 90 days this log will be cleared out, expired. So 90 days before data, all the things will be deleted. So that means you will be having only 90 days of data only. This is the thing you need to remember. So now we have learned that. So if you want to see the reflog means, we can use the reflog command. So now I am in the master branch, okay. So now if I want to see the command, so what I can do is, so the command what I can type is git reflog show head. So default one is the head, right? So I can type head. So now you will be able to see that what the head has been, so how the head has been moved from one place to another, one place to another. So the first thing is the initial commit. You will be able to see initial commit, we have made it. So it has moved like this, checkout, 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 checkout. So right now we have did right previously checkout from moving from new feature to master. So here it is also recorded. So now you will be able to understand that. So each hash is there here. So according to this hash also, you will be able to see head@0. So this is the reference. So if you want to move from one place to another, so you can use this one, or you can use the particular hash also. But this is for our convenient feature. So it has given head@0, 1, 2. So like this, you will be able to see up to here 10. So you don't think that this is fixed. So 10 means you can have this initial commit like that. You cannot decide like that. So for example, if I move git switch new feature, something like this, okay, so immediately if I try to see git reflog show head, this initial commit will become 11. If you try to see here, the initial commit has become 11. Why? Because so we moved from new feature to master, and again we moved from master to new feature. Again a record has been added, so this will become 0, like that it will go on extend. So this is only for reference, for convenient. If you want to go to this particular commit means you can go it. And not only this one, so this is the head we are able to see, right? Not only this one, so another one what we can see is we can also see the reflogs for a particular branch also. For example, here I want to see the commits and all those things what has been done by the new feature. So you can write something like git reflog show new feature. If you try to see here, so now when this has been created from head, so in this commit it has been created from master, and this is the commit that has been done. Okay, so if you want to see another one, something like master, you can also see the master. If you try to see here, so in the master, first commit is initial commit, so this is the second commit, like this you will be able to see. So this is also not only with the what we can say with the head, we can also see the reflogs for a particular branch also. Now here if you see a particular branch, you will be able to see that new feature @0, new feature @1. So new master @0, master @1. So this is the reference. So right now which reference are you in? Current reference, it will show you master. So if you want to see the head means head, it will give you @01 is the incremental pointer, it will be showing you. Okay, so this is how we will be using the reflog. So now what is the use of this reflog is, whenever you are lost in the commit and whenever you want to get the old commits or something like that means, you can use this reflog and you can use the particular hash and you can get back the data. So all the commits and all those things, every action, every activity what you have done in this repository, you will be able to find in this reflogs. Okay, hope you understood about the concept of reflogs and how we can see the reflogs also. You will understand. So head we can see, or a particular branch also we can see. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see little bit more in the reflog, how we can traverse through the reflog logs thing. We will try to see. Now if you want to go see the logs for a particular reference means, so what is the command we have learned? So git reflog show head. So this is the command we have seen, and also we have seen the meaning of this qualifier also. So we will be calling it as qualifier, something like name @ the number. Now if you want to see from here onwards the qualifier means, so what we can do is git reflog show head @ 3 or something like that. Okay, so if you try to see 3 from head 3 onwards, it will show you the logs. So now let's think of something like don't think something like this one. So this one and the syntax is different. So you'll be able to see something like head tilt 2 tilt 3. We have learned about this one. Tilt 2 tilt 3 means nothing but what I can say is, so if I clear it out, git log -- one line. So now here in this one we have in the master we have the 4 commits. If I want to go to this commit means, so what I can do, so here it will be 0 1 2. So what I can do here, git checkout, here I need to use head tilt 2. So now I went into the detached head. If you want to see git log -- one line, I will be having only 2 commits. See, this is the second. So here, so the tip of the head has been went to the here, and we are able to see like this. Okay, so now you need to have a differentiation between head tilt and also head @. Let's switch back here to the master. So you need to understand this thing. So now if I try to see here, git reflog show head @2. So we are able to see, right? Not only with this one. So if I want to see git reflog show master, So if I am in the master, it will show you only the master reflogs. So now if I try to see the master, so here also you can see something like Git Reflog show master at the rate, okay, the rate what I can say 2, 3, 4 something like that. We can use something like 2 or anything we can use it, okay. So here we are able to see this one, right? So master at the rate 2 and this one also. So like this we can use this one. Not only with the, and another thing you need to understand that not only with the number, we can also use something like time based. So time based means, so I want something like I want to go to the log from yesterday, something like that, yesterday or 1 week back or 2 days back, 1 minute back, 4 minutes back, 1 hour back, like that also we can do it. So now how can I do it? For example, see, I'm clearing out. Here I will want to see Git Reflog show master at the rate. I will write something like 1.day.ago. Okay, I can use like this. So it will show you. So here it is showing you the time based stamp also. Here it is showing 1 day ago. So from 1 day ago, so yesterday I don't have anything. So right now I am recording at the May 30. So right now yesterday I don't have anything. So on 27th it is having. So from 28 onwards it will try to show it. Okay, from 29, sorry. So 27th there is a commit. So that is the reason it is showing you. So this is how we can say, not only with this one. So I can show something like if you want to have here, I can use 1 also. So ONE1 also I can do it. So the same thing will happen. Not only ONE1. So if you want to see something like 2 days, you can write 2 days. 2 days. Okay. So like this we can do it. And if you want to check out, so here means, so if you want to see what has happened here means, so I can use something like Git. Here I can use something like checkout to that one 2 day ago. So the 2 day ago, what is the commit we are having, it will move it automatically here. So we are having a commit. So now if I try to see the git log --- one line, so you are able to see that new feature done. So this is the thing we are having, right? Commit new feature done. So there we are able to see. Now I will go back, git switch -. So like this we can move it. And not only with the 1 day, and also if you want, what I can do is, so for example, let me clear it out. So Git Reflog show master, so which has happened, so 1.week.ago. So we can use like this also. So now here it is telling that, so we don't have anything 1 week ago. So we will be having some other project, something like cd git-fetch or any projects. These are also one of the projects, right? So let's try to see Git Reflog show head or something like this. You'll see. So many things are there. So let's try to see. So what are the reflog? So Git Reflog, so show head at the rate, so 1.week.ago. Let's try to see. See, 1 week ago we are able to see. Not only 1 week ago, we can also see 1 month ago, I think. So 1 month ago also. So 1 month ago we don't have anything. So 15th May it is trying to say. So 15th May is the only thing it is having. So let's try to see from 1 week ago, from where onwards it is showing. So 1 week ago means it is coming from May 15th. Okay, May 15th. So May 15th is the last thing. So if I try to see 2 weeks ago, let's try to see. Yeah, we are having that one also. May 15th is the only last thing. So here we are able to see like this. So that means we are able to do the time based traversing also. Okay, you need to understand this one. So what is the thing we can do? So we can go with the Git Reflog show head. So we can use it, this name qualifier, okay, head at the rate 1 and something like that. And if you want to see, if you want to go with the time based also, you can write something like, so head at the rate yesterday. Not only this one, what I can do is, so for example, I want to check the diff. So right now, what is the head and head at the rate yesterday? So what is the difference we are having? So diff means, so yesterday means head means it can be anything. So let's try to see that something like Git Reflog show master. Okay, so we are having, so here I think a bug fix. Let's try to see bug fix. Okay, so we are having only one commit. Okay, so now let's try to see what has happened. So let's try to see the branch. What is the branch we are having here? We are having main, right? So git switch main, we'll go to main. Sorry, I have so git switch main, so ls. So now here git reflog show main, so we'll try to see the main. So here we are having something like this. So now I want to see git reflog if what is having right now main and also main at the rate 1.week ago. So if I want to check like this means you can also check. Okay, so revision path is not in the working tree, so it is telling that. So it is, sorry, reflog, I am using the reflog here, we need to use the diff here. So if you want to see, so there is nothing is there. So let's try to see 1 day ago. So we don't have anything. Something like 5 days ago, we don't have anything or what. So get reflog, so nothing. I think there is no changes, I think. So get reflog show main. So like this, if you want to check the main also, you can check it like this. So for example, if I want to check git diff main and the main at the rate 3, let's try to see. So now here you are able to see, right? So the changes. So previous, right now the main how it is, and also previously how the main was at the rate 3 times. So we can also see like this, and also if you want, you can also use something like yesterday or something like this. You can also see. Okay. So 1 month ago. So we can use anything like this. So same thing happens here. See, we are able to see the different diff also here. So this is the way we can use the name qualifier, something like time based qualifiers, yesterday, 1 month ago, 1 week ago, 1 day ago, like that. Or otherwise we can use the qualifier that has been given by the reflog itself, 1, 2, 3, like that also we can see it. So now we have seen how to traverse between the reflogs, how these are things will be actually useful for us. So when we are in the real time projects and all those things, how these things will be actually useful for us. Let's try to see it in the next video. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will see how we can use this reflogs concept in the real-time project. Now, what I will be trying to do is, so I will try to create a new project, something like mkdir git reflogs. Okay. So I am creating a new folder. So cd git reflogs. Okay. So now what I will try to do is, so now let's init this one. So git init, so initialize this one. Now here I will create. So now what we'll try to do is, we'll try to create some features. Okay. So let's create something like vi features. So or otherwise what I can do is touch features.txt. So I have created one file and let's try to add it. So I am committing it, git commit -m. So create features file. So now here, so I have created new feature file. So now whatever the features I am going to create, so let's try to write it here. So now let's think that I am trying to implement a feature 1. So I am trying to implement the feature 1. So what I will try to do, so here features.txt I will open. So here creating something like what I can do is implemented feature 1. Okay. So I have implemented the feature 1. I am committing this code. Okay. So now what I will try to do, so w save. So I have saved here. Now git commit. So add it and also write a comment that implement feature 1. So we have implemented the feature 1. Let's try to see the log -1 line. Now here we have seen, so first commit is nothing but creating a features file, and now the second commit is the implementing a feature 1. Now if I try to go to the reflogs, what I can say, reflog show master. So here you will be able to see that, okay, initial commit is made, that is create feature file, and also another one is there, commit is there, so implement feature 1. Now what I will try to do, so I will try to implement another feature. So features.txt. So here I am implemented feature 2. Okay. So that's it. So now I have implemented the feature 2 also. So now what I can do here, so let's try to see. So now let's try to commit this one. So commit hyphen am. So implement feature 2. Okay, so we have implemented the feature. So I have committed the code. So git log hyphen one line. If I try to check, so now we are having implement feature 1 and implement feature 2. So somehow I came to realize that the feature 2 what I have implemented is a wrong one. So I need to remove that feature. So how can we remove that feature? So I want to remove that feature from my project. So how can I remove that project? So what we'll try to do? So here git log hyphen one line. So this is the commit which is having this implement feature 2. Now I will remove this one and I will go to this commit so that feature 2 will be deleted. So here what I will do here, git reset the commit, okay, paste the commit, and I will do the hard. So automatically, so it will move to the feature 1. So if I try to check here the logs, so now the implement feature 2 commit has been gone and we are able to see the latest commit is the implement feature 1. If I open features.txt file, so we are having only the feature 1 implementation, feature 2 implementation is gone. So like this we can remove the feature. So like this we can move from one feature to another feature like this. But immediately what the project manager has stated, yeah, you have what you have implemented, the feature 2 is fine, so please get back that feature 2. So if you ask like that means, so now where can I get this one? So for example, if I clear it this one, so if I try to check the log hyphen one line, so here I am not able to find that commit. So implement feature 1 is only there. So implement feature 2 I am unable to find the commit. So where can I get back this commit? So in this scenario, the reflogs concept will be very useful. So now whatever the thing I did, so these all the things will be stored in the reflogs. So now here I can do something like get reflog show master. So if you try to see the show master, here you will be able to see that here I am having that commit implement feature 2. So here we are having the commit. So as this commit is an orphan, so that is the reason this in the git log online it is not related to the master, but in the reflogs every activity will be stored. So that means when you have made that commit feature 2 and what is that commit hash, everything will be saved. So now you can take this one, okay, you can copy this one and you can do something like git reset and here paste it and here you can do the hard. Okay, now if you try to see the git log hyphen one line, so you'll be able to see that implement feature 2 has been came. So this is how we will be maintaining. So now if I try to check the vi features.txt, so we got the implement feature 2 also. For example, see if I try to implement the another feature, something like implemented feature 3. Okay, I have implemented the feature 3. So you need to understand one thing, that in that feature 3 only, apart from feature 2 only, we are adding this feature 3. So now we have added this feature 3. Okay, so now I am adding git commit hyphen am. So what I can do, implemented feature 3. Okay, so I have committed this one. So now if I try to check the git log hyphen one line, okay, so we got the implement feature 1, implement feature 2 and also implemented feature 3 also is there. So now somehow I went to the reset here. Okay, copy and here git reset. So here I can paste it and I can do the hyphen hard. So I went to the first feature. So now if I try to see git log hyphen one line, both the feature 2 and feature 3 has been removed. The commit has been removed. But if I try to see the features.txt, okay, so in this features.txt I am able to see that implement feature 1 is only implemented. So feature 2, feature 3 is gone. So now what I need to do, so in order to get that feature, so now I can check the reflog, okay, show master. So here we are having everything. So commit implemented feature 3. So now here you will be able to see that implemented feature 2. If you want only feature 2, you can go back to this one. So master 2, copy and git reset master @ 4, right, 4 hard. So you will get only the feature 2. So git log one line. If you try to see, I am getting only the feature 2. So if I want to feature 3 also, so what I can do, so you can directly, so for example, see what I will try to, I will go back to here again. So now I will go back to here again, copy and git reset. Okay, I can do something like, no need to copy. So here I can head 0 and head tilt 1, right? Head tilt 1, I can go like this. So now it is in the feature 1. So now if I want to get both the feature 2 and feature 1 means what I need to do, git reflog show master. So here I can do something like implement feature 3. So if I take this commit, automatically feature 2 commit also will come. So let's try to do it. So git reset master @3, okay, hyphen hard. So I moved it to implement feature 3. If I try to check the git log one line, so we will be able to see that implement feature 2 and implement feature 3, both the commits has been came. So this is how we can get back the commits. So normally if you reset means you will not able to find in any logs. So where you can find it is, you can find it only in the reflog. So that in the reflog you can use that master reset thing and you can get back all those lost commits. So if you need to remember that if 90 days after 90 days you want to get back means you cannot get back. So the commit hash and everything will not be there. So you cannot get back the commits. So you can get back the commits only when there are 90 days prior only. And also we have seen that @ and the tilt. So you need to understand the @ and the tilt. @ for the reflux we will be using, and the tilt is nothing but in the master branch in the reference. When you want to move back to the commits, you can go back. So but in the @ means there no need to be commits. So it can be something like branch shifting also, you can expect like that. So this is the real-time scenario how we can get back the lost commits by using the reflux. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. So at last we are reaching the last end of this GitHub course. Git and GitHub course, actually what we can say is not a Git and GitHub course. So both of the things I have covered in this one course. So now, so before closing of this Git course, so what I want to tell you is about the alias. So what is this aliases thing? So you'll be able to see in the internet or somewhere something like that, aliases. So what is this aliases? Let's try to see. So at the first when we are talking about the configuration and all those things, so we are able to see that. So how to see the configuration of 3 levels. One is the system level, project, what we can say system level, user level, and also the project level. So first the project level will be taken care. If the project level, if you don't find the settings, it will go to the user level. If the user level, if you don't find the settings, then it will go to the system level. Okay. So for example, if I want to see the status, so if I go to the git -tag, okay. So I went to the git -tag. So all the time, so think that all the time I will be using git space status. So git space status. So all the time I will be using this one. So what I need to do? So all the time pressing this git space status. So for me it is a tedious job for me. So it's like, so if it is something like git st or git s, if I type git s, so it will be very easy for me. So if I type git space s means it should automatically, we need to get the data. So how can I do this one? So now for this one we need to set the aliases. So these are nothing but aliases. So for s, so git has to know that okay, he pressed git space s means I need to execute the command git space status. So how can we link these two things? So now how can we set this link to two things means first we need to know the system file. Where is the system file? So as these are set for the in your local machine, so we need to set it in the system file. So some people will not able to know that where is my system configuration file is located. So if you want to know about the system configuration file, so what is the command we can press is, so git space config, okay, -list -show origin. Origin means so where is this all things. So if you press enter, you will be able to see here. So if you want to know about the global thing, so global thing means you can write something like -global, I think. So let's try to see. Yeah. So here you will be able to see the, or otherwise you can see, you can remove this list also so that you can get only the origin. Oh sorry, we need to press the list I think. Okay. So let's try to see. So here you will be able to see that file C users my name Leela Narasimha in the git config folder we are able to see. So this is the what we can say, this is the global thing. Okay, so now let's go to the global. So if I want to go to the global, where I need to go, we need to go to the C drive, and it is telling that users, and here it is telling something like my name, and here in the .git config. So where is the .git config? Yeah, here I am able to see. Let's try to open this one in the Visual Studio Code. So I am trying to open in the Visual Studio Code. Yeah, so this is the configuration file. So now for setting of this, what is the thing? So I open the configuration. In the configuration file, we need to set the aliases. So how we can set the aliases? Let's clear it out. So here I need to do git status. So we are getting the status. So now I need to convert it to a short form. So what I can do, git st or git s. Okay. So now what I can do is here in the alias. So we need to write alias here. Okay. Alias, and I can write s is equal to, okay. So I can write something like git st. Okay. So git status. So this is the command I need to get work. So I think git space status only. So let's try to see what will happen. So now I am clearing out. So git space yes. If I press enter, s failed, git is not a command. Okay. So what I need to do? So we need to write only the status, I think. Or otherwise we can write something like gs. So what it will try to do? Let's try to see. I don't know. Never I didn't try all the time. So gs. Let's try gs. Gs is not a command. It's saying okay, fine. So let's try s. So what I can do here, let's try to do status. Okay. So I save the file. Now if I try to see here, git space yes. See, we got the status working. So now I can use both the git status command. This is the common command. And for this one, I can use git s command also. So immediately I'm getting. So this is the short form. I am writing an alias so that all the time there is no need for me to type the status, git status, git status, git status. If you are using git status command or more oftenly in the project, means you can use like this shorthand form. And also so you need to remember that this is not a command. So you have configured so such that so it will be available in your system only. So don't think that if you are accustomed to this git space yes, tomorrow if you go into another system and you are trying to write git space yes means, so I know this command is present. Why? Because in my system it is working like that. If you think like that means, so it will not work. So you have configured this one. So that is the reason what I did was I am doing the aliases concept at the end. So from the day one course onwards I am using these shorthand commands like that means, then you will not be noted in the mind that okay, this is the command I need to type while practicing. So if you are doing like that means, then it will be a difficult task. So that is the reason I didn't explain this alias concept. So that is the reason I am telling at the end of the course, this alias concept, so that you will be able to understand. So now git s. So in the same scenario, we can do we can configure all the commands. So for example, if you want to see the log command, so l is equal to you can use log. So now if I save this one and if I go git space l, it will work log. Okay. So now what I can do? So I want to do the commit. So how can I do? So for this commit, git commit -m, and we need to send all the time we will be sending some commit message. So this is a dynamic thing. So that is nothing but what I can say is it's an argument. So how can I do this type of thing? So if a command is having an argument means, how can you set the alias for that one? So how we can set is something like you can do some cm commit and you can write commit -m. You can leave it like this. So whatever the thing you are writing extra here, it will be appended. So now if I try to save and if I go here and if I write git cm and you can write the message. Okay. So here I can write the message. So it is telling that one file change to insertion. So it is trying to insert. So commit has been done. So this is the thing we can set the aliases. Not only like this, we can also set the aliases through the command prompt also. So how we can set through the command prompt? So git config. Okay. So config -- global, and if I want to write alias, okay, dot br. So now I want to check the branch. So whenever I am using git branch, I want to check the current branch means I can use this one. So now if I press enter, so that's it. Through command prompt we have set the alias. So if you try to check here, so br is equal to branch. So whenever I want to check here, So what is the current branch I am? So I can check here git branch. Oh, okay, I am in the master. So I can check the shorthand form also git br. And if you want to do the git checkout, you can use something like git config -- global alias dot checkout, right? Co. I can use this co. So I can use something like checkout. Okay. So if I press enter, that's it. So now git co. So I can use new feature or something like this. That's it. So I switch it to a new branch. So I can use like this. So these are the shorthand notation. So whatever that all the time there is no need to type these all the things. So we can use this shorthand notation. So for the aliases. So hope you understood about how to set the aliases for the commands. So we have reached the end of this Git course. So we will learn about the wrapping of this one in the next video. So how we can wrapping of this all series the next video. Hope you understood this all the Git course. So we'll meet you soon. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. At last we reached the end of this Git course. I am happy to tell that we have successfully completed our Git course. We have learned so many topics in this Git. Actually, almost all the topics we have touched, I think. If we didn't touch any topics or anything, please let me know in the comments. We will try to do it. Normally what I can say is, normally some people will be having a doubt that, so the people who are coming to my channel, I can think that most of them are front-end developers. Now the front-end developers, they will be having a doubt that why they need to learn the Git. Okay, so up to now React, Angular and all those things. So what I can say is all those things are front-end development courses. This Git is not a front-end development. It's a tool, something like it's a technology tool stack. Why I need to learn this Git thing? Some people who are the coming to this front-end platform and all those things, they will be having a doubt. But what I can say is learning the Git, whether you are front-end or back-end or full stack, whatever the thing. So if you are working on a software company, if you are working in application development, or you are working as a freelance developer or anything, so you are working on any application in this software field, means learning Git is an essential thing. So you need to learn, you need to know the Git. Not only the Git, so Git is a most popular one. That is the reason I am telling you that learning a Git is an essential thing. So almost all the companies, 70-80% of the companies, all the companies will be using Git as their version control systems. So 20% of the people will be using their own version control or other version control softwares. But underlying the concept, what I can say is the concept will be the same. So what we can say is the terms, the terminology, the technology, what we have learned inside the Git, almost all the times, branching, checkout, these all the things will be same in other software also. So this is the most popular thing which is used by all the companies. That is the reason we have selected the Git, and we are learning the Git course. This will be also very useful for your career guide. For example, see what I can say is, if you go to any company for interview or anything, what they will be thinking is, so if you have developed any real-time application, if you have any knowledge, if you have knowledge on this real-time development, if you are working any company or anything, means they will be thinking that you are aware of this version control. So normally they will not ask you about this version control, Git, how to check out, what is a branch, what is a cherry pick, what is a rebase and merge. These are all things they will not ask. So rarely they will be asking, but most of the time they will not ask. They will be not asking. But what they will be having in their mind is, if you are working in a real time and all those things, you will be having this idea. Okay, they will think like that. But if you don't know about this Git and all those things, if you go onto the stage, if you go onto the floor and working on an application, means you will find it lot of difficult. Developing a code is not only important. Sharing the code to the other collaborators, sharing with other collaborators is also very important. So that is the reason you need to be aware of this Git. So that is the thing. So what I can say is, that is the thing why you need to learn the Git. So Git is an essential thing. You need to, I can tell you that. So each and every software developer who are working in a company or otherwise freelance or anything outside, if you are on the software field, something like that, means, so you need to learn the Git software. Okay. Now another thing is, some of the subscribers or viewers, I don't know. So some people are asking me that, please explain me some of the GUI softwares, Git softwares, GUIs. GUI means nothing but what we can say is, like source tree, GitHub desktop, these Tata is Git. These some of the what I can say is these are some of the softwares available in the market, actually open source. Learning that, what I can say is, so normally I am not that much of fan of these GUI softwares. Why? Because GUI software means something like Windows. click and play, clicking and clicking all those things. You'll be able to have. So by using those softwares like of things, you don't know, you will miss the flavor. You will miss the flavor of these Git commands. Okay. So now from starting of this Git course, we are doing all the concepts through the Git bash, through the Git commands only. We are learning what is the Git log, how it will work. We are checking out. So we are using the switch. We are reverting a commit. We are merging. We are rebasing. These are all the things we have did through the command line only. So why I have explained you through the command line is the command line is the basic. Okay, command line is the basic. So whichever the operating system you are, whatever the operating system you are, wherever you are, command line will be there always for you. So whether you may have the GUI softwares or not, but the command line will be present for you. So if you don't have these all GUI softwares or anything, means you can work. If you have a command line tool, if you have knowledge on these commands, means you can directly use this Git command line tool. So for example, if you are aware of only source tree, so I can know how to click, how to change the branch, how to using the source tree. If you know, means tomorrow if you go to any other company, so there you don't have a source tree, means there is another software or something like this, you will feel somewhat little bit difficult to manage that software. So you need to know where are the options that are present. So what are the options that are present? So you need to check each and every time. So it will take some time to get accustomed to that software. So, but using the command line, there is no such like that. So command line will be always same. So command line will be available everywhere. So that if you have commands knowledge, means so you can directly use it. And another thing what I can say is something like command line is something like you will be having more control rather than using the softwares. So that is also the one of the thing I can tell you. And another thing what I can say is my personal thing is don't use the aliases. So I have explained you in my previous video that using this aliases will make the command short, so that there is no need to type this git command full command, and we can use these short form notations and we can get it. So some of the things it will be very fine, but more and more if you are using these aliases, means you will forget the basic command. Okay, so basic syntax you will forget. If you forget that basic syntax, means if you go to another system or anything, means you will try to press that alias thing, you will try to type that alias thing, so your hands will get accustomed to that one, and your hands will go like that only. So instead of typing git space status, you will type git spaces and you will try to press enter. It will tell you that s is not available. So what I can do? So like this, if you forget that main command, means then it will be very difficult for us. So that is the reason what I can say is try to avoid more, try to use less aliases only. Try to avoid more using the basic commands only. So that is the reason, that is also one of the thing I can tell you. So the most important things what you need to learn is, so first you need to learn about this checkout, branching thing, merging, rebasing. So these are all common things. So these are all the most, what we can say is most important things. So understand the difference between local repository and remote repository. So this is also very important. Why? Because we are working with our remote repository, means you need to know about this origin and also this local repository. You will be having two branches. So if you are having master branch, means you will be having local master and also origin master. So you need to understand the basic difference between these two things. How to push, how to pull, what is Git Fetch, what is Git pull. So what is this one? These are all the things you need to be able to know. So if you are working in a freelance project, if you want to contribute to the open source project or anything, means you can learn this GitHub concept. So that is the reason I have covered the GitHub concept. How to make a tag, how to make a release. So what is a forking? So if you are working for another open source project, means somebody's open source project, means if you want to contribute, means what is a forking. So if you have your own software, own open source project, means how you can give the branch protection rules. So how to raise a pull request, and also the versioning also we have learned. So how to give a software a versioning. So 1.0.1, these are all the things also we have learned. These all things are, what I can say is, not mandatory, but as a software developer you need to know. You need to know in the real time world how the process will be. Okay, so these are the things what I can tell you. So that's all. That's about it. So if you want to learn more about the Git and all the things, means you can learn about the Git administration, how to set up the Git in the remote repository, and these all things are Git actions. These all things are there. Git attributes. These are some of the concepts are there. If you go covering those all concepts, means so it will become big course. So the major thing I have covered. So the major thing we will be using in the day-to-day life. So what are the commands which should be useful, which should be necessary for a front-end developer or back-end developer, for any software developer. Up to there only I have covered. So hopefully to goes on we'll do it. But what I can say is, don't think that as a front-end developer or a back-end developer, don't think that I will be focused only on the code. So Git is a tool, so there is no need for me to learn this tool. Don't think like that. So Git is an essential, whether you are working on any Angular, React, or any Node.js or Python or anything, any programming you are working means you should be aware of this Git tool also. That is the thing I can tell you. And that's it. So at last we have completed. I am happy to tell you that Git course is completed. Soon we will come with a new course. So I will try to come do as many courses as I think. So this is the thing I can tell you. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi friends, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. I am happy to announce that we are starting a new course that is nothing but the Git. So what is this Git? So we will have a complete course regarding the Git, and we will learn about the Git commands, what are the Git commands available, and everything related to the Git thing. So here, if you are able to see the introduction screen, that is, you will be able to see that Git distributed version control system. So it is a distributed version control system. So what is this version control system actually? So then afterwards we can learn about this distributed thing. So the term distributed thing, we can learn it afterwards. But first what we need to know is, we need to know about this version control system. So shortly we will be calling this one as a VCS. Okay, so you will be able to see somewhere in the courses for me in these videos, you will be able to see that VCS as a short form. That VCS is nothing but the version control system. So let's go one by one. So if you try to see here, Git is a version control system. Okay, so Git is a version control system. We will learn about this version control system afterwards, and also known as the VCS. Okay, in the website, so if you try to open any website, Git website or in Wikipedia, anywhere if you try to see, it will be written as a distributed version control system. So one new term is added before the version control system, that is nothing but a distributed version control system. So that means Git has a special advantages over the version control system, that is nothing but the distributed thing. So what is this distributed thing? We will try to learn it in the upcoming things. Now let's try to see. So now you need to know that Git is a version control system. Okay. Now this Git software, who developed this one? So normally the Git software is developed by the Linus Torvalds. So this is the guy who has developed the Linux. He created the Git for the development of the Linux kernel. So why he has developed the Git is, he has developed the Git for the when he is developing the Linux kernel. So that is the core of this Linux thing. So when he is developing this Linux kernel, he has created the Git. Why he has created the Git is, the Linux kernel is a set of code. So it is a software. So it is maintained by the multiple developers. Not only the Linus Torvalds will be writing the code. So many developers will be writing this code for the Linux kernel. So for that reason, for the contribution, so in order to have the contribution for all the code for this Linux kernel, he has developed a feature that is known as the Git. Okay, now let's try to see the another one. Basically, what is this VCS actually? So now we know about this Git. Git is a version control system, and who developed the Git also we have known. So now we have able to know that Git is a version control system. So then what is this version control system? Basically, VCS is a software designed to record changes made to the file over time. So that means VCS is nothing but it's a software thing. It is designed to record the changes to the file. So that means whenever you are changing the file, you are changing from the file. Today you have changed some concept, some data in the file, and tomorrow you have changed some data in the file. So going on changing the data over that period of time. So in order to record those changes, so if you want to go to the particular period of time and you want to check the file, what is the data present at that time. So if you want to know, so this VCS is the software which is able to record the changes. So it will record the changes daily. It will record the changes of this file over the time when it is got changed. So it will record the changes, so that if you want to know the data of the file for a particular period of time means, you can be able to know using this software. So that means Git gives us the ability to revert the files or the set of files you made changes. So that means when you have made the changes to a file over a period of time, and if you want to go to that period of time and you want to get the data back from that time means, you can able to get the data for that particular file using the Git. So this is the main usage of the Git. So the main usage of the Git is nothing but the file, whatever the file it may be. Over a period of time, it is going on changing the file, means we will be able to get the data back from that period of time. So that is the main thing. So now let's go. Git not only records the source code. Okay, so you need to remember this one. So some people will be able to thinking that some developers means Git will only record the source code. Source code means nothing but the code which is written, the Java code or PHP or JavaScript, whatever the source code, you will be able to, the language's programming code, right? So people will be thinking that this Git is only used for this programming languages thing only. So it will be recording those programming languages code only. They will be thinking. So misconception is there on the Git. But it also tracks the images, research papers or any types of files. So if you are having a type of research papers or anything, if you are having some data files or anything, so Git tracks all the types of files. So not only the source code, it can track all the types of files. So that is the main advantage of the Git. Now actually we have three kinds of version control system in our computer field. So we will be maintaining the three kinds of version control system. Now you will be able to understand. First one is the local version control system. Second one is the centralized version control system. And third one is the distributed version control system. Now these are the three types of version control systems available in our day-to-day life. So first, what is this local version control system? Let's try to see. Local version control system is long days back, many people use this method. Even me also using this method. So everyone will be able to understand this method. It is very simple. This method is to copy files into another directory. For example, see today you have some abc.txt file, x.txt file, you have one x.txt file. You have changed some data in that file. So you have changed some data and all those things. Before changing the data, what you will try to do? You will keep a backup in another directory with that name, something like x_backup. If you are more clever means what you will try to do, x_backup_ today's date you will try to keep. Something like April 4th, 2021. So that means that x.txt file backup is the data which is present at the time, 4th April 2021 of the time. So you will try to maintain the backup. For example, tomorrow you came and before continuing working, what you will try to do? You will try to keep a backup of that one, x_backup_ 5th April. Like this you will try to keep the backup of the file. So you will go on keeping the backups of the file every day. So day to day, daily, depending on your period. So depending on your changing fluctuality, so you will be maintaining the data. So now this method is to copy files into another directory. They keep the files with the timestamp directory. Timestamp directory is nothing but the timestamp. So how the today's date, how you are keeping. And it is also very simple that we maintain the backup. It is very simple. So maintaining that one is very simple. So nothing to do. So what you will try to do, whatever the file or folder, whatever the folder you are having, whatever the file you are having, completely you will copy that one and you will place it in the backup directory. So that whenever you want something happens to the data present you are working means, instead of doing Control Z everything, you will directly take the backup data, so recent backup data, and you will paste it there so that you will have the recent backup. So this is the local version control system. So now you will be able to understand that using this local version control system, you will be having lots of folders. You will be having, sometimes you will be having a problem that you will copy one file over the other file so that the previous backup data will be missed. And sometimes you will be having that that data may be corrupted or data may be deleted. These are all the problems you will be having. So this is the normal way how the layman users or something like that, we will be maintaining the backup of the file. So the changes, whatever the changes we are making in the day-to-day life, in order to keep that one backup, you will be using this type of version. So everybody knows about this way of keeping the backup structure. Now let's come to the centralized version control system. So what is this centralized version control system? Now, in order to collaborate with other developers, so the backup what we have maintained in the local version system, it is applicable to only one developer. Now, if multiple developers are working within one file means, now this centralized version control system is used. So, if in x.txt file, if multiple developers are working on this one means, we will be using this centralized version control system. These system have a single server. Okay. So, now this system will have a single server. So, somewhere you will be having a single server, and that one will have all the files. So that one will be having all the version files, and a number of clients can take the files from that central place. So whenever you want to take the file means, you will take the file from that central version file. central server, and with that central server you will take the latest version of that file so that you can work on this one. So for many years this is the standard for version control. So this is the standard of version control. So for many years we will be using this centralized version control system only. So now what I can say, the examples are CVS, Subversion and Perforce are the examples of this method. Now how it will be, we will see it in a graphical representation. So here you are having a computer A and computer B, two developers are there. So they are working on the same file, and now what they will try to do is they will have one centralized server. In that server you will be having a file, and it will be having the versions of that file. So you will take the latest version of that file, and computer B also takes the latest version of the file, so that two developers will have the same code you will be having. And also whenever you want to push it, you can push it to the centralized server, so that computer B also takes that modified data. So this is the central server, is the main hub. So instead of maintaining in a local version in your own computer, you will be depending on the centralized server, centralized computer, where every client will be connected to that server to take the updated data. Okay, so now advantages of this centralized VCS. So this has what more advantages over the local VCS. Now we will be able to know that local VCS is nothing but the keeping of the backup of the each backup of the every folder. You will be keeping the backup, right? So this has advantages. Centralized VCS has advantages over the local VCS. Everyone can know what is going on in the project. Yes, everyone can know. So why? Because the project is hosted in the centralized server. Everyone can take the data from that server, and they can check that what is going on the project. And administrators who are maintaining the server can have the control that who can do what. So who are doing what, and the administrators can have a full control over the centralized VCS. Everyone can get the project update immediately, as all are linked to the one centralized server. So that means everyone can get the project update immediately. The files update or the project update, they will get immediately, as all are linked to one centralized server. So these are the advantages. Then what will be the disadvantages of this one? If the centralized server goes down for an hour. So now if the centralized server is there means, so it is connected through one source, that is nothing but the internet. So if the internet goes down, so the centralized servers goes down for an hour means nobody can collaborate at all. So that means all the developers cannot collaborate. So they cannot get the update, and they cannot get anything. So or save the changes to the centralized server. So they cannot save, they cannot push their changes to the, they cannot send their changes to the centralized server, and nobody can get the update from the centralized server. And if the hard disk of the centralized database is on, becomes corrupted. So now the hard disk in which the central database is corrupted, and proper backup haven't been kept, you lost absolutely everything. So this is also one problem. If the hard disk is corrupted in the centralized VCS server means, so if you are not maintaining any proper backup means everything is lost, everything. Local VCS suffer from the same problem. So why? Because now you will be having in your own system, right? Local VCS, when it is corrupted means you will be having the same problem. Whenever you have the entire history of the project in a single place, you risk loss everything. So this is the main thing. So whenever you are having the entire history of the project, enter changes or anything, records of the project in a single place, so you will be having a risk of losing everything. So this is the main disadvantage. Now for overcoming this one, we got the distributed version control system. So what is this distributed version control system? Clients not only check out the snapshot of the file. So that means here in the centralized version system, so what they will be trying to get, they are trying to get the latest snapshot. That means latest version of the file only they will be able to get. They will not able to get all the versions. They can at a time get only one version of the file. Okay, so now either he can check the version 3, or either he can check the version 2, or either he can check the version 1, like that. So now in the distributed, clients not only check the snap, they can also fully mirror the repository, including its full history. So that means they can fully get the repository. Repository is nothing but the project. Okay, you take it as a project. So now here we will be calling the distributed version control, we will call it as a repository. So you can fully mirror the repository, including